collisions with smaller galaxies.
200 million years after
Over
the Big
billions
Bang,
of years,
the first
these
stars
interactions
ignited,
added
their
mass,
intense radiation
introduced new
piercing the
stars,
darkness.
and shaped the structure of the
These
Milky Way.
population 3 stars were
The
massive,
remnants of these
burning
ancient
at millions
galaxies
of
are
degrees,
still visible
and their
today,
violent
forming
deaths
stellar
and
streams
supernovae
and
seeded
globular
the universe
clusters
with
that
heavier
orbit our
elements
galaxy.
like carbon, oxygen,
One of the
and
most
iron.
significant events in the Milky
Clusters of
Way's
these
evolution
stars
occurred
formed the
about
first
10 billion years
proto-galaxies,
ago, when it
chaotic
merged with a
assemblies of
massive
light and
galaxy
matter.
referred to as the
These
Gaia
early
Enceladus.
galaxies collided frequently.
This collision
merging
created
into larger
ripples in the
structures.
Milky Way's structure and
The
enriched
Milky
it with
Way
new
emerged
stars
during
and
this
heavier
era,
elements.
a small and humble
The
galaxy
Milky Way's
in a vast,
iconic spiral
turbulent
arms
universe.
likely formed between 6
Its growth
and 9
was
billion
fueled by
years
mergers,
ago.
as it absorbed
As
other
the galaxy
proto-galaxies
settled into
and
a more
accumulated
stable
gas.
configuration, rotating
Dark
gas
matter,
clouds
the
began to
invisible
condense under
scaffolding
the
of the
influence of
cosmos,
gravity.
played a critical role.
These dense
providing
regions
the
became
gravitational
star-forming
glue that allowed
nurseries,
galaxies
giving
to
birth to
form and
millions of
evolve.
stars over millions of
The
years.
Milky Way's evolution
The
has been
spiral
shaped by
arms are
galactic
dynamic,
cannibalism,
constantly
a
reshaped
natural,
by the
violent
motion of
process
stars and
survival
interstellar
and
matter.
growth.
They are
Over
also a
billions
hub
of
for new
years,
star
the Milky
formation,
Way
a
consumed
process that
countless
continues to
smaller
this day.
galaxies, tearing them apart
At the center
with
of
its
the
gravity.
Milky Way is Sagittarius
One
A
of the most significant
*,
mergers
a
in its
supermassive
history
black
was the
hole with a
collision
mass
with the Gaia
equivalent to 4
Enceladus
million
galaxy
suns.
10 billion years ago.
This black hole likely
This
formed
event
in the
was
galaxy's
transformative,
earliest days,
reshaping the
growing
Milky
as it
Way and
consumed
creating
gas,
its thick
dust,
disk.
and stars from its
Billions
surroundings.
of stars were added to the
While
galaxy,
it remains dormant for the
enriching
most
it with
part,
the heavy elements
Sagittarius
necessary
A
for
*
forming
has
rocky
played a
planets
critical
and,
role in shaping the
ultimately,
galaxy.
life.
Its
Evidence
immense
of these
gravitational
ancient
pull
mergers can still be
influences the
seen
orbits
today
of
in stellar
stars near the
streams,
galactic
graceful
center and
arcs of
helps
stars
regulate
that trace
star
the remnants
formation.
of disrupted galaxies.
Approximately 4.
These streams serve as
6
celestial
billion years
fossils,
ago, in one of the
preserving
Milky
memory of
Way's
the Milky
spiral
Way's
arms,
violent
a
past.
cloud of gas and dust collapsed
Even now,
under
the
gravity.
Milky Way continues
This
to grow.
event marked the birth of our
The
solar
Sagittarius
system.
dwarf galaxy,
The sun
currently
ignited
being
at the center,
dismantled,
while the
is
remaining
adding its stars
material
to the
coalesced
galactic
into
halo.
planets, moons,
These
and
ongoing
asteroids.
interactions highlight the
The
dynamic,
Milky Way provided the
ever-changing
raw
nature of our
materials for this
galaxy.
process, enriched
Around
by
9
generations
billion years
of
ago,
previous stars.
The Milky Way began to take
Elements
on
like
its iconic
carbon,
spiral
oxygen, and iron,
as its
essential
stars and
for
gas
life on
settled
Earth,
into a
were
rotating
forged in the
disk.
cores of
Angular
ancient
momentum
stars and
flattened the
spread
system
throughout the
into a
galaxy
plane,
when those
laying the
stars
groundwork
exploded
for its
as
spiral
supernovae.
arms.
Today,
The spiral
the Milky
arms
Way
are not
spans
static
over
structures.
100,000
They are
light-years and
dynamic
contains
regions
hundreds of
created by
billions of
density
stars,
waves.
along with vast
As
clouds
these
of
waves
gas and
move
dust.
through the galaxy, they
It is home
compress
to
gas
diverse
clouds,
celestial
triggering
phenomena,
star
from
formation.
newborn stars to dying
The result
supernovae.
is a galaxy alive
The
with
galaxy
activity,
is constantly
its arms
changing,
illuminated by
with
the light
stars
of young,
orbiting the center
massive
and
stars.
spiral arms slowly
Within
evolving.
the spiral arms lie
The
vast
Milky Way
molecular
also
clouds,
continues to grow,
nurseries where new
as it
stars
accretes
are
material
born.
from smaller
These
galaxies and
regions are
intergalactic
turbulent
space.
and chaotic, driven
In
by
approximately
the interplay
4,
of gravity, radiation,
5
and
billion
magnetic
years,
fields.
the Milky Way will collide with its
Interactions
nearest
with
large
nearby
neighbor,
galaxies,
the Andromeda
such as
Galaxy.
the Magellanic Clouds,
This
also
epic
play a
event
role.
will reshape both galaxies,
gravitational
forming a
encounters
single,
create
larger
ripples in the
structure,
Milky Way's
sometimes
disk,
referred to
sustaining
as
the spiral
Milkometa.
structure and influencing
Despite
its
the
evolution.
scale of the collision,
At the center
individual
of the
stars
Milky
are
Way
unlikely
resides
to collide due
Sagittarius
to the
A*,
vast distances
a
between them.
supermassive black hole with a mass
Instead,
of about
the
4
merger will
million
create
suns.
new regions of star formation and
Gravity
likely alter
dominates
the central
motions of
black
stars
holes of
and
both
gas in the
galaxies.
central bulge, anchoring
In the
the
vast
galaxy's
nothingness
core.
of pre-existence, there was only a
Sagittarius
singular
A*
point,
is
a realm
surrounded
where
by a
time and
dense
space
cluster of
had no
stars,
meaning.
many of which orbit at
Then,
extraordinary
around
speeds.
13.8 billion years
These
ago,
rapid
the
orbits
Big
were
Bang
key to
erupted,
confirming
an
the
explosion
existence
of
of the black
unimaginable
hole,
energy
measuring
that
its
marked the
mass.
birth of the universe.
Though relatively
It was
dormant
not an
now,
ordinary explosion,
Sagittarius A*
but rather the rapid
likely
expansion of
experienced
space
active
itself,
phases in the
spreading
past.
matter, energy,
During
and time
these
across an
times,
empty
it
void.
devoured vast amounts of
In its
material,
infancy, the
emitting
universe
powerful
was a
jets of
searing hot
radiation
plasma,
that influenced
dense
the
and
galaxy's
chaotic.
central regions.
During the first fraction of a second, fundamental forces emerged: gravity, electromagnetism, and the nuclear forces, governing the interactions of particles. As the universe expanded and cooled, quarks and gluons combined to form protons and neutrons, the building blocks of atoms. Within minutes, the first elements, hydrogen and helium, were forged in a process called Big Bang nucleosynthesis. Marked the birth of our solar These light system. Elements became the foundation for all future structures, including galaxies. Becoming the sun surrounding For the next 380,000 years, the universe remained an opaque fog, where light could not travel freely. Then, the cosmos experienced a transformation as electrons and protons combined to form neutral atoms, allowing light to travel unimpeded. Its rocky composition This event, known as recombination, marked the universe's transition to transparency. It was during this time that the first hints of structure began to emerge. The Milky Way is a tiny fluctuations in the density of matter, amplified by gravity, created the seeds of galaxies. The stage was set for the creation of the Milky Way. Roughly 1 billion years after the Big Bang, the universe entered an era known as the Cosmic Dawn. The galaxy's halo The first stars began to shine, piercing through the darkness. These stars were unlike the ones we see today. This halo made almost entirely of hydrogen and helium. They burned hot and lived short, violent lives. As these early stars burned through their fuel, they created heavier elements, carbon, oxygen, and others, through nuclear fusion. When these massive stars died as supernovae, they enriched the surrounding gas clouds with these elements, enabling the formation of more complex stars and planetary systems. Around this time, gravity began pulling gas and dark matter together into larger structures. These were the first galaxies, primitive collections of stars and gas that would later merge to form larger systems. The Milky Way's earliest ancestors were among these fledgling galaxies. Small, irregular, and chaotic, they were the building blocks of what would become one of the universe's grandest structures. The Milky Way grew not through gentle accumulation but through cosmic violence. Over billions of years, smaller galaxies collided and merged, feeding the Milky Way's growth. This process, known as galactic cannibalism, shaped the galaxy's structure and composition. Evidence of these ancient collisions is still visible today. Stellar streams, made up of stars ripped from smaller galaxies, orbit the Milky Way, like celestial fossils of its turbulent past. These remnants tell the story of countless mergers, each contributing to the galaxy's mass and complexity. One of the most significant events in the Milky Way's history occurred around 10 billion years ago when it collided with a massive galaxy dubbed Gaia Enceladus. This merger added a large population of stars to the Milky Way and created ripples in its structure, shaping its evolution for billions of years. As the Milky Way grew larger, it began to take on a more organized shape. Between 6 and 9 billion years ago, it developed the iconic spiral arms we see today. These arms are not static, they are regions of higher density, created by gravitational waves that move through the galaxy like ripples in a pond. Within these spiral arms, dense clouds of gas and dust collapse to form new stars. These stellar nurseries are regions of intense activity, where the light of young stars illuminates the surrounding gas. The spiral structure is a dynamic and evolving feature, constantly reshaped by the movement of stars and interstellar matter. At the heart of the Milky Way lies a supermassive black hole known as Sagittarius A star,
marking the end of darkness.
With a mass equivalent to 4 million
Population
suns,
3 stars
this
were
cosmic
immense,
giant exerts
hundreds
a
of times the
powerful
mass of our
influence over the
sun,
galaxy.
and they burned with ferocity.
Sagittarius A**
brief
likely
lives
formed
ended
in
in
the early
supernovae,
days of the Milky
enriching
Way,
the surrounding
growing
gas
as it
with
consumed
heavier
gas,
elements like
dust,
carbon and
even
oxygen,
stars.
the building blocks of life.
While it is relatively quiet
Clusters
now,
of these
it was
stars
once
formed
much more active,
proto-galaxies,
emitting
chaotic
intense
systems of
radiation
light
as it
and
fed
matter
on
that
surrounding
frequently
material.
collided.
The black
early
hole's
galaxies
gravitational
were
pull
irregular,
keeps the
small,
stars
and
near the
turbulent,
galactic center
but they
in
laid the
tight
groundwork
orbits,
for the
creating a
cosmic
dense
giants to
and
come.
dynamic region.
The Milky Way
Despite
was
its
born
destructive
as one of these
nature,
proto-galaxies.
Sagittarius
Its early
A*
form shaped
plays
by
a vital
dark matter
role in
halos.
regulating the galaxy's
Over
evolution.
time, it merged with
In
other
a quiet corner of the Milky
growing
Way,
in size
about
and
4.6 billion years ago,
The Milky Way
a dense
story
cloud
is
of
one
gas
both
and dust
creation
began
and
to collapse
destruction.
under its own gravity.
Galactic cannibalism,
This event
absorbing
marked the birth
smaller
of our
galaxies,
solar system.
is not a violent anomaly,
At the center
but a
of this
natural part
collapsing
of its
cloud,
evolution.
a young star ignited,
Over billions
the sun.
of years, the Milky Way
Around
has
it, the
consumed
remaining
dozens of
material
smaller
formed a
galaxies,
swirling disk,
tearing them apart
from which the
and
planets,
incorporating their
moons,
stars,
and
gas,
asteroids
and dark
took shape.
matter.
The
The
Earth,
Gaian
our
Enceladus
home,
merger,
emerged
10
as a
billion
rocky
years
planet,
ago,
enriched
was one of
with
the most
elements like
transformative
carbon and
events in
oxygen,
the Milky Way's
forged in the
history.
cores of ancient stars.
It reshaped the galaxy's
The Milky
disk,
Way
added
provided the
billions
raw
of
materials
stars,
for the
and
solar
enriched
system,
the
the
interstellar
result
medium
of
with
billions of
heavy
years of
elements.
cosmic recycling.
Today, the remnants
Spanning
of these
over
mergers are visible
100,000
as stellar
light-years,
streams,
the Milky Way
graceful
is a
arcs of
vast
stars
and
that
complex
trace the
system,
orbits of
containing
once
hundreds of
independent
billions of
galaxies.
stars, along with
These
gas,
streams provide
dust,
astronomers
and dark
with a
matter.
window into the Milky Way's
Its
past,
spiral arms,
revealing the
dotted with
cosmic
regions of
interactions
active
that
star
shaped its
formation,
structure.
continue to evolve.
The Milky Way is still
The galaxy is home to a diverse array of
Sagittarius
celestial
dwarf galaxy,
phenomena,
currently
from massive
being
star
dismantled
clusters
by the
to
Milky
enigmatic
Way's
black
gravity,
holes.
is contributing
It
stars
is a
to the
dynamic,
galactic
living
halo.
structure, shaped
This
by gravity,
ongoing process
star
demonstrates
formation,
that the
and
Milky
the interactions
Way
of
remains
its
an active
components.
participant in the cosmic
The
cycle
Milky
of
Way's
growth.
story is far from over.
Around 9 billion years
In
ago,
about
the Milky
4.5
Way
billion
began to
years,
transform
it will
into a
collide with
spiral
the Andromeda
galaxy.
galaxy, its
Stars
nearest
and
large
gas
neighbor.
settled into a rotating
This
disk,
cosmic
and
event will
angular
reshape
momentum
both
flattened the
galaxies,
system into a
creating a
plane.
new, larger structure.
This organization gave rise
While this
to the
collision may
iconic
seem
spiral
catastrophic,
arms, regions
the
of
vast
higher
distances
density that
between
form and
stars
reform
mean
as
that
the
direct
galaxy
collisions will
evolves.
be rare.
The spiral
Instead,
arms are
the galaxies
illuminated
will
by the light
merge
of
gracefully,
young, massive
forming new
stars.
regions of star formation
These
and
stars,
likely merging
though
their central
short-lived,
black holes.
shine intensely, giving
The story
arms
of the
their
Milky
brilliant,
Way begins in the
dynamic
earliest
appearance.
moments of the universe,
Within
nearly
these arms,
13.8
molecular
billion
clouds
years
act
ago,
as stellar
with the Big
nurseries,
Bang.
producing new
This
generations
monumental
of
event
stars.
was not an explosion
The
in
Milky
space,
Way's spiral
but the rapid
structure is
expansion
not
of space
static.
itself.
It is constantly
Time,
influenced
space,
by
and matter
gravitational
came into
interactions
existence,
with nearby
marking the
galaxies,
beginning of
such
everything
as
we
the
know.
large and small Magellanic
In the first
clouds.
few moments after the Big
These
Bang, the
interactions
universe
create
was a
ripples in
seething
the
cauldron of
galactic
energy.
disk, sustaining the density
Elementary
waves
particles,
that shape the
such as
spiral
quarks and
arms.
electrons,
At
formed
the
and
heart of the
collided
Milky
in an
Way lies
unimaginably hot
Sagittarius
and dense
A*,
environment.
a supermassive
Within
black hole with a
microseconds,
mass of
quarks
approximately
combine to
4
form
million
protons
suns.
and neutrons, the
Though
building
invisible,
blocks of atomic
its presence
nuclei.
is undeniable.
As the
its gravity
universe
controls
expanded,
the
it
motions
began
of
to
stars
cool.
and gas in the galactic
After
center.
about 3 minutes, protons
Astronomers
and
discovered
neutrons fused to
Sagittarius
create the
A*
first atomic
by
nuclei,
tracking the rapid
hydrogen,
orbits of stars
helium,
near the
and traces
center
of
the
lithium.
galaxy.
These were
These
the only
stars,
elements
some
present
moving
at the
at
dawn of
thousands of
time,
kilometers per
forming the
second,
foundation for
orbit
all
an
future
unseen
stars and
object,
galaxies.
a black hole.
For the next
Sagittarius
380,000
A*
years,
is
the
currently
universe
quiet,
remained a
but
dark,
evidence
opaque
suggests it
fog
has
of ionized
experienced active
particles.
phases.
Then came
During
a crucial
these times,
transformation.
it consumed
Electrons
vast amounts of
combined with
material,
nuclei
emitting
to
jets
form
of
neutral
energy that
atoms,
influenced the
allowing light to
surrounding
travel
region.
freely for the first time.
Supermassive black holes
This
like
event,
Sagittarius
known as
A*,
recombination,
are
left
thought to
behind
play
a
an
faint
essential
glow
role
called the
in
cosmic
galaxy
microwave
evolution.
background, a
They
relic of the
regulate
Big
star
Bang still
formation,
visible today.
influence the distribution
The
of
newly
gas,
transparent
and
universe
stabilize
entered
their
a
host
phase of
galaxies.
cooling and expansion.
About 4.6
Tiny fluctuations in the density of matter, seeded by quantum mechanics, began to grow under the influence of gravity.
Under its own gravity.
These fluctuations became the scaffolding for the first cosmic structures, the ancestors of galaxies, including the Milky Way.
Planetary disk.
As the universe entered its second billion years, gravity began to pull gas and dark matter into dense clumps.
Grew into planets,
These regions of
moons,
concentrated
and
matter
asteroids.
gave rise to the first stars and
The sun's
galaxies.
habitable zone, where
These early
conditions allowed
galaxies were
liquid
small
water
and
to
irregular,
exist.
far less organized
Its
than the
composition
spiral and
reflects the
elliptical
history of the
galaxies
Milky
we
Way,
see today.
containing elements
The
forged in
first
ancient
stars, known
and
as
scattered
population
across the
3
galaxy
stars,
by
were
supernova
massive and
explosions.
short-lived. Composed
Milky Way
almost
is a
entirely of
sprawling,
hydrogen and
dynamic
helium,
galaxy,
they burned
spanning
brightly
over
but died quickly,
100,000 light
often
years.
ending their lives in
Its
cataclysmic
spiral arms are
supernovae.
vibrant regions of star
These
formation,
explosions
while
scattered
its central
heavier
bulge
elements,
is a dense
like
cluster of
carbon,
older stars
oxygen,
surrounding
and iron,
Sagittarius
into
A
the
star.
surrounding space,
Beyond
enriching the
visible
primordial
stars
gas
and
cloud.
gas lies a vast halo
Over
of dark
time,
matter,
smaller
an invisible
proto-galaxies
structure that
merged to
holds the
form
galaxy
larger
together.
systems.
This
The Milky
halo
Way's
is also
earliest
home to
components
ancient
likely
globular
originated
clusters
as
and the
small
remnants
clusters of
disrupted
stars and
galaxies.
gas, bound together by
The
dark
Milky
matter.
Way is part of the local
These
group,
fledgling
a collection of
structures
over
orbited
50
one another in a
galaxies bound
cosmic
by
dance,
gravity.
gradually coming together to
closest
form the
companion,
foundation of our
the
galaxy.
Andromeda Galaxy and the
The Milky
Magellanic
Way's
Clouds
growth was neither
influence its
peaceful nor
structure and
orderly.
will play a role in its future
Instead,
evolution.
it was a process of
The
relentless
Milky
mergers
Way's
and
story
collisions.
is far from over.
Smaller galaxies,
approximately
drawn
4
in by the Milky Way's gravitational
billion
pull,
years,
were
it will
consumed
collide with
and
the Andromeda
incorporated
Galaxy.
into its structure.
This cosmic
This
event
violent
will be a
process,
slow-motion
known as
ballet
galactic
lasting
cannibalism,
hundreds of
is a
millions of
defining
years.
characteristic of galaxy
As
formation.
the galaxies merge,
One
their
of the
gas
most
clouds will
significant
compress,
mergers in the Milky
triggering
Way's
waves of
history
star
occurred about
formation.
10 billion years ago,
The central
when it
black
collided
holes
with
of
a
the
large
Milky Way
galaxy
and
now
Andromeda
known
will
as
combine,
Gaia Enceladus.
forming an even larger supermassive
This event added
black
billions
hole.
of stars to the Milky
The
Way
resulting
and created
galaxy,
a halo of
often
stars
called
that surrounds the
Milky, will
galaxy
likely
today.
be elliptical.
Even now,
Though its spiral
remnants of these
structure will
ancient
vanish,
collisions can
its
be
stars
seen in
and
the form of
planets will
stellar
continue their
streams,
journeys through the
elongated
cosmos.
trails of stars that were once
Even
part
after
of
the
smaller
merger,
galaxies.
The Milky Way's legacy will
These
endure,
streams served as
drifting
cosmic
through an
fossils,
ever-expanding
preserving the
universe.
history of the Milky
This
Way's growth.
transformation is a testament
Around
to the
9
cycles
billion
of
years
creation,
ago, the
destruction,
Milky Way
and
began to
rebirth
take
that
on its
define the
iconic
cosmos.
spiral shape.
The Big
Gravity
Bang,
and rotational
13.8
forces
billion
sculpted the
years ago,
galaxy's
was
stars
not a
and gas
conventional
into a flat,
explosion, but a
disc-like
sudden,
structure.
all-encompassing expansion of
Within
space
this
itself.
disk, density waves
Within the
created
first
regions of
trillionth of a
higher
second,
and lower
the
density,
universe
forming the
expanded
spiral
exponentially
arms.
during a phase called
The spiral
inflation.
arms are not static
This
structures.
rapid stretching
They
set
are
the
constantly
foundation for
reshaped by the
cosmic
movement
web,
of stars
a
and
vast
gas.
network of galaxies connected
These
by
regions are
filaments of
fertile
dark
grounds
matter
for
and
star
separated
formation,
by immense
where clouds
voids.
of gas and dust collapse under
temperatures
gravity
fell,
to create new
elementary
stars.
particles, quarks,
The birth of
gluons,
these stars
and
illuminates
leptons
the arms,
coalesced
making
into
them some of
protons
the
and
brightest and
neutrons.
most dynamic features of the
Within
Milky
minutes,
Way.
nuclear fusion
At the
produced
center of the
lightest
Milky Way
elements,
lies a
hydrogen,
supermassive black
helium,
hole
and
known as
trace amounts of
Sagittarius A
lithium.
star.
These
This
primordial
mysterious
elements
object,
dominated the
with a
cosmos
mass
for
equivalent
hundreds
to
of
4
millions of
million
years.
suns, plays a crucial
The
role
universe
in the
entered Dark
galaxy's
Ages,
evolution.
a period of silence
While
and
Sagittarius
darkness
A
where no
asterisk
stars or
is
galaxies
relatively
existed.
inactive now, it was likely
Gravity,
much more
however,
energetic in the
began to
past.
amplify tiny
In
variations
its youth,
in density
it fed
left
on
by
surrounding
inflation,
gas and
drawing
stars,
matter into
emitting
clumps.
powerful jets of energy
These
that
clumps
influenced
became
the
the
galaxy's
birthplaces
growth.
of the first stars and
Today,
galaxies.
its
and
immense
thus,
gravitational
the
pull
ancestors of
anchors the
Milky
stars
Way.
near the galactic center,
Roughly 200
maintaining the
million
structure
years
of the
after
Milky
the
Way.
Big Bang, the first
About
stars ignited,
4.6
signaling
billion
the
years
end of
ago,
the Dark
in a
Ages.
quiet region of the Milky
These
Way,
population
a cloud of
stars,
gas and dust
composed
began to
purely of
collapse
hydrogen
under
and
gravity.
helium, were immense and
This marked the
short-lived.
beginning of our solar system.
Their supernovae scattered
At the
heavier
center of the
elements
collapsing
into the
cloud,
surrounding
a
gas,
young star
enriching
ignited,
it and
the
paving
sun.
the way for the formation of
Around
more
it,
complex
the remaining
structures.
material formed a
These
protoplanetary
stars
disk,
clustered together
from which
to
the
form
planets,
first
moons,
proto-galaxies,
and asteroids
small
were
and irregular
born.
collections of matter
The
held
Earth
together
formed as
by
a
dark
rocky
matter
planet,
halos.
enriched with elements
These
forged in the hearts of
proto-galaxies
ancient
collided
stars.
and merged frequently.
The Sun
driven
and
by
its planets
gravity's
are part of
relentless
the
pull.
Milky Milky Way's Orion arm,
The Milky
one
Way
of its smaller
emerged as
spiral
one of
arms.
these early proto-galaxies.
Here,
a
far
modest
from the
system
chaotic
that would
center,
grow through
conditions were
billions of years
calm
of
enough to
mergers
allow
and
life to
accretions.
emerge and thrive.
Dark matter,
The
though
Milky
invisible,
Way is a
played
vast,
crucial
dynamic
role in this
system,
growth,
spanning over
anchoring the
100,000
galaxy's
light-years and
formation
containing
providing the
hundreds of
gravitational
billions of
framework for its
stars.
evolution.
Its
The
spiral
Milky
arms are
Way's
sites
growth
of
has
active
been
star
fueled by
formation,
destruction.
while its central bulge is a
Galactic
dense region
cannibalism,
filled with older
absorbing
stars.
smaller galaxies,
The
is
galaxy
not an
also
aberration,
contains
but a
vast
natural
quantities of
process
dark
in the
matter,
life of
an
large
invisible
galaxies.
substance that provides the
Over
gravitational
billions of
glue
years,
holding
the
it
Milky
together.
Way consumed dozens
Surrounding
of
the
smaller
galaxy
galaxies,
is a halo of
incorporating
stars
their
and globular clusters,
gas, and
remnants
dark
of the
matter.
Milky Way's
One
tumultuous
of the
past.
most significant events in
The
its
Milky
history
Way
occurred
story
10
is
billion
far from
years
over.
ago, when the Gaian
In about
Enceladus galaxy
4.5
merged
billion
with the
years,
Milky Way.
it will collide with the Andromeda
This collision
Galaxy,
added billions
its nearest
of stars,
large neighbor.
reshaped the galaxy's
This
thick
cosmic
disk,
event
and
will
enriched its
reshape both
chemical
galaxies,
diversity,
creating a
enabling
new
the formation
structure
of
often
planets
referred to
and,
as
eventually,
Milkometa.
life.
The collision
Even
will not
today,
result
the
in
remnants of
catastrophic
these ancient
destruction.
interactions
Instead,
are visible
it
as
will
stellar
trigger waves
streams,
of star
long,
formation and lead to
curving
the
trails
merging
of
of the
stars
central black
orbiting
holes
the
of
Milky
both
Way.
galaxies.
These
The
streams
new
are
galaxy will be a
celestial
testament
fossils,
to the Milky
offering a
Way's
glimpse
enduring
into the
legacy.
galaxy's violent past.
The universe was born in
The
an instant of
Sagittarius dwarf
incomprehensible
galaxy,
density and
currently
temperature.
being dismantled by the Milky
Imagine a
Way's
space
gravity,
smaller than an
is a modern
atom,
example
containing
of
all
this
the
ongoing
energy that would
process.
ever exist.
Its stars
In
are
a
being
flash,
gradually
this
absorbed,
energy expanded,
ensuring that
creating
Milky
the
Way
fabric of
continues
space
to
and
grow
time.
and evolve.
The Big Bang
Around
wasn't a
9
typical
billion years
explosion.
ago, the
It was the
Milky Way
rapid
began to
unfolding of
transform
space
into a
itself,
spiral
stretching
galaxy.
everything outward like the surface
Stars
of a
and
balloon.
gas settled into a rotating
In the first
disk,
fractions of a
organized
second,
by
the
influence
universe
of
was
angular
governed by a
momentum.
force we can hardly
This
comprehend,
orderly
a
rotation
unified
flattened
field
the
that quickly
galaxy
split
into a
into the
plane,
forces of
giving
nature
rise
we
to its
know today.
iconic spiral arms.
Gravity, the weakest but
spiral
most
arms are
far-reaching
regions
force,
of higher
began to
density,
pull matter
created
together.
by density waves that moved through the
Electromagnetism
galactic
governed
disk.
light and atoms, while
As these
strong and
waves
weak
compress
nuclear
gas
forces
clouds,
shaped the
they trigger
particles
star
within atomic
formation,
nuclei.
creating clusters of young,
As the universe
massive
cooled to a
stars that
few trillion
illuminate the
degrees,
arms.
quarks and gluons
The arms
condensed
are not
into
fixed
protons and
structures,
neutrons.
but dynamic patterns that evolve
These
over
particles
time.
danced in a dense sea of
Interactions
photons,
with smaller
colliding
galaxies,
and interacting
such as
in
the
chaotic
large and
harmony.
small Magellanic Clouds,
Over the next
generate
3
ripples in
minutes,
the Milky
the
Way's
temperature
disk,
dropped enough for these
sustaining the density
protons and
waves that
neutrons to
define its
fuse
spiral
into the first
structure.
atomic nuclei.
At the heart of the Milky
This
Way
was the
lies
beginning of the
Sagittarius
cosmic
A
alchemy that would eventually
a
lead to
supermassive
stars,
black hole
planets,
with a mass
and
of
life.
approximately 4 million
For the next
suns.
380,000
Though
years,
it is
the
invisible,
universe
its
was a hot
gravitational
plasma of
influence
charged
dominates
particles.
the central bulge,
Light was
shaping the
trapped,
motions of
endlessly
stars and
scattering
gas.
in the opaque fog.
Sagittarius
But
A
as
is
temperatures cooled
surrounded by a
further,
dense
electrons
cluster of
paired with
stars,
nuclei
many of
to
which
form
orbit
neutral
at incredible
atoms.
speeds.
Suddenly, the
Observing
universe
these
became
orbits has
transparent,
provided direct
and light from
evidence
this
of the
epoch
black
began
hole's
its long
existence
journey
and allowed
across
astronomers
space.
to measure its mass.
This light, stretched
Though
by billions
relatively
of years
quiet
of
now,
expansion, became the
Sagittarius A
cosmic microwave
likely
background,
experienced
a
active
faint
phases
afterglow
in
of the Big
past.
Bang still visible
During
today.
these times, it
This era
consumed
marked
vast
the end of
amounts
chaos
material,
and the beginning
emitting
of structure.
powerful jets of radiation that
Tiny
influenced
irregularities in the
distribution
density
gas
of matter,
and stars in the
amplified by
galactic
gravity,
center.
created regions where
Supermassive
galaxies
black
would
holes
eventually
like
form.
Sagittarius A**
The universe
are thought
was
to
now
play a
ready for
critical
its next
role in
chapter.
galaxy evolution,
As the
regulating
universe
star formation
expanded,
and
the
contributing
vast,
to the
empty
stability
void
of
was
their
not
host
entirely
galaxies.
uniform.
About
Small regions of
4.6
higher
billion years
density
ago,
attracted more
within
matter
one of the
through
Milky
gravity,
Way's spiral
forming
arms,
clumps that
a
would
dense
grow
cloud
into the
of
first
gas and
galaxies.
dust began to collapse
These
under its
clumps
own gravity.
consisted primarily of dark
At its
matter,
center,
an
a young
invisible
star
substance
ignited,
that
the
outweighs
sun.
ordinary matter and acts
The
as
remaining
the scaffolding
material
for
formed
cosmic
a
structures.
protoplanetary disk, where
The first
particles
stars
collided and
ignited
stuck
in these
together,
regions,
forming
marking the
planetesimal
dawn of starlight.
Over millions of
population
years,
three
these
stars were
planetesimal
colossal,
grew into the
hundreds of
planets,
times the
moons,
mass of the sun.
and asteroids of the
Their
solar
lifespans
system.
were brief,
mere millions of
positioned
years,
in the
but
sun's
their
habitable
influence was
zone,
profound.
retained liquid water,
When these stars
creating the
exploded
conditions
as
necessary
supernovae,
for life.
they enriched the surrounding
Its
gas
composition
with heavier
reflects
elements,
the Milky Way's
paving the way
history,
for more
containing
complex stars
elements
and
forged
planets.
in ancient stars and
Over
distributed
millions
across
of years,
the galaxy
these
by
primitive
supernovae.
galaxies merged to
The
form
Milky
larger
Way
ones.
is a colossal structure,
Each collision
spanning
was a
over
dramatic event,
100,000 light
releasing
years and
massive
containing
amounts of
hundreds of
energy and
billions of
triggering
stars.
waves of star formation.
Its spiral arms
The
are
Milky
regions
Way's
of intense star
ancestors were among
formation,
these early
illuminated by
galaxies,
young,
growing
luminous
through mergers
stars.
and accreting gas from
The
the
central
intergalactic
bulge
medium.
is a dense region of older
The
stars,
history of the Milky
surrounding
Way
the
is a tale
supermassive
of
black
survival
hole
and
Sagittarius A star.
Gravity pulled smaller
Beyond the visible
galaxies
stars
into its
and
orbit,
gas lies a
tearing them
vast
apart
halo
and
of dark
absorbing
matter,
their stars,
an invisible
gas,
but
and
dominant
dark
component
matter.
that holds the galaxy
Each
together.
merger added to the galaxy's
The
mass,
Milky Way is
reshaping
part of
its
the local
structure
group,
and
a
introducing new
collection of more than
populations
50
of stars.
galaxies.
These
Its
interactions were
closest
not
neighbors,
gentle.
the Andromeda Galaxy
As smaller
in the
galaxies
Magellanic
approached,
Clouds,
tidal
interact with
forces
and
stretched
influence
and
its
distorted
structure.
them, creating
In
long streams
approximately
of stars.
4.5 billion years,
These stellar
the Milky
streams,
Way will
still
collide
visible
with the
today,
Andromeda
are
Galaxy.
evidence of the Milky Way's
This
violent
event,
past.
while dramatic, will
Over
unfold
billions
over
of
hundreds
years,
of millions
these
of
remnants
years.
were assimilated,
As the
becoming
galaxies
part of the galaxy's
merge,
halo
their
and
gas
disk.
clouds will compress,
One of the
triggering
most
bursts of
significant
star
events in the
formation.
Milky Way's history
The
was its
central
collision
black
with
holes
Gaia
of the Milky
Enceladus,
Way and
a massive
Andromeda will
galaxy
eventually
that merged with ours
forming
about
a
10
massive
billion years ago.
supermassive black hole at the heart
This
of the new
collision
galaxy.
reshaped the Milky Way,
The resulting
creating a
galaxy,
thicker disk of
often
stars
called
and enriching
Milky,
it with heavier
will likely be
elements.
elliptical in shape.
It was a transformative
Though
period,
its spiral
marking
arms
the transition
will disappear,
from a
its
chaotic,
stars and
irregular
planets will
structure to
continue
the
to
more
orbit in a
organized
new
galaxy
cosmic
we see
configuration.
today. The
Even
formation
after
of
this
the Milky
merger,
Way's
the
spiral
Milky
arms
Way's
was a
legacy
gradual
will endure,
process,
drifting through
influenced
an
by the
ever-expanding
galaxy's
universe.
rotation and internal dynamics.
Its transformation is a
As the
testament to the
galaxy
cycles
spun,
of creation and
gravitational
destruction
forces
that define the
created density
cosmos.
waves, regions
The
where stars
universe's
and
journey
gas were
began
more concentrated.
13.8 billion years ago
These
in a
waves
moment of
acted like
infinite
traffic
density
jams
and
in
energy.
space, slowing
The
down
Big
stars
Bang
and
marked the
compressing gas
expansion of
clouds.
space and time itself,
In these
birthing
compressed
the building
regions,
blocks of
new
everything
stars were
that would
born,
ever exist.
illuminating the spiral arms and giving
Inflation,
them their
a
iconic
phenomenon
appearance.
occurring in the first trillionth
The
of a
process
second,
is ongoing.
expanded the
The
universe
spiral arms are
exponentially.
not fixed structures, but
This
constantly
period
changing
smoothed out
as stars
large-scale
and gas
structures
move
while
through them.
amplifying tiny
The
quantum
Milky Way
fluctuations
spiral
into
arms
density
are
variations.
also rich in molecular clouds.
These subtle
vast reservoirs of
irregularities
gas
became
and
the
dust that
seeds for the
serve as
galaxies,
the raw material for
stars,
star
and
formation.
planets that would follow.
These clouds are
As the
shaped by
universe
the
cooled,
interplay of
quarks
gravity,
and gluons
turbulence,
formed
and
protons
magnetic
and
fields,
neutrons.
creating a complex
Within
environment
minutes,
where
nuclear
stars are born
fusion
in
created
clusters.
hydrogen and helium,
The Milky
the
Way
simplest
center
and
is
most
a region
abundant
of
elements.
extremes.
For
At its
hundreds
heart
of thousands
lies
of years,
Sagittarius
the
A
universe
asterisk,
remained dark,
a
as
supermassive black
photons
hole
were trapped within
surrounded by a
dense
dense
plasma.
cluster of stars.
This changed with
Sagittarius A
recombination
asterisk has a mass
380,000
equivalent
years
to
after
4
the Big
million
Bang,
suns,
when
yet it
electrons
occupies a
combined with
region no
nuclei
larger
to
than our
form
solar
neutral
system.
atoms.
This
Light
black
was
hole
free to
exerts
travel
a
across the
powerful
cosmos,
gravitational pull,
creating the cosmic
influencing the
microwave
orbits of
background,
nearby
a
stars
faint glow
and
that
shaping the
still carries
dynamics
the
of the
imprint of the
galactic
universe's
center.
earliest structures.
While Sagittarius
The
A
Dark
asterisk
Ages
is
gave way
relatively
to the
quiet
cosmic
now,
dawn,
it was
the
likely
epoch when
much more
gravity
active in the
sculpted the
past,
first stars
emitting
and
intense
galaxies.
radiation as it consumed gas
Hydrogen
and
and
stars.
helium, drawn into dark
These
matter
periods
halos,
of activity may
formed
have
the
shaped
first
the
dense
distribution
cloud.
of stars and gas
Around
in the inner
200
galaxy.
million years after
The
the Big
discovery
Bang,
of Sagittarius
the first
A
stars
asterisk
ignited.
is one of astronomy's
These
great
population
achievements.
3 stars, composed
Observations
purely
of
of
stars
hydrogen
orbiting
and
the
helium,
black hole
were massive,
provided direct
luminous,
evidence of its
and
existence,
short-lived.
offering a glimpse
Their
into the
supernovae
mysterious
enriched
nature
their
of these
surroundings
cosmic
with heavier
giants.
elements, enabling
In one
the
of the
formation
Milky
of more
Way's spiral
chemically complex
arms,
stars.
about
4.6 billion
clusters of
years ago,
stars became
a cloud of gas and
protogalaxies,
dust began to
chaotic and
collapse.
irregular
collections of light
This
and
region,
matter, enriched with elements
These
from
early
previous
galaxies
generations
frequently
of stars,
collided and
was the
merged,
birthplace
driven
of the
by
solar
gravity's
system.
relentless pull.
At the center of the
Milky
collapsing
Way
cloud,
emerged
a
as one
protostar
such
formed,
protogalaxy,
the Sun.
a humble assembly of
Around
stars
it,
and
a
gas
rotating
surrounded
disk
by
of gas
dark
and
matter.
dust took shape,
Over
giving rise
billions
to
of
planets,
years, it
moons,
absorbed other
and
protogalaxies,
asteroids,
growing into the grand spiral
forming in the
galaxy
habitable
we
zone,
observe today.
became a rocky planet
The
with
Milky
the potential
Way's
for
growth
life.
is a testament to the cycle
The Milky
of
Way
cosmic
provided the
destruction and
ingredients
creation.
for this process.
Over billions
Elements
of years,
like carbon,
it consumed
oxygen,
smaller
and iron,
galaxies,
essential
tearing
for
them
life
apart
on
with
Earth,
tidal
were
forces
forged
and
in the cores of
incorporating
massive
their
stars and
gas,
spread across
and
the
dark
galaxy through supernovae.
The Gaia-Enceladus merger,
The solar system
10
is a
billion years
testament
ago,
to the
was a
galaxy's
pivotal
ability
event
to
in the
recycle
Milky
its
Way's
materials,
history.
creating new
This
stars and
collision
planets
created
from the
thick
remnants of the
disk,
old.
enriched the galaxy
The Big
with
Bang
heavy
set the
elements,
stage
and
for the
added billions
cosmos,
of stars
but in
to
its immediate
population.
aftermath, there was no
Remnants of
Milky
these
Way,
mergers
no
are visible
stars,
today
and
as
certainly
stellar
no
streams,
planets.
graceful arcs of
Instead,
stars tracing
the universe
orbits
was
of
a hot,
disrupted
dense sea
galaxies.
of particles,
These
existing in a
streams
state of
serve as
pure
cosmic
chaos.
fossils, preserving
As
the
it
history
expanded,
of the
it
Milky
began to
Way's
cool.
interactions.
Quarks combined to form
Sagittarius dwarf
protons and
galaxy,
neutrons,
currently being
and within
dismantled
minutes,
by the
the
Milky
first
Way,
atomic
is a
nuclei
modern
emerged.
example of this ongoing process.
Hydrogen dominated this early
Its
era,
stars are
with
gradually
helium
becoming
and trace
part of the
amounts of
Milky
lithium
Way's
rounding
halo,
out the elemental
highlighting the
composition.
galaxy's dynamic and
This
ever-changing
primordial
nature.
mix was the starting point
About
for
9
everything that would
billion years
follow.
ago, the Milky
The
Way
process
began
of
to
cooling
take on
and
its spiral
expansion
structure.
was not uniform.
Stars and
Tiny
gas settled
variations
into a
in
rotating
density
disk,
caused by
and
quantum
angular
fluctuations
momentum flattened
during
the galaxy
inflation
into a
created a
plane.
cosmic tapestry.
The spiral arms,
These
regions
denser
of
regions
enhanced
became
density,
gravitational
are created
wells,
by density
pulling in
waves
more
that
matter over
compress gas
time.
clouds.
These seeds
This
would grow
compression
into the
triggers
first
star
galaxies,
formation,
but that
producing
stage was still
clusters
hundreds of
young,
millions of
massive
years away.
stars that illuminate the arms.
For nearly 400,000
These
years,
arms are
the
home to
universe
vast
remained
molecular
dark,
clouds,
filled with a
stellar
plasma of
nurseries
charged
where new
particles
stars
that
are
trapped
born.
light.
The
This
interplay of
period,
gravity,
known as the Dark
radiation,
Ages,
and
ended
magnetic
when
field
atoms formed,
shapes these
and light
regions,
finally broke
creating
free.
a cycle of birth and death
This
that
light, the
fuels
cosmic
galaxy's
microwave
evolution.
background, carries the fingerprint of
Interactions
the
with
universe's
nearby
birth.
galaxies, such as the
As the
large and
universe
small
entered its second
Magellanic
billion
clouds,
years,
sustain the
gravity
Milky
began
Way's
its
spiral
relentless work.
structure.
Regions
These
of higher
gravitational
density grew
encounters
denser,
generate ripples
attracting
in the
gas
disk,
and dark matter to
perpetuating
form the
the
first
density waves
halos.
that define the spiral
These
arms.
halos were the cradles of the
At the
first
center
stars.
of the Milky Way lies
The first
Sagittarius
stars were
A*,
Titans,
a
population
supermassive
3
black
stars
hole
that
with a
burned
mass
through
of
their fuel
approximately
at an
4
extraordinary
million
rate.
suns.
Their
Though
cores
invisible,
acted as
its
cosmic
immense
forges,
gravitational
creating
pull
heavier
shapes the
elements through
motions of
nuclear
stars
fusion.
and gas in the galactic
When they
core.
died as supernovae, they
Astronomers
seeded
have
the
observed
surrounding
stars
gas with
orbiting
these elements,
Sagittarius
enriching the
A*
material
at
that would
incredible
form the
speeds,
next generation
some
of
completing
stars.
their orbits in just a few decades.
Over time, these stars
These
grouped into the first
observations
galaxies.
confirm the existence of the black
Unlike
hole
the
and
majestic
allowed precise
spirals and
measurements of its
ellipticals we
mass.
see today, these early
Sagittarius
galaxies were
A*
small and
is
irregular,
currently dormant,
shaped by the
but
chaotic
evidence
interplay
suggests
of
it
gravity
experienced
and
active
gas.
phases in the past.
The Milky Way began as
During
one of
these
these small
periods,
proto-galaxies,
it consumed vast
a mere
amounts of
fragment
material,
in the vast
emitting
expanse
jets
of
energy
space.
that influenced the
The
galaxy's
young Milky
central
Way
regions.
was not a single, coherent
Supermassive
structure,
black
but a
holes
collection
like
of smaller
Sagittarius
galaxies
A*
orbiting a
are
common
thought to play
center.
a crucial role in
Over
galaxy
billions of
formation
years,
and evolution,
these galaxies merged
stabilizing
through
their
the
host
force of gravity.
galaxies and regulating star
The process
formation.
was anything but gentle.
Approximately 4.6
As smaller
billion
galaxies
years ago,
approached,
within the
tidal
Milky
forces
Way's
ripped
Orion
them
arm,
apart,
a dense
creating
cloud
long
of gas
streams
and
of
dust
stars
began
and
to
gas.
collapse under its own gravity.
These remnants became part
At
of the
its center,
growing Milky
a
Way,
protostar
their
ignited,
stars dispersed
becoming
into
the
the
sun.
galaxy's halo and disk.
The remaining material
Gaia-Enceladus was one such galaxy.
where particles collided
Its merger
and
with the
coalesced
Milky
into
Way,
planetesimals.
around 10 billion years ago,
These small
was a
bodies
defining
grew into
moment
the
in our
planets,
galaxy's
moons,
history.
and asteroids that
It brought
make
a
up the
vast
solar
number of
system.
stars, enriched the
Earth
galaxy
formed in the
with
sun's
heavier
habitable
elements,
zone,
and
where
created
conditions
ripples
allowed
in its
liquid
structure.
water to exist.
Today, we can
Its
still
rocky
see the
composition
evidence of this
reflects
event in the
Milky
stars
Way's
that
history,
form the thick disk of
enriched
the
by
Milky
elements
Way.
forged in ancient stars
Even now,
and
the
scattered
Milky
across
Way
the galaxy
continues to
by
grow through
supernova
mergers.
explosions.
The Sagittarius
The Milky Way
dwarf
is a
galaxy,
dynamic,
for
complex
instance,
galaxy
is currently being
spanning
consumed,
over 100,000
adding its stars and
light-years
gas
and
to the
containing
galactic
hundreds of
disk.
billions of stars.
As the Milky Way
Its
grew
spiral
larger,
arms
its
are
shape
regions
began
of
to
active star
evolve.
formation, while its
Initially,
central bulge
it was a
is dense
chaotic,
cluster of
irregular
older stars
collection of
surrounding
stars and
Sagittarius
gas.
A star.
Over time,
Beyond
as it
the visible
rotated and
stars
settled,
and
it
gas
developed
lies
a more
vast halo
organized
of dark
structure.
matter, An invisible
The
structure
spiral
that
arms
holds
are
the
one of the
galaxy
Milky
together.
Way's most striking features.
This halo is home to ancient
These arms
globular
are not
clusters
fixed,
and the
they are
remnants of
density
disrupted
waves that move
galaxies.
through the galaxy, compressing
Milky Way
gas
is
and
part of a
triggering
local
star
group,
formation
a
as they
collection
go.
of more than 50
The
galaxies
stars
bound by
themselves move
gravity.
in and out of these arms,
Its
like
closest
cars on a
neighbors,
highway
the
passing
Andromeda
through
Galaxy
areas of
in
congestion.
The Magellanic Clouds.
The
interact
spiral
with and
structure is
influence
also
its structure.
influenced by the galaxy's
In
rotation.
about 4.5 billion years,
As the Milky Way spins,
will collide
gravity
with
and
the
angular
Andromeda
momentum
Galaxy,
work together
its
to
nearest
maintain
large
the
neighbor.
disk's flat shape.
This cosmic merger
This rotation
will be a slow,
also helps to
dramatic
distribute
event
stars and
lasting
gas,
hundreds of
creating
millions
the
of
intricate
years.
patterns we see today.
As the galaxies merge,
At the heart of
their
the
gas
Milky Way
clouds will
lies a
compress,
region of incredible
triggering bursts of
extremes.
star formation.
Sagittarius
The
A
central black
asterisk,
holes of
the
the Milky
supermassive
Way
black
and
hole
Andromeda
at the
will
center,
combine,
is a point
forming
of
an even
immense
larger
gravitational
supermassive
pull.
black hole at the heart
Surrounding
of the
it
new
is a
galaxy.
dense cluster of stars,
The resulting
orbiting at
galaxy,
incredible
often
speeds.
called Milkomeda,
Sagittarius
will likely be
A
elliptical in
asterisk
shape.
likely formed in the early
Though its
days of the
spiral
galaxy,
structure will
growing as
disappear,
it consumed
its stars
gas,
and planets
stars,
will continue
and
to
other
orbit
material.
within this new cosmic configuration.
While it is relatively dormant now,
Even after
its
the
past
merger,
activity
the Milky
shaped the
Way's
central
legacy
region
will
of the
endure.
galaxy.
It will
Powerful
drift through an
winds and
expanding
radiation
universe.
from the black
Its
hole
transformation
influenced
a
the
testament to
distribution
the
of
cycles
gas,
of creation
limiting
and
star
destruction that
formation
define
in
the
its immediate
cosmos.
vicinity.
The universe
Studying
began
Sagittarius
13.8
A
billion
asterisk
years
has been a
ago in an
monumental
event known
achievement
as the
in
Big
modern
Bang.
astronomy.
This singularity
Observations
was
of
not
stars
merely the
orbiting
birth
the
of
black
matter and
hole
energy,
provided
but of
direct
time and
evidence of
space
its
itself.
existence and offered insights
cosmos
into the nature of
expanded
these
at an
enigmatic
incomprehensible
objects.
speed during a period
Around
called
4.6
inflation,
billion
stretching
years
quantum
ago, in a
fluctuations
quiet
into
arm of the
vast
Milky
density
Way, a
variations.
cloud of gas and dust
These
began to
irregularities
collapse under
became
gravity.
the foundation for the universe's
This event
grand
marked the
design.
birth of the solar
In
system.
the first moments,
The collapse
universe was
formed a protostar
unimaginably
at the
hot
center,
and dense.
the Sun.
Quarks
Around
and
it,
gluons
the remaining
combined to
material
form
flattened
protons
into a
and
disk,
neutrons,
where
which
particles
then
collided
fused
and
into
stuck
the lightest
together,
elements,
eventually forming
hydrogen,
planets.
helium, and
The
traces of
inner
lithium.
planets, like Earth,
For the next
formed from heavier
380,000
elements,
years,
while the outer
light was
planets,
trapped in a
composed
dense fog
largely of
particles,
gas, took
unable to
shape
travel
farther from
freely.
the Sun.
This
The
veil
elements
lifted
that made
during
this possible,
recombination,
carbon,
when electrons
oxygen,
bonded with
silicon,
nuclei
and
to
others,
form neutral
were
atoms.
forged in the cores of stars
Light
and
was
spread
finally
across the
set
galaxy
free,
by
flooding the
supernovae.
cosmos.
The solar
This
system is a
ancient
product
light,
of
the
billions of
cosmic
years of
microwave
cosmic
background,
recycling,
still
a testament
permeates
to the
the
Milky
universe,
Way's ability
holding
to
a
create
snapshot
new
of its
worlds
earliest
from the
moments,
remnants of old
a
ones.
glimpse into the Milky Way's
The Milky
eventual
Way
birth.
is a vast, complex
As the
structure.
universe expanded and cooled,
Its disk
gravity
spans over
began to exert its
100,000 light
influence,
years and
pulling
contains
matter
hundreds of
into
billions
denser
of
regions
stars,
within halos
along
of
with
dark
vast
matter.
quantities of gas and dust.
These dense clouds of hydrogen
Surrounding
and
the disk
helium
is the
became
halo,
cradles
a
of the first
spherical
stars.
region populated by old
About
stars and
200
globular
million
clusters.
years after the Big Bang,
At the center
first
lies the
stars
galactic
ignited.
bulge, a dense
These
region filled with older
population-free
stars.
were massive.
This
luminous,
area is
and
the Milky
ephemeral.
Way's ancient heart,
Their
home to some of
supernova
the galaxy's
explosions
oldest
scattered heavier
stars and its
elements into the
supermassive black
surrounding
hole.
space, enriching
The Milky
primordial
Way
gas.
is constantly changing.
Clusters of these stars
Stars are born in the spiral arms,
irregular,
live for millions
chaotic
or
systems
billions of
that
years,
frequently
and
collided
die,
and merged.
enriching the galaxy with
These
the elements
collisions
needed
marked
for the next
beginning of
generation.
galaxy evolution,
It is a
driven by the
dynamic,
relentless pull
living
of
system,
gravity.
shaped by gravity,
The Milky Way
star
emerged
formation,
as one of
and
these
cosmic
protogalaxies,
interactions.
a modest assembly
The
of
Milky
stars,
Way's story
gas,
is far
and
from
dark
over.
matter.
In about
Over billions of
4.5 billion
years,
years,
it grew by
will
absorbing
collide with the
smaller
Andromeda
systems,
Galaxy,
slowly
its nearest
transforming
large
into
neighbor.
the intricate spiral galaxy
This
we
collision
see
will
today.
not destroy either
The
galaxy
Milky
but will
Way's
reshape them
history is one
both,
of growth through
creating a
destruction.
new, larger structure.
Over billions of years,
During the
it
collision,
consumed
gas
dozens of
clouds will
smaller
compress,
galaxies,
triggering waves of
incorporating
star
their stars,
formation.
gas, and
The
dark
central
matter
black
into its
holes of the
structure.
two galaxies will
One
likely
of the
merge,
most defining
creating an
events in
even
its
larger
evolution was
supermassive
the
black hole.
Gaian-Enceladus merger, which
The
occurred
resulting
around 10
galaxy,
billion years
often
ago.
referred to as
This
Milkomeda,
collision
will be a
reshaped the
testament
galaxy,
to the ongoing
creating its
evolution
thick
of the
disk
cosmos.
and enriching it with heavy elements
Even after
necessary
this
for
event,
forming
the
rocky
remnants of the
planets.
Milky Way will continue
Even
to
today,
drift through the
remnants
universe,
of these
part of the
mergers can be
never-ending
observed as
cycle
stellar
of cosmic
streams,
creation and
arcing
destruction.
trails of stars that trace
In the
remnants
beginning,
of disrupted
time and
galaxies.
space were one. confined to an infinitesimal point of infinite density and
Milky
temperature.
Way's turbulent past.
Then, in a fraction of a second, the Big Bang unraveled this singularity, setting the cosmos in motion.
Galaxy,
Space itself expanded faster than the speed of light, carrying with it the fundamental ingredients of existence.
This ongoing interaction
The early universe was a roiling plasma of quarks and gluons.
Around 9
Protons
billion years
and
ago,
neutrons
the
formed
Milky
mere
Way
seconds
began to
after the
develop
Big
its
Bang,
iconic spiral
colliding to
structure.
create the first atomic nuclei.
Stars and gas settled into a
However,
rotating
these nuclei
disk,
could not yet
flattened by
form
the
atoms.
influence of
The
angular
intense
momentum.
heat kept electrons
The
and
spiral
nuclei
arms
from
are not
binding,
fixed,
leaving
but
the universe
dynamic
as a
regions of
charged,
higher
opaque
density.
fog.
As
For the
density
next few
waves
hundred
move
thousand
through the
years,
galaxy,
gravity
they
worked
compress
silently.
gas clouds, triggering
Regions
star
with slightly
formation.
higher densities began
These
to grow,
regions are
pulling in
illuminated
more
by
matter.
young, massive
This
stars,
epoch saw
giving
the formation
arms
of
their
vast
luminous
cosmic
appearance.
structures invisible to the eye,
Within the arms
dark
lie
matter
vast
halos.
molecular clouds.
These
where new
halos
stars
would
are
eventually
born.
become the gravitational
These
anchors
regions
for
are
galaxies.
shaped by gravitational forces.
When the universe cooled
radiation,
enough for
and
electrons to
supernova
combine with
explosions,
nuclei,
creating
light
a
could
continuous
finally
cycle
escape
of
the
birth and
plasma.
death.
This
The
light
Milky
became the
Way's
cosmic
spiral
microwave
structure is further
background, a
influenced by
faint glow still
interactions
visible
with its
today in a
satellite
crucial
galaxies,
map of the
such
universe's
as the large
infancy.
and small Magellanic
It
Clouds.
reveals the tiny density
These
fluctuations that would become the
gravitational
seeds of
encounters
all
sustain the
cosmic
density waves
structures,
that define the
including the
arms,
Milky Way.
ensuring the Milky Way's
Gravity
ongoing
does not
vibrancy.
rest.
At the
Over
heart
the
of
next
Milky
few
Way
hundred million
lies
years,
Sagittarius
it continued to pull gas
a
and dark
supermassive
matter
black
into
hole
clumps.
with a mass of about 4
In these
million
dense
suns.
regions, the first stars
Though
ignited,
invisible,
marking
its
the end of
presence
the
is
Dark
felt throughout
Ages
the
and the dawn of
galaxy's
the
central
first
bulge,
galaxies.
where its gravity shapes
These
the orbits of
galaxies were
stars
not
and
the ordered
gas.
spirals or majestic
Astronomers
ellipticals of
discovered
today.
Sagittarius A**
They were chaotic
by
assemblies of
observing the rapid
stars,
motion of
gas,
stars
and
near
dark
the
matter,
galactic center.
shaped by their environment
These
and the
stars,
violent
moving
interactions
at
between their
extraordinary
components.
speeds, revealed the
The
existence
first
of a
stars,
massive,
population
unseen
3
object.
stars, were unlike
While
anything that exists
Sagittarius
today.
A** is relatively
They were
quiet
massive,
now,
hundreds of
evidence
times the
suggests it
mass of our
experienced
Sun,
active
and
phases in
composed
the
almost
past.
entirely of hydrogen
During
and
these
helium.
times, it consumed
Their
vast amounts
lifespans were
of
short,
material,
ending in
emitting powerful
supernovae
jets
that
of
enriched the
radiation
surrounding
that
gas
influenced
with
the
heavier
surrounding
elements.
regions.
This enrichment
Supermassive
laid the
black holes
groundwork
like
for the next
Sagittarius
generation of
A**
stars,
are
capable
essential
of
to
forming
galaxy
planets in
evolution.
complex systems.
They regulate star
Over
formation,
time, these small
shape the
galaxies
distribution of
began to
gas,
merge,
and
forming
contribute
larger
to the stability
systems.
of their host galaxies.
The Milky Way was born from
About
these
4,
mergers, a patchwork of
6
ancient
billion
stars
years
and
ago,
new formations,
within the Orion
constantly
arm of the Milky
evolving
Way,
under the
a
influence
dense
of
cloud
gravity.
of gas and dust
The
began
Milky
to
Way's
collapse under
growth
its
was
own
marked by
gravity.
violence and destruction.
At its center, a young
Smaller
star ignited,
galaxies were
the
drawn
Sun.
into its gravitational
The
well,
remaining material
stripped of their
flattened
stars
into
and
a
gas, and
protoplanetary
consumed.
disk, where particles
This
collided
process,
and coalesced
known as
into
galactic
planetesimals.
cannibalism, is a common
These
mechanism
small
of
bodies
galaxy
grew
growth.
into the planets, moons,
The mergers
and
weren't random.
asteroids that form the solar
They
system.
followed the contours of dark
Earth,
matter filaments,
forming in the
the
sun's
invisible
habitable
framework
zone,
of the
retained
cosmos.
liquid water, a
As
critical
galaxies
ingredient for
moved
life.
along these filaments,
Its
they collided
composition
and
reflects
merged,
billions of
transferring
years
their
of
mass
cosmic
to larger
evolution,
systems like the
enriched
Milky
by
Way.
elements forged in ancient
Gaia
stars
Enceladus
and
was
distributed
one
across
such
the
galaxy.
by supernova
When it
explosions.
collided with the Milky Way
The
around
Milky
10
Way
billion
is
years
a
ago,
colossal,
it left a
dynamic
lasting
system,
imprint.
spanning over 100,000
Its stars were distributed
light-years and
throughout the
containing
thick
hundreds
disk
of
and
billions
halo,
of stars.
and its gas fueled a burst
Its
of star
spiral
formation
arms
that
are regions
reshaped
of
the
intense
galaxy.
star formation,
The
illuminated
evidence
by
of these
luminous young
mergers is
stars
written
and
in the
glowing
stars.
clouds of gas.
Stellar streams,
central bulge
long
is a
ribbons of
dense
stars
cluster
that
of
arc
older
across the
stars
sky,
surrounding
are the remnants
Sagittarius
of
A**
galaxies torn apart by the Milky
Beyond the
Way's
visible
gravity.
galaxy lies a vast
These
halo
streams
of
provide
dark
a
matter,
window
an
into the
invisible
galaxy's
yet dominant
tumultuous
component
past,
that holds
revealing
the
the
Milky Way
traces of
together.
ancient collisions that
The
shaped
Milky
its
Way
present
is
form.
part of the local group.
As
a
the Milky
collection
Way
of more than
evolved,
50
it began to
galaxies
settle
bound by
into a more
gravity.
stable configuration.
Its closest companions,
Its stars,
the Andromeda
gas,
galaxy
and dust
in the
formed a
Magellanic
flat,
Clouds,
rotating
interact
disk,
with an
influenced by
influence in
angular
structure.
momentum and
In
gravitational
approximately
interactions.
4.5 billion
The
years,
spiral arms
the
are
Milky
one
Way
of the
will
galaxy's
collide with
most
the Andromeda
distinctive
galaxy,
features, but they are
initiating
not
a
solid
cosmic event
structures.
that will reshape both galaxies.
Instead, they are density waves,
slow-motion
areas where
merger,
gas and
unfolding
stars
over
are
hundreds of
temporarily
millions of
compressed.
years, will be a spectacular
These waves
dance
move
of
through the
gravity
disk,
and light.
triggering star formation as they go.
Merge, their gas
This
clouds
process
will
is
compress,
ongoing.
igniting waves of
As
star
stars
formation.
form in the spiral arms,
The central
they
black
illuminate
holes
the
of
surrounding
Milky Way
gas,
and Andromeda
creating
will
bright
eventually
regions that
combine,
highlight the arm
forming
structure.
an even larger supermassive
Meanwhile,
black hole.
older stars drift
The
out of
resulting
the arms,
galaxy,
spreading
often
across the
called
disk.
Milkometa, will likely
The
be
Milky
elliptical.
Way's spiral structure is
While
a
its
dynamic
spiral
and
arms will
ever-changing
vanish,
feature.
its stars and planets
It is
will
shaped by
continue their
interactions
cosmic
with
journeys,
satellite
orbiting
galaxies,
within a new
gravitational
celestial
forces
configuration.
within the disk, and the
Even after
continuous
this merger,
motion of its
the
stars
Milky
and
Way's
gas.
legacy will endure.
At the center of the Milky
It will
Way
drift
lies a
through an
region of
ever-expanding
mystery and
universe,
extremes,
a testament
Sagittarius
to the cycles of
A*,
creation and
a
transformation that
supermassive
define the
black hole
cosmos.
that exerts a profound
The
influence
Milky
on the
Way
galaxy.
story begins with the Big Bang.
Sagittarius A*
13.8
is surrounded
billion
by a
years ago.
dense cluster of stars,
In an instant,
many of
the
which
universe
orbit
was
at
born,
incredible
a
speeds.
cauldron of energy, density,
These orbits
and
provided
potential.
the first direct evidence of the black
Inflation,
hole's
a period of
existence,
exponential
allowing
expansion,
astronomers to calculate
stretched the
its
fabric of
mass
space-time,
4 million times
smoothing
that
out
of the Sun.
cosmos while amplifying
While
many
it is
quantum
relatively quiet
fluctuations
today,
into density
Sagittarius
variations.
A* likely
These
played a more
variations
active
were
role
the
in the
seeds of all
past.
cosmic structures,
During its
including
active
the
phase,
Milky Way.
it would have consumed
As
vast
the
amounts of
universe
gas
cooled,
and dust,
quarks
emitting
coalesced into
powerful jets of
protons and
radiation and
neutrons,
shaping the
which then
central
fused
region
into
of the
hydrogen,
galaxy.
helium, and
The
trace
presence of a
amounts lithium.
supermassive black hole is
This
not
era,
unique to the
known
Milky
as Big
Way.
Bang nucleosynthesis,
Most large
produced the
galaxies
elemental
harbor one at
foundation
their
for
center,
everything that would
suggesting
follow.
that these objects are a
Light
natural
remains
outcome of
trapped in a
galaxy
dense
formation.
plasma of charged particles
However,
until
their
recombination
origins and
occurred
evolution remain one of
380,000
astronomy's
years
greatest
after
mysteries.
the Big Bang.
In the Orion arm of the
Electrons
Milky
bound to
Way,
nuclei,
about
allowing
4.6
photons to
billion
travel
years
freely,
ago, a
creating
quiet
the
region of
cosmic
gas and
microwave
dust
background.
began to collapse.
This ancient light,
This marked the
still
birth of our
observable
solar
today,
system.
holds the imprint of
The
the
collapse
universe's
formed a
earliest
protostar,
structures.
the Sun, at the
first
center,
stars and
surrounded by a
galaxies
rotating
emerged
disk
during
of
the
gas
cosmic
and
dawn,
dust.
around 200
Over
million
time,
years
particles
after
in
Big
the
Bang.
disk collided and stuck
Gravity
together,
pulled
forming
hydrogen and
planetesimals,
helium into
the
dense
building
regions,
blocks of
igniting
planets.
the first stars.
The
known
Earth
as
formed in the inner
population
region of the
stars.
disk, where temperatures
These
were high
stars
enough
were
to
massive,
vaporize ice.
luminous, and short-lived.
This region produced rocky
Their
planets,
explosive
while the
deaths
outer
and
disk,
supernovae
colder
scattered
and
heavier
richer in
elements into
ices,
space,
gave rise to
enriching
gas
the
giants
interstellar
like
medium
Jupiter and
enabling
Saturn.
the formation of more
The
complex
solar
stars
system
and
is a microcosm
protogalaxies.
of the Milky Way's history.
Clusters of these early stars
Its composition
formed chaotic,
reflects billions of
irregular
years of cosmic
protogalaxies, which
recycling,
frequently
from the
collided
formation
and
of the
merged.
first stars to the enrichment
These
of the galaxy
interactions
with
drove
heavy
the
elements.
evolution of galaxies.
The Milky
creating
Way is
increasingly
not
larger
static.
and more organized
Its
systems.
disk rotates, its
The
stars
Milky Way
orbit the
began
galactic
as one of
center,
these
and new
protogalaxies,
stars are
a
born
modest
while old ones
assemblage of
die.
stars and gas bound
Its
by
spiral
dark
arms
matter.
are regions of intense
Over
activity,
billions of years,
where gravity
it grew
compresses
by
gas
absorbing
into
smaller
star-forming clouds.
protogalaxies, laying the
The
groundwork
galaxy's
for its
halo is
transformation
home to
into
some
a
of its
spiral
oldest
galaxy.
stars, remnants of the first
Galactic
galaxies that
cannibalism,
merged to
the
form the
process
Milky
of
Way.
larger galaxies consuming
These stars
smaller
provide
ones,
a glimpse
is a
into the
defining
galaxy's
feature of the
distant
Milky Way's
past,
evolution.
preserving the chemical signatures
Over
of an
billions
earlier
years,
universe.
It has absorbed dozens of
Meanwhile,
smaller
the
galaxies,
central bulge is a
adding their
dense
stars,
region of old
gas,
stars,
and
a
dark
relic
matter
of the
to its own
galaxy's early
structure.
years.
The Gaian
It surrounds
Enceladus
Sagittarius
merger,
A*,
10 billion years ago,
which continues
was one
to
of the most
influence the
transformative
orbits of
events
nearby
in the Milky
stars.
Way's history.
The Milky Way's
This
story
collision
will
added
culminate
billions
in
of
an
stars,
epic collision with
enriched
the Andromeda
with
galaxy.
heavier elements, and
This
created
event,
its thick
set to
disk.
occur in about 4.5
Today,
billion
evidence of
years,
these mergers
will
can be
reshape
seen
both
in stellar
galaxies.
streams, arcing trails
As the
of stars
galaxies
that
merge,
trace the
their
remnants of
stars will be
disrupted
flung into new
galaxies.
orbits, creating a
These
massive
streams
elliptical
are cosmic
galaxy.
relics, revealing
Gas
the Milky
clouds will
Way's
collide,
tumultuous
triggering
past.
bursts of star
The
formation.
Milky Way continues
The
to
central
grow.
black holes of both
The
galaxies will
Sagittarius
merge,
dwarf galaxy,
forming an even larger
currently being pulled
supermassive
apart
black
by the
hole.
Milky Way's gravity.
Even after
is
this
contributing
dramatic
stars
event,
to
the
galactic
Milky Way's
halo.
legacy will endure.
This ongoing process
Its stars,
exemplifies the
planets,
constant
and
dynamism
remnants
of
will continue to
galaxies.
drift through space,
Around
part of the
9
endless
billion years
cycle
ago,
of cosmic
the
evolution.
Milky Way began its
The
transformation
origin of the
into a
Milky
spiral
Way
galaxy.
begins not with itself, but with the
Stars
universe.
and gas settled into a rotating
Imagine a
disk,
time before
organized
time,
by the
a
galaxy's
singularity,
angular momentum.
infinitely small, infinitely dense,
arms are
holding
dynamic,
within it the potential for everything.
Density
This
waves
singularity
ripple through the
erupted
disk,
in what we call the
compressing
Big
gas
Bang,
clouds and
approximately
triggering star formation.
13.8 billion years
These
ago.
arms are illuminated
In
by
its
young,
initial moments,
massive
the
stars
universe
that
was
burn
an
brightly
expanding
but live
plasma of
briefly,
energy,
blending
where
the
particles
Milky Way
like
in
quarks
striking
and gluons
appearance.
formed.
The arms
The conditions
are
were
also
so
stellar
extreme
nurturers,
that these
home to
particles
vast
could not
molecular
combine
clouds where
into
stars
anything
are
stable.
continually being born.
Within
This
milliseconds,
interplay
however,
of star
the temperature
formation
dropped,
and
and
gravitational
quarks
forces
combined to form
ensures the
protons
galaxy's
and
ongoing
neutrons,
evolution.
the building blocks of atomic
Interactions
nuclei.
with the Magellanic Clouds
As the
and other
universe
satellite
continued to
galaxies
cool,
sustain the
nuclei
density
formed in a
waves,
process called
maintaining the spiral arm
nucleosynthesis,
structure
producing
and activity.
hydrogen, helium,
At
and
the
a trace
center
of
of the
lithium.
Milky Way lies Sagittarius
This primordial mix
A*,
accounted for
a
nearly all the
supermassive black
ordinary
hole
matter
with a
in the
mass of about
cosmos.
4 million suns.
For hundreds of thousands of
Though
years,
invisible,
the universe
its
was a
gravity
dark,
dominates
hot
the
fog,
motions of
where
stars
photons,
and gas in the
light
galactic
particles,
core.
bounced endlessly off
Astronomers
charged
have observed
particles,
stars
unable
orbiting
to escape.
Sagittarius A**
This
at
period,
extraordinary
known as
speeds,
the Dark
some
Ages,
completing their
ended when the
circuits in
universe
just a
cooled
few
enough
years.
for electrons to combine
These
with nuclei,
observations confirm
forming
the
neutral
existence
atoms.
of the black hole and provided
This event
a precise
released
measurement
photons,
of its mass.
creating the cosmic microwave
While
background,
Sagittarius
a
A*
faint glow
is
of
dormant
radiation
today,
that
evidence
scientists can
suggests
still
it
detect
experienced
today.
active phases in
Gravity
the past.
began to work on the slight
During
density
these periods,
variations
it
present in the
consumed vast
universe,
amounts of
amplifying
material,
them.
emitting jets of energy
Over
that
millions of
influenced
years,
the galaxy's
these small
central
differences
regions.
grew into dense regions that became the
Supermassive
cradles
black
of
holes
galaxies.
like Sagittarius A**
The first stars ignited roughly 200 million years after the Big Bang, marking the end of the Dark Ages.
Shaping the distribution of
These
gas.
massive population III stars burned hot and bright, their light carving through the surrounding darkness.
Milky Way's spiral arms.
But they
A
lived
dense
short
cloud of
lives,
gas and dust
exploding
began
as
to
supernovae
collapse.
in dispersing heavier
At its
elements
center,
like
a
carbon
young
and
star
oxygen
ignited,
into space.
the sun.
The first
The remaining
galaxies
material
formed as
formed a
clusters of these
protoplanetary
stars,
disk,
surrounded
where
by
particles
halos of
collided
dark
and
matter.
coalesced into planetesimals.
These primitive galaxies were small
Over
and
time,
irregular,
these
growing
planetesimals
larger
grew
through
into
collisions and
planets,
mergers.
moons, and asteroids.
They lacked the defined shapes of
Earth
spirals
formed
and
in the sun's
ellipticals,
habitable zone,
appearing
where
chaotic and
conditions
turbulent.
allowed liquid water to
As
exist.
gravity drew in more material,
Its composition
these galaxies
reflects
began
billions
to
of years
organize
of cosmic
themselves.
evolution, containing
The Milky
elements
Way's
forged in
ancestors
ancient
emerged
stars and
during this
scattered
time,
across the
small
galaxy
and
by
fragmented.
supernova explosions.
They were among the countless
The
young
Milky Way
galaxies
is a
scattered
vast,
across the early
complex
universe,
system,
each
spanning
vying for
over
growth in a
100,000
chaotic
light
cosmic
years and
arena.
containing hundreds of billions
Galaxies
of stars.
grow by consuming smaller
Its spiral
galaxies,
arms are
and the
vibrant
Milky Way
regions of
was
star
no
formation,
exception.
illuminated by
Over
luminous
billions
young
of years,
stars and glowing
it absorbed
clouds of
countless
gas.
dwarf galaxies,
The central
adding their
bulge
stars,
surrounding
gas, and
Sagittarius
dark
A**
matter to its own.
is a dense cluster
This
of older
process
stars.
of galactic cannibalism
Beyond
is a
the
violent
visible
yet
galaxy
essential
lies
aspect
a
of
vast
galaxy
halo of dark
evolution.
matter, an invisible
Evidence
structure
of these
that holds the
mergers
Milky
is
Way
preserved in the
together
form of
extends
stellar
far
streams,
beyond its visible
elongated
edges.
arcs of stars that were
The
once
Milky
part of
Way
smaller
is part
galaxies.
of the local group, a
These streams
gravitationally bound
orbit the
collection
Milky
of
Way,
galaxies
remnants
that
of its
includes
turbulent
Andromeda and
past.
over 50 smaller systems.
One of the most significant mergers
These
occurred about
interactions
10 billion
influence the
years
Milky
ago,
Way's
when the
structure
Milky
and will
Way
shape its
collided with
future.
the Gaia Enceladus
In about
galaxy.
4.5 billion
This event
years,
added
the
billions
Milky
of
Way
stars
will
to the
collide
Milky
with the
Way,
Andromeda
forming its
galaxy.
thick disk and enriching
This
it with
cosmic
heavier
event
elements.
will unfold over hundreds
It
of
also
millions
triggered
of
a
years,
burst of star
reshaping
formation,
both galaxies
illuminating the
into a
galaxy
new,
in
larger
brilliant light.
system.
The process of
galaxies
galactic
merge,
cannibalism
their gas
continues
clouds will
today.
compress, triggering
The
waves of
Sagittarius
star
dwarf
formation.
galaxy, for example,
The central
is being
black
torn
holes of
apart by the Milky
Way
Way's
and
gravity,
Andromeda will
contributing
combine,
new stars
forming
and
an
gas
even
to
larger
its growing
supermassive
structure.
black hole at the heart
About
of the new
9
galaxy.
billion years ago, the
The
Milky
resulting
Way began
galaxy,
to settle into
often
its
referred
familiar
to as
shape.
Milkometa, will likely
Its disk
be
formed
elliptical.
as gas and stars
While its
flattened into a
spiral arms
rotating
will
plane
disappear,
under the
its
influence of
stars and
angular
planets
momentum.
will continue their journeys
Over
in a new
time, the
cosmic
galaxy
configuration.
developed its iconic spiral
Even after
arms.
this merger, the Milky
These
Way's
arms are not
legacy will
fixed
endure.
structures but density waves,
Its stars,
regions where
planets,
gas and stars
remnants
are
will
more
drift through an
concentrated.
expanding universe.
As
a
material
testament to the
moves through
cycles
these
of
waves,
creation,
it slows down and
transformation,
compresses,
rebirth that
triggering
define
the
the
formation
cosmos.
of new stars.
From the Earth's surface,
The result is a
we see
dynamic,
only a small
self-sustaining
fraction of the
cycle
Milky
of
Way's
star
majesty.
formation. The spiral arms are also rich in molecular clouds, vast reservoirs of gas and dust.
Billions of years of cosmic
These clouds are the birthplace of stars, where gravity overcomes internal pressure to create dense, luminous clusters. Today, the Milky Way's spiral arms remain active regions of star formation, illuminated by the light of young, massive stars.
Intricate systems.
At the heart of the Milky Way lies Sagittarius A*,
The Milky Way
a supermassive
story
black
is our story.
hole with a mass equivalent
It is
to
a
4
narrative
million
of beginnings,
suns.
transformation,
Despite its
and
immense gravity,
possibilities,
Sagittarius A* is relatively quiet, consuming very little material compared to more active black holes in other galaxies.
Begins in the vastness
The
of
discovery of Sagittarius A*
13.8 billion years
was a
ago,
milestone
when the Big
in modern
Bang marked
astronomy.
the birth of the universe.
By observing the orbits
In
of
that
stars
instant,
near the
time
galactic
and space
center,
unfolded,
scientists
creating a
calculated the
canvas for
mass and
everything
size
that
of
would
this
ever
invisible
exist.
giant,
The
confirming its
universe
existence.
expanded rapidly during
While
a
it may
phase
seem
called
dormant
inflation,
now,
stretching its
Sagittarius
structure while
A*
amplifying
likely
quantum
played a more active
fluctuations.
role in the galaxy's past.
These fluctuations,
During
though
its active
infinitesimally
phases,
small,
it emitted
became the
powerful
seeds
jets
of
of energy,
galaxies,
shaping the
stars,
surrounding
and
environment
planets.
and influencing the distribution of
universe
gas
cooled,
and stars.
particles formed,
About
combining into
4.6
protons,
billion years
neutrons,
ago,
and
a quiet
eventually
region
atomic
within one of the
nuclei.
Milky Way's spiral arms
This epoch
gave
of
rise to our solar
nucleosynthesis
system.
forged hydrogen,
A
helium,
cloud of gas and
lithium,
dust began
the
to
simplest
collapse under
elements,
its own
which would
gravity,
fuel the first
forming a
stars.
protostar at its center.
For hundreds of thousands
This
of
protostar
years,
became
light was
the
trapped
sun.
in a dense plasma.
Around the sun, the
This era
remaining
of
material
darkness ended
flattened
with
into a disk.
recombination, when electrons
Over
joined with
time,
nuclei
particles
to
in this
form
disk
neutral
collided
atoms,
and stuck together,
releasing light
forming
across the
planetesimals, the building blocks
This
of
light,
planets.
now the cosmic microwave
These planetesimals
background,
grew
is a
larger,
fossil of the
eventually
universe's
forming the
infancy,
planets,
a
moons,
glimpse of a time
and other
before
bodies that
galaxies
make
like
up
the
our
Milky
solar
Way
system.
were born.
The Earth,
In the quiet of
located
the
in
Dark
the Sun's
Ages,
habitable
gravity
zone,
began to
became a
shape the
rocky
universe.
planet with the potential for
Dense
life.
regions within dark
Its
matter
composition
halos grew
reflects
hotter
the
and
enrichment
denser,
of the
drawing
Milky
in
Way
hydrogen
over
and
billions
helium.
of years, containing
About
elements
200
forged in the
million
cores
years
of ancient
after the Big
stars.
Bang, the first
Today,
stars
the
ignited.
Milky Way is a vast,
These
dynamic
population
system.
3 stars were titanic.
Its disk
burning
spans
through their
over
nuclear
100,000
fuel in mere
light-years,
millions of
containing
years.
hundreds of billions of
When they
stars,
died as
along with
supernovae,
gas,
they scattered
dust,
heavier
and dark
elements,
matter.
carbon, oxygen,
Surrounding the
and
disk
iron
is a halo
into space,
populated by
enriching
ancient
the
stars and
primordial
globular
gas.
clusters, remnants of the
Clusters
galaxy's
these stars
formation.
formed proto-galaxies.
The Milky
chaotic
Way's central
systems
bulge
held
is a
together
dense
by dark
region
matter.
filled with older stars,
These
while
early
its spiral
galaxies
arms are
collided and
vibrant
merged
sites of
frequently,
star formation.
exchanging stars,
The
gas,
galaxy
and
is
energy.
also home to numerous satellite
Milky Way
galaxies,
was one such
including the large and small Magellanic
and
Clouds,
unremarkable.
which orbit the Milky Way
Over
like
billions
cosmic
of years,
companions.
it grew, absorbing
The Milky
other
Way
systems
story
and
is
accumulating
far from
gas,
over.
Stars,
In
and
about
dark matter.
4.5 billion years,
This process
it will
set the
collide with
stage
the
for
Andromeda
creation
Galaxy,
of one of the
its
universe's
nearest
most
large
intricate
neighbor.
and majestic structures.
This event will reshape both
the Milky
galaxies,
Way's growth
merging
is a
them into a
testament to
new,
the cycles
larger
of
structure.
cosmic creation and destruction.
During the collision, gas
Over
clouds will
billions of
compress,
years, it
triggering
consumed
waves of
smaller
star
galaxies,
formation.
tearing them apart.
The central
with tidal
black holes of
forces
the
and
Milky Way
incorporating
and
their
Andromeda
stars
will
and
merge,
gas into its
creating
structure.
an even larger supermassive
One of the most
black hole.
significant events in its
The
history
resulting
was
galaxy,
the Gaia-Enceladus
often
merger,
called
10 billion
Milky,
years
will be
ago.
an elliptical system,
This
marking the
collision
next
added
chapter
billions
in
of
the
stars
Milky
to the
Way's
Milky
evolution.
Way and created its thick
Even in
disk.
its new form, the
It
legacy
also
of the
enriched
Milky
the
Way will
galaxy
endure,
with heavier
carried
elements,
by its stars
critical
and
for
the
the
elements
formation
that
of
make up
rocky
planets
planets
like
like
Earth.
Earth.
The story
Remnants
of the
of these
Milky Way
ancient
begins
mergers
with
are
the
still
very
visible
fabric of the
today as
cosmos
stellar
itself.
streams, elongated
In the
arcs of
seconds
stars
after the
orbiting
Big Bang,
Milky Way.
the universe was a seething
These
ocean of
streams are
energy,
the fossilized
where matter and
remnants of smaller
antimatter annihilated
galaxies,
each other
preserving
in
the
a
memory
cosmic
of
battle.
the Milky Way's violent
Yet,
past.
matter slightly outweighed
now,
antimatter,
the Milky Way
leaving a small
continues
but
to
crucial
grow.
amount to form the stars and
Sagittarius
galaxies
dwarf
we know
galaxy,
today.
currently being
Within
consumed,
minutes of the
is
Big
contributing
Bang,
its
the
stars to
temperature of the
galactic
universe
halo.
dropped below 1 billion
This
degrees
ongoing
Celsius,
process is a
enabling
reminder
the formation
that
of
the Milky
atomic
Way is
nuclei.
not static, but a living,
Hydrogen and
evolving
helium
system.
emerged as the dominant
Around
elements,
9 billion
their
years
simple
ago,
structures
the
resilient
Milky
in
Way
the face
began
of the
to take on
universe's
its
harsh
iconic spiral
conditions.
shape.
But these basic atoms were only the first chapter in a long journey toward complexity. As the universe expanded, it cooled further.
Into a plane.
Roughly 380,000 years later, electrons combined with nuclei to form neutral atoms, releasing light for the first time. This light, now stretched into microwaves, provides a snapshot of the infant universe.
Bursts of star formation.
Known as the cosmic microwave background, it reveals the tiny ripples in density that would eventually grow into galaxies. In this vast and nearly empty universe, dark matter played a vital role. Though invisible and undetectable through conventional means, dark matter's gravitational pull began gathering hydrogen and helium into vast clouds.
Such as the Magellanic Clouds.
These clouds became the cradles of the first galaxies.
The spiral structure.
The transition from chaos to order began slowly. Gravity acted as the sculptor, pulling matter into dense regions. Over hundreds of millions of years, these dense areas grew hotter and more compressed until the first stars ignited. These stars illuminated the universe, marking the end of the Dark Ages. These early galaxies were small and irregular, composed of clusters of stars surrounded by halos of dark matter. They lacked the intricate structures of later galaxies, instead appearing as chaotic collections of light and matter. The Milky Way's ancestors emerged during this epoch.
During these times,
they were tiny compared to the modern galaxy, but they carried the seeds of its future greatness. As these proto-galaxies merged, they began to take on more defined shapes, laying the foundation for the Milky Way. The first stars, known as population 3 stars, played a critical role in this era. Their immense size and heat allowed them to forge heavier elements in their cores, but their lives were fleeting. When they exploded as supernovae, they scattered these elements into the surrounding gas, enriching the cosmos and setting the stage for the next generation of stars. The growth of the Milky Way was a process of destruction and creation. Over billions of years, smaller galaxies were drawn into its gravitational pull. These galaxies were torn apart, their stars and gas absorbed into the larger system. The remnants of these mergers are still visible today. Stellar streams, long ribbons of stars stretched across the sky, trace the paths of smaller galaxies consumed by the Milky Way. Each of these streams tells a story, a record of the galaxy's tumultuous history. One of the most dramatic collisions occurred around 10 billion years ago, when the Milky Way encountered the Gaia-Enceladus galaxy. This merger added significant mass to the galaxy and triggered a burst of star formation. The thick disk of the Milky Way, a component distinct from its thinner, more organized disk, is a legacy of this event. The Milky Way continues to grow in this way. Satellite galaxies like the Sagittarius Dwarf Galaxy are currently being disrupted by tidal forces, their stars gradually joining the Milky Way's halo. About 9 billion years ago, the Milky Way began to take on its iconic spiral shape. This transformation was driven by the rotation of its disk, which organized its stars and gas into a flat plane. The spiral arms are regions of higher density within this plane. These density waves move through the galaxy, compressing gas clouds and triggering star formation. The arms are not static structures but dynamic patterns that shift over time, shaped by gravitational forces and the motion of stars. Star formation within the spiral arms creates a cycle of renewal. Massive stars form quickly, live brief but brilliant lives, and die in supernovae, scattering their enriched material into the surrounding space. This material becomes the building blocks for new stars, continuing the cycle.
Every atom in our bodies was
At the
forged
center
in
of the
heart
Milky
ancient
Way
stars,
lies Sagittarius
scattered across
A*,
the galaxy by
a
supernova
supermassive black
explosions.
hole whose gravity
We are
dominates
made
the
of
inner
stardust,
regions of
a
the
testament
galaxy.
to the Milky Way's role
With a
as
mass
cradle of
equivalent
life.
to 4 million suns,
As we gaze
this
up at the
object
Milky
is a
Way on a
gravitational
clear
anchor
night,
for the
we are
stars
reminded
and
of our
gas
connection
near the
to the
galactic
cosmos.
center.
It
The discovery of
inspires
Sagittarius
curiosity,
A**
exploration,
was
and
a turning
profound
point
sense
in
of wonder.
astrophysics.
The Milky
By
Way
observing
is
the
more than a
orbits of
galaxy.
stars near the
It is a
center,
storyteller,
astronomers
weaving the
calculated
tale
its
of
mass
creation,
and confirmed that it must be a black
and the
hole.
infinite possibilities of
While it is
existence.
relatively inactive
The
now,
Milky Way's
Sagittarius
journey
A**
begins
has
13.8
likely
billion
influenced
years ago
the
with
Milky
the Big
Way's
Bang.
evolution in profound ways.
This singular moment was the
During
origin
periods of
everything,
activity,
space,
it would have emitted
time,
powerful
matter,
jets of
and
energy, affecting the distribution of
universe
gas and
expanded
potentially
rapidly
suppressing
during
star
inflation,
formation in its
smoothing out its
vicinity.
fabric while amplifying
Approximately
tiny quantum
4.6
fluctuations.
billion years ago,
These
within one of the Milky
fluctuations
Way's
planted
spiral
the seeds
arms,
for all
a cloud of
cosmic
gas
structures.
and dust began to
As
collapse
the
under
universe
gravity.
cooled, quarks formed
This event
protons
marked
and
the birth of our
neutrons,
solar
which then
system.
fused into hydrogen,
The sun
helium,
formed at the
and
center
trace
of this
amounts of
collapsing
lithium.
cloud, surrounded
This
by a
era of
rotating disk of
nucleosynthesis
material.
created the elemental
Over
foundation
time,
of the
particles in
universe.
this disk collided and
For
stuck
hundreds of
together,
thousands of
forming the
years,
planets,
light was
moons,
trapped in a dense
and other
plasma of
bodies that
particles,
orbit the sun
unable
today.
to travel freely.
The Earth, uniquely
Recombination,
positioned in the
occurring
sun's habitable zone,
380,000
became a
years
rocky
after the
planet
Big
capable
Bang,
of supporting
changed
life.
this.
Its
Neutral
composition
atoms
reflects the
formed,
long
allowing
history of
photons
the
to
Milky
escape
Way,
and bathe the
enriched
cosmos
by
in
billions
light.
of years of stellar
This
evolution
ancient
and
light, the
supernovae.
cosmic microwave background,
The Milky Way
offers
is a
a
massive,
snapshot of the
complex
universe's
structure,
infancy,
spanning
a
over
precursor to the
100,000
formation of
light years and
galaxies like the
containing
Milky
hundreds
Way.
of billions of stars.
The Dark Ages
Its
followed
disk rotates
recombination,
at speeds
a time of
exceeding
quiet
200
cosmic
kilometers
evolution
per
when the
second,
universe was
while
filled
its
with
central
neutral
bulge houses
hydrogen
some
and
of the
helium.
galaxy's oldest stars.
Yet, gravity was
The
already
galaxy
shaping
is
its
also
destiny,
surrounded by a
pulling matter
halo of
into
dark
dense
matter,
regions
which
within
provides
halos
the
of dark
gravitational
matter.
framework that holds it
Roughly
together.
200 million years
This
after
halo
the Big
contains
Bang,
ancient
the first
globular
stars
clusters,
ignited,
remnants of
signaling
the
end
Milky
Dark
Way's
Ages.
earliest days.
These
The
population
Milky Way's spiral
stars were
arms are
massive,
active sites of
luminous,
star
and
formation,
short-lived,
while
their
its central
intense
regions are
radiation
dominated by
reionizing the
older,
surrounding
more
gas.
evolved stars.
Clusters
Together,
of these stars
these
formed
components create a
protogalaxies,
dynamic system
chaotic
that
systems
continues
held
to
together
evolve.
by dark matter.
The Milky Way's
These
journey
early
is far from
galaxies
over.
frequently collided and merged,
In about
exchanging
4.5
energy
billion
and
years,
mass.
it will collide with the
The
Andromeda
Milky Way
Galaxy,
emerged as one of these
initiating a cosmic
protogalaxies,
dance that will
small
reshape
and
both
irregular.
galaxies.
Over
The
billions
collision
of
will
years,
not
it
destroy
grew through
stars or
mergers and
planets,
accretions,
as the distances
evolving
between
into
them
the
are
majestic
vast.
spiral galaxy we see
Instead,
today.
the galaxies will merge
The
into
Milky
a
Way's
single,
history
larger
is one
structure.
of growth through destruction.
During this process,
Over
gas
billions of
clouds will
years,
compress,
it consumed
triggering
smaller
intense star
galaxies,
formation.
tearing them apart with
The
tidal
central black
forces
holes
and
of the Milky
incorporating their
Way
stars,
and Andromeda
gas,
will eventually
and dark
merge,
matter into
forming
its
an
structure.
even larger supermassive
One
black
of the
hole.
most transformative events
The
in its
resulting
evolution
galaxy,
was the Gaian
often
Enceladus
referred to
merger,
as
10
Milkomeda,
billion
will be
years
an
ago.
elliptical system,
This
marking the
collision
next chapter
reshaped
in the Milky Way story.
creating its thick disk
The Big
and adding
Bang was
billions of
not just an
stars to its
explosion,
population.
it was the birth of the fabric
Evidence
of reality.
these ancient interactions
The sudden
remains
expansion
visible
of
today in
space-time
stellar
created the
streams,
universe
long,
as we know it,
arcing trails
filled
of
with
stars
boundless
tracing
energy.
the orbits of disrupted
Within
galaxies.
a billionth of a second, the cosmos
streams are the
expanded
fossilized
exponentially,
remnants
a
of the
process
Milky
known
Way's
as
turbulent
inflation.
past.
During inflation,
now, the
quantum
Milky Way
fluctuations,
continues to grow.
the tiniest variations
The
in density,
Sagittarius
were
dwarf
stretched to
galaxy,
cosmic
currently
scales.
being dismantled.
These
is
fluctuations
contributing
would
stars
become
to
the
Milky
seeds for
Way's halo.
galaxies, forming the cosmic web of
ongoing
matter that
interactions
structures the
highlight
universe
dynamic
today.
nature of galaxies
The
and
universe at
cosmic
this
dance
time
of
was
growth and
unrecognizable.
transformation.
Temperatures
Around
were
9
trillions of
billion years
degrees,
ago, the
and
Milky
particles
Way
like
began its
quarks,
transformation
leptons,
into a
and
spiral
gluons
galaxy.
zipped around at near-light speeds.
Stars and gas settled
The
into
laws
a
of physics
rotating
were
disk,
just beginning to
flattened
settle
by
into their
angular
current
momentum.
form.
This
3 minutes
organization
after the
gave
Big
rise
Bang,
to the
the
iconic
universe
spiral
cooled enough for
arms.
nuclear reactions
These
to
arms are
occur,
not fixed
forming the first
structures,
atomic
but dynamic
nuclei,
patterns
mostly
created by
hydrogen and
density
helium.
waves.
These elements filled the cosmos,
through the
but
galaxy,
the next stage of evolution would take much longer.
Triggering bursts of star
The
formation.
universe spent hundreds of thousands of years
massive
cooling and
stars
expanding.
illuminate the arms.
During
lending
this
the
time,
Milky Way
it
its
remained a dark
breathtaking
fog,
beauty.
with light unable to
Within
travel
the
freely.
arms lie vast molecular
But gravity
clouds,
was at
stellar
work,
nurseries
slowly
where new
pulling matter
generations
into
of
denser
stars are
regions.
born.
At
These
around
regions are
380,000
shaped by
years
gravitational
after the
forces,
Big Bang, the
radiation,
universe
and
transitioned
supernova
into
explosions,
transparency.
creating a continuous
Electrons
cycle of birth
combined
and
with
death.
nuclei to form neutral
Interactions
atoms,
with nearby
allowing
galaxies,
photons to
such as
stream
the
across
Magellanic
space.
Clouds, sustain
This
the density
event,
waves
known
that
as
define the
recombination,
arms,
gave
ensuring the
birth
Milky
to the
Way's
cosmic
ongoing
microwave
vibrancy.
background, a snapshot
At the
of the
center
early
of the
universe
Milky
that
Way
we still
resides
observe today.
Sagittarius A*.
This was
a
the foundation
supermassive
on
black
which the
hole
Milky
with a
Way
mass of
and
about
every
4
other
million
galaxy
suns.
would eventually be built.
Its immense
Gravity,
gravitational pull
the universe's
shapes the
great
motions of
architect,
stars and
continued
gas
to
in the
work on the
galactic
primordial
bulge.
gas of hydrogen and helium.
Astronomers have observed stars
In the densest
orbiting
regions,
Sagittarius
dark matter,
A*,
an
at
invisible yet
extraordinary
massive
speeds,
substance,
providing direct
acted as a
evidence of its
scaffolding,
existence.
pulling ordinary matter
These
into vast
observations
structures.
reveal the massive,
In these
unseen
pockets of
object,
gas, the
confirming
first
the
stars
presence
were
of
born.
a supermassive black hole.
They were immense,
While
short-lived, and
Sagittarius
entirely
A*
different from the
is
stars we
relatively
see
quiet
today.
It likely
Composed
experienced
only of
active
hydrogen and
phases in the
helium,
past.
they burned at astonishing
During these
temperatures,
times, it
fusing light
consumed
elements
vast
into
amounts of
heavier
material,
ones like
emitting
carbon,
jets of
oxygen,
energy that
and iron.
influenced the galaxy's central
When these
regions.
first stars exploded as
Supermassive
supernovae,
black
they
holes
scattered
like
these elements
Sagittarius
into the
A*
surrounding
are
gas,
thought to play a
enriching
critical
it.
role in galaxy
This
evolution,
material would eventually
regulating star
form the next
formation and
generation of
stabilizing
stars
their
and
host
planets.
galaxies.
Small
Approximately
galaxies,
4.6
irregular in
billion
shape and
years ago,
chaotic in
within
composition,
one of the Milky
began
Way's
to
spiral
form.
arms, a dense
These
cloud of gas
proto-galaxies
and dust
collided
began
and
to
merged,
collapse.
growing larger and
At
more
its center,
organized
a
over
protostar
time.
ignited. The
The
sun,
Milky Way's ancestors
the
were
remaining
among
material
them,
formed
small
a
and fragmented,
protoplanetary disk,
yet filled with
where
the
particles
potential to
collided
become
and
something
coalesced
extraordinary.
into planetesimals.
The Milky Way's growth
These
was
small
not a
bodies
gentle
grew
process.
into the planets, moons,
Over
and
billions of
asteroids
years,
that
it
define
grew
our
by
solar
consuming
system.
smaller galaxies,
Earth formed
tearing
in
them
the sun's
apart with
habitable
tidal
zone,
forces and
where
absorbing their
conditions allowed
stars and
liquid
gas.
water to exist.
These mergers were
Its composition
transformative
reflects
events.
billions of years of
They not
cosmic
only
evolution,
added mass to the
enriched
Milky
by
Way,
elements
but also
forged in
triggered
ancient
waves of
stars
star
and scattered
formation,
across the
lighting up
galaxy
the
by
galaxy with
supernova
newly born
explosions.
stars.
The Milky
One of the
Way
most
is a
significant
grand
mergers
spiral
was with the
galaxy,
Gaia Enceladus
stretching over
galaxy
100,000
around 10
light
billion
years
years
and
ago.
containing hundreds of billions
This
of
event
stars.
fundamentally reshaped the
Its
Milky
spiral
Way,
arms are
forming its
vibrant
thick
regions of
disk and
star
enriching it
formation,
with new stars
illuminated
and
by
heavier
young,
elements.
luminous stars.
Even today, the
central
Milky Way
bulge,
continues to
surrounding
consume smaller
Sagittarius
galaxies.
is a dense
The
cluster of
Sagittarius
older
dwarf
stars.
galaxy, for
Beyond
example,
the visible
is currently
galaxy
being
lies
pulled
a vast
apart,
halo of
its
dark
stars
matter,
stretched
an
into long
invisible
streams
framework
that orbit the
holds
Milky Way.
together and extends
These
far
stellar
beyond its
streams,
visible
visible
edges.
to astronomers,
The
act
Milky
as
Way
cosmic
is part of the
fossils,
local group,
preserving the
a collection
history of the galaxy's
that
growth.
includes Andromeda and over
They
50
reveal a
smaller
story of
systems.
relentless accumulation, where
These
destruction
interactions
and creation
influence
go
the Milky
hand in
Way
hand.
structure and will shape
The
its
Milky
future.
Way's iconic
In
spiral
about
structure began to
4.5
take shape
billion
around
years,
9 billion
the Milky
years
Way
ago.
will collide with the Andromeda
As the galaxy rotated, the combined
This
effects
cosmic
of
merger
gravity
will
and
unfold
angular
over
momentum
hundreds of
organized
millions
its
of
stars
years,
and gas
creating
into a
new,
flat,
larger
rotating
galaxy.
disk.
As
The spiral
galaxies
arms are a
merge,
result
their
of
gas
density
clouds
waves,
will compress,
regions where stars
triggering
and
bursts of
gas
star
are temporarily
formation.
compressed.
The central black
These waves
holes of
move
the
through the
Milky Way
disk like
and
ripples on a
Andromeda will
pond,
combine,
triggering
forming
star
an even
formation
larger
as they pass.
supermassive black hole.
Within these
The
arms,
resulting
dense
galaxy,
clouds of gas
often
collapse
called
to form new
Milky
stars.
will likely be elliptical
The
in
most
shape.
massive of these stars
While
live
its
short
spiral
lives,
arms will vanish,
illuminating the
its
arms and
stars
creating
planets will
brilliant
continue
regions
their
of light
cosmic
and color.
journeys in a new celestial
Over billions of
configuration.
years, the spiral arms
Humanity
have
is a
continually
product of the
evolved,
Milky Way.
shaped by the movement of stars,
Every atom in our
the
bodies
influence
was
of
forged
gravity,
in the heart of
and the
ancient
interactions
stars,
with
scattered
smaller
across
galaxies.
the galaxy by supernova
Today,
explosions.
the Milky Way's spiral
We are
arms
stardust,
remain some of the most
intimately
active
connected
and
to the
vibrant
cosmos.
regions of the galaxy.
The Milky Way
The Milky
inspires
Way's
awe
central
and
region,
curiosity.
known as the Galactic Bulge,
Its vastness
is home to
challenges us to
Sagittarius
explore,
A*,
to question,
a
and to
supermassive
dream.
black hole.
From the myths
With
of
a mass of 4 million
civilizations to the
suns,
cutting-edge
it is a
science of
gravitational
today,
powerhouse
the
that
Milky Way
anchors
has
the
shaped
galaxy's
humanity's
core.
understanding of the universe
Sagittarius
and our place
A**
within it.
is surrounded by
Our
a dense
galaxy's
cluster of
story is
stars,
far from
many
over,
of which orbit
and as
at
we gaze
extraordinary
into the night
speeds.
sky, we are reminded
These
that
orbits
we are
provided
part
the
of something
first
greater,
direct evidence of the
cosmic
black
narrative
hole's
of
existence,
beginnings,
as astronomers
transformations,
could
and
calculate
infinite
its mass
possibilities.
based on the movement of nearby
The
stars.
universe was born in a moment of
While
extraordinary
Sagittarius
potential
A** is
13.8
relatively
billion
quiet
years
today,
ago,
it was
the Big
likely
Bang.
much more active in the past.
This wasn't merely an explosion,
During these
but the
active
expansion of
phases,
space
it would
and
have
time
emitted
itself.
powerful jets of radiation,
In an instant,
shaping the
universe
distribution
grew
of
from a
gas in the central
singularity
regions
into an
of the
infinite
galaxy.
expanse, governed by
The presence
laws
of a
physics that
supermassive
began
black
to
hole
unfold.
is a common feature of
In
large
its first
galaxies.
fractions of a second, the
It
universe
suggests that the
experienced
formation of
inflation,
such objects
expanding
is closely
faster than the
tied to
speed
the
of
process of galaxy
This
evolution.
phase smoothed out the cosmos
Yet many
while
questions
stretching
remain
tiny
about their
quantum
origins and
fluctuations
influence
into
over
vast
cosmic
density
time.
variations.
In a quiet region
These
of the
ripples
Milky
became
Way's
the
Orion
seeds for
arm,
galaxies,
around 4.6
stars,
billion
and
years
planets.
ago, a cloud of
As
gas
the
and
universe
dust
cooled,
began to collapse
fundamental
under
particles
gravity.
combined to form
This marked the
protons
birth
and
of our
neutrons.
solar system.
These,
At
in
the
turn,
center of this
created
collapsing
the lightest
cloud, a
elements,
protostar
hydrogen,
ignited,
helium,
the sun.
and traces of lithium.
Around it, the remaining
For hundreds
material
of thousands
formed a
of years,
rotating disk,
the universe
from which
remained
the
dark,
planets,
a sea of
moons,
neutral
and
atoms
asteroids
where light
emerged.
could not travel freely.
The Earth formed as a
When
rocky planet,
recombination occurred,
enriched with elements like carbon,
380,000 years
oxygen,
after the
and
Big
silicon,
Bang,
all
electrons
forged in the
bound
cores
to
of
nuclei,
previous
freeing
generations of
photons
stars.
to travel across the cosmos.
Its position in the Sun's habitable
This
zone
event
allowed it
produced
to
the
retain
cosmic
liquid
microwave
water,
background,
creating
a
the
faint
conditions
glow
for
that still
life to
permeates
emerge.
the universe.
The solar system
ancient
is a
light
microcosm
carries
of the
imprint
Milky
of the
Way's
earliest
history,
structures that would
shaped by
evolve into
billions of
galaxies
years of
like the
cosmic
Milky Way.
evolution.
In the
Its
quiet
formation
darkness
reflects
that
the
followed
galaxy's ability
recombination,
to recycle
gravity began
material,
to shape the
creating new
universe.
worlds from the remnants of old
Hydrogen
ones.
and helium gas,
The
drawn
Milky
into
Way
dense
is a
regions
vast and
within
dynamic
halos of dark
system,
matter,
stretching
formed
over
the first
100,000
stars.
light-years and containing
About
hundreds of
200
billions of
million
stars.
years after the Big Bang,
Its
the
spiral
first stars
arms are
ignited,
regions of
ending
intense
the cosmic
activity,
dark
where
ages.
new stars are born from
These
clouds of
population
gas and
3
dust.
stars were massive,
The central
luminous,
bulge is a
and
dense
ephemeral.
region filled with older
Their
stars,
intense heat
while the
forged
surrounding
heavier
halo
elements,
contains
such as
ancient
carbon
globular
and oxygen,
clusters and
which
streams
were
of
released
stars
into
from
space
past
during their
merger.
supernova explosions.
The galaxy is also surrounded
Clusters of
by an
these
invisible
stars
halo
formed
of dark matter,
proto-galaxies,
which
small
provides
and
the
irregular
gravitational
structures
framework that
collided
holds
and
it
merged
together.
frequently, exchanging
Without dark
stars and
matter,
gas.
the Milky Way's stars
These
would not
collisions
orbit
laid the
fast enough
foundation
to
for
stay
more
bound to the
complex
galaxy.
galactic systems.
The Milky Way's
Milky
journey
Way
is
began
far
as
from
one
over.
of these proto-galaxies,
In about
a modest
4.5
assembly of
billion
stars
years,
and gas
it will
surrounded
collide
by
with the
a halo
Andromeda
of dark
galaxy,
matter.
its nearest large
Over
neighbor.
billions of years,
This
it grew
collision
through
will
series
create a
of mergers and
spectacular cosmic
interactions,
event,
slowly
reshaping both
transforming into a
galaxies.
grand spiral galaxy.
During the merger,
The
gas
Milky
clouds
Way's
will
history
compress,
is a story
igniting
of
waves
survival,
of star
growth,
formation.
and transformation.
The central black holes
Over
of the
billions
Milky
of
Way
years,
and
it
Andromeda will
consumed
merge,
smaller
forming an
galaxies,
even larger
tearing them apart and
supermassive black
incorporating
hole.
their stars, gas,
The resulting
and dark
galaxy,
matter into
often
its
called
structure.
Milkomeda, will be an
One of the
elliptical
most
system.
defining moments in its
Though
history
it will look
occurred
very
10
different,
billion
the
years
legacy
ago
of the
with
Milky
Gaian
Way will
Enceladus
endure,
merger.
carried by its stars
This
and the
collision
elements that
reshaped
once
the
formed
Milky
planets
Way,
like Earth.
forming its thick disk and
The Big
enriching its
Bang was the
chemical
ultimate
diversity.
act of creation,
The
a
merger
moment that
also
set
brought
time,
billions of
space,
stars into
and
the
matter
galaxy,
into motion.
many of which still orbit
Yet,
in
in its
distinct
aftermath,
paths.
the universe was a
Even
hostile
now,
and
remnants of
unrecognizable
these ancient
place.
events are visible as stellar
Temperatures
streams,
soared into trillions
long
of
arcs
degrees,
stars that
and
trace the
particles
paths
like
of
quarks
disrupted
and gluons
galaxies.
collided violently in
These
a primordial
streams are
soup.
celestial fossils,
As the universe
preserving the memory
expanded,
of the
it
Milky
cooled.
Way's dynamic evolution.
Within microseconds,
The
quarks
Sagittarius
grouped into
dwarf
protons
galaxy,
and neutrons.
currently being dismantled
By the
Milky
time the
Way,
universe
is
was
a
3
modern
minutes
example
old,
of
these
galactic
particles had
cannibalism.
begun fusing into the first
Its
atomic
stars are
nuclei.
gradually being absorbed into
Hydrogen
the Milky
and
Way's
helium
halo,
emerged as
a
the
testament
dominant
to the
elements,
galaxy's
making up
ongoing
nearly
growth and
all the matter
evolution.
in the cosmos.
About 9 billion
For
years
hundreds
ago,
of thousands
the
of
Milky
years,
Way
light
began
remained
its
trapped,
transformation
bouncing
into a spiral
endlessly through the
galaxy.
hot plasma of charged
Stars
particles.
and gas settled settled into a
The
rotating
cosmos was
disk,
dark and chaotic, with no stars, planets, or galaxies, only a fog of hydrogen and helium.
The spiral arms
This era,
are not static,
known as the
but
Dark
dynamic
Ages,
patterns
persisted
created by
until the
density
universe
waves.
cooled enough for electrons
These
to
waves
combine with
compress gas
nuclei,
clouds as
forming
they
neutral
propagate,
atoms.
triggering star formation.
At this moment of recombination,
Massive,
the universe
luminous
became
stars born in
transparent,
these regions
allowing
illuminate
light to
the
travel
arms,
freely for the
lending
first
Milky
time.
Way its brilliant,
This ancient
dynamic
light,
appearance.
now stretched into microwaves
Within the
by
arms,
billions of years of
molecular
cosmic
clouds serve as
expansion,
stellar
is the
nurseries,
cosmic microwave
continually giving
background.
birth to new stars.
It provides us with a
These
detailed
regions
image
are
of the
vibrant
infant
and
universe,
active, shaped
revealing
by
the
the
seeds of
forces of
what would
gravity,
grow into
radiation,
galaxies,
and
including
stellar
the Milky
winds.
Way. The
Interactions
Dark
with
Ages
satellite
ended with the
galaxies,
birth of the
such
first
as the
stars,
large and small
approximately
Magellanic
200
clouds,
million years
sustain the
after the
Milky
Big
Way's
Bang.
spiral structure.
These populations
These
three stars,
gravitational encounters
composed
generate
entirely of
ripples in the
hydrogen and
galactic
helium,
disk,
were colossal,
perpetuating the density
burning brightly
waves
and
that define
dying
the
young.
arms.
They
At
seeded the
heart of
universe
Milky
with
Way
heavier
lies
elements,
Sagittarius
paving the
A
way for
asterisk,
future
a
generations of
supermassive
stars
black
and
hole
planets.
with a mass of approximately
As more
4
stars
million
ignited,
suns.
gravity pulled them
Its
into
immense
clusters,
gravity
forming
shapes
the first
motions of
galaxies.
stars and gas in the galactic
These galaxies were small, irregular, and
Sagittarius A
chaotic,
asterisk
far
is surrounded
removed
by
from
a
the
dense
grand
cluster of
spirals and
stars,
ellipticals
many
we
of
see
which
today.
orbit at extraordinary speeds.
They collided frequently, merging
Observing
into
these
larger
stars has
systems in a
provided
violent
astronomers
but
with
creative
direct
process.
evidence of the black hole's presence
The Milky
and
Way
allowed
began
precise
as one of these
measurements of its mass.
proto-galaxies, a small
Though
and unassuming
relatively dormant
structure
now,
among countless
Sagittarius
others.
A asterisk likely
Over time,
experienced
it
active
grew,
phases
absorbing
in the past.
smaller galaxies and
During
accumulating
these
gas and
periods,
dark matter.
It consumed vast amounts
This
of
was the
material,
beginning of its
emitting jets of
transformation
energy
into the
that
sprawling
influenced the
spiral
surrounding
galaxy
regions.
we know today.
Supermassive
The growth
black
of the
holes
Milky
like
Way is a
Sagittarius
story
A
of survival
asterisk
and
are thought
dominance.
to play a key role in
Over
galaxy
billions of
formation
years,
and
it
evolution.
expanded by consuming
They
smaller
regulate
galaxies.
star formation,
These
stabilized
collisions
galactic
were not
structures,
gentle,
and
they
shaped
tore
the
apart the
distribution
smaller
of matter.
systems, scattering their stars
Approximately
and gas into the
4.6
Milky
billion
Way's
years
halo
ago,
and disk.
Within one of the Milky Way's
The
spiral
evidence of
arms,
these
a
ancient
dense
mergers
cloud of
is
gas
preserved
and
in the
dust
form
began
of
to
stellar
collapse.
streams, long trails
This
of
event
stars that
marked the
trace the
birth of the
paths of
solar
disrupted
system.
galaxies.
At its center,
These
a
streams
protostar
are relics
ignited,
of a
the
violent
sun.
past, offering astronomers a
Surrounding it,
window
the
into
remaining
the Milky
material
Way's
formed the
evolution.
protoplanetary disk.
One of the most transformative
Over
events
millions
in
of
the
years,
Milky Way's
particles
history
collided
occurred
and
around 10
coalesced,
billion years
forming
ago.
planetesimals.
A massive galaxy,
These small
Gaia
bodies grew
Enceladus,
into the planets,
collided with the
moons,
Milky Way,
and asteroids
merging its
that
stars
define
and
our
gas
solar
into the
system.
growing system.
Earth,
This
forming in the
event
sun's
created the
habitable
thick
zone,
disk of the
retained
galaxy
liquid
and
water,
enriched it with
a
elements
crucial
forged in
ingredient for
Gaia
life.
Enceladus's stars.
Its rocky composition
Even now,
reflects
the
the
process
Milky
of
Way's
galactic
history,
cannibalism
containing elements
continues.
forged in ancient stars
The
and scattered
Sagittarius
across
dwarf
the
galaxy,
by
for
supernova
instance,
explosions.
is being pulled apart by the Milky Way's
Way
gravity,
is a vast,
its stars
dynamic
gradually
galaxy,
joining the larger
spanning
galaxy.
over 100,000
The
light
Milky
years
Way's
and containing
iconic
hundreds
spiral
of
arms
billions of
began to
stars.
form about 9 billion
Its
years
spiral
ago,
arms
as
are
the
regions
galaxy
of
settled
intense
into a
star
rotating
formation,
disk.
illuminated by luminous
These
young
arms
stars
are
and
not
glowing
fixed
clouds of
structures,
gas.
but patterns created by
The
density
central
waves,
bulge, a dense
regions of
cluster
higher
older
gravitational
stars,
pull that
surrounds
compress gas and
Sagittarius
trigger
A
star
star.
formation.
Beyond the
As
visible
these waves
galaxy
move
lies
through the
a halo
galaxy,
of dark
they
matter,
act like
an
traffic
invisible
jams in
structure that
space,
provides the
slowing stars
gravitational glue
and gas
holding
and
the
creating
Milky Way
bright
together.
regions of activity.
The Milky
The
Way
spiral
is part
arms
of the
are
local
home
group,
to vibrant
a
stellar
gravitationally
nurseries,
bound
where
collection
young,
of galaxies
massive
that
stars
includes
illuminate
Andromeda
the
and
surrounding
more than
gas
50
clouds.
smaller systems.
The formation of the
These
spiral
interactions
arms was
influence the
influenced by the
Milky
Milky
Way
Way's
structure and its
interactions
future.
with smaller galaxies.
In about 4.5
These
billion
interactions
years,
disrupted the
Milky
disk,
Way will collide
creating
with the
ripples that
Andromeda
evolved
galaxy.
into the arms we see today.
This cosmic event will
At
be
the
a
heart of
slow,
the Milky Way
majestic
lies a
dance of
supermassive black hole
gravitational
known as
forces unfolding
Sagittarius
over
A
hundreds
star.
of millions of years.
Its mass,
As the
equivalent to 4
galaxies
million
merge,
suns,
their gas
is
clouds will
concentrated into a
compress,
region no
igniting
larger than
waves
our
of
solar
star
system.
formation.
Sagittarius A** is surrounded by a dense cluster of stars, many of which orbit at incredible speeds. These orbits provided the first evidence of the black hole's existence, as astronomers could calculate its mass based on the motion of nearby stars. While Sagittarius A** is relatively quiet now, it has likely experienced periods of intense activity.
We are a product of the Milky Way.
During these phases, it would have consumed vast amounts of gas and dust, emitting powerful jets of energy and influencing the distribution of material in the galactic center.
We are stardust,
Around
inseparable from the
4.6
cosmos.
billion years ago, in a quiet region of the Milky Way's Orion Arm, a dense cloud of gas and dust began to collapse under its own gravity. This event marked the birth of our solar system.
As we gaze
At
into
the center
its
of this
vast
collapsing
expanse,
cloud,
we are
a
reminded
young
of our
star
smallness
ignited,
and our
the sun.
interconnectedness with the universe.
Around it, the remaining material
Milky Way
flattened into a
story is our
rotating
story,
disk,
a
where
testament to the
particles
cycles
collided
of
and
creation,
coalesced to form
destruction,
planetesimals.
and rebirth that define
Over
existence.
millions of years, these
It invites us to
planetesimals
explore,
grew into the
to
planets,
question,
moons,
and to marvel
and
at the
asteroids
infinite
we see today.
possibilities of the cosmos.
The Earth formed as
The
a
Milky
rocky
Way's
planet,
journey began
enriched with elements
13.8
forged in the
billion
cores
years
of
ago
ancient
with the Big
stars.
Bang, a moment
Positioned
that
in the
defined very
sun's habitable
fabric of
zone,
existence.
it retained liquid water,
Space and
a key
time,
ingredient for
inseparable
life.
yet unfathomable,
The
were
formation
born,
of the solar
carrying with
system
them
was
the
a direct
fundamental
result of
forces
the
and
Milky
particles
Way's
that will
long
govern
history
everything.
of star formation,
In less than a
supernovae,
trillionth
and
of a
chemical
second,
enrichment.
Inflation caused the
Every
universe
element
to
in our
expand
bodies,
exponentially,
from the iron in
stretching
our blood
quantum
to the calcium in our
fluctuations
bones,
into density
was
variations.
forged in the heart of a star.
These subtle differences
The
would
Milky
evolve
Way
into
is
the
a
cosmic
vast and
web,
dynamic
a vast
system,
network
home
of
to hundreds of
galaxies
billions of
interconnected by
stars,
dark matter
vast
and
clouds of
separated
gas
by
and
immense
dust,
voids.
and invisible dark matter.
As the universe cooled,
It spans
elementary
over
particles
100,000
combined to form
light-years and
protons
contains
and
regions of
neutrons.
intense star formation
These
as well as
fused into
quiet
hydrogen,
zones filled with
helium,
older stars.
and lithium, the building
The
blocks
galaxy's
of the first
spiral
stars.
arms are bustling hubs of
Light,
activity,
however,
where gravity
remained
compresses
trapped in a
gas
dense
into
plasma
dense clouds
until
that give birth to new
recombination
stars.
occurred 380,000
In
years
contrast,
after
the
Big
central
Bang.
bulge is a dense region
At
of
this
older
point,
stars,
neutral
surrounding the
atoms formed,
supermassive
allowing
black hole
photons
at
to
the core.
escape.
The
This
Milky
light,
Way
known
is
as the
also part of a
cosmic
larger
microwave
cosmic
background,
structure,
still
the local
permeates
group,
the universe.
a collection of more than 50
It offers a
galaxies
glimpse
bound
into the
together by
primordial
gravity.
cosmos, a silent
Its closest
witness to the Milky
companions
Way's
include the
eventual
large and
creation.
small Magellanic Clouds,
As the
two
universe
dwarf
expanded,
galaxies that
gravity
orbit the Milky
began its
Way.
silent work,
The
pulling
Milky
hydrogen
Way's
and
journey
helium
is far
into
from
dense
over.
regions.
In about
These regions
4.5
became
billion
craters
years,
for the
it
first
will
stars,
collide with the
born
Andromeda
roughly
Galaxy.
200 million years
This
after the
epic
Big
event
Bang.
will be a slow-motion
These
dance,
first stars,
taking hundreds
called
of millions of
population
years
3
to
stars,
unfold.
were colossal.
During the
burning
collision,
fiercely but
gas
briefly.
clouds will compress,
Their
igniting
supernovae
waves of
enrich
star
the
formation.
surrounding space with heavier
The central
elements,
black holes of both
enabling the
galaxies
formation of
will
more
eventually
chemically
merge,
complex stars.
forming an even larger
Clusters
supermassive
of
black
these
hole.
stars form the first
The resulting
protogalaxies.
galaxy,
Chaotic
often
and
called
irregular
Milky
systems
will
held
be a
together
massive
by
elliptical
dark matter
system.
halos.
Though its
These
structure will be vastly
protogalaxies
different from the
collided and
Milky
merged
Way,
frequently,
it will carry the
growing
legacy
larger
of
and more
both
intricate.
galaxies, preserving
The
the
Milky
stars,
Way emerged
planets,
during
and
this era
elements
as
that
one
once
such
formed in their
protogalaxy,
spiral arms.
a modest collection of stars
Even after
and
this
gas
merger,
bound by
the
dark
Milky
matter.
Way's story will continue
Over billions
as
of
its
years,
stars drift
it
through an
expanded
ever-expanding
through mergers and
universe.
accretions, gradually
The Big
evolving
Bang
into a
was the
structured
moment when
spiral
time,
galaxy.
space, and
The
energy
Milky
burst
Way's
into
evolution
existence.
is marked by cycles
Before
of
this
creation
cosmic
and destruction.
explosion, the universe
Over
existed
billions
in
of
a state
years,
of unimaginable
it absorbed
density
countless
and
smaller
heat, a
galaxies,
singularity
incorporating
beyond our
their
comprehension.
stars, gas, and dark
Then,
matter
in a
into its
fraction of a
structure.
second, this
One
singularity
of the most
expanded.
transformative events
Not
occurred
into
10
space,
billion years
space
ago with
itself
the
was
Gaia
expanding,
Enceladus merger.
creating the universe.
This massive collision
During the
reshaped
first fractions
Milky
of
Way,
a second,
creating
forces
its thick
that govern
disk
the
and
universe
adding
today,
billions of stars
gravity,
to its population.
electromagnetism, and nuclear
Stellar
forces,
streams,
separated
long
from a
arcs of
unified
stars left
state.
behind by disrupted
Quantum
galaxies
fluctuations
are
in the
evidence
energy
of these
field
ancient
left tiny
mergers.
ripples in the density of
These
matter,
streams
which
trace
would
the
later
paths
grow
of the
into
Milky
galaxies
Way's
and the
past
cosmic web,
interactions, preserving its
As the
dynamic
universe
history.
cooled, the quark-gluon soup
Sagittarius
condensed
dwarf
into
galaxy,
protons and
currently being
neutrons, the
dismantled by
building
the
blocks
Milky
of
Way,
atomic
is
nuclei.
an ongoing example of
Within
galactic
minutes,
cannibalism.
nuclear fusion created the
Its
first
stars,
elements,
pulled into the
hydrogen,
Milky Way's
helium,
halo,
and
are a
trace amounts
testament
of
to the
lithium.
galaxy's ever-changing
The
nature.
universe was now a sea of
Around
hot
9
plasma,
billion years
its
ago,
light trapped
the
by a
Milky
dense
Way
fog
began
of
to
particles.
transform into a spiral galaxy.
Hundreds of thousands of years passed as the
stars
universe
and gas settled
expanded and
into a
cooled.
rotating disk, organized
Finally,
by angular
electrons
momentum.
combined with nuclei
The
to
iconic
form
spiral
neutral
arms
atoms,
are not
allowing
static,
light
but
to
dynamic
escape and
regions
travel
of
freely.
enhanced density, created
This
by
light, the
density
cosmic
waves.
microwave background,
These waves
is a snapshot of
compress
the
gas
early
clouds,
universe,
triggering
revealing
bursts
the
of star
seeds of
formation.
cosmic structures that would evolve into
Massive
galaxies
stars
like the
illuminate
Milky
the
Way.
arms, creating the
But even
Milky
after
Way's breathtaking
recombination,
patterns.
the universe remained dark
The
for
arms are
millions of
stellar
years.
nurseries, where new
Stars and
generations of
galaxies
stars
had
are
yet
born
to
in vast
form, and the
molecular
vast
clouds.
expanse was filled with cold
These
hydrogen
regions
gas.
are alive with activity.
This era,
shaped by
known
gravity,
as the Dark Ages,
radiation,
persisted
and
until
stellar
gravity
winds.
began to shape the first
Interactions
stars.
with nearby galaxies,
Gravity
such
is a
as the
relentless
large and
force,
small
and over
Magellanic
time,
clouds,
it pulled the
sustained
hydrogen
spiral
and
arms,
helium gas
ensuring
into
the
dense
Milky
clumps.
Way's ongoing evolution.
Dark matter, an invisible
heart
yet
of the
dominant
Milky Way
form of
lies
matter,
Sagittarius
acted as
A
the scaffolding
asterisk,
for these
a
structures,
supermassive black
guiding the
hole with a
formation of
mass
the
of
first
about
stars
4
and
million
galaxies.
suns. Its
In regions of
gravitational
high
pull
density,
anchors
the gas
galaxy's
became
core,
so compressed
shaping the
that
motions of
nuclear
stars
fusion
and
ignited,
gas in the central
creating the
bulge.
first stars.
Sagittarius
These population
A*
3
is
stars
surrounded
were
by a
giants,
dense cluster
hundreds of
stars,
times the mass
many
of our
orbiting
Sun.
at incredible speeds.
They burned at incredible
Observations
temperatures,
of these
producing
orbits
intense
provided
light
direct
and heat.
evidence of the black hole's
But they
existence,
lived short lives,
marking one of the
mere
most
millions of
significant
years,
discoveries in
and
modern
ended in
astronomy.
spectacular supernovae.
Though dormant now,
These
Sagittarius
explosions
A*
dispersed heavier
likely
elements,
experienced
such as
active
carbon,
phases in the
oxygen,
past.
and iron, into
During
the
these
surrounding
periods,
gas,
it
enriching
consumed
it.
vast amounts of material,
These elements
emitting
became the
powerful
building
jets of
blocks for
energy
the next
that
generation of
influenced the galaxy's
stars
central
and,
regions.
eventually, planets.
Supermassive black
The
holes
first
like
galaxies began as
Sagittarius
small,
A*
irregular
are essential
clusters
to
of
galaxy
stars and
evolution.
gas.
They
Over
regulate
millions
star
of years,
formation,
they collided and
stabilize
merged,
galactic
growing
structures,
larger and more
and
complex.
play a pivotal role in shaping
The Milky Way's
cosmos.
origins lie in this era,
Approximately
as one of countless
4.6 billion
proto-galaxies
years ago,
forming across the
within one of the
cosmos.
Milky Way's spiral arms,
The Milky
a
Way's
dense cloud
history
of
is
gas
one of
and dust
relentless
began to
growth and
collapse.
evolution.
This event
Over
marked
billions
the birth
of years,
the solar
it
system.
expanded by consuming smaller
its center,
galaxies,
a protostar
process
ignited,
known as
becoming
galactic
the sun.
cannibalism.
The remaining
These mergers
material
shaped the
flattened into a
structure and composition
protoplanetary
of the
disk,
galaxy,
where particles
leaving behind
collided and
telltale
coalesced
signs
into
visible to
planetesimals.
astronomers today.
These small
Stellar
bodies grew
streams,
into the
long
planets,
arcs of
moons,
stars stretched
and
across the
asteroids
sky,
that define
are
the solar
remnants of
system
smaller
today.
galaxies torn apart
Earth,
by the Milky
forming
Way's
in the
gravity.
sun's habitable zone,
These
retained
streams
liquid
provide
water,
a glimpse into the
key
galaxy's
ingredient for life.
tumultuous past, offering
Its
clues
rocky
about its
composition
growth through
reflects
mergers.
the Milky Way's history.
One of the most
containing
significant
elements forged
mergers
in the
occurred
cores of
around
ancient
10
stars
billion
and
years
scattered
ago with the
across the
Gaian
galaxy by
Enceladus galaxy.
supernovae.
This
The
event
Milky
added
Way
a
is a
substantial
colossal,
number of stars
dynamic
to the
galaxy,
Milky Way,
spanning
forming
over
its thick disk and
100,000
enriching it
light-years
with
and
heavier
containing
elements.
hundreds of billions of stars.
The collision also triggered
Its
waves of
spiral
star
arms are
formation,
regions
lighting
of
up the
intense star
galaxy.
formation,
The
illuminated
process
by
of
young,
galactic
luminous stars
cannibalism
and glowing
continues to
clouds
this
of
day.
gas.
The Sagittarius
central
dwarf
bulge surrounding
galaxy, for
Sagittarius
instance,
A*
is currently being
is a
pulled
dense
apart,
cluster of
its
older
stars
stars.
gradually joining the Milky
Beyond
Way.
the visible galaxy
These
lies a vast
ongoing
halo of
interactions
dark
highlight
matter,
the dynamic and
invisible
ever-changing
framework that
nature
holds
of
the
our
Milky
galaxy.
Way together.
The Milky
The
Way's
Milky Way is
transformation
part of the
into a
local
spiral
group,
galaxy
a collection
began
of
as
more
it
than
grew
50
larger and more
galaxies.
organized.
Its closest
Around
neighbor,
9 billion
the
years
Andromeda
ago,
galaxy,
it settled
is
into
on
a
collision
rotating
course
disk,
that will shape their
influenced
shared
by
future.
angular momentum and
In
gravitational
about
interactions.
4.5 billion years,
The spiral
Milky
arms
Way
are
will
a product
collide
of
with
density
Andromeda.
waves, regions where
This
stars
cosmic
and
merger
gas
will be
are
a
more
slow
concentrated.
and elegant dance of gravitational
These waves
forces,
move through the
unfolding
galaxy,
over hundreds of
compressing
millions
gas
of
clouds
years.
and triggering the formation of
As the
new
galaxies
stars.
merge, their
The
gas
process
clouds will
is self-sustaining,
compress,
with
igniting
each
waves
generation
of
of
star
stars
formation.
creating the conditions
The
for the
central
next.
black holes of the Milky
The spiral
Way and
arms
Andromeda
are not
will combine,
static.
forming a massive
They are shaped by the
supermassive black
galaxy's
hole.
rotation, interactions with satellite galaxies, and the motion of stars and gas.
Elliptical.
Over billions of years, they have evolved into the iconic structure we see today. Within the arms, massive clouds of gas serve as stellar nurseries.
The Milky Way's legacy will endure.
These regions are dynamic and chaotic, with gravity pulling material together to form dense clusters of stars.
We are
the bright, young stars that emerge illuminate the arms, creating the stunning patterns visible in images of the Milky Way.
By their explosive gas.
At the heart of the Milky Way lies Sagittarius A*, a supermassive black hole that exerts a profound influence on the galaxy. With a mass of about 4 million suns, it is an invisible powerhouse, its gravity shaping the orbits of nearby stars.
It reminds us of our place in a
Sagittarius A* is surrounded by a dense cluster of stars, some of which travel at incredible speeds.
Is our story.
By observing these orbits, astronomers have been able to measure the black hole's mass and confirm its presence.
As we gaze into the night sky,
while it is relatively quiet now, Sagittarius A and
the stars likely experience transcends time and space in the past. The Milky Way's journey began 13.8 billion years ago with gas and dust. The moment when powerful jets of radiation and energy emerged from a singularity of infinite density may have influenced the universe expanded rapidly during inflation its evolution, smoothing out irregularities while stretching supermassive black holes into the seeds of cosmic large galaxies. In the minutes following the Big Bang and galaxy evolution created high-tech areas of research and tracing insight into the elements that would cause the formation of the first stars. About 4.6 billion years of thousands of years, the universe was a dark and dense plasma, where light was trapped, gas and dust began to collapse. This era ended with recombination. 300 marked the beginning of our solar system after the Big Bang. At the center electrons bound to nuclei, a young star neutral atoms, the sun's light escaped to fill the remaining material flattened into a rotating This light is now observed as the cosmic microwave background, is a fossil of millions of years. These particles grew into the imprint of the first building blocks of planets that would evolve into galaxies. The Earth formed in the inner region of the disk, where temperatures were high enough to vaporize the universe entered the Dark Ages. This region gave rise to rocky planets existed, while the colder outer regions produced gas giants was quietly shaping the cosmos, pulling the solar system's formation into dense direct result within the Milky Way's long history of star formation in 200 million years after the Big Bang. The elements that make up our planet, marking the end of the Dark Ages, were forged in the hearts of stars scattered across the galaxy composed of pristine hydrogen and helium. The Milky Way is a dynamic system, constantly changing and evolving. Enriched the surrounding gas with heavier elements, regions of intense activity for more complex stars are born from clouds of gas and dust. Clusters of these stars formed proto-galaxies. The galaxy contains chaotic and irregular systems held together by vast quantities of gas, dust, these early galaxies frequently collided the central bulge, forming a large region of older stars, surround the Milky Way began as one of these proto-galaxies. Meanwhile, the halo, over billions of region of the galaxy, grew by merging with other systems and accumulating gas, and the remnants of evolving into the structured galaxy. The Milky Way is also part of the local. The Milky Way's collection has been shaped by galaxies bound together by the process of absorbing smaller galaxies. Its closest companions, the large and small Magellanic Clouds, consumed countless smaller systems that orbit tearing them apart and incorporating gas and dark matter. The Milky Way story will continue for billions of years. One of the most significant events in its history about 4.5 billion years ago, it will collide with the Andromeda galaxy, initiating a slow and spectacular merger. Added billions of stars. During the collision, the galaxy's clouds will compress and create waves of star formation. Remnants of these ancient holes of both galaxies will stellar streams, forming an even larger supermassive trails of stars that orbit the Milky Way. The resulting galaxy, these streams are the remnants of disrupted galaxies, fossilized evidence of the Milky Way's evolution past. Despite even these changes, the Milky Way continues to grow. carried by the Sagittarius dwarf galaxy, currently being dismantled by the Milky Way's merger, is contributing stars to the galactic ever-expanding universe. These interactions highlight the dynamic nature of galaxies and the cycles of creation and transformation. Before the birth of the Milky Way, there was only 9 billion years ago, the Milky Way began to develop its iconic spiral structure. The Big Bang, occurring approximately 13.8 billion years ago, flattened by the influence of angular momentum. From a point smaller than an atom, the universe expanded exponentially, luminous unleashing a torrent of regions of enhanced density created by density waves. In the universe's these waves compressed gas were so extreme that particles like quarks and triggering bursts of star formation. The cosmos was a swirling sea of fundamental particles, stellar colliding and interacting in ways that would determine the future of galaxies. This dynamic interplay of star formation and gravitational forces ensures the Milky Way's ongoing evolution. Protons and neutrons. The Milky Way's spiral structure is sustained by interactions with satellite galaxies, the first elements such as the Magellanic Cloud, helium, and a trace of lithium. These gravitational encounters create hundreds of thousands of years. This primordial soup remained dark and chaotic as photons were trapped in a dense fog of charged lies Sagittarius A*. The universe's supermassive black hole came with a mass of about 4 million electrons and nuclei. Though invisible, its immense gravitational pull allowed light to travel freely gas in the galactic bulge, producing the cosmic microwave. Sagittarius A* is surrounded by a dense cluster of stars, some orbiting at extraordinary speeds. Tiny fluctuations in density, these rapid orbits revealed the presence of the black hole, marking one of the most significant discoveries in astronomy. These ripples, amplified by relatively dormant, would eventually grow into the vast cosmic structures likely experienced active phases in the Milky Way. The Dark Age times, a period of silence and stillness, of material lasted for hundreds of millions that influenced the galaxy's central region. Gravity worked tirelessly during this time. Supermassive black holes like Sagittarius A* play a crucial role in galaxy formation. They stabilize galactic the framework for regulate star formation and shape the universe's first stars ignited approximately 400 million years after 6 billion years ago. Within these the Milky Way stars, untainted dense cloud of gas and dust began to collapse, illuminating at its center a young star ignited. But their lifetimes were brief. The remaining material explosions scattered newly planetary elements into the surrounding gas, collided and coalesced. As more stars were born, they began to cluster millions of galaxies. These planetesimals grew small, irregular systems collided and merged, growing larger. Formed in the Sun's habitable zone. The Milky Way allowed instant water to exist during this epoch, key in collection of fledgling galaxies. Its rocky composition reflects billions of years of cosmic evolution. The stars enriched by elements enriched their environment. Stars spread across the galaxy by supermetals allowed the formation of stars like a vast and dynamic galaxy, bridging over 100,000 light years and containing hundreds of billions of stars. The Milky Way's arms are regions of star formation, illuminated by young stars and glowing nebulae by consuming smaller galaxies. Bulge surrounding Sagittarius A* not gentle, is a dense cluster of star gas from smaller systems. Beyond the visible galaxy lies a vast halo of dark matter. Evidence in the visible framework that holds the Milky Way stellar stream extends far beyond its ribbons of stars that trace the Milky Way is part of a local group, a gravitationally bound like galaxies, preserving the story of the Milky Way's turbulent past. One interaction influenced the Milky Way's structure and its future evolution years ago with a massive galaxy known as 4.5 billion years. The Milky Way will collide with the Andromeda Galaxy, adding billions of this cosmic event will be a slow and majestic process, unfolding over hundreds of millions of years. filling the galaxy. As the galaxies merge, their gas clouds will compress, the process of galactic star formation continues. The central black holes of the Milky Way galaxies being combined, forming a massive supermassive black hole. Its stars and gas, the resulting galaxies, often referred to as ongoing growth, will likely be a Milky Way remains dynamic, while its spiral arms will vanish. The Milky Way's transformation to a spiral galaxy configuration as it grew larger and more stardust. Roughly every atom in our bodies was forged in stars and gas settled and scattered across the Milky Way by their explosive gravity and angular momentum. The galaxy is not just our arms, it is our density waves. Regions from the stars and gas civilizations they saw the Milky Way as a celestial river. Modern astronomers unraveling secrets, slowing humanity has always been drawn to this vast star formation. It inspires awe, mass curiosity, and a sense of belonging to something great, illuminating the surroundings. The Milky Way story is a reflection of our own. The arms are dynamic, ever-evolving transformation, constantly reshaped by the motion of stars and the gravitation. As we look to the stars, we are reminded of our shared connection to the cosmos. The Milky Way's spiral arms remain vibrant hubs of activity. The Milky Way's journey began in the remnants of stellar generation, when the Big Bang brought the Milky Way's lies a Sagittarius asterisk, a supermassive in its earliest moments. The universe was a hot, dense singularity of infinite energy, invisible and enigmatic. In less than a trillion of a second, the galaxy underwent a rapid expansion orbit as inflated stars. This process smoothed out its structures while surrounded by intense quantum fluctuations, many of which moved. These fluctuations became the seeds of galaxies of these stars and planted evidence of the black hole. As the universe allowed particles to form, coalescing into protons and while Sagittarius these fused into hydrogen, helium, and traces of lithium, the simplest elements. During its hundreds of thousands of years, the universe remained dark, with light trapped in a dense plasma of energy that influenced the distribution. Recombination marked the galaxy's occurring 380,000 years. Supermassive black holes and large electrons bound to nuclei, forming neutral evolution, and light was free to travel across the cosmos' greatest mysteries. This ancient light, in a cosmic microwave Orion, still carries the gas and dust density fluctuations that would grow into galaxies like the Milky Way. This event, as the universe expanded, solar gravity began shaping it into the vast structure you see today. Hydrogen and helium gas cloud, drawn into starry regions within the halos of dark matter. Around it, the remaining material flattened around 200 million years after the Big Bang, and these first stars ignited, ending the cosmic dark age. These small bodies grew into planets. These populations, 3 stars, were massive and ephemeral, living for only a few million years. The Earth, when they exploded in the subhabitable zone, they became a surrounding gas with heavier elements, enabling the formation of more complex stars and systems. Its composition reflects the Milky Way stars formed the first proto-galaxy containing elements forged in chaotic systems that frequently collided and merged. The Milky Way is a colossal. These interactions drove the evolution of galaxies light years, setting the stage for the emergence of the Milky Way. Its Milky Way began as a modest proto-galaxy, where new stars over billions of years. It expanded through mergers and the galaxy's halo, growing into a structure by spiral stars and globular clusters. The Milky Way's history is a story of growth through destruction. Meanwhile, its central galactic dense region filled with process of absorbing surrounding Sagittarius has defined its evolution. The Milky Way is not isolated. One of the most significant events in its history, a collection of more than 10 billion galaxies bound together by gravity.
Its collision brought billions of stars into the Magellanic Cloud, reshaping its dwarf galaxy and enriching its Milky Way and contribute gas and stellar streams, long arcs of stars. The Milky Way is far from remnants of these ancient in about 4.5 billion years. These streams serve as cosmic galaxy, preserving the memory of the Milky Way's collisions unfold over hundreds of millions. Even today, the Milky Way continues to grow. The Sagittarius dwarf gas clouds will currently be igniting bursts of stars to the galactic halo. The central black holes, these ongoing interactions reflect the dynamic nature of galaxy supermassive black cosmic evolution. The resulting galaxy, around 9 billion years ago, the Milky Way began to take on its iconic spiral shape. Its spiral structure will be gone, its stars and gas settled into a rotating carried by the stars by angular momentum majestic arms. The spiral arms are not static but dynamic patterns of the Milky Way density driven ever-expanding. As these waves move endless cycle, they compress gas transformation, triggering bursts of star formation. The universe's beginning was marked by these luminous simplicity and illuminated by young, massive stars. In the second are among the most striking features of the Milky Way particles and forces within the arms like molecular clouds, stellar nurseries where new stars are born. On these particles, these regions are vibrant with activity, while the strong shaped by the interbound gravity into radiation and stellar winds. Despite its interactions with satellite galaxies, such as the large and small Magellanic variations, sustain the Milky Way's spiral differences. However, these gravitational encounters create ripples in the galactic higher and lower perpetuating the density waves. These denser regions at the heart of the Milky Way lies Sagittarius, though still hundreds of millions of supermassive black hole with a mass of about 4 million suns, protons and neutrons. Its gravitational pull the galaxy amounts of lithium, shaping the motions of stars and gas in the central hydrogen. The simplest and lightest astronomers have observed stars orbiting Sagittarius making up about 75% speed, providing direct evidence of the black hole's primordial mixture of elements. These observations confirmed its immense mass and role as the galaxy's everything. Stars, though dormant now, and its Sagittarius A** likely experiencing era turning point. When electrons combine, it consumes vast amounts of material, emitting powerful jets of energy that allow light to travel freely. This supermassive black hole like Sagittarius gives us a glimpse of the essential to galaxy formation and evolution background. They regulate star formation and stabilize galactic regions of higher shaping the environment by their host galaxies. As the dark age drew to 4.6 billion years began to work within one of the Milky Way's spiral arms, a dense cloud of gas and dust began to collapse. These clouds, influenced by the invisible protostar dark matter, becoming the sun cradles of the first stars. The remaining material flattened the galaxies were not the elegant spiral particles collided and coalesced into planetesimals. They were chaotic over millions of years. These small bodies stars and swirling moons, and these galaxies find the solar merging, exchanging material in the sun's habitable zone that retained liquid water. The critical star for population 3 stars. Its rocky unlike anything that is the Milky Way's history. Enriched by elements forged in ancient stars and scattered across the galaxy-sized supernova burning through their nuclear fuel. The Milky Way is a colossal structure stretching over 100,000 light-years and containing hundreds of billions of stars, carbon, oxygen. Its spiral arms are regions of active star formation. These elements illuminated by young gas stars, enabling the essential stars surrounding Sagittarius A. As more stars is a dense hollow cluster larger and more beyond the visible galaxy lies a halo of dark matter, an invisible Milky Way that holds small molecular stars and gas orbiting within dark matter halos. The Milky Way is part of the local group. These galaxies over 50 galaxies bound by gravity larger and more complex. Its closest companion, The Andromeda Galaxy is on a collision course, destined to shape the Milky Way's future. It has consumed in about 4.5 billion years. The Milky Way will collide with the Andromeda Galaxy dark matter. This slow and majestic event will unfold over hundreds of millions of years, reshaping both galaxies. Some as the galaxies merge, their gas clouds will compress, igniting galaxy star formation. Others, the central black holes of the Milky Way and Andromeda will combine, forming a massive black hole at the heart of the new galaxy. The resulting galaxy, often called Milkomeda, will likely galaxy collide with the young Milky Way, while its spirals stars disappear, create stars and planets that will continue their journey in a new cosmic configuration. The event also triggered a star formation, lighting every atom in our bodies was forged in ancient stars and scattered across the Milky Way supernova explosions. The Sagittarius Way is not just our home, it is our origin being torn apart by the millennia. Humanity has gazed at the Milky Way being stretched into long, thin streams of civilization saw it as a celestial river coming a bridge to the Milky Way's halo. Today, the Milky Way spiral telescopes and spacecraft unraveling its mysteries while dreaming galaxy settled into a flat, rotating. The Milky Way's story is a reflection of our own by narrative of beginning, property growth, transformations, and information mergers. As we look to the stars, we are found connection to where cosmic gas and the cycles that orbit the galaxy. 13.8 billion years traffic jam, the Big Bang marks the birth of creating conditions for time and space unfolded within the singular spiral, setting the stage for every gas under their own gravity, energy transformed into stars. And the fundamental force rising against these stars illuminate the arms. In less than a trillion of a second, inflation caused the universe to expand. The formation of the spiral smoothing out irregularity by amplifying satellite galaxies and other external forces. These fluctuations became the seeds of cosmic structure in the disk galaxy, which evolved into density planet shapes the galaxy. As the universe cooled, Sagittarius coalesced into photons and supermassive forming hydrogen. The Milky Way is both a stabilized and a source of mystery. The universe remained dark. It is surrounded by trapped in a dense plasma, many of which orbit extreme recombinations occurring 380,000 years. The discovery of Sagittarius was a milestone. Electrons joined nuclei to form neutral atoms, allowing light to travel near the galactic center. This light, the cosmic microwave mass, still fills the cosmos, that of carrying a snapshot of its earliest moments and foreshadowing the birth of galaxies like the Milky Way. Relatively quiet compared to after recombination, the universe entered the dark age, occasionally consumed small amounts of gas stars, emitting bursts of X-rays. Gravity began pulling hydrogen and during dense phases, forming the first stellar emitted powerful jets around 200 million years after the Big Bang. The first stars, supermassive black holes. These populations of 3 stars were large galaxies, but their origins remain a subject. Their supernovae scattered heavier elements into space, enriching the interstellar massive stars in the early clusters of these stars, while other protogalaxies grew by small irregular collections of stars and gas bounded by dark formation was a direct result of the protogalaxies' long history exchanging mass and chemical enrichment. The Milky Way began as one of these galaxies ago. In a quiet over billions of years, it grew by consuming small gas and began slowly transforming into a spiral galaxy. At the center of this collapse, the Milky Way's growth is defined by cycles of creation and destruction. The remaining material, over billions of years, it absorbed smaller galaxies, tearing them apart, forming tidal forces and incorporating their stars. These small bodies grew into
planets, moons, and asteroids. One of the most transformative events in its history was the Gaia-Enceladus merger, which occurred in the habitable zone, became a rock collision and reshaped the Milky Way, creating its thick disk and its compositions of stars, billions of years of cosmic evolution. Evidence of these ancient mergers can still be seen today, scattered across stellar streams by long trails of stars left behind by disruptive galaxies. Our cosmic fossils that reveal the Milky Way's dynamic evolution. It spans over 100,000 light years. The Milky Way continues to grow stars along the Sagittarius dwarf galaxy, currently being dismantled. The spiral arm is contributing stars to the Milky Way where new stars are born. These interactions exemplify the dynamic nature of the galaxy collection of cycles of cosmic surrounding the supermassive black hole 9 billion years ago. The Milky Way began its transformation by a spiral galaxy of dark matter, which stars and gas settled into a rotating together, organized by the influence of dark matter. The galaxy stars, the spiral arms are dynamic matter created by density waves. The Milky Way stories culminate gas clouds, triggering star formation, collision with the massive stars born in these regions illuminate the arms, blending the Milky Way in striking billion years, will reshape within the arms lie molecular clouds, large regions where new stars are born. During the collision, gas clouds are shaped by the interwaves of gravity radiation, and the supernova explosions of the Milky Way and Andromeda cycle merge, forming an larger supermassive. The Milky Way's spiral structure, the resulting interactions with satellite galaxies, will be in a large and small Magellanic Cloud. Though its spiral arms will be these gravitational legacies will generate the stars, planets, perpetuating the density waves that define the arm. Even after this merger, the Milky Way lies Sagittarius A*, part of a supermassive black hole with a mass of about 4 million suns. The story of the Milky Way begins with its gravitational influence, shapes the motions of stars and gas in the galactic known as the Big Bang. Astronomers discovered Sagittarius, smallest by observing the rapid orbits of stars near the galaxy around 13.8 billion. These stars move at extraordinary speed. In the first completing their orbits in just a few decades, was a hot, dense plasma, though relatively dormant particles. Sagittarius A* likely experienced as it expanded phases in the past. These particles combined during these times and consumed large amounts of building blocks, emitting powerful jets of energy that within minutes the first atomic nuclei were formed. Supermassive black holes like Sagittarius A* with trace amounts of lithium completing the galaxy evolution. These stabilize the galactic foundations for regulate star formation, and shape the distribution of mass remained dark for about 4.6 billion years ago. The turning of the Milky Way's spiral of recombination, a dense cloud of gas and electron-paired nuclei, forming this marked the birth of the solar system to travel freely. At the center of the collapsing cloud, a young star ignited to a clear expanse, and light the remaining material flattened microplanetary disk, still particles collided and coalesced into planet's infancy. These tiny fluctuations grew into the planet's matter, amplified by asteroids that began our solar system. These denser regions formed in the sun's habitable zone, where conditions allowed liquid water to galaxies. The Milky Way, its rocky composition reflects billions of years of cosmic evolution, containing elements forged in ancient stars and scattered across the galaxy by supernova, the invisible substance that makes up the Milky Way is a colossal galaxy provided stretching over 100,000 light years and containing hundreds of billions of stars. Within these spiral arms are five regions of star formation. These populated by young stars and glowing clouds of gas almost entirely. The central bulge is a dense cluster of older stars surrounding the supermassive black hole Sagittarius. They lived and died young. Beyond the visible galaxy lies a halo of dark matter, an invisible framework that surrounds the Milky Way together. These enriched the Milky Way is part of the low generation stars, gravitationally bound to the collection of over 50 galaxies. These
early galaxies' closest neighbor, Andromeda, and chaotic, is on a collision course destined to merge with the Milky Way in the distant future. Collisions and mergers in about 4.5 billion years, the Milky Way will collide with Andromeda system, its nearest large neighbor. The Milky Way emerged this slow, majestic event will reshape both galaxies together by hundreds of millions of years. Over billions as they merge, it would grow, gas clouds with other galaxies, triggering waves of star formation would eventually give rise to the central black holes of the Milky Way. The Milky Way will eventually combine by a process forming a massive supermassive black hole, galactic cannibalism. The resulting galaxy, smaller galaxy called Milky, drawn by its likely be elliptic or torn apart and absorbed, while its spiral structure will disappear. The Milky Way stars and planets will continue their journeys. Evidence of ancient mergers can still be seen. We are a product of the Milky Way. Stellar streams, every atom in our body is forged in the hearts of ancient smaller galaxies scattered across the galaxy by their explosive death. These streams, the Milky Way is not just our window into the galaxy's past, revealing for millennia that humanity has looked to the Milky Way with one of the most significant ancient civilizations saw it as a celestial river or a bridge to the galaxy. This collision we explore stars to the Milky Way created and dreams of interstellar stars distinct from the Milky Way story is intertwined with ours. It also in the narrative galaxy's heavier transformations, paving the way for the possible planets like Earth. As we gaze into its vast expanse, the Milky Way, we are reminded of our connection to the cosmos, the Sagittarius-shaped galaxy. For instance, the story of the Milky Way began 13 stars gradually joined the Milky Way, the Big Bang. These ongoing interactions highlight the galaxy's dynamic. This was not merely the birth of matter, but of time. The Milky Way's spiral structure began the universe expanded rapidly during inflation as the galaxy stretching and smoothing its fabric while amplifying quantum fluctuation, angular density variations, and organizing stars. These tiny irregularities seeded the formation of galaxies. Spiral stars, however, are not fixed structures. As the universe cooled, their density coalesce regions of higher gravity neutrals forming hydrogen trigger star formation traces of the galaxy. The primordial elements that we give birth create active regions where young stars hundreds of thousands of years the universe remaining dark, their distinct light traps within a dense plasma. The formation of the spiral change was 380,000 years after the Big Bang galaxy combination. These electrons bonded with nucleus disk, which evolved at density wave light was a galaxy, creating the cosmic microwave background dynamic and still visible, constantly reshaped by the motion. This light provides a gravitational influence of the Milky Way, capturing the first hints of what would become the Milky Way. Sagittarius, in the silence of the dark supermassive gravity hole, the Milky Way pulling hydrogen is gravitating to dense regions within dark matter. With a mass of around 4 million these regions became their first stellar nurseries on the galaxy's structure around 200 million years after the Sagittarius first stars surrounded by a dense cluster of stars. These population-free stars were massive and ephemeral due to their brief lifespan ending in supernovae. These orbits provided explosions and evidence of the surrounding gases with heavier elements as astronomers paving the way for the formation of more complex stars and galaxies. While Sagittarius clusters of these stars formed proto-galaxies, it irregular and chaotic structures that collided and merged frequently. During these periods, these collisions large amounts of gas and galaxy emitting powerful creating ever larger and more organized systems. These bursts of activity may have the Milky Way emerged stars in these proto-galaxies' central regions. Over billions of years, in a quiet region of the Milky Way's horizon, evolving cloud gas spiral galaxy collapsed around 4.6 billion. The Milky Way's history is marked by cycles of creation of solar system, a process that would over billions of years consumed smaller galaxies. At the center of the cloud, tidal forces are incorporating their stars surrounding it, and the remaining material flat to a rotating. One of the most transformative events occurred billion years ago, colliding the Milky Way, forming the Enceladus galaxy, the building block planet. This
merger reshaped the galaxy, creating a region of disk and enriching rock elements critical for planet formation and life. Its position in the sun's habitable zone allowed remnants of these interactions remain visible as stellar streams for long, arcing trails of stars of vast time by disrupted galaxies spanning over 100,000 light-years are celestial fossils, preserving the memory of the Milky Way. Spiral arms are regions of intense activity. The Sagittarius stars born from gas mantled by the Milky Way. The galaxy's modern example is a galactic region of older stars surrounding stars are being absorbed into the Milky Way's halo, illustrating the growth and transformation with ancient stars and approximately 9 billion years ago. The Milky Way began to transform into a spiral galaxy. Most of the galaxy's mass, stars and gas settled into around the Milky Way, flattened by the galaxy's angular momentum. Provides the gravitational spiral arm that holds the galaxy's density, are created by density waves that move through the galactic. The Milky Way story. These waves compress gas clouds, its triggering star formation galaxy. The massive stars born in these regions illuminate the arms, lending the Milky Way its iconic galaxies. Creating these arms are dynamic, not fixed, and are shaped by the galaxy's gravitational interaction, triggering first star formation, the Magellanic Cloud. The central black holes of the Milky Way sustain the density waves, perpetuating the spiral supermassive fueling new star formation. The resulting galaxy at the heart of the Milky Way lies Sagittarius B, an elliptical system, a supermassive black hole with a mass of about 4 million suns. Though its spiral arm invisible yet immensely influential, it governs the motion of the stars and planets once central orbiting within its majestic disk. Astronomers discovered Sagittarius merger by observing the rapid orbits of stars near the galactic universe. Part of these stars, some traveling at thousands of kilometers per second, the universe reveals presence of a massive event unseen as the Big Bang. Approximately dormant today, Sagittarius A** likely in its first fleeting phases in the universe was assuming vast amounts of material and emitting powerful energy and fundamental particles. Such events would expand the distribution of gas and stars in the galaxy for the formation of matter. Supermassive black holes like Sagittarius and neutrons are thought to play a critical role in atomic formation and evolution of galaxies. Within minutes, these nuclei stabilize their host galaxies and regulate star formation and tracing the cosmic environment. Yet the universe remained dark, approximately 4.6 billion years of light were trapped in one of the Milky Way's spiral arms. A dense cloud of gas and dust began to collapse, known as the Dark Age. This marks the birth of the solar system thousands of years. At its center, during young star gravity, the sun's surrounding fluctuation, the remaining material amplifying to a rotating protoplanetary orbit where particles collided and coalesced. Eventually, the universe cooled enough for electrons over millions of years. These planetesimals grew into planets, moons. This event, called recombination, allowed Earth to travel the sun's habitable zone, where conditions allowed microwave to exist. A faint glow radius across the entire sky. Its relative composition reflects billions of years of cosmic evolution, containing thousands forged in ancient stars and scattered across the galaxy by following combination. Gravity began its The Milky Way is a colossal, high-dynamic system gas spanning over 100,000 light-years and together by hundreds of billions of stars. Within these spiral arms, the first stars regions of star formation illuminated by young massive stars and glowing nebulae. The first stars, known as the central population, is a dense cluster of older stars surrounding Sagittarius lives. Beyond the visible galaxy lies the vast halo of which they release an invisible framework that holds the Milky Way together and extends. This enrichment of the stellar medium allowed for the Milky Way is part of the local group and a gravitationally bound collection of galaxies. As stars form, they cluster small, irregular galaxies. These interactions shape the Milky Way's structure and unstable, frequently colliding and merging to form large billion years.
The Milky Way collides during this era is the closest large galaxies orbiting within this cosmic event will unfold over hundreds of millions of galaxies, reshaping the foundation of the Milky Way, which would as they merge, all their gas clouds will compress, igniting waves of star formation and dark matter. The central black growth of the Milky Way will shaped by countless mergers, forming a massive supermassive galaxy hole, drawn by its gravitational pull, where the resulting galaxy, their stars and gas will likely be larger system. While its spiral structure known as the galactic cannibal, its stars was the primary driver of the Milky Way's evolution. We are a product of the Milky Way occurred around 10 billion Every atom in our body was forged in the cores of ancient stars and scattered across the galaxy by their explosion. This event added a substantial number of stars to the galaxy, not just our home, it is our origin. A population of stars for millennia, humanity has gazed at the Milky Way with wonder. Stellar streams, long trails of stars describing it as a celestial galaxy. To modern science, evidence of the Milky Way's structure. The galaxy has inspired astronomers with a unique opportunity. The Milky Way story of the galaxy our own. Even now, a reflection of our Milky Way continues to enter of the cycles of Sagittarius galaxy, and for example, that defines being pulled apart. Its stars as we explore its depths, we are reminded of our profound connection to the galaxy remains dynamic, cherishing the fragile world we call the Milky Way's transformation. The story of the Milky Way began as a larger years ago with the Big Bang. About 9 billion years ago, its stars and gas emerged from a flat, rotating in the universe's first fractions of a second. Momentum played a crucial role in shaping inflation, aligning the motions of stars while amplifying tiny quantum fluctuations. The spiral arms, one of the galaxy's most iconic features, a vast net regions of higher density connected by dark matter filaments. These density waves as the universe through the galaxy, quarks combine into gas clouds and trigger star formation, forming the lightest elements. Hydrogen. The arms are illuminated by young, massive stars for hundreds of thousands of years, ending their lives with a dark, dense plasma. These stars, along with glowing gas clouds surrounding them, give the spiral recombination distinctive 380,000 years after the smaller galaxy when bound to nuclei shaping the forming neutral spiral structure. Light was set free, creating the cosmic microwave which evolved into the dense snapshot of the universe in its infancy, and the earliest trace of the Milky Way lies Sagittarius. The Dark Ages followed recombination, a time when the universe was filled with neutral hydrogen. Although it is relatively quiet now, it has gravity waves already shaping the galaxy, pulling matter into dense regions. Sagittarius is surrounded by dense around 200 million years after the Big Bang, the first stars ignited. Observations of these population of three stars were enormous black hole short-lived and allowed astronomers purely of hydrogen and helium. During their active phase and ultraviolet radiation is likely to surround large amounts of gas in the dark age, emitting illuminating jets of radiation. When these stars exploded as supernovae, they scattered heavier elements in the central regions of the galaxy and iron, shaping the orbits of stars and the dynamics. This enriched gas allowed subsequent generations of stars in the Milky Way's Orion arm. A dense cluster of gas early stars collapsed around proto-galaxy 6 billion years ago. Over time, at its center, a young star ignited, merged and collided, creating the remaining blocks of larger galaxies, including the young Milky stuck together. The Milky Way's history is a tale of growth over time. These planetesimals over billions of years. It absorbed smaller asteroids, tearing up the solar system, integrating their stars. The Earth formed in the inner part of the disk. One of the most significant mergers in its history occurred 10 billion years ago. with the planets. This event produced gas giants like Jupiter and creating its thick disk. The solar system's composition reflects the long-forming rocky Way containing elements forged in ancient stars and stellar streams, long arcs of stars left behind by disrupted dynamic systems spanning ancient 1,000 light years. These streams act as cosmic regions of the Milky Way's central pole and its continued evolution of older stars. Even now, the galaxy is surrounded by a halo of matter. The Sagittarius dwarf galaxy currently being torn apart by the Milky Way's gravity. Dark matter provides the gravitational frame that holds the galaxy. This process highlights the dynamic, ever-changing nature of the Milky Way is part of a larger structure. Around 9 billion years ago, the Milky Way began its transformation into a spiral galaxy. Its closest stars and gas settled into a angular momentum galaxy that orbit the Milky Way. The iconic spiral arms are not static but dynamic. The Milky Way's created by density include a spectacular cosmic compressed gas clouds as they move through the disk, triggering this merger set to begin in about 4.5 billion luminous stars will reshape galaxies, illuminate the arms, giving the Milky Way gas clouds recognizable, igniting waves of star formation. Within the spiral arms, the molecular clouds act as stellar inertia producing new generations of stars, even larger supermassive. These regions are shaped by gravitational galaxy radiation, often referred to as explosive energy will be an elliptic driving the Milky Way's, though its spiral structure will be lost. The spiral arms are sustained by interactions with nearby galaxies, such as the large and small Magellanic Cloud. The Milky Way's these gravitational encounters create ripples in the disk, maintaining the cycle waves and creating star formation. At the heart of the Milky Way lies Sagittarius energy, a supermassive black hole with a mass of about 4 billion created time, space. Its immense gravity anchors the galaxy's central reality, influencing the orbits of stars and the motion of matter. The astronomers discovered Sagittarius and by observing the rapid orbits of stars near the galactic center. In its earliest moments, stars move at extraordinary speeds, completing their orbits in just a few decades, revealing the presence of an invisible yet colossal object. As the cosmos relatively dormant now, Sagittarius combines brightly experience active phases in the past. These particles during these times consume vast amounts of hydrogen, emitting powerful traces of lithium that shape the primordial element of the galaxy. For hundreds of supermassive black holes like Sagittarius play a critical role in galaxy evolution. The particles of light, they regulate star plasma, stabilize galactic structures, and shape the distribution of matter on the cosmic scale. Persisted until approximately 4.6 billion years ago within one of the Milky Way's spiral atoms. A dense cloud of gas began to collapse about 380,000 This marked the birth of the solar system, transformed at its center. A young star ignited the sun, flooding space. The remaining material migrated into a protoplanetary disk where particles collided and coalesced into planets. This radiation carries over millions of years. These small bodies grew into planet variations that would one day grow into galaxies. Earth, forming in the sun's habitable zone, retained gravity began to assert ingredient for life. Tiny variation composition reflects the Milky Way's inflationary period, caused some regions of ancient stars more scattered across the galaxy by supernovas grew denser over time, forming the Milky Way is a gas and dynamic galaxy spanning over 1,000 light roughly 2 million years. Its spiral arms of star formation. These populated by luminous young stars and glowing today, massive. The central bulge and surrounding Sagittarius hydrogen is a dense cluster of older stars. Immense heat and pressure beyond their visible galaxy lies a halo of their lives, an invisible framework that when the Milky Way supernova extends far beyond its edge gas with these new elements. The Milky Way is part of the local stars gravitationally bound collection of small irregular galaxies. Its closest millions of years, the Andromeda Galaxy is on a collision course growing larger and more complex. The Milky Way began as 5 billion years. The Milky Way will collide with Andromeda in a universe large similar fledgling system. This cosmic event will unfold over invisible mysterious substance, resulting in a slow, majestic transformation galaxies. As the galaxies emerge, their gas clouds will act as igniting waves of star formation and growth of galaxies. The central black holes of the Milky Way and Andromeda will eventually combine, forming a massive supermassive over billions of years. The resulting galaxy, often called their stars, will likely be a part of its own structure. Its spiral structure will vanish, known as the stars and planets will continue their cosmic journey to the Milky Way. Galactic configuration of galaxies. We are made of stardust. One of the most astronomical bodies was forged in the heart of ancient stars and scattered across the Milky Way by the explosive Galactic Galaxy. The galaxy is not just our billions of stars to the Milky Way created for millennia. Humanity has gazed at the Milky Way with one's thin, drawing inspiration from its luminous art. The event also triggered a burst of star ancient civilization saw it as a celestial light. While modern science reveals are still visible today. Stellar Milky story is a reflection of our stars, a narrative of creation, the evolution, remnants of smaller galaxies torn apart by its gravity. As we explore its depths, we are reminded of our place in the cosmos, preserving the memory of the Milky Way's tumultuous past. The story of the Milky Way began 13.8 billion years ago the Sagittarius dwarf galaxy. In an instant, the universe is beginning to exist apart, transforming a singularity into a vast expanse of space. As the Milky Way grew larger, it began during the first moments, inflation caused the universe to expand exponentially years ago, stretching galaxies into density flat, rotating disks. These minute ripples seeded the cosmic web, a structure of galaxies. The spiral stars, however, are not fixed the universe. They are as the universe created by particles formed regions of neutrons, which then fused into hydrogen, helium, and lithium. These waves moved hundreds of thousands of years, and light was trapped in a dense plasma. Dynamic then came recombination. 380,000 massive clouds gas collapsed to form electrons joined with nuclei, the youngest and brightest stars and luminary arms, creating cosmic microwave activity and beauty. This faint glow still fills the cosmos, a relic of the universe's interaction that foreshadowed the formation of galaxies like stars gas within the Dark Ages followed the spiral arms also when the universe was filled with neutral hydrogen, the birthplace of stars and light. These regions are gravity was already shaping the producing not only matter into dense regions within dark matter and more organic compounds. Around 200 million years after the Big Bang, at the heart of the Milky Way lies Sagittarius. These population 3 stars were black, luminous, and short-lived, 4 million suns. Their supernovae scattered meteoric objects surrounded by dense gas and enabling the formation of more complex extraordinary speed due to clusters of these stars formed proto-galaxies. Sagittarius collected stars like galaxies over time, growing structures merged, forming the precursors of modern galaxies. During its active phase, the Milky Way began as one of these proto-galaxies, shaping the central mergers in a galaxy, and it grew in size and complexity. Evolving over billions of years as grand spiral relatively quiet. Occasionally, the Milky Way's history is a testament to the cycles of creation and destruction. Despite its current inactivity, over billions of years dominated smaller galaxies, integrating their stars, gas, and dark matter.
Supermassive one of the most transformative and large galaxies, but their origins 10 billion years ago. Some theories added billions of stars in which the Milky Way's chemical composition, while others reshaped by merging smaller black evidence of these mergers persists in stellar streams, arcing trails of stars that orbit the Milky Way. In one of the Milky Way's these remnants are a dense cloud of gas revealing a galaxy's dynamic evolution. This marks the birth of the solar system. The Milky Way continues to grow over millions of years. The Sagittarius dwarf at galaxy, the center of the cloud, a protostar contributing stars to the Milky Way's halo. Around it, the remaining interactions highlight the galaxy's ongoing transformation. Collided and stuck around 9 billion years over time. The Milky Way began to develop a tectonic spiral, building blocks of planets. As stars and gas settled into the rotating disk, angular momentum shaped the galaxy into a flat plane. Its position in the sun's habitable allowed regions of enhanced density created by density waves that propagate through the disk. The solar system's composition of compressed gas clouds triggering bursts of star-formation elements forged in the hearts of massive luminous stars illuminate the Milky Way, lending the Milky Way breathtaking beauty, spanning over 100,000 light-years. Molecular clouds act as stellar nurseries. Its dynamic regions are shaped by gravitational forces, while its central bulge is home to the explosive energy of supermassive black holes. Interactions with nearby galaxies, such as the large and small magellanic clouds, sustain the Milky Way spiral beyond the visible stars and gas. These gravitational encounters provides in the disk, fueling new waves of star formation, ensuring its stability. At the center of the Milky Way lies Sagittarius. The Milky Way is part of a larger supermassive black hole with a mass of about a collection more than 50 galaxies. Its immense gravity anchors the galaxy's core. It's influencing the motions of stars and small magellanic clouds. Our dwarf galaxy Sagittarius and the Milky Way surrounded by a dense cluster of star structure, some orbiting at extraordinary journey is far from over. Observing these orbits reveal the presence of the black hole, confirming its colossal Andromeda galaxy. It's the nearest large neighbor. Sagittarius A cosmic merger unfold over millions of years, creating a spectacular transformation. It consumed vast amounts of material, emitting jets of energy that shape the central regions of star formation. Supermassive black holes like Sagittarius and Andromeda are essential to galaxy formation. Larger supermassive they regulate star formation, the stabilize galaxy, often play a pivotal role in the evolution of the galactical system. Though its spiral structure was begun, its legacy within one of the Milky Way's spiral arms once a dense cloud of gas and dust began to collapse. Even after this marked the birth of the solar system continued to drift. At the center of the collapsing cloud, a young star ignited cosmic transformation. The remaining material is flat Milky Way begins at the planetary Big Bang, where particles collided and coalesced into planetary space and matter. These planetesimals grew into the planets, the universe, and asteroids that was a sea of energy, expanding formed in the sun's habitable zone, where conditions allowed liquid water to exist. The universe cooled enough for fundamental particles, quarks. Its composition reflects billions of years of cosmic evolution, containing elements colliding stars and scattered out across the galaxy by supernova protons and neutrons. The Milky Way is a colossal galaxy within spanning over 100,000 light-years and containing hundreds of billions of stars into the first atomic nuclei. Its spiral arms are vibrant regions of star-dominated illuminated by young stars and glowing nebulae completing the elemental tree. The central bulge is a dense element made up of star material surrounding the supermassive black hole with Sagittarius A star. For the next beyond the visible galaxy lies a vast halo of dark matter, an invisible framework with photons trapped in free electrons, and the Milky Way is part of the local this era known as the dark bound collection of over 50 galaxies for electrons to combine closest neighbor, the Andromeda galaxy.
is on a collision course called destined to merge with the Milky Way in the distant future, allowing light to travel in approximately 4.5 billion years. This ancient Milky Way will collide with background is a snapshot of the universe, majestic event that will reshape both galaxies over hundreds of millions of years in density. As the galaxies merge, their gas clouds will compress. As the universe ignites waves of star formation, gravity began to shape the central black holes of the Milky Way Andromeda will eventually visible in the cosmic microwave supermassive black regions at the heart of the new galaxy. The resulting galaxies, often called hydrogen helium will likely be elliptical under their own while its spiral structure will within these collapsed stars and planets will first their cosmic journeys within this new configuration. Stars, we are stardust, burning at incredible every atom in our bodies is forged in the hearts of ancient stars. When they scattered across the galaxy by their explosion, the surrounding gas with the Milky Way is not a star home for the next it is our origin stars. For millennia, humanity has gazed at the Milky Way with chaotic collections of stars. Ancient civilizations saw it as a celestial river over time. These proto-galaxies merged and today we explore larger intellects as satellites. And the Milky Way began as one of these early galaxies. The Milky Way's story is intertwined with our series of narrative accumulating stars, gas, and dark matter. As we look to the stars, and invisible we are reminded of our connection to cosmic light, played a crucial role in this process, providing the gravitational in the earliest moments. The universe was a seething cauldron of Milky Way's temperature so high that even particles like protons and neutrons over billions of years. It consumed within a fraction of a galaxy, inflation tearing them apart, stretching space faster than the speed of light, gas, and dark matter. This expansion erased any irregularities on large scales while amplifying microscopic fluctuations into the seeds of collided as the universe cooled. This merger added billions of stars combined to the Milky Way created hydrogen disk, helium, and stars orbits distinct. These elements made up nearly all matter for hundreds of millions of years. Long ribbons of stars stretching across the universe was dark as light was trapped in a dense fog by the Milky Way. Recombination this 380,000 years offering the Big Bang changed everything, revealing the story of neutral atom mergers and light escape. Even today, flooding the cosmos, the Milky Way continues to evolve. This primordial light, now observed as cosmic galaxy currently reveals a snapshot of the Milky Way's infancy. Its stars gradually joining the galaxy to coalesce. These ongoing interactions follow the combination wave a silent dynamic when no stars has yet ignited to illuminate the Milky Way's spiral structure began in the shadows around gravity million years ago, pulling hydrogen as the galaxy grew large dense stars and gas halos and dark rotating disks shaped by 200 million years after the Big Bang. The first stars ignited their intense galaxy's most iconic features are regions of population density stars were massive, burning at millions of degrees, and their violent deaths compressing gas clouds and triggering heavier elements like carbon, oxygen, and ions are illuminated by clusters of these stars formed which burn bright galaxies live chaotic assemblies of light and matter. Along with these early galaxies colliding give the spiral into larger distinctive appearance. The Milky Way emerged during this era was a small and vital galaxy in a vast turbulent universe created ripples in the disk. Its growth was fueled by merging waves as it absorbed other proto-galaxies and accumulated gas shaped the overall structure of the galaxy. The invisible scaffolding of the ever-changing played a critical role, providing the gravitational glue that allowed galaxies Sagittarius A*, a supermassive black hole
massive by galactic cannibal sun, a natural but violent process of survival. Its presence is revealed by the over billions of years. The Milky Way consumed countless smaller galaxies, tearing them apart with its gravity. Of the Milky Way, one of the most significant mergers in its history was the collision with the Gaia Enceladus galaxy 10 billion years ago. It emitted powerful jets of energy was transforming the distribution of the Milky Way and creating the galaxy. Billions of stars were added to the galaxy, enriching it with the heavy elements necessary for forming rocky planets, small amounts of material, life. Despite its evidence of these ancient mergers still be seen today in the stellar galaxy's graceful arcs and stars that trace the remnants of disrupted galaxies. Supermassive black holes feature celestial galaxies, preserving their memory of the Milky Way's greatest mysteries. Even now, the Milky Way continues to grow. The collapse of massive the Sagittarius dwarf galaxy, while others currently being dismantled through mergers, is adding its stars to the galactic halo. These ongoing interactions highlight the dynamic and changing nature of our galaxy. Around 9 billion years ago, the Milky Way began to take on its iconic spiral shape. This marks the beginning of the solar system. And gas settled that were rotating disk. Angular momentum flattened the system. At the center of the collapsing ground, a protostar ignited. The sun. The spiral arms are not static rotating disks. They are dynamic particles collided by density waves. Over time, these waves form part of the galaxy. They compress gas building blocks, triggering star formation. The Earth formed the result is a galaxy alive where rocky planets emerge. Its arms illuminated by the light of the sun's massive stars allowed it to retain within the spiral arms creating vast molecular clouds for life. Nurseries where new stars, the solar system's composition. These regions are turbulent and chaotic of stars driven by the interplay of gravity, radiation and magnetic cores of ancient stars. Interaction with nearby galaxies. The Milky Way vast complex also play a role, spanning over 100,000 these gravitational encounters create ripples in the Milky Way's disk. Its spiral arms are influencing its formation, while at the center of the Milky Way resides Sagittarius A*. The galaxy supermassive black halo of mass of about 4 million suns far beyond the visible stars. Its gravity dominates the motions of stars and gas provides the gravitational frame anchoring the galaxy's Milky Way together. Sagittarius A* is surrounded by a dense cluster of stars, many of which form an extraordinary speed, a collection of more than these rapid galaxies bound together by the existence of the black hole in measuring its mass. The large and small, though relatively dormant now, are dwarf galaxies that likely experience gas star structure. During these times, the Milky Way devoured vast amounts of dramatic emitting powerful radiation that influenced the galaxy's central regions. This merger, set to supermassive black holes like Sagittarius will reshape rock galaxies, critical role creating the formation and evolution of galaxies. Stabilizing galaxies merge and regulate cloud formation through their gravitational and energetic influence. The central black holes hold 6 billion years of Andromeda within the Milky Way's forming a supermassive black gas and dust began to collapse under its own gravity. The new galaxy, this collapse marked the birth of our solar system be an elliptical system. At the center of the cloud, a young star ignited, becoming a sun-planet will carry the remaining material Milky Way to a protoplanetary disk. Even after this merge collided, the remnants of the Milky Way will continue to drift through the building blocks of planets. Part of the endless Earth formed in the sun's habitable zone, where conditions allowed it to repeat. The Big Bang was not just the creation of matter, its rocky composition reflects the Milky Way's history, enriched by elements of singularity. The universe began across the galaxy by supernova undergoing a brief period of inflation. The Milky Way is a colossal galaxy. Quantum fluctuations 100,000 light years containing hundreds of billions of vast cosmic structures. Its spiral arms are vibrant regions of star formation, while its central lobe is a dense hub of older stars surrounding Sagittarius and neutrons. This marked
the galaxy's halo extends far beyond the visible stars, containing globular clusters and the remnants of disrupted nuclear fusion followed. This halo is also dominated by dark matter, however, an invisible substance that provides the gravitational framework, leaving in the Milky Way the plasma particles and photons. The Milky Way is part of the local group of thousands of more than 50 galaxies scattered, unable to escape the dense fog of particles.
The Andromeda Galaxy in the
During this
Magellanic
period,
Clouds,
known as the Dark Ages, gravity began pulling matter into denser regions, laying the groundwork for galaxies.
The Milky Way will collide
when the universe
with the
was about
Galaxy.
380,000 years
This
old,
event will be
it
a
reached
slow
a critical
cosmic
threshold,
dance, unfolding over
recombination.
hundreds of millions of years.
Electrons bonded with
As the
nuclei to
galaxies
form
merge,
neutral atoms,
their gas clouds
allowing
will
light
compress,
to travel freely for
igniting
the first
bursts
time.
of star formation.
The cosmic
The
microwave
central
background,
black holes
this
of the
light
Milky
from the
Way
dawn of the
and
universe,
Andromeda will merge,
still fills the
forming
cosmos,
a massive
a
supermassive
snapshot of a
black
time
hole
when the
at the heart
universe
of the
was
new
just
galaxy.
a glowing baby.
The resulting
As the
galaxy,
universe expanded
often
and
referred to
cooled,
as
the seeds
Milkomeda,
planted
will
by
likely be
inflation grew
elliptical in
under
shape.
the influence of gravity.
Though its spiral structure
Regions
will
of
vanish,
slightly higher
its stars
density
and planets
attracted
will
more
continue
matter,
their journeys
forming
through
vast
the cosmos.
clouds of hydrogen and helium
Even
gas.
after this merger, the
These
remnants of the
clouds
Milky
collapsed
Way
to
will
form the
drift through
first
an
stars,
ever-expanding
igniting the
universe,
cosmic
a
dawn.
testament to the cycles of
These
creation and
first-generation
transformation that
stars,
define the
called
cosmos.
population 3 stars,
The Big
were
Bang
immense,
was more
burning
than an
at
origin
millions
point.
of degrees.
It was a transformation
They
from
had no
nothingness
heavier
into an
elements,
ever-expanding
no carbon,
reality.
no oxygen,
Time
no
itself
iron,
began
making
ticking,
them unique
and the
in the
laws of
history
physics
of the
emerged to
cosmos.
govern the birth of energy
Yet they played
and
a
matter.
pivotal role, synthesizing these elements in their cores and dispersing them into space when they died in cataclysmic
which stretched
supernovae.
quantum fluctuations
As more
across
stars
vast
formed,
scales.
they began clustering
These
into
fluctuations
proto-galaxies.
planted the seeds of the cosmic
These small,
web, a
chaotic
network of
systems
galaxies
collided
and
and
voids
merged
that would span
frequently,
billions
their
of light
dynamics
years.
driven by the
As
gravitational
the universe
scaffolding
cooled,
of dark matter
particles
halos.
formed into protons and
Each
neutrons,
merger added
and
mass
soon
and
after,
complexity,
into the
shaping
first
the
elements,
earliest
hydrogen,
galaxies.
helium, and
The
a trace
Milky
of
Way
lithium.
began as one of these
For hundreds of
proto-galaxies,
thousands
a
of
modest
years,
collection
the
of
universe
stars and
remained
gas
dark and
orbiting
silent,
within a dark matter
shrouded in a
halo.
plasma of particles.
Over time, it grew
Light
through a
could not
series of
escape.
mergers, becoming the
But when
galaxy we
recombination
recognize
occurred,
today.
electrons joined
The
nuclei
history of
to
the
form
Milky
neutral
Way
atoms,
is written in
and
the
light was
stars,
released into the
literally.
cosmos.
Over billions
This
of
light,
years,
the
it
cosmic
absorbed smaller
microwave
galaxies
background,
in a
is
process
still
known
visible
as
today,
galactic
a
cannibalism.
silent witness to the dawn
This
of everything.
relentless growth created the
The dark
galaxy's
ages of the
complex
universe
structure
were
and
not
diverse
devoid of
stellar
progress.
populations.
Gravity
One of the
began
largest
its quiet,
mergers in the
steady
Milky
work,
Way's history
pulling
was with
hydrogen
Gaia
and
Enceladus,
helium into
a
dense
massive
regions.
galaxy that collided with
These
it about
regions
10
grew
billion
hotter
years
and
ago.
denser, and after 200
This event
million
left a
years,
profound
the
imprint
first
on the
stars
Milky Way,
ignited, marking
creating
the
its
end of
thick
darkness.
disk and populating the halo with
Population
stars of a
3
distinct
stars were
chemical
immense,
composition.
hundreds of times the mass
Astronomers
of our sun,
have uncovered
and they burned
evidence
with
of
ferocity.
these ancient mergers through stellar
Their
streams,
brief lives ended
arcing
in
trails of
supernovae,
stars that were
enriching
once
the
part of
surrounding
smaller
gas
galaxies.
with heavier elements like carbon
These
and
streams
oxygen,
orbit the Milky
the building
Way,
blocks
remnants
of
of
life.
past encounters.
Clusters of these
They
stars
provide a
formed
window into the
proto-galaxies,
galaxy's dynamic
chaotic
past,
systems of light
revealing
and matter
the violent
that frequently
events that
collided.
shaped its present form.
These early galaxies
The
were
Milky Way's
irregular,
cannibalistic
small,
nature
and turbulent,
continues.
but they laid the groundwork
The
for the
Sagittarius
cosmic
Dwarf
giants to
Galaxy
come.
is currently being
The
torn
Milky
apart
Way
by
was
tidal
born
forces,
as one of these
its stars
proto-galaxies,
and gas
its early
gradually
form
joining
shaped
the
by
Milky
dark
Way's
matter
disk and
halos.
halo.
Over time,
These ongoing
it merged with other
interactions ensure that
proto-galaxies,
the Milky Way
growing in
remains a
size and
dynamic,
complexity.
ever-evolving system.
The Milky Way's
The
story
Milky
is
Way's
one of both
transformation
creation
into
and
a spiral
destruction.
galaxy began as its
Galactic
stars and
cannibalism,
gas settled into a
absorbing smaller
rotating disk
galaxies,
around 9
is not a
billion years
violent
ago.
anomaly, but a natural
This
part of its
process was
evolution.
driven by angular momentum,
Over
the
billions
natural
of years,
result
the
of
Milky Way
gravitational
has
collapse
consumed
on a
dozens of
galactic
smaller
scale.
galaxies, tearing
The spiral
them apart and
arms,
incorporating
one of the
their
galaxy's
stars,
most
gas,
striking
and
features,
dark matter.
are not fixed structures
The
but
Gaia
density
Enceladus
waves.
merger, 10 billion
These
years
waves
ago,
move through
was
the
one of
disk,
the most
compressing
transformative
gas
events
clouds
in the
and
Milky
triggering
Way's
star
history.
formation as they pass.
It reshaped the galaxy's
Within
disk,
the arms,
added billions
massive
of
clouds
stars,
of molecular
and enriched
gas
the
act as
interstellar
stellar
medium
nurseries,
with heavy elements.
birthing new generations of
Today,
stars.
the remnants of these
These
mergers
stars
are visible
illuminate
as
the
stellar
arms,
streams,
creating the bright,
graceful arcs of
intricate
stars that
patterns
trace
visible
the
in
orbits of
images
once
of the
independent
galaxy.
galaxies.
Interactions
These
with
streams
satellite
provide
galaxies
astronomers
and
with
other
a window into the
gravitational
Milky Way's
disturbances have
past,
influenced the
revealing the
shape and
cosmic
evolution of
interactions
the
that
Milky
shaped
Way's
its
spiral
structure.
arms.
The Milky
These
Way is
interactions
still
create
growing.
ripples in the disk,
The
which evolve into
Sagittarius
the
dwarf
density waves
galaxy,
that sustain
currently
the
being
arms.
dismantled by the Milky Way's
Sagittarius
gravity,
A*,
is contributing
the
stars
Milky
to the
Way's
galactic
supermassive
halo.
black hole,
This
sits at the heart
ongoing
of the
process
galaxy,
demonstrates that the
exerting a
Milky
profound
Way remains
influence
an
on its
active
dynamics.
participant in the cosmic cycle
With a
of
mass
growth.
of about 4 million
Around
suns,
9 billion
it is
years
surrounded
ago,
by a dense
the Milky
cluster
Way
of
began to
stars,
transform
many of
into
which
a
orbit
spiral
at incredible
galaxy.
speeds.
Stars
The
and
discovery
gas
of
settled into a
Sagittarius
rotating
A**
disk,
was a
and angular
triumph of
momentum
modern
flattened
astronomy.
the system into a plane.
Observations of the
This
rapid orbits of
organization
stars
gave
near the
rise to the
galactic
iconic
center
spiral
provided
arms,
direct evidence of
regions
its
of higher
existence
density
and allowed
that form and
astronomers to
reform as the
calculate its
galaxy
mass.
evolves.
Though
The
relatively
spiral
quiet
arms
now,
are illuminated by the light of
Sagittarius
young,
A**
massive
likely
stars.
experienced periods of intense
These
activity
stars,
in the
though
past.
short-lived, shine
During these
intensely,
phases,
giving the
it
arms their
consumed
brilliant,
vast amounts of
dynamic
gas and
appearance.
dust, emitting powerful
Within
jets of
these
radiation
arms,
that shape
molecular
the central
clouds act
regions
as
of the
stellar
galaxy.
nurseries, producing new
Supermassive black
generations of
holes
stars.
like Sagittarius A**
The Milky Way's
are
spiral
thought to play a
structure
key
is
role
not
in the
static.
evolution of galaxies,
It is constantly
regulating star
influenced by
formation and
gravitational
influencing the
interactions
distribution
with
of
nearby
matter.
galaxies,
The
such as the
Milky
large
Way's
and
long
small
history of
Magellanic
star
clouds.
formation and
These interactions create ripples in the galactic sustaining the density waves that shape the spiral arms. In a quiet region at the heart of the Milky Way lies Sagittarius began to collapse, a supermassive black hole with a mass at the center of the collapsing cloud, a young star ignited. Though invisible, its presence is undeniable. Around it, as its gravity controls the motions of stars and gas particles collided and stuck together. Astronomers discovered Sagittarius A** by tracking the rapid orbits of stars near the center of the galaxy make up the solar system. These stars, some moving in thousands of kilometers, orbit an unseen object. Its position in the Sun's habitable Sagittarius A** is currently creating the conditions necessary it has experienced active phases. The solar system's composition reflects the Milky Way's vast amounts of material, emitting jets of energy that influence the surrounding across the galaxy by supernovae. Supermassive black holes like Sagittarius A** dynamic are thought to play an essential role in billions of stars and countless planetary systems. They regulate star formation. Its spiral arms the distribution of intense star formation, stabilize their while its central bulge is a dense collection of older stars surrounding the supermassive black hole within the Milky Way's Orion star. A dense cloud of gas and dust surrounded by an extended halo of dark matter, which provides the gravitational glue that holds it together. The Sun. Without the remaining material, the Milky Way stars would not orbit fast enough particles collided and coalesced into planetesimals. The Milky Way is also over time. The local these planetesimals grew into planets, galaxies bound by asteroids. Its closest formed in the Sun's habitable large and small Magellanic conditions allowed liquid water galaxies that orbit the Milky Way. Its composition reflects the history of the Milky Way, containing elements poised in ancient stars and scattered across the galaxy and Andromeda explosion. Its nearest large neighbor. The Milky Way is a sprawling, dynamic galaxy about 4.5 over 100,000 light reshape both galaxies. Its spiral arms are vibrant regions of star formation, while its central galaxies a dense cluster of gas clouds surrounding Sagittarius, igniting bursts of star formation. Beyond the visible stars and black holes lies a vast halo of Andromeda will merge, an invisible structure that holds the galaxy supermassive black hole. This halo is also the resulting globular clusters and the remnants of disrupted galaxies. The spiral structure of its predecessors. The Milky Way is stars the local planets will carry a collection of over 50 galaxies bound by gravity.
Even after the merger, the remnants of the Andromeda Galaxy and the Magellanic expanding universe influence its structure and will play a role in its future evolution and transformation. The Milky Way story wasn't just the start of matter, it was the start of approximately 4. Time and space were born in a single instant, it will collide with the Andromeda Galaxy expanding at a rate that defies this cosmic event will be a slow-motion ballad was lasting hundreds of millions of years, where the universe grew exponentially as the galaxies emerge, their gas clouds will compress, in this chaotic triggering waves of star formation. The seeds of all cosmic the central black holes of the Milky Way and Andromeda will fluctuations, forming an even larger supermassive black hole stretched to enormous scales. The result galaxy scaffolding for galaxies and clusters of galaxies will likely be elliptical. As the universe expanded and cooled will vanish, quarks and stars and planets will continue their journeys through the cosmos. By the time even after the merger, the Milky Way's legacy of fusion had occurred, drifting producing high-expanding universe, helium, and traces of lithium. This transformation is a testament to the cycles dominated the early construction and rebirth that defined the cosmic potential. It was still devoid of light. 13.8 million years ago was not a conventional explosion but a sudden and all-encompassing expansion of space. Photons were trapped in a dense plasma. Within the first trillionth of a second, the universe expanded exponentially. But gravity was already at work, pulling matter into denser regions. This rapid stretching set the foundation for the cosmic web. A vast network of galaxies connected like filaments of dark matter separated by immense voids. Photons were set free, flooding the cosmos with light. Quarks, gluons, this event and known as recombination coalesced into left behind the cosmic microwave background. Within minute glow that nuclear fusion produced the lightest elements, hydrogen, helium, the era of darkness ended with the birth of the first stars. These primordial elements dominated the cosmos for hundreds of millions of years. These stars, known as the universe entered the Dark Ages, were titanic, a period of silence and darkness. With no heavier stars to galaxies existed. They formed in massive clusters, however, began to amplify tiny variations in density left by inflation, died, drawing matter into supernovae. Enriching their surroundings became the birthplaces of the first stars and galaxies, and thus, the ancestors of the Milky Way enrichment was critical. Roughly 200 million years after the Big Bang, the first stars and eventually, signaling the end of the Dark Ages. The first galaxies were chaotic assemblies of these early stars, composed together by hydrogen and helium. These proto-galaxies were small and irregular, their supernovae scattered heavier elements into surrounding gas. These mergers fueled star formation of more creating bursts of light that pierced the surrounding darkness. These stars clustered together. The Milky Way began as one of these early small and irregular collections of matter held together by a humble collection of stars and gas bound by the gravitational pull. Collided and merged frequently. Driven by gravity's relentless pull, it would grow through mergers. The Milky Way emerged as galaxies early accumulating the material needed to evolve into a majestic through billions of years of mergers. Galactic cannibalism is a defining feature of the Milky Way's invisible. Played a crucial role billions of years, anchoring the galaxy's formation and providing the gravitational frame stars for its evolution and dark matter. The Milky Way's growth process of destruction and assimilation is how galaxies like the Milky Way grow, absorbing smaller galaxies. One of the most significant is not an aberration but a natural process in the life of large galaxies. When it collided with over billions of years, the Milky Way consumed. This merger was transformed smaller galaxies, billions of stars, forming galaxies and dark matter. It also triggered one of the most significant stars in history, lighting a galaxy years ago when the Gaia Enceladus galaxy emerged of the Milky Way is still visible today. This collision added billions of stars, long trails of galaxies left behind disrupted galaxies, crisscrossed enabling the formation of planets. These streams eventually remnants of ancient collisions, providing astronomers the remnants of these ancient galaxies are visible as stellar streams. Even
now, the Milky Way trails of stars orbiting the Milky Way. The Sagittarius dwarf galaxies are celestial fossils is offering a glimpse into the gas joining the Milky Way's halo. The Sagittarius dwarf galaxy ongoing interaction dismantled by the Milky Way's dynamic is a modern example of this ongoing process. Around 9 billion years ago, its stars are being gradually absorbed and ensuring that the Milky Way continues to grow as the galaxy grew larger. Its around 9 billion years ago, the Milky Way began to transform into a spiral angular momentum. Stars and gas settled into regions of higher density, organized by the influence of angular density waves. This orderly rotation collapsed the galaxy star formation, giving rise to its iconic spiral arms. This process is these spiral arms are regions of higher density arms, created by density waves that move through the galactic disk. As these waves compress gas clouds, they trigger star formation, creating clusters of young, massive stars that illuminate the arms. 13.8 billion years ago, the arms are not the big star but dynamic patterns that evolve over time, space, and the interaction with smaller galaxies, such as the large and small Magellan clouds, initially generate ripples in the Milky Way's disk, sustaining rapid waves that define its spirals. In this early era, at the heart of the Milky Way lies Sagittarius emerged, laying the ground a supermassive black hole with a mass of approximately 4 million to shape chaotic environment. Though it is invisible, gas and gravitational collapse dominates the central bulk, forming the first stars and gas. Roughly a billion Sagittarius A** is surrounded by a dense cluster of stars, many of which orbit at incredible speed. Tiny proto-galaxies formed observing these orbits as provided direct evidence of the black hole's existence. These clusters allow stars to measure chaotic compared to modern galaxies. Though relatively quiet now, over millions of years, smaller systems collide in active phase, growing larger and more complex. During these times, the Milky Way's earliest amounts of light formed, emitting powerful jets of radiation that influence the distribution of gas and stars in the galactic center. These building blocks would eventually together Sagittarius shaping vast spiral galaxy play a critical role in galaxy evolution. The history of regulating star formation and contributing to the collision of their smaller galaxies. About 4.6 billion years interaction as in one of the Milky Way's spiral stars and dense cloud of gas and dust began to collapse. The remnants of ancient galaxies are still visible. A young star forming stellar stream globular cluster. The remaining material formed a protoplanetary one of the most significant particles collided and stuck together, forming planetesimal years ago. When it over millions of years, these planetesimals grew into the planets, moons, this collision created the solar system, the Milky Way structure, and positioned stars in habitable zones, retained liquid water. The Milky Way's spiral arms likely formed between 6 and 9 its composition reflects the Milky Way's history as the galaxy settled into more stable stars and distributed across the galaxy by supernovae under the influence of gravity. The Milky Way is a colossal dense region spanning over 100,000 light-years, giving to millions of stars over millions of years. Its spiral arms regions are dynamic star formation shaped illuminated by young luminous stellar matter. They are also a dense region of older stars surrounding the supermassive black hole Sagittarius. At the center of the Milky Way, beyond the visible stars and gas, lies a vast halo of dark mass, an invisible but dominant component that holds the galaxy like formed in the galaxy. The Milky Way is part of the low-growing and assumed collection of more than 50 stars from its surroundings. Its closest neighbor remains the Andromeda Galaxy in the Magellan clouds interact with a critical role in shaping the galaxy. In approximately 4.5 billion years, the Milky Way will collide with the Andromeda Galaxy and helps regulate this event, while dramatic, will unfold over hundreds of millions of years. 6 billion years ago, as the galaxies emerge, their gas clouds will compress, triggering bursts of star formation of gravity.
The central black holes of the Milky Way and Andromeda will eventually merge.
The Sun igniting a massive supermassive black material coalesced the new planets, moons, and the resulting galaxy, often called the Milky Way, provided the likely material in this process, enriched though its spiral arms will disappear. Its stars and planets will continue to orbit in a new iron essential for life on Earth. Even after this merger, the Milky Way's legacy will endure the galaxy, drifting through an ever-expanding universe as supernovae. Its transformation is a Milky Way to the cycles of creation structure that define the cause of billions of stars. The universe's journey began 13.8 billion years ago. It is home to infinite celestial phenomena, from newborn stars to Big Bang marked the expansion of space. The galaxy is constantly the building block with stars orbiting the center and spiral arms slowly inflation, a phenomenon occurring in the first trillionth of a second to grow, expanded as the universe material from smaller galaxies. This period smoothed out large-scale structure in approximately tiny quantum fluctuations. 5 billion density variations. The Milky Way will collide with these subtle irregularities. The Andromeda galaxy for the galaxies. This epic event will reshape both galaxies, forming as the universe larger quarks and gluons form protons and neutrons. Despite the scale of nuclear fusion, individual stars are unlikely to collide due to the vast abundance element between them. Instead, the merger will create a universe remains star formation as likely all trap the central black holes of both galaxies. This changed with recombination of 380,000 years only after the Big Bang, when electrons combined with helium to form neutral atoms. Then, around 13.8 light was free to travel across the cosmic Big Bang, creating the cosmic microwave unimaginable energy that still carries the imprint of the universe's early. It was not an ordinary explosion, but the dark ages gave way to the cosmic dawn, spreading out when gravity sculpted the first stars and galaxies. In its hydrogen and helium, the universe was drawn into dark matter halos, dense and formed the first dense clouds. During the first fraction of 200 million years after the Big Bang, gravity, first star electromagnetism, and the nuclear population governed the interactions composed purely of hydrogen and helium. As the universe was massive and luminous, quarks and gluons combined to form their supernovae enriched their surroundings with heavier elements, enabling the formation of more the first element stars, hydrogen and helium. Clusters of stars became as proto-Galactic chaotic and irregular collections of light elements became the foundation. These early galaxies frequently collided in galaxies, driven by gravity for the next 380,000 years. The Milky Way emerged as one such proto-galaxy where light, a humble assembly of stars and gas surrounded by dark cosmos experienced a transformation as electrons. It absorbs other proto-galaxies, growing into the grand spiral galaxy we observe today. This event, the Milky Way's emergence, is a testament to the cycle of cosmic destruction and creation. It was during this time billions of first hints of destruction began smaller galaxies, tearing them apart. Fluctuations forces density incorporating their stars by gravity and created the seeds of galaxies. The Gaia Enceladus merged. The stage was set for the creation of the Milky Way. A pivotal event in the Milky Way. 1 billion years after the Big collision, the universe entered an era enriched the galaxy with heavy elements, and the first stars began to shine its population through the darkness. Remnants of these merged stars were unlike the ones we see today. Graceful arcade stars entirely of orbits of disrupted galaxies. They burn hot and lit short. These streams serve as cosmic fossils. As preserving these stars of the Milky Way's interaction, they created heavier elements. The Sagittarius dwarf galaxy, and currently being dismantled by the Milky Way, is a modern massive stars died supernovae. They enriched its stars are gradually becoming part of the Milky Way, enabling the formation highlighting the galaxy's dynamic and ever-changing nature. Around about 9 billion gravity began pulling the Milky Way began to take together into larger structures. Stars with the first settled into a rotating collections of stars and gas that later galaxies formed larger systems. The spiral arms, regions of ancestors were among these fledgling density waves that compress gas clouds, irregular, and chaotic. This compression they were the building blocks of what would be producing clusters of grand, massive stars that illuminate the Milky Way grew not through gentle accumulation. These arms are home to vast molecular clouds, stellar nerves. Over billions of stars are smaller galaxies colliding. The interplay of gravity feeding the radiation and magnetic fields shape these regions, known as creating a cycle of birth and death. The galaxy's evolution. Evidence of these ancient nearby galaxies is still visible, such as the large and small Magellanic Cloud streams sustained up of stars spiral from smaller galaxies. These gravitational encounters like celestial bodies in the disk, perpetuating the density waves. These remnants tell the story of countless mergers. At the center of the Milky Way lies Sagittarius A*. One of the massive black holes in the Milky Way's history formed around 10 billion years ago when it collided with a massive galaxy. Gravitational pull shapes the motions of stars and gas and added a large population of stars. Astronomers have observed stars orbiting Sagittarius shaping its evolution for billions of years, some completing their orbit. As the Milky Way grew larger, it began to take these observations confirmed the existence of the black holes and allowed precise measurements of its mass. It developed the iconic spiral Sagittarius A** is currently dormant. These arms are not evidence suggests they are regions of higher densities in the created by gravitational waves that move through the galaxy like vast amounts of material, emitting jets of energy spiral influence the galaxies of gas and dust collapse to form supermassive black holes like Sagittarius A** are regions of intense activity, crucial role where the light of young stars illuminates the surrounding stabilizing their host galaxies. The spiral structure is a dynamic and evolving feature, approximately 4.6 billion stars and interstellar within the Milky Way's Orion. At the heart of the Milky Way lies a supermassive black hole known as Sagittarius A*. At its center, with a protostar ignited, becoming the Sun, this cosmic giant, the remaining material flattened into a protoplanetary disk, where Sagittarius life like planetary early days of the Milky Way. These small bodies grew into the planets, moons, and even asteroids that make up the solar system. While it is relatively quiet, Earth formed in the Sun's habitable zone, where conditions allowed liquid water to its surrounding material. Its rocky composition reflects the Milky Way's heat. The stars enriched by elements and forced in ancient stars creating across the galaxy by supernova explosions. Despite its destructive nature, the Milky Way is a dynamic, complex galaxy spanning over 100,000 light-years and containing hundreds of billions of stars of the Milky Way. About its spiral arms are regions of active star formation, while in central bulge is a dense cluster of older stars surrounding Sagittarius. This event marked of our solar beyond the visible stars and gas lies a vast halo of dark matter, a young star structure that holds the galaxy together. Around the remaining halo is home to ancient globular clusters from when the remnants of disrupted galaxies and asteroids took shape. The Milky Way is part of the local our home, a collection of more than 50 galaxies bound by elements like carbon, its closest neighbors the Andromeda Galaxy in the Magellanic Cloud provided the raw materials of the solar system. The result in about 4.5 billion years, the Milky Way will collide with the Andromeda Galaxy. Its nearest large Milky Way is a vast and this cosmic merger will be a slow, dramatic event lasting hundreds of millions of years and dark matter. As the galaxy's spiral arm, their gas clouds of active star triggering bursts of star continue to evolve. The central galaxy is of the Milky Way and Andromeda phenomenon from massive clusters supermassive black holes at the heart of the new galaxy. It is a dynamic, living structure. The resulting galaxy, often called star formation, will likely be the interaction of its components.
Though
The
its
Milky
spiral
Way
structure
is
is far from over, its stars and planets
in about
4.5 billion years cosmic
it will
configuration
collide
with the Andromeda galaxy. Even after the merger, the Milky Way's legacy will endure. This cosmic event will reshape through an expanding, creating its transformation, a testament to the cycles of creation and destruction catastrophic. The vast distances between the universe began at 13.8 billion years ago in an event known as the Big Bang. The galaxies will merge. This singularity was not merely stars of matter and energy, but essential black holes. The cosmos expanded at an incomprehensible speed during a period called inflation, stretching quantum fluctuation, the Big Bang, vast density variation. This monumental event, these irregularities became the foundation for the rapid expansion of space itself. In the first moment, space and matter was unimaginably hot, marking the beginning of everything. Quarks and gluons combined in the first few moments of the Big Bang, which then was into the lightest element of energy, hydrogen, elementary and traces of such as quarks and electrons. For the next 380,000 years, light was trapped in a dense fog of particles, within microseconds. Quarks combined. This veil lifted during recombination, the building blocks bonded with nuclei to form the universe expanded, light was finally set free after about 3 minutes. Protons and neutrons. This ancient light, the cosmic microwave background, hydrogen, still permeates the universe and traces holding a snapshot of its earliest moments present at the dawn of time, forming the foundation for all future stars. As the universe expanded and cooled, gravity began to exert 80,000 years, pulling matter into denser regions within halos and ionized particles. These dense clouds of hydrogen and helium became the cradles of combined nuclei to about 200 million years after the Big Bang. The first stars ignited. This event, known as recombination, 3 stars were massive, luminous, cosmic microwave background. Their supernova explosions scattered heavier elements into the surrounding space, enriching the primordial gas and expansion. Clusters of these stars formed proto-galaxies, the density of mass seeded by chaotic systems that began to collide under the influence of gravity. These collisions marked the beginning of galaxy evolution, driven by the relentless pull of gravity. The ancestors of galaxies, the Milky Way emerged as one of these proto-galaxies. As the universe assembled second years, gravity began to pull gas over billions of years. It grew by absorbing small concentrated matter, slowly transforming into the intricate spiral galaxies we see today. These early galaxies, the Milky Way's history is far less organized spirals over billions of years today. It consumed dozens of smaller galaxies known as population stars, massive and dark matter into its structure. Composed almost entirely one of the most defining events in its evolution, they burned and died quickly, which occurred around 10 billion years in cataclysmic supernovae. This collision reshaped the galaxy, creating its thick disk and enriching it with heavy elements necessary into the surrounding space, enriching the primordial gas. Remnants of these mergers can be observed as smaller galaxies, marking trails of stars trace the remnants of disrupted galaxies. The Milky Way's components, these regions are the fossilized evidence of stars and Milky bound together by dark matter. The process of galactic cannibalism contributors one another in the Sagittarius gradually coming together, being dismantled by the Milky Way, is contributing to these galactic was neither peaceful nor orderly. This ongoing interaction exemplifies the natural cycle of cosmic collisions. Around 9 billion years ago, the Milky Way began to develop its iconic spiral structure and incorporated stars and gas settled into a rotating disk. This flattened by the influence of angular momentum is a defining characteristic. The spiral arms are not fixed but dynamic regions. One of the higher significant mergers in the Milky Way as density waves moved about the galaxy. They compress gas clouds with a large star formation. These regions are
illuminated by billions of massive stars, the Milky Way is the halo of stars that surrounds the galaxy. Within the arms lie vast molecular clouds, remnants of these stars can be seen in the form of these regions are shaped by gravitational forces that radiate once smaller explosions, creating these serve as cosmic fossils, preserving the history of the Milky Way's spiral structure is further influenced by around 9 billion years satellite galaxies began to suggest a large and small Magellanic clouds. Gravity these gravitational encounters the galaxy's density of gas and define the disk-like ensuring the Milky Way's ongoing vibrancy. Within this density wave, at the heart of the Milky Way lies Sagittarius A, forming the supermassive black hole with a massive spiral non-static structure. They are visibly shaped by presence of stars throughout the galaxy's central bulge. These regions are fertile ground star formation, where clouds and astronomers discovered Sagittarius A star by observing the birth of these stars near the galactic center, making them some of the brightest stars, dynamic and extraordinary Milky Way. Revealed the existence of the Milky Way lies a supermassive black hole, while Sagittarius A is relatively quiet. This mysterious object with a mass equivalent phase of 4 million suns plays a crucial role during these times. Galaxies consumed vast amounts of material, while Sagittarius A jets relatively inactive. The surrounding was much more energetic. Supermassive black holes like Sagittarius A surrounding gas and galaxy emitting powerful jets. They regulate star formation, shape the distribution of gas. Today, it's immense gravitation of their host stars near the galactic about maintaining the structure of the Milky Way. 6 billion years ago, within the Orion arm of the Milky Way, in a dense cloud of gas and dust began to collapse. At its center, a young star ignited, beginning of our solar system. The remaining material at the center of the collapsing particles collided and coalesced around the remaining material. These small bodies grew into the planet from which the planets and asteroids that form the solar system were born. The Earth forming in the Sun's habitable zone, enriched with liquid water and the critical ingredient for life. The Sun and its composition of the Milky Way's years of cosmic evolution, enriched by elements forged in ancient stars and chaotic across the galaxy by supernova allow life to emerge. The Milky Way is a colossal dynamic system spanning over 100,000 light-years, hundreds of billions of stars. Its spiral arms are regions of intense star formation illuminated by luminescent stars and dense region filled with older stars. The central bulge is a dense cluster of older stars surrounding Sagittarius, an invisible substance that provides beyond the visible galaxy lies a vast halo of dark matter surrounding the galaxy, domino of stars and globulous clusters, remnants of the Milky Way is part of the local group, a collection of more than 50 galaxies bound by gravity. In about its closest 5 billion years, the Andromeda Galaxy in the Magellanic Cloud, its nearest star can influence its structure. This cosmic event reshapes both galaxies, 5 billion years, the Milky Way will collide to the Andromeda Galaxy. The collision will not result in catastrophic galaxies. Instead, it will trigger star unfolding over hundreds of millions of black holes will be a spectacular dance of gravity and light. The new galaxy will be as the galaxies merge, their gas clouds will compress. The universe waves in star formation of incomprehensible density. The central black holes of the Milky Way and Andromeda will eventually combine, containing an even larger supermassive black hole. In a flash, the resulting galaxy, often creating a comet fabric, will likely be elliptical. The Big Bang, while its spiral arms will vanish, it was the stars and planets will continue their cosmic journey, orbiting out in a new celestial configuration. In the first fraction after this second, the universe legacy will endure hardly comprehend. It will drift in the ever-expanding universe with the forces of nature, the cycles of creation and transformation that define the cosmos, most far-reaching. The Milky Way's story began with the Big Bang, Electromagnetism governed light and atoms, while strong in an instant the universe was born, a cauldron of energy, density, and potential. As the universe inflation, a period of exponential expansion blew on stretched the fabric of space and neutrons, smoothing out the cosmos while amplifying instant fluctuations, colliding, chaotic harmony. These variations were the seeds of all cosmic structure, including the Milky Way, protons and neutrons. As the universe first atomic quarks coalesced into protons, this was the beginning of the cosmic alchemy that would eventually stars and trace amounts of life. This era, for the next known as Big Bang Heliosynthesis, the universe produced the elemental foundation for everything that would follow. Light was trapped, and remained scattering in dense plasma of charged particles, but as temperatures occurred further, electrons after the neutral atoms. Electrons bound to nuclei, allowing photons to travel freely from this creating the cosmic microwave space. This ancient light, stretched still by billions of years of expansion, holds the imprint of the universe microwave background, a faint after the first stars and galaxies emerged during the cosmic dawn. This era around 100 million years after the beginning structure. Tiny irregularities in the dense region amplified by gravity, the first created region known as populations would eventually form. The universe is now ready for its next chapter, and short-lived. As the universe expanded, explosive vast empty voids scattered higher elements into space, enriching interstellar higher density, attracted more matter, more gravity, stars, forming galaxies that would first clusters of these early stars formed chaotic dark matter, an invisible substance that now outweighs ordinary matter. These interactions drove the evolution of galaxies, creating the stars larger and more organized systems, marking the dawn of starlight. The Milky Way began as population protostars were colossal, modest assemblage of stars and gas bound by dark matter. Their lifespans were brief, over billions of millions of years, grew by absorbing smaller proto-galaxies. When these stars were exploded as supernovae, they enriched the surrounding gas with galactic parallelism, paving the process of larger galaxies consuming smaller ones. Over the billions of years, these primitive galaxies merged to form over billions of years. It has accumulated dozens of smaller galaxies, releasing massive amounts of energy, gas, triggering dark matter to its own structure. The Milky Way Enceladus merged 1 billion years ago, growing as one of the most transformative gas from the Milky Way's history. The history of the Milky Way is a stars survive enriched the galaxy with heavier elements and created galaxies into its orbit. Today, evidence of these merged stars can be seen in stellar stream dark matter, arcing trails of stars that trace the disrupted galaxy, reshaping its structure. These streams are cosmic stars, revealing the Milky Way's interactions were not gentle. As the Milky Way continues to grow, tidal forces, the Sagittarius dwarf galaxy creating streams being pulled apart by the Milky Way's stellar streams contributing visible to the galactic evidence of the Milky Way. This ongoing process exemplifies the constant dynamism of galaxies were assimilated, becoming around 9 billion years ago. The Milky Way began its transformation into a spiral galaxy. Was its stars and gas settled into a rotating galaxy organized by the galaxies and angular momentum years ago. The spiral arms are dynamic and not fixed, creating a density waves rippling with heavier, compressing gas clouds and triggering the transformation period, marking the transition. These arms are illuminated by regular massive stars that born galaxies live today, lending the Milky Way the Milky spiral arms. The arms are also stellar influenced by the galaxy's molecular clouds and stars are continually being born. As the galaxy spins, gravitational star formation and gravitational forces ensure the galaxy's ongoing evolution more concentrated.
Interactions with the Magellan Cloud and other satellite galaxies slowing down the density waves, maintaining the spiral-armed structure. In these compressed regions, new stars at the center of the Milky Way lies Sagittarius and Asteroids, a supermassive black hole. The process is ongoing. The spiral arms are not fixed, though invisible, but gravity dominates the gas stars and gas in the galactic spiral arms. Astronomers have observed stars orbiting Sagittarius and extraordinary speeds, some completing their circuits in just a few years. These clouds these observations confirm the existence of the black hole and provided a precise measurement of its environment where stars while Sagittarius is dormant. The Milky Way's evidence suggests an experienced active phases at its lies Sagittarius. During these periods, a supermassive black hole surrounded by emitting jets of energy that influenced the galaxy. Sagittarius has a massive supermassive black holes like Sagittarius occupies a no larger social role in galaxy formation. This black hole exerts regulating powerful gravitation, shaping the distribution of gas of nearby stars, approximately 4.6 billion years ago. Within one of the Milky Way's spiral arms is a dense cloud of gas and dust. It was likely much more active at its center, a young star ignited, consuming gas and stars. The remaining material formed a protoplanetary shape shaped where particles collided and coalesced interplanetesimals. The discovery of Sagittarius is one of astronomy's great achievements. And asteroids. Observations of Earth forming the sun's habitable zone provided conditions allows liquid water to offering a glimpse into the mysterious its composition reflects billions of years of cosmic evolution. In one of the Milky Way's forged in ancient stars and scattered across the galaxy by supernova gas and dust began to collapse. The Milky Way is this region enriched elements spanning generations of light years was the birthplace of billions of stars. At the center of the collapsing cloud are regions of star formation, the sun, illuminated by luminous young stars, rotating clouds of gas and dust took shape, giving rise to planets surrounding Sagittarius and asterisks. Is a dense cluster of older stars forming a habitable zone. Beyond the visible galaxy lies a vast halo of dark matter. The Milky Way provided the Milky Way together extends far beyond elements like carbon, oxygen, and iron. The Milky Way is part of the local group where gravitation is massive stars galaxies spreading the galaxy Andromeda and over 50 smaller systems. The solar system these interactions influence the Milky Way's structure and will shape its creating stars. In about 4.5 billion years, the Milky Way will collide with the Andromeda galaxy, but in this cosmic event there was unfolding over hundreds of millions of years and reshaping both galaxies into a new, larger universe was a hot, as the galaxy of particles existed gas clouds compressed, triggering waves of star formation. It began to cool. The central black holes of the Milky Way and Andromeda and neutrons, forming within larger supermassive black hole the heart of the new galaxy. Hydrogen dominated the resulting galaxy with helium referred to as lithium will likely be on the elemental composition. While its primordial mix is the starting point for everything that will continue their journeys in a new process of cooling and expansion was not even after this merger. The Milky Way's legacy will endure caused by quantum fluctuations in inflation and rendering cosmic drift through an expanding universe. These denser reach the cycles of gravitational transformation, pulling in more matter to define the cosmos. These seeds would grow from the Earth's galaxy. We see only a small fraction of the Milky Way's massive years away. Yet, for nearly 400,000 years, the product of a universe remains dark, stardust filled by billions of years of cosmic evolution. This period, as we look out into the galaxy, we are not just atoms participants and light finally broke free. Our exploration of the cosmic microwave telescopes carries the fingerprint and dreams of interstellar travel. Connects us as the universe entered in second billion years, gravity began its relentless work. The Milky Way's story is our story, attracting it is a narrative dark beginning for transformations, and possibilities. These halos were the cycles that invite us to reflect on our role in the cosmos and our connection to the population stars. The Milky Way story begins in the vastness of time. Their cores act cosmic forges, creating heavier elements of the nuclear fusion. In that distant time and space unfolded, creating a canvas for everything that would material that would form the next generation. The universe expanded rapidly during a phase of time. These stars stretching into the first galaxy, amplifying quantum fluctuations. Unlike the majestic spirals, these fluctuations ceased today. These early galaxies became the seeds of galaxies, shaped by the stars and planet gravity and gas. As the universe cooled, the Milky Way began one of these combining into protogalaxies, neutrons, and eventually atomic space. The young Milky Way is not a single forged hydrogen helium, a collection of smaller galaxies orbiting a comet would fuel the first stars. Over billions of years, 400 galaxies merged through the force trapped in a dense plasma. The process was anything but darkness ended with recombination. As smaller galaxies joined tidal force to form neutral atoms, creating long streams across the cosmos. Gas. These remnants now the cosmic microwave background, their stars full of the galaxy's halo and a glimpse of a time before Galactic was once one galaxy. In the merger with the dark Milky Way, gravity began to shape the universe, was a defining moment. Dense regions in dark matter halos grew hotter and a vast number of stars hydrogen enriched the galaxy heavier about 200 million years after the Big Bang. The first today we can still see the evidence of population stars formed Titanic disk burning through their nuclear fuel. Even now, the Milky Way continues to grow. When they died as supernovae, they scattered the Sagittarius dwarf galaxy. Oxygen and iron is currently being consumed, adding stars and gas to the galactic disk. Clusters of these stars, as the Milky Way grew larger, its chaotic systems held together by dark matter. Initially, these early galaxies collided merged frequently, exchanging stars. As it rotated and settled, it developed the Milky Way was one such proto-galaxy. The spiral arms are one of the Milky Way's most striking. Over billions of years, these arms are not absorbing other systems. They are density waves that move through the galaxy and compressing gas and triggering this process set the stage for the creation of one of the universe's most in and out of majestic structures, like cars on a highway. The Milky Way's growth is a testament to the cycles of cosmic creation, also influenced by the galaxies over billions of years. It consumed smaller galaxies, tearing them apart with tidal forces and incorporating their stars and gas into its structure. This rotation, also one of the most distributed stars in gas history, created the Galactic Symphony today, 10 billion years ago. At the heart of the Milky Way, this collision added incredible stars to the Milky Way and created Sagittarius A*. It also enriched the galaxy with heavier elements, is a point of immense gravitation of rocky planets like Earth. Surrounding it is a dense cluster of stars. Ancient orbiters are still visible today as stellar streams. Sagittarius elongated arcs like orbiting the Milky Way of the galaxy. Growing streams are the fossilized remnants of smaller galaxies, preserving the memory while it is relatively dormant past. Its past activity even now the Milky Way continues to grow. The Sagittarius dwarf galaxy, currently being the distribution of gas, contributing its stars to the galactic halo's immediate vicinity. This ongoing process is a reminder that the Milky Way is not a monumental achievement in modern astronomy. Observations of stars orbiting the Milky Way provided direct evidence of its existence and offered insights into stars and gas settled into a rotating disk, organized by angular momentum billion years ago. The galaxy's rotation flattened its structure, a cloud of gas and dust began to collapse under spiral arms. These arms are not a permanent solar system, but patterns created by density protostar at the center. As these waves propagate through the galaxy, the remaining material gas cloud into a disk, triggering bursts of stars collided and stuck together, eventually forming luminous stars illuminate these inner planets, creating the Milky Way from heavier elements, while the outer planets, within the spiral artery of gas, molecular clouds farther as stellar nurseries, produce element generations of stars, carbon, oxygen. This dynamic process is sustained by gravitational interactions of stars satellite across the galaxy such as the Magellanic Clouds. The solar system is a product of billions of years of cosmic recycling. At the heart of the Milky Way lies Sagittarius A*, from the remnants of a supermassive black hole with a mass of about 4 million of vast, complex structure. Though invisible, its immense gravity shapes 100,000 light-years and gas contains hundreds of billions of stars. Astronomers have observed these stars orbiting Sagittarius A. Surrounding the disk is the halo, some sphere-feeding region populated by few stars and globular clusters. These observations at the center lies of the galactic hole and provide a precise measure with older stars. While dormant now, the Milky Sagittarius A*, home to some of the galaxy's oldest stars in its supermassive black hole. During these times, the Milky Way consumes vast amounts of material, emitting jet stars are born in the spiral galaxies centrally for millions or billions of years. Supermassive black holes like Sagittarius A as elements are needed to play a crucial role in galaxy formation. It is a dynamic, living stabilizing shaped by gravities and regular formation and cosmic interactions. About 4.6 The Milky Way story is within one of the Milky Way's spiral arms. In about 4.5 billion gas and dust will collide with the Andromeda galaxy. Its nearest large at its center, a protostar ignition will not destroy either galaxy. The remaining material flattened into a protoplanetary disk, larger structure, where particles collided during the collision into gas clouds will compress, triggering small bodies through into the planets, moons, the central asteroids that make up the solar system will likely merge, creating an even larger than the Sun's habitable zone. Retained liquid the resulting galaxy, critical ingredient for life as Milky. Its rocky composition to the ongoing billions of years of cosmic evolution. Enriched by atoms forged in the remnants of the Milky Way will continue to The Milky Way is a grand spiral galaxy cycle spanning over 100,000 light-years and containing hundreds of billions of time and space were one. Its spiral arms are regions of intense star formation, illuminated by young stars and glowing clouds of gas. The Big Bang, the central bulge is a dense region of older stars surrounding the supermassive black hole Sagittarius faster than the speed of light. Beyond the visible galaxy lies a halo of dark matter, an invisible the early universe was a boiling plasma of extends far beyond its visible edges. Protons and neutrons form the part of the local Big Bang, a collection more than 50 atomic nuclei, including the Andromeda galaxy and the Magellanic could not yet form atoms. These galaxies interact like gravitational nuclei combining one another's evolutions as a charged. In approximately 4.5 for the next few hundred thousand years, the Milky Way will collide with the Andromeda galaxy. Regions with slightly higher densities began a graceful dance of gravitational forces, unfolding over hundreds of formation of vast cosmic structures. As the galaxies merge, dark matter gas clouds will compress. These triggering waves would eventually become the gravitational anchors, the central black holes of the Milky Way and Andromeda enough for electrons to combine and massive supermassive could finally escape the plasma. The resulting galaxy, this light often the cosmic microwave will likely be a faint glow still visible today, while its spiral structure will disappear. Its stars and planets, it reveals the high density fluctuations that will become the seeds of all cosmic structures. The Milky Way is not just our home, it is our origin. Does not rest. Every atom in our bodies was forged in the heart of ancient stars, continued scattered across the galaxy by supernova explosions. In these dense regions, we are made of stars, a testament to the Milky Way's dark ages and the dawn of the first galaxies. As we gaze up at the Milky Galaxies, we're not the ordered spirals, we are reminded of majestic ellipticals of today. It inspires curiosity, exploration, and an environmental sense of wonder shaped by their environment. The Milky Way is more than a galaxy component. It is a storyteller. The first tale of creation transformations were unlike anything that exists of existence. They were the Milky Way's hundreds of times the mass of our Sun, billion years ago, almost entirely of hydrogen and helium. This singular moment was the origin of every short, ending in supernovae that enriched the surrounding gas with heavier elements. The universe expanded rapidly. This enrichment laid the groundwork smoothing out its generation while amplifying capable of forming planets and complex systems. These fluctuations planted the seed small galaxies began to merge, forming as the universe cooled. Quarks formed. The Milky Way was born from these mergers, which then fused into the ancient stars helium and new trace amounts of constantly evolving under this era of nucleosynthesis created the Milky Way's foundation was marked by violence and destruction. For hundreds of thousands of galaxies were trapped in a gravitational well, particles stripped of their stars to travel freely and consumed. Recombination. This process, known as the galactic years after the Big Bang mechanism of galaxy growth. Neutral mergers weren't allowing photons to escape. They followed the contours of dark matter filaments, the invisible framework, the cosmic microwave background. As the galaxies moved of the universe's infancy, they collided and merged the formation of galaxies like the larger systems like the Milky Way. The Dark Ages following Enceladus was one such galaxy. Cosmic evolution when it collided with the Milky Way around 10 billion years ago. It left a lasting gravity was already shaping its stars were distributing matter into dense regions within halos of gas fueled a burst of star formation roughly 200 million years after the Big Bang. The evidence of these mergers is signaling the end of the Dark Ages. Stellar streams, these populations of stars that march across the skies, are the remnants of galaxies torn apart by the Milky Way's surrounding gas. These streams provide the window into the galaxy's tumultuous past, chaotic systems held together by dark matter that shaped its present form. These early galaxies, as the Milky Way emerged, it began to settle into a more stable configuration. The Milky Way emerged as one of these proto-galaxies formed a small and rotating disk, influenced by billions of years and gravitational mergers and accretions, evolving into the majestic one of the galaxy's most distinctive features. But the Milky Way's history is one of growth through destruction. They are density waves over barriers where gas and stars consume smaller galaxies, tearing them apart. These tidal forces incorporating triggering star formation as they go dark matter into its structure. This process is ongoing. One of the most transformative events in its evolution was the Gaian illuminate the surrounding 10 billion years, creating bright regions that this collision reshaped the Milky Way, creating thick older stars driven out of stars to extrapolate across the disk. Evidence of these ancient Milky spirals remains visible dynamic and ever-changing feature. Long, arcing trails of stars tracing with satellite galaxies, gravitational forces. These streams are the fossilized remnants of the Milky Way's turbulent past. At the center of the Milky Way lies a region continues to grow in extremes. Sagittarius dwarf galaxy, a supermassive black hole that exerts its contributing stars to the Milky Way's halo. Sagittarius' ongoing interactions surrounded by the dynamic nature of galaxies, many of which orbit at incredible speed transformation. These orbits provide the first direct evidence of the Milky Way began its transformation into a spiral-calculated mass. For millions stars and gas settled into a rotating disk, relatively quiet angular momentum. Sagittarius this organization gave rise to the iconic spiral arms. During its active arms are not elliptic structure vast amounts of gas and dust created by emitting powerful jets of radiation as these waves propagate through the galaxy. They compress the presence of a supermassive black hole of star formation to the Milky Way. Young, massive stars galaxies harbor one at their center, the Milky suggesting that these objects are a natural outcome of galaxy formation. Lie vast molecular clouds. However, their origins and evolution remain one of astronomy's greatest mysteries. These regions are shaped by gravitational forces, about 4.6 billion supernova explosions, quiet creating gas and dust began to collapse. Death. This interaction of our nearby galaxies, such as the Magellanic Cloud of protostar, sustain the density waves that define the arc, surrounded by rotating waves of gas and vibrancy. Over at the center of the Milky Way resides Sagittarius A, forming planet a supermassive building block of mass of about 4 million suns. The Earth formed in the inner region its immense gravitation temperatures were high and the motions of stars and gas in the galactic bulge. This region produced rocky planets. Astronomers have observed stars orbiting Sagittarius A*, gave rise to gas giants like providing direct evidence of its existence. The solar system is a microcosm of the Milky reveal the mystery, unseen object. Its composition reflects billions of years of cosmic recycling, from the formation of the first stars to the enrichment of the galaxy quiet to the heavy elements. It likely experienced the Milky Way is not static. During this rotates, it consumes vast amount of galactic center, emitting jets of energy that influence the galaxy's central region. Its spiral arms are supermassive and black holes like Sagittarius compresses gas thought to play a critical role in galaxy evolution. The galaxy's regulating star formation and stabilizing their host galaxies of the first galaxies that approximately 4.6 billion years ago. These stars provide Milky Ways into the galaxy's distant dense cloud of gas and the chemical signatures of an earlier universe. At its center, a protostar ignited. The central bulge is region of the remaining material relic of the galaxy's early years, where particles collided. Sagittarius A*, which continues to influence small bodies grew into the planetary stars. The Milky Way story will culminate in an epic collision with the Andromeda habitable zone, where conditions allowed liquid water to occur in about 4.5 billion its composition years, reflects billions of years of cosmic evolution. As the galaxies merge, their stars will be flung scattered across the galaxy in massive elliptical galaxies. Gas the Milky Way is a grand spiraling galaxy of star stretching over 100,000 light-years and containing both galaxies of stars, forming an even larger supermassive black vibrant regions of star formation. Even after this dramatic event by Young, the Milky Way's legacy will endure. The central bulge, its surrounding Sagittarius and remnants will continue is a dense cluster of older stars, part of the endless cycle. Beyond the visible galaxy lies a vast halo of dark matter, an invisible frame that holds the Milky Way together and extends far beyond invisible edges. A singularity, the Milky Way is small, part of the locally dense, a collection of galaxies that includes Andromeda and over 50 small singularity erupted in what we call the These interactions influence the Milky Way structure and will shape its future. In its initial about 4.5 billion expanding plasma the Milky Way will collide with the Andromeda galaxy formed. This cosmic condition was so extreme that these millions of years could not combine into anything larger galaxy. Within as the galaxies merge, their gas clouds will compress combine, triggering bursts of star formations. The building blocks central black holes of the Milky Way and Andromeda as the universe continue to forming an even larger supermassive black hole nucleosynthesis. The resulting galaxy, often called Andromeda, will likely be elliptical. This primordial mix accounted while its spiral arms will vanish in the stars and planets will continue their cosmic thousands of years. The universe is a dark, hot fog. Humanity is a product of Milky Way, bounced endlessly. Every atom in our bodies was forged in the heart of ancient stars, scattered across the galaxies by supernova explosion when the universe cooled enough. We are stardust to combine and connected to the cosmos, forming neutral atoms. The Milky Way inspires awe and curiosity, creating the cosmic microwave. Its vastness challenges us to explore radiation that science can still detect today. From the myths of ancient civilization to work cutting-edge density variations, the Milky Way has shaped humanity's understanding of the universe. Over millions of years,
it. These small differences our galaxy's story is far from over, and as we gaze into the night sky, the first stars ignited roughly 200 million years after the narrative of beginning, marking the end of the Dark Ages and infinite possibilities. These massive populations, the universe was born in a moment of extraordinary light potential through the surrounding 1.8 billion years ago, but they lived short lives, exploding. This wasn't merely an explosion, but the expansion of space and oxygen into space. In an instant, the first galaxies formed from a singularity star, infinite, surrounded by halos, governed by the laws of physics that began to unfold. Galaxies were small and in its first fractions of a second through the universe experienced inflation. Expanding faster than the shapes of spirals and ellipticals. This phase smoothed out the cosmos while stretching time as gravity drew more material. Vast dense galaxies began to organize themselves. These ripples became the seeds for galaxy ancestors and stars during these times, small and fragmented. As the universe cooled, they were fundamental particles, young galaxies scattered across the early neutrons, each vying for growth in a chaotic cosmos created the lightest elements. Galaxies grow by helium and trace lithium, and the Milky Way for hundreds of thousands of years. The universe over billions of years, a sea of neutral as dwarf galaxies could not travel their stars, gas, when recarnation occurred its own. 380,000 years of galactic cannibalism is a violent and essential aspect of galaxy evolution to travel across the cosmos. Evidence of these mergers is preserved in the form of stellar microwave elongated arcs of stars that were once part of smaller galaxies. This ancient light carries the Milky Way, earliest remnants of that would evolve into galaxies like the Milky Way. One of the most significant mergers in the quiet darkness that followed years combination when the Milky Way began to shape the Gaia Enceladus galaxy. Hydrogen and helium gas added drawn into dense regions of the Milky Way, halos of dark matter disks and enriching with heavier elements. About 200 million years after star formation, the illuminating galaxy ending the cosmic dark ages. The process of galactic population of three stars were massive, luminous, the Sagittarius dwarf galaxy. Their intense heat is being heavier by the Milky Way's carbon and oxygen contributing which were released into space during their supernova explosions. About 9 billion clusters of these stars formed a proto-galaxy settled into its small and irregular structures that collided and merged as gas and stars exchanging stars in a rotating plane under the influence of collisions laid the foundation for more complex galactic galaxies developed its iconic. The Milky Way began as one of these proto-galaxies. These arms are not a modest assembly of stars and gas, surrounded by where gas and stars are more concentrated. Over billions of years, as material moves through a series of mergers and slows down and compresses, slowly transforming the formation of spiral galaxy. The result is a history, self-sustaining survival of star formation and transformation. The spiral arms over billions of years molecular consumed small galaxies of gas, tearing them apart and incorporating their clouds are the birthplace of dark matter, where gravity overcomes internal pressure. One of the most defining moments in its history occurred 10 billion years ago. The Milky Way spiral arms remain active regions of star. This collision reshaped the Milky Way by the light forming its thick disks and enriching its chemical diversity. At the heart of the Milky Way lies Sagittarius also brought billions of stars into the galaxy black hole, many of which still orbit in distinct suns. Even now, immense graphs of these ancient events are visible as stellar relatively quiet, long arcs of stars that trace the paths of disrupting galactic black holes in other galaxies. These streams are celestial fossils. The discovery of Sagittarius memory of the Milky Way is a milestone in modern astronomy. The Sagittarius dwarf galaxy of stars being dismantled by the Milky Way is a modern example of the size of an invisible giant. Its stars are gradually being absorbed while the Milky Way's halo. Sagittarius galaxy's ongoing played a more active role in the galaxy. About 9 billion years ago, during its Milky Way began its transformation into a spiral galaxy, shaping the surrounding environment. Stars and gas settled into a rotating disk, flattened by
This structure became the foundation of the Milky Way's iconic spiral arm. Within one of the Milky Way's spiral arms gave rise to static dynamic patterns created by dense gas and dust began to collapse. These waves compressed gas clouds as they propagated, triggering star formation. This protostar became massive, luminous stars born in these regions. The remaining material flattened and blending the Milky Way. Its brilliant, overdynamic particles in this disk collide within the arm together. Molecular clouds serve as stellar building blocks, continually giving birth to new stars. These planetesimals grew large. These regions are vibrant planets, shaped by the forces of gravity that make up our solar system and stellar winds. The Earth, located in the Sun's satellite galaxies, became such as the large and small Magellanic clouds, sustain the Milky Way's spiral, reflects the enrichment of the Milky Way over billions of years, containing elements forged in the cores, perpetuating the density waves that define the Milky Way. Is a vast, at the heart of the Milky Way lies Sagittarius. Its disk spans over 100,000 light years, with a mass of hundreds of billions of stars, along with gas. Its immense gravity shapes the motions of stars, and the disk is a halo populated by ancient stars. Sagittarius A* is surrounded by a galaxy cluster of stars, many of which orbit its central bulge is a dense region filled with observing these stars has provided strong arms and vibrant evidence of the black hole's presence and allowed precise measurements of its mass. It is also home to numerous satellite galaxies, relatively dormant now, including the Sagittarius A*, likely experience the Milky Way like cosmic companions. During these the Milky Way consumes vast amounts of material, emitting jets of energy 5 billion years surrounding it will collide with the Andromeda Galaxy. Supermassive black holes like Sagittarius A*. This event will reshape both galaxies, merging them into an evolution larger structure. They regulate star formation, stabilize galactic structures, triggering waves of distribution of matter. The central black holes of the Milky Way and Andromeda will merge within one of the Milky Way's spiral supermassive, a dense cloud of gas and dust. The resulting galaxy, often called this event, marked the birth of the solar system, marking the next chapter in the protostar ignition. The Sun, even in its new surrounding it, the remaining Milky Way will form the protoplanetary by its stars and the elements. Over millions of years, like particles collided. The story of the Milky Way begins as the very fabric of the cosmos. These small bodies grew into the planet in the seconds after the big asteroids that define our solar system. Ocean of energy, where matter and forming in the Sun's habitable zone retains liquid water, a crucial ingredient. Matter slightly outweighed antimatter. Its rocky composition reflects the Milky Way's hidden stars and galaxies we know today. Ancient stars and scattered across the galaxy by supernova explosions drop below a billion. The Milky Way is a vast, innate dynamic galaxy of atomic spanning over 100,000 hydrogens and helium emerged as the dominant stars. Their simple structure, its spiral arms are regions of intense star formation, illuminated by these basic gas stars were only the first chapter in a long journey toward the central bulge, a dense cluster of older stars surrounds Sagittarius A star. Roughly 300 beyond the visible galaxy lies a halo of combined with nuclei, invisible structure that provides the gravitational light for the first time. Milky Way together. This light, now the Milky Way is part of the local, provides a snapshot of the infinitely bound collection of galaxies known as the cosmic microwave background. 50 smaller, it reveals the tiny ripples and these interactions eventually grows the Milky Way structure and its future. In this vast and nearly in about 4.5 matter years, the Milky Way will collide with the Andromeda Galaxy undetectable through conventional means. This cosmic event, dark matter, majestic dance of gravitational forces, unfolding over hundreds of millions of years. These clouds became as the galaxies merged, their gas clouds will compress. The transition chaos of star formation slowly. The central black holes of the Milky Way and Andromeda will eventually merge, forming a massive supermassive millions of years. At the heart of the dense areas grew hotter and more. The resulting galaxies, often referred to as Milky, these stars likely be elliptical in shape, marking the end of the dark age. While its spiral structure will disappear, these early galaxies were small and irregular, journey composed of clusters of stars surrounded by halos of the product of the Milky Way. They lack the every atom in our body is forged in the hearts of ancient stars and scattered across the galaxy by their explosive death. The Milky Way's ancestors we are stardust inseparable from the cosmos. They were tiny compared to the modern galaxies, but they carried the seeds of its future great myths of civilization. As these proto-galaxies emerged, they began to take on more defined shapes, laying the foundation for the Milky Way. As we gaze into its vast expanse, stars we are reminded of our smallness. Stars played a critical role in this era. The Milky Way's stories are stored, allowed them to forge the cycles of creation, destruction, their lives, and rebirth that define existence. When they exploded as supernovae, it invites us to explore these elements into the surrounding at the infinite possibilities of the cosmos, setting the stage for the next generation. The Milky Way's journey began 13. The growth of the Milky Way was a process of destruction, a moment that defined the very fabric. Over billions of years, smaller galaxies were drawn into its gravitational yet unfathomable, were born. These galaxies were torn apart, fundamental forces and gas absorbed into the larger system. Unless the rents of these mergers are still visible to cause the universe to expand strangely, long stretches of stars stretched across the density trace the paths of smaller galaxies. These subtle differences would evolve into the cosmic web. Each of these streams tells galaxies integrated by galaxy matter and separated by immense voids. One of the most dramatic as the universe cooled around elementary particles combined when the Milky Way encountered the Enceladus galaxy. Fused into hydrogen. This merger added significant mass to the building blocks of the first star formation. Light, however, remained trapped in a dense plasma distinct from its combination. More organized disk is a legacy after the Big Bang. The Milky Way continues neutral atoms formed, allowing satellite galaxies like the Sagittarius dwarf galaxy, as the cosmic microwave disrupted by tidal force permeates their stars gradually joining the Milky Way. It offers a glimpse into the primordial cosmos. 9 billion years ago, witness, the Milky Way began to take on its iconic spiral shape. As the universe's transformation, gravity began its silent work, pulling hydrogenized stars into gas region to a flat plane. These regions, the spiral cradles, are regions of higher density born roughly 200 million years after the density waves move through the galaxy. These first compressing gas population triggering star formation were colossal, burning fires are not static structures but dynamic patterns that shift over the surrounding space by gravitational forces, enabling the formation of more chemically complex star formation within the spiral clusters of these stars form the first proto-galaxy. Massive stars chaotic and irregular systems held together by dark matter and die in supernovae. These scattered galaxies collided and merged into the surrounding space, growing larger and more intense. This material becomes the building blocks emerged during this era as one such proto-galaxy. At the center of the Milky Way lies Sagittarius by dark matter, a supermassive over billions of years. Gravity expanded inner regions in the galaxy, gradually evolving into a structural spiral galaxy suns. This object Milky Way's evolution is marked by stars and gas near the galactic center. Over billions, the discovery of Sagittarius countless smaller galaxies turning point in incorporating their stars, gas, by observing the orbits of stars near the center. Astronomers one of the most transformative events confirmed that it must be years ago with the Enceladus. While it is relatively inactive, this massive collision reshaped the Milky Way, has like creating its thick disk and adding billions of stars to its population. During stellar activity, long harvested stars left behind by disruptive galaxy distribution are evidence of these suppressing star formation. These streams trace the paths of the Milky Way's past interaction billion years, preserving its dynamic history. The Milky Way's spiral. The Sagittarius dwarf gas and dust began to be dismantled by the Milky Way. This event marks the birth of our solar system.
The stars pulled into the Milky Way's halo, surrounded by a rotating galaxy's ever-changing nature. Over time, around 9 billion years collided, and the Milky Way began to transform into a spiral galaxy, and other bodies that orbited its stars and gas settled into a rotating disk, organized by angular habitable zone. Became the iconic spiral arms are not static but dynamic regions of composition reflects the long history of the Milky Way, enriched by billions of years of stellar evolution triggering bursts of star formation. The Milky Way is a massive stars that illuminate the arms, spanning over 100,000 light-years and containing hundreds of billions of stars. The arms are stellar nurseries. Its disk where new generations of stars are born in vast molecular clouds, while its central bowl houses some of the galaxy's activity stars. Shaped by gravity, the galaxy is also surrounded by a halo of dark matter, interactions with nearby galaxies such as the large and small Magellanic Clouds. This halo sustains a spiral globular clustering the Milky Way's earliest days. At the heart of the Milky Way lies Sagittarius, active sites of star formation. Supernatural region mass dominated by old, more evolved stars. Its gravitational pull anchors the galaxy's core, shaping the motions of stars into gas in the central bulk. The Milky Way's Sagittarius A* is surrounded by a dense cluster of stars, many orbiting at incredible Andromeda galaxy. Observations of these orbits provided direct evidence of the black hole's existence. The collision will not destroy stars or planets, as the distances between them are vast. Though dormant now, in Sagittarius the galaxies will merge into a single, larger structure in the past. During these periods, gas clouds will consume vast amounts of intense star emitting powerful jets of energy. The central black holes of the Milky Way and Andromeda will eventually supermassive black holes like Sagittarius A* are essential to the resulting galaxy. Often referred to as star formation, will be a stabilized galactic structure. The next chapter play a pivotal role in shaping the cosmos. The Big Bang was not approximately 4.6 billion years fabric of reality. Within one of the Milky Way's spiral arms, expansion of a dense cloud of gas and dust began to collapse, filled with boundless energy. This event marked the birth of the solar billionth of a second. The cosmos expanded, a protostar ignited, a process known as inflation. The remaining material flattened into a fluctuatory disk, the tiniest particles collided and coalesced were stretched to cosmic scales. These small bodies grew into the planet the seeds of galaxies and asteroids that cosmic web of matter that structures the universe today. Earth, forming in the sun's habitable zone, was unrecognized liquid water. A key temperatures were trillions of degrees, and its rocky composition reflects the Milky Way's gluons containing elements like forged in the cores of ancient stars. The laws of physics across the galaxy settled into their current form. The Milky Way is a colossal, big dynamic galaxy spanning over 100,000 light-years and containing hundreds of billions of stars, mostly hydrogen. Its spiral arms are regions of elements filled cosmos, illuminating by stage of luminous stars much long clouds of gas. The universe spent the central hundreds of thousands of years surrounding Sagittarius A*. During this dense cluster of remained dark fog, with light beyond the visible galaxy lies a vast halo of darkness at work, an invisible flame matter that holds denser regions together. At around the Milky Way is part of the local group after the collection of more than universe transition into transparency. Its closest neighbor, the Andromeda galaxy, is on a collision course that will shape allowing photons to stream across in about 4.5 billion years. Known as Milky Way will collide with Andromeda to the cosmic microwave. This cosmic merger will be a slow and elegant dance of gravitational forces, unfolding over hundreds of foundation on which the Milky Way and as the galaxies merge, their gas clouds will compress, igniting waves of star formation. Continue to the central black hole gas of the Milky Way and Andromeda will combine in the density of massive supermassive black and invisible yet massive. The resulting galaxy, as often called Milky, will likely be vast structures. Its spiral arms of gas, but the first planets will continue their journey. They were immense, cosmic, short-lived, and entirely different from the stars we see today. The Milky Way's legacy will composed only of hydrogen and ever-expanding. They burned at astonishing temperatures. Cycles of creation, light transformation to heavier ones like carbon, oxygen, and iron. Every atom in our bodies was stars in the hearts of ancient supernovae, scattered across the Milky Way. This galaxy is not just our home, but the next generation of starly formed next galaxies. Small irregular river to modern astronomers mapping its structure to form. The galaxy has inspired proto-galaxies collided and merged. It reminds us of our place in a vast and interconnected cosmos. The Milky Way's ancestors were among them. Small, the Milky Way's story is our story, potential a narrative of something extraordinary, evolution, and infinite. The Milky Way's growth was not a gentle process. As we gaze into the night sky, over billions of years, of the profound connection between smaller galaxies and the stars, tearing them apart with tidal forces and absorbing their stars and gas. The Milky Way's journey These mergers were transformative events years ago with the Big Bang. They not only added mass to the Milky Way, but also triggered waves of star singularity of lighting up the galaxy with newly born stars. The universe expanded rapidly. One of the most significant mergers was with the Gaian-Enceladus galaxy around 10 billion years ago. Seeds of cosmic structure. This event fundamentally reshaped the Milky Way, Big Bang, forming its nuclear fusion and creating hydrogen, new stars, helium, and heavier and trace amounts of lithium. Even today, the Milky Way continues to consume smaller galaxies. For hundreds of thousands of years, the Sagittarius was a dark and dense plasma, where light is currently being pulled apart. This era stretched into long streams that orbit the Milky Way. 380,000 years after the Big Bang. These stellar streams, visible to astronomers, bound to nuclei, act as cosmic neutral atoms, preserving the light escape of the galaxy's growth. They reveal a story of relentless accumulation, microwave background, and creation go hand in hand. Infancy. The Milky Way's iconic spiral structure began to take shape around 9 billion years ago, including as the galaxy rotated. The combined effects of gravity and angular momentum organized its stars and gas into stars and galaxies existed. The spiral arms, however, was quietly shaping the cosmos, regions where stars and gas are temporarily into dense pockets within dark matter. These waves move through the disk like ripples on a 200 million years after the Big Bang. As they pass, the first stars ignited. Within these the end of the dark dense clouds of gas collapsed. These population 3 stars. The most massive of these stars lived short lives, were massive, illuminating the arms and creating brilliant regions of light enriched the surrounding gas with over billions of years, paving the way for more complex star systems, shaped by the movement of these stars, the influence of galaxies, and the interaction of irregular systems held together by dark matter. Today, the Milky Way's galaxies remain some of the most active and vibrant regions of the galaxy. The Milky Way began as one of these proto-galaxies, known as the Galactic Bulge, is home to Sagittarius A*. It grew by merging with other systems and accumulating gas. With a mass of 4 million galaxy, it is a gravitational powerhouse that anchors the galaxy's core. Has been shaped by galactic Sagittarius A*. The process is surrounded by a dense cluster of stars, many of which orbit at extraordinary speed. It consumed countless smaller systems, provided the first direct evidence of the black hole's existence. Gas, as astronomers could calculate its mass based on the movement one of the most significant events in its history. While Sagittarius A* is relatively quiet today, with the Gaian, it was likely much more active in the past. This merger added billions of active phases, enriched the galaxy's chemical diversity, radiation, and created shaping the distribution of gas in the central regions of the galaxies remain visible as stellar streams, of a supermassive black hole, graceful trails of stars large that orbit the Milky Way. It suggests that the formation of such objects is closely tied to the process of galaxy evolution, the Milky Way's turbulent past. Yet many questions remain about their origins and influence over cosmic time.
The Sagittarius dwarf galaxy, currently being dismantled by the Milky Way's gravity,
years ago,
is
a
contributing
cloud of
stars
gas
to
and
the
dust
galactic
began
halo.
to collapse under gravity.
These interactions
This
highlight
marked
the
the
dynamic
birth of our
nature
solar
of galaxies
system.
and the cycles of
At
creation
the center
and
of this collapsing
transformation.
cloud, a protostar
Around 9
ignited.
billion
The
years
sun.
ago, the Milky Way
Around
began
it,
to
the
develop its
remaining
iconic
material
spiral
formed a
structure.
rotating disk.
Stars and gas settled into a rotating
and
disk,
asteroids emerged.
flattened by the influence of
The
angular
Earth
momentum.
formed as a rocky planet,
The spiral
enriched with
arms,
elements like
illuminated
carbon,
by
oxygen,
massive, luminous
and silicon,
stars,
all
are
forged
regions
in
of
the cores
enhanced
of
density
previous
created by
generations of
density
stars.
waves.
Its
These
position in the
waves
sun's
compress
habitable
gas
zone
clouds
allowed
as they
it to retain
propagate through the
liquid water,
disk,
creating
triggering
the
bursts of
conditions
star
for life
formation.
to emerge.
Within the
The
arms
solar
lie
system
vast
is a
molecular
microcosm
clouds,
of the Milky
stellar
Way's
nurseries
history,
where new
shaped by
stars
billions
are
of
born.
years of cosmic evolution.
This dynamic interplay of
Its
star
formation reflects the
and
galaxy's
gravitational
ability
forces
to
ensures the
recycle
Milky
material,
Way's ongoing
creating
evolution.
new worlds from the remnants of
The
old
Milky
ones.
Way's spiral structure
The
is
Milky
sustained
Way
by
is a vast
interactions
and
with
dynamic
satellite
system,
galaxies
stretching
such
over
as the Magellanic
100,000
Clouds.
light-years and containing hundreds
These
of billions of
gravitational
stars.
encounters create ripples
Its
in the
spiral
galactic
arms
disk,
are regions of intense
perpetuating the
activity,
density waves
where new
that
stars
define the
are born
arms.
from clouds of gas and
At the
dust.
center of the Milky Way
The
lies
central bulge
Sagittarius
is a dense
A
region
Asteris,
filled with
a
older
supermassive
stars,
black
while
hole
the
with a
surrounding
mass of
halo
about 4
contains
million
ancient
suns.
globular clusters and streams
Though
of
invisible,
stars from past
its immense
mergers.
gravitational pull
The
shapes
galaxy
the motions
is also
of stars
surrounded
and
by an
gas in the
invisible
galactic
halo of
bulge.
dark matter, which provides the
Sagittarius A
gravitational
Asterisk
framework
is
that
surrounded
holds
by
it
a
together.
dense cluster of stars,
Without dark
some orbiting
matter,
at
the
extraordinary
Milky Way
speeds.
stars would not orbit
These
fast
rapid
enough to
orbits
stay bound
revealed
to
the
the
presence
galaxy.
of the black hole,
The
marking
Milky
one of
Way's
the most
journey is
significant
far from
discoveries
over.
in astronomy.
In about
While
4.5
relatively
billion
dormant
years,
now,
it will collide with the
Sagittarius A
Andromeda
Asterisk
galaxy,
likely
its
experienced
nearest
active
large neighbor.
phases in the past.
This collision will
During
create a
these
spectacular
times, it
cosmic
consumed
event,
vast amounts of
reshaping
material,
both galaxies.
emitting jets of energy that
During the
influence
merger,
the galaxy's
gas
central
clouds
regions.
will compress, igniting waves of
Supermassive
star
black
formation.
holes like Sagittarius
The
A
central
Asterisk
black
play
holes
a
of the
crucial
Milky
role
Way
in
and
galaxy
Andromeda will
formation.
merge, forming an
They
even larger
stabilize galactic
supermassive black
structures,
hole.
regulate star
The
formation,
resulting galaxy,
and shape the cosmic
often called
environment.
Milkomeda, will be an elliptical
Approximately
system.
4.
Though it will look
6
very
billion
different,
years ago,
the legacy
within
of the
one
Milky,
of the Milky
Way
Way's
will endure,
spiral arms,
carried by its
a dense
stars
cloud
and
of
the elements
gas
that
and
once
dust
formed
began to
planets like
collapse.
Earth.
At its
The
center,
Big Bang
a
was
young
the
star
ultimate act
ignited,
of creation,
the sun.
a moment that set
The
time,
remaining material
space,
flattened
and
into
matter
a
into
rotating
motion.
protoplanetary disk.
Yet, in
where
its
particles
aftermath,
collided
the
and
universe
coalesced
was a
into
hostile and
planetesimals.
unrecognizable place.
Over millions of years,
Temperatures
these
soared into
planetesimals
trillions of
grew
degrees,
into planets,
and particles
moons,
like quarks
and
and
asteroids.
gluons collided violently
Earth
in a
formed in the
primordial
sun's
soup.
habitable zone, where
As the
conditions
universe
allowed
expanded,
liquid water
it
to
cooled.
exist, a key
Within
ingredient for life.
microseconds, quarks grouped
Its
into
rocky
protons and
composition
neutrons.
reflects billions of years
By
of
the time
cosmic
the
evolution,
universe was 3
enriched
minutes
by
old,
elements
these
forged in
particles had
ancient
begun
stars
fusing
and
into
spread
the
across
first
the
atomic
galaxy
nuclei.
by supernovae.
Hydrogen and
The Milky
helium
Way
emerged
is a
as the
vast,
dominant
dynamic
elements,
galaxy,
making up nearly all
stretching
the
over
matter in the
100,000
cosmos.
light-years and containing
For
hundreds of
thousands
billions
of
of
years,
stars.
light remained trapped,
Its spiral
bouncing
arms are
endlessly
regions
through
of
the hot
intense star
plasma of
formation,
charged particles.
illuminated by young stars
The
and
cosmos
glowing
was
nebulae.
dark and chaotic, with
The
no
central
stars,
bulge,
planets,
surrounding
or
Sagittarius
galaxies,
A
only a
Asterisk,
fog of
is a
hydrogen
dense
and
cluster
helium.
of older stars.
This era, known
Beyond
as
the
the Dark
visible
Ages,
galaxy lies a
persisted
vast
until the
halo of
universe
dark matter,
cooled enough for
an invisible
electrons to
framework
combine
that
with
holds the
nuclei,
Milky Way
forming
together and
neutral
extends
atoms.
far beyond its edges.
At this moment of
The
recombination,
Milky Way
the
is part of
universe
the local
became
group,
transparent,
a gravitationally
allowing light to
bound
travel
collection of
freely for the
galaxies
first
that
time.
includes Andromeda and
This
over
ancient
50
light,
smaller
now
systems.
stretched into microwaves by
These
billions of
interactions
years of cosmic
influence the
expansion,
Milky Way's
is the
structure
cosmic
and its
microwave
future
background.
evolution.
It provides us with a detailed image of the infant universe,
the Milky Way will
revealing the
collide with
seeds
the
of what
Andromeda
would grow
galaxy.
into galaxies, including
This
the
cosmic
Milky
event
Way.
will be a slow and
The Dark
majestic
Ages
process,
ended with the birth of
unfolding
the
over
first
hundreds
stars,
of millions of
approximately
years.
200 million
As
years
the galaxies
after the Big
merge,
Bang.
their gas clouds
These
will compress,
population 3
igniting
stars,
waves of star
composed
formation.
entirely of hydrogen and helium,
The central black
were
holes
colossal,
of the Milky
burning
Way
brightly
and
and
Andromeda
dying
will
young.
combine, forming a
They
massive
seeded the universe
supermassive
with
black
heavier
hole.
elements,
stars, paving the way
resulting
for future
galaxy,
generations of
often
stars
referred
and
to as
planets.
Milky, will likely
As more
be
stars
elliptical.
ignited, gravity
While
pulled
its
them into
spiral
clusters,
arms will vanish,
forming the
its
first
stars
galaxies.
and planets will continue their
These
journeys
galaxies
in a
were
new
small,
configuration.
irregular, and
We are
chaotic,
stardust.
far removed from the grand spirals
Every atom
and
in our
ellipticals
bodies
we
was
see
forged
today.
in the heart of ancient stars.
They collided
scattered
frequently,
across the Milky
merging
Way
into
by
larger
their
systems
explosive
in a
deaths.
violent but creative process.
The galaxy is not just
The
our
Milky
home,
Way
it
began
is
as
our
one
origin.
of these proto-galaxies,
From the
a
midst
small
of
and
ancient
unassuming
civilizations
structure
who saw
among
the
countless
Milky Way
others.
as a celestial river
Over
to
time,
modern
it
astronomers
grew,
unraveling
absorbing
its
smaller
secrets.
galaxies
Humanity
and
has
accumulating
always been
gas and
drawn
dark
to this
matter.
vast cosmic structure.
This was the beginning of its
It inspires
transformation
awe,
into the sprawling
curiosity,
spiral galaxy
and a sense
we
of
know
belonging
today.
to something greater.
The growth of the Milky Way
Way's
is a story of
is a reflection
survival
of
and
our
dominance.
own, a narrative of birth,
Over billions of years,
transformation,
it
and
expanded
infinite
by
possibility.
consuming smaller galaxies.
As we look to the stars,
These
we are
collisions were
reminded
not
of our
gentle.
shared
They
connection to
tore
the
apart the
cosmos
smaller
and the
systems,
profound cycles
scattering
that
their
shape
stars
existence.
and gas into the Milky
The
Way's
Milky
halo
Way's
and
journey
disk.
began 13.8
The evidence
billion
of these
years ago,
ancient mergers
when the
is
Big
preserved
Bang
in the
brought
form
time,
of stellar
space,
streams,
and
long
matter
trails of
into
stars
existence.
that trace the paths of
In its
disrupted
earliest
galaxies.
moments, the universe was
These
a hot,
streams are
dense
relics of a
singularity
violent
of infinite
past,
energy.
offering astronomers a
In less
window
than a
into the
trillionth of a
Milky Way's
second, the
evolution.
universe underwent a rapid
One of the most
expansion known as
transformative events
inflation.
in the Milky Way's history
This
occurred
process
around 10
smoothed out
billion
its
years
structure
ago.
while amplifying tiny
A
quantum
massive galaxy,
fluctuations.
Gaia Enceladus,
These
collided with the
fluctuations
Milky Way,
became the seeds
merging
of
its
galaxies,
stars and gas
stars,
into the growing
and
system.
planets.
This
As the
event
universe
created
cooled,
the thick disk of the
particles
galaxy
formed,
and enriched
coalescing
it with
into
elements
protons
forged
and
in Gaia
neutrons.
Enceladus's stars.
These fused into hydrogen,
Even now,
helium,
the process
and
of
traces
galactic
of lithium,
cannibalism
the
continues.
simplest elements.
The
For
Sagittarius
hundreds of
dwarf
thousands of
galaxy,
years,
for
the
instance,
universe
is
remained
being
dark,
pulled apart
with
by
light
the
trapped
Milky
in a
Way's
dense
gravity,
plasma of
its
particles.
stars gradually joining the larger
Recombination
galaxy.
marked a turning point.
The Milky Way's
occurring
iconic spiral arms
380,000
began to
years
form
after the
about
Big
9
Bang.
billion years ago,
Electrons
as the galaxy
bound to
settled
nuclei,
into a rotating
forming
disk.
neutral atoms, and light
These
was
arms
free
are
to
not
travel
fixed
across the
structures,
cosmos.
but patterns created by
This
density
ancient
waves,
light, the
regions
cosmic
of higher
microwave
gravitational
background,
pull that
still
compress
carries
gas
the
and
imprint
trigger
of the
star
first density
formation.
fluctuations that would
As
grow
these
into
waves move
galaxies
through
like
the galaxy,
Milky Way.
they act like traffic
As the
jams
universe
in space,
expanded,
slowing
gravity
stars
began
and
shaping
gas
it
and
into the
creating
vast
bright
structures we
regions of
see
activity.
today.
The
Hydrogen
spiral
and
arms
helium
are
gas
home to vibrant
drawn
stellar
into dense
nurseries,
regions
where
within
young,
halos of
massive
dark matter
stars
became
illuminate
the
the
first
surrounding
stars.
gas clouds.
Around 200
The formation
million
of the
years
spiral
after the
arms
Big
was
Bang,
influenced by
these
the
first
Milky
stars
Way's
ignited,
interactions
ending
with
the
smaller
cosmic dark
galaxies.
ages.
These
These
interactions
population
disrupted the
stars
disk,
were massive
creating
and ephemeral,
ripples that
living
evolved
for
into
only
the
a
arms
few
we
million
see
years.
today.
When
At the
they
heart of the
exploded
Milky
as
Way lies a
supernovae, they
supermassive
enriched
black
the
hole
surrounding
known as
gas with heavier
Sagittarius A
elements,
star.
enabling the
Its
formation
mass,
of more complex
equivalent to
stars
4
and
million
systems.
suns, is concentrated
Clusters of
into a
these
region
stars
no
formed
larger
the
than our
first
solar
proto-galaxies, irregular,
Sagittarius
chaotic
A
systems that
asterisk is
frequently
surrounded by a
collided and
dense
merged.
cluster of stars, many
These
of which orbit
interactions
at
drove the
incredible
evolution
speeds.
of galaxies,
These
setting the
orbits
stage
provided
for the
the first
emergence
evidence
of
of
the
the
Milky
black
Way.
hole's existence,
The Milky
as
Way
astronomers
began as a
could
modest
calculate its mass
proto-galaxy.
based on the motion of nearby
Over
stars.
billions of years, it
While
expanded through mergers
Sagittarius
and
A
accretions,
asterisk is
growing
relatively
into a
quiet
structured
now,
spiral
it
galaxy.
has likely experienced
The
periods of
Milky
intense
Way's
activity.
history is a story of growth
During these
through
phases,
destruction.
it would have consumed
Galactic
vast amounts of
cannibalism,
gas and dust,
the process of
emitting
absorbing
powerful jets
smaller
of energy
galaxies,
and influencing
has
the
defined its
distribution
evolution
of material
over billions
in the
of
galactic
years.
center.
One of
Around
the most
4.6
significant
billion
events in
years
its
ago,
history
in a
occurred 10
quiet
billion
region
years
of the
ago
Milky
with the
Way's
Gaia
Orion
Enceladus
arm,
merger.
a dense cloud of gas
This
and dust
collision
began
brought
to
billions
collapse
of
under its
stars
own
into
gravity.
the Milky Way,
This
reshaping its
event
thick
marked the
disk
birth
and
of our
enriching
solar
its chemical
system.
composition.
At the center of
Stellar
this collapsing
streams,
cloud,
long
a
arcs
young
of
star
stars
ignited,
orbiting the Milky
sun.
Way, are remnants
Around
of these
it,
ancient
the remaining
interactions.
material flattened into a
These
rotating
streams
disk,
serve as
where
cosmic
particles
fossils,
collided and
preserving
coalesced
the
to
memory
form
of the Milky
planetesimals.
Way's tumultuous past.
Over millions of years,
Even
these
today,
planetesimals
the Milky
grew
Way
into the
continues
planets,
to grow.
moons, and
The
asteroids we see
Sagittarius
today.
dwarf galaxy, currently
The
being
Earth,
consumed,
formed as a rocky
is
planet,
contributing stars
enriched
to the
with
galactic
elements
halo.
forged in the cores of ancient
These
stars.
ongoing interactions
Positioned
reflect
in
the
the sun's
dynamic
habitable
nature
zone,
of galaxies
it
and the
retains liquid
cycles
water,
of cosmic
a key
evolution.
ingredient for life.
Around 9
The
billion years
formation
ago,
of the solar
the
system
Milky
was
Way
a
began
direct
to
result
take on
of
its
the Milky
iconic
Way's
spiral
long
shape.
history of star
Its
formation,
stars and
supernovae,
gas settled
and
into a
chemical
rotating
enrichment.
disk, flattened by
Every
angular
element
momentum.
in our bodies, from the
The
iron
spiral
in our
arms
blood
are
to the
not
calcium
static
in
but
our
dynamic
bones,
patterns
was forged
created
in the
by
heart of a
density
star.
waves.
The Milky
As these
Way
waves
is a
move
vast
through
and
the
dynamic
disk,
system,
they compress
home
gas
to hundreds
clouds,
of billions of
triggering
stars,
bursts of star
vast clouds
formation.
of gas and dust,
These
and
luminous
invisible dark
arms,
matter.
illuminated by young,
It spans
massive
over
stars,
100,000
are among
light
the
years
most
and
striking
contains
features
regions
of
of
the Milky
intense
Way.
star formation as well
Within
as
the
quiet
arms lie
zones filled
molecular
with older
clouds,
stars.
stellar nurseries
The
where new
galaxy's
stars are
spiral
born.
arms are bustling hubs of
These
activity,
regions are
where
vibrant
gravity
with activity,
compresses gas
shaped
into
by the
dense
interplay
clouds
of
that
gravity,
give birth to new
radiation,
stars.
and stellar winds.
In contrast, the central
Interactions
bulge
with
is a dense
satellite
region of
galaxies,
older stars,
such as the large
surrounding
and
the
small
supermassive
Magellanic
black
clouds,
hole at the
sustain
core.
the Milky Way's spiral
The
structure.
Milky Way is also part of
These
a larger
gravitational
cosmic structure,
encounters
the
create
local
ripples
group,
in the galactic
collection
disk,
of more than 50
perpetuating the
galaxies
density
bound
waves.
together by gravity.
At the heart of the
Its
Milky Way
closest
lies
companions
Sagittarius
include the
A*,
large and small
a
Magellanic
supermassive
clouds,
black hole
two
with a
dwarf
mass of
galaxies
about
that
4
orbit the
million
Milky
suns.
Way.
Its
The Milky Way's
gravitational
journey
pull
is
anchors
far
the
from
galaxy's
over.
core, shaping
In
the
about
motions of stars
4.5
and
billion
gas in the
years,
central bulge.
it will collide with the Andromeda
Astronomers
galaxy.
have observed stars
This
orbiting
epic event will be a
Sagittarius
slow-motion
A* at
dance,
incredible
taking
speeds,
hundreds of millions
providing
of years
direct
to
evidence
unfold.
of the black hole's existence.
During the collision, gas
These
clouds will
observations
compress,
confirmed its
igniting
immense
waves of
mass
star
and role
formation.
as the galaxy's anchor.
The central black holes
Though
of both
dormant
galaxies
now,
will eventually
Sagittarius
merge,
A*
forming an
likely
even larger
experienced
supermassive
active
black
phases
hole.
in the past.
The resulting
During
galaxy,
these times,
often
it
called
consumed
Milky,
vast
will
amounts
be
of
a massive
material,
elliptical
emitting
system.
powerful jets of energy
Though
that
its structure
influence
will
the
be vastly
surrounding
different from the
regions.
Milky Way, it will carry the
Supermassive black
legacy of
holes
both
like
galaxies,
Sagittarius A*
preserving the
are
stars,
essential
planets,
to galaxy
and
formation
elements that
and
once
evolution.
formed in their spiral arms.
They regulate star formation
Even
and
after this
stabilize
merger,
galactic
the
structures,
Milky Way's story
shaping
will
the
continue
environment of their
as its
host
stars
galaxies.
drift through an ever-expanding universe.
Approximately 4.6
The
billion
Big
years
Bang
ago,
was the moment
within
when
one
time,
of the Milky
space,
Way's spiral
and
arms,
energy burst
a dense
into
cloud
existence.
of gas and dust began to
Before
collapse.
this cosmic explosion,
At its center,
the universe
a
existed
protostar
in a
ignited,
state of
becoming
unimaginable
the sun.
density and heat,
The
a
remaining
singularity
material
beyond our
flattened into a
comprehension.
protoplanetary disk,
Then,
where
in a
particles
fraction of a
collided
second,
and coalesced
this singularity
into
expanded.
planetesimals. Not
Over
into
millions
space,
of years,
these
itself
small
was
bodies
expanding,
grew into the
creating
planets,
the universe.
moons, and asteroids
During the
that
first
define the
fractions
solar
of a
system.
second, forces that govern
Earth,
the universe today,
forming in the sun's
gravity,
habitable zone,
electromagnetism,
retained liquid
and
water,
nuclear forces,
a critical ingredient
separated
for
from
life.
a unified state.
Its rocky
Quantum
composition
fluctuations
reflects the
in the
Milky
energy
Way's
field
history,
left tiny
enriched
ripples
by
in the
elements
density of
forged
matter,
in ancient
which would later
stars
grow
and
into
scattered
galaxies
across the
and
galaxy by
cosmic web.
supernova explosions.
As the universe cooled,
The Milky
quark
Way
gluon
is a
soup
colossal
condensed
structure,
into protons
stretching
and
over
neutrons,
100,000
the building
light years
blocks
and
of
containing
atomic
hundreds
nuclei.
of billions of stars.
Within minutes,
Its
nuclear
spiral
fusion
arms are
created the
regions
first
of
elements,
active star formation,
hydrogen, helium,
illuminated by
and trace
young,
amounts of
luminous
lithium.
stars.
The
The
universe
central
was now a
bulge
sea of
surrounding
hot plasma,
Sagittarius
its
A*
light trapped by a dense
is a
fog
dense
of
hub of older
particles.
stars.
Hundreds of
Beyond
thousands
the
of
visible
years passed as
galaxy
the
lies a
universe
halo of
expanded
dark
and
matter,
cooled.
an invisible framework
Finally,
that holds the Milky
electrons
Way
combined
together
with
and extends
nuclei
far
to form
beyond its
neutral
edges.
atoms, allowing light
The
to
Milky
escape
Way
and
is
travel
part
freely.
of the local group, a
This
collection
light,
of over
the
50
cosmic
galaxies
microwave
bound by
background,
gravity.
is a snapshot of the
Its
early
closest
universe,
companion,
revealing
the
the
Andromeda
seeds of
galaxy,
cosmic structures
is on
that
a
would
collision
evolve into
course,
galaxies like
destined
the
to
Milky
shape
Way.
the Milky Way's future.
But even after
In about
recombination, the
4.5
universe
billion
remained
years,
dark for
the
millions
Milky
of
Way
years.
will collide with the Andromeda
Stars
galaxy.
and galaxies had yet to form,
This slow
and the
and
vast
majestic
expanse
event
was
will
filled with
unfold
cold
over
hydrogen
hundreds
gas.
of millions of years,
This
reshaping
era,
both
known as
galaxies.
the Dark Ages,
As the
persisted until
galaxies
gravity
merge,
began to
their
shape the
gas
first
clouds
stars.
will compress, igniting
Gravity
waves
is a
of star
relentless
formation.
force, and over time,
The central
it pulled
black
the
holes
hydrogen
of the
and
Milky
helium
Way
gas
and
into
Andromeda
dense
will
clumps.
combine, forming a massive supermassive invisible yet dominant heart of the new galaxy, acted as the scaffolding. The resulting galaxy, guiding the formation of the first stars, will likely be elliptical in shape. In regions of high density, the gas became so compressed that nuclear fusion ignited, creating the first star configuration. These population-free stars were giants. Every atom in our bodies was forged in ancient stars. They burned at incredible temperatures by producing intense light and heat. The Milky Way is not just our home, mere millions of years, and ended in spectacular supernovae. Humanity has gazed at the Milky Way with wonder. Dispersed heavier elements, ancient civilizations saw it as a celestial river, into the surrounding gas, enriching it. Today, we explore these elements became the building blocks for the next generation of stars while dreaming of interstellar planets. The Milky Way galaxies began as small, irregular clusters of stars and gas, growth, transformation, over millions of years, they collided and merged, growing larger and more complex. We are reminded of our profound connection to the cosmos lie in the cycles that as one of countless proto-galaxies forming across the cosmos. 13.8 billion years ago, the Milky Way's history is one of relentless growth and evolution. Time and space unfolded over billions of years. It expanded by consuming smaller galaxies, a process known as galactic transformed into particles, and the fundamental forces began to govern the composition of the galaxy. In less than a trillionth of a second, visible inflation caused the universe to expand exponentially. Stellar streams, smoothing out irregularities stretched across the sky, are remnants of smaller galaxies torn apart by the Milky Way's seeds of cosmic structures. These streams provide a glimpse into the galaxy's tumultuous past, as the universe cooled, about its particles coalesced into protons and neutrons. One of the most significant hydrogen occurred around 10 billion years ago. For hundreds of thousands of years, the universe remained dark. This event added a substantial number of stars to the Milky Way, forming its thick disk and enriching it with heavier elements. 380,000 years. The collision also triggered waves of star formation, lighting up the electrons joined nuclei to process of galactic cannibalism, allowing light continues to this day. This Sagittarius dwarf galaxy, background, for instance, still fills the cosmos, being pulled apart, carrying a snapshot of gradually joining the Milky Way, foreshadowing the birth of galaxies. These like ongoing interactions highlight the dynamic and ever-changing nature of our galaxy. Entered the Dark Ages. The Milky Way's transformation into a spiral galaxy began as it grew larger. Gravity began pulling hydrogen and helium around 9 billion years ago, forming the first stellar rotating disk, influenced by angular momentum and gravitational after the Big Bang. The first stars The spiral ignited. Arms are a product of these population regions where stars and gas are more short-lived. These waves move through the galaxy, compressing gas clouds and triggering the formation of new stars. Clusters of these stars form proto-galaxies, with each generation of stars creating the conditions for gas bound by dark matter. The spiral arms are not these proto-galaxies merged frequently. They are shaped by the galaxy's rotation, interactions with the satellite galaxies, began as one of these proto-stars and gas. Over billions of years, it grew by consuming into the iconic structure we see today, slowly transforming into a spiral galaxy. Massive clouds of gas serve as stellar nurseries. The Milky Way's growth is defined by cycles of creation regions are dynamic and chaotic, with gravity pulling material together to form smaller clusters of stars, tearing them apart with tidal forces young stars that emerge illuminate the arms, and creating the stunning patterns visible in the most transformative events in its history was the heart of the Milky Way lies Sagittarius 10 billion years ago, a supermassive black collision that reshaped the Milky Way, creating its thick disk and adding billions of stars to its population. Suns. It is an evidence of these ancient mergers. Its gravity still shaping the orbits of nearby stars. Stellar streams, Sagittarius of stars left behind by a dense cluster of stars, are some of which travel at incredible Milky Way's dynamic evolution. By observing these orbits, even now, astronomers have been able to measure the black hole's mass and confirm its presence. The Sagittarius dwarf galaxy, while it is relatively quiet now, is contributing stars to the Milky Way experienced periods of intense activity. These interactions exemplify the dynamic nature of galaxies and the cycles of cosmic vast amounts of gas and dust. Around 9 billion years ago, the Milky Way began its transformation into a spiral galaxy. The distribution of materials stars in the galaxy's central regions into a rotating disk organized by the influence of angular momentum. Supermassive black holes is a common feature of large galaxies created by density waves. Their formation and role in galaxy evolution remain active areas of triggering star formation, offering insights into the dynamics massive of the stars cosmos. Born in these regions illuminate the arms, 4.6 billion years ago, Milky Way its striking in a quiet corner of the Milky Way's within the arms lie molecular cloud of gas and dust began to collapse under gravity. This marked the beginning of our solar system. Interplay of gravity, at the center of this collapsing cloud, explosion, a young star creating a continuous cycle of birth, the remaining material flattened into the Milky Way's spiral structure, where particles collided and stuck together with satellite galaxies. Over millions of years, large and these small Magellanic grew into planetesimals. These gravitational encounters generate ripples in the disk, formed in the inner region of the density waves where temperatures were high enough to vaporize lighter elements. At the center of the Milky Way lies Sagittarius to rocky planets, a supermassive black hole with a mass of about 4 million Jupiter and Saturn. Though invisible, the solar system's formation was a direct result of the motions of stars and gas in the galactic formation and chemical enrichment. Astronomers discovered Sagittarius that make up our planet by observing the rapid orbits of stars near the galaxy center and scattered across the galaxy. These stars move at extraordinary speeds. The Milky Way is a dynamic system, constantly changing and evolving. Though relatively dormant now, its spiral arms are regions of intense activity where new stars are born from clouds of gas and dust. During these times, the galaxy large amounts of hundreds of billions of stars, along with vast quantities of gas, dust, and dark matter. Supermassive black holes like Sagittarius, a dense region of older stars, thought to surround Sagittarius in galaxy evolution. Meanwhile, they stabilize galactic extended region of the galaxy star formation, is home to ancient globular clusters and the remnants of past mergers. About 4.6 billion years ago, is also within one of the Milky Way's spiral collection of more than 50 galaxies bound together began to collapse. Its closest companion, the solar system, large and small Magellanic clouds, at the center of the collapsing galaxies, a young star the Milky Way, the contributing gas and stars. The remaining material flattened into a protoplanetary disk for billions of years, collided and coalesced in about 4.5 billion years. These planetesimals the Andromeda galaxy, planets, initiating a slow and spectacular that define our solar system. During the collision, gas clouds in the sun's habitable zone, triggering conditions allowed liquid water to exist. The central black holes of both galaxies will merge, forming an even larger supermassive black hole containing elements forged the resulting galaxy, scattered often across the galaxy by supernova elliptical system, marking the next stage in the Milky Way's colossal galaxy, stretching over 100,000 light years. The legacy of the Milky Way will endure, of stars, carried by its stars and the elements that once formed vibrant regions of star formation. Even after the merger, by young the Milky Way's remnants will drift through an ever-expanding universe. The central bulge is a dense cluster of older stars surrounding the supermassive black hole Sagittarius A star. There was only the universe. Beyond the visible galaxy lies a halo of dark matter, an invisible framework the Big Bang that holds the Milky Way approximately 13.8 billion years ago is part of the local beginning of everything. Gravitationally bound from collection of smaller than an galaxy. The universe expanded exponentially. Its closest neighbor, unleashing a torrent of energy, is on a collision course, destined to merge with the Milky Way in the universe's infancy. Temperatures were so extreme that particles like quarks and gluons could not collide with Andromeda. The cosmos was a swirling sea of fundamental particles, majestic and interacting in ways that galaxies over hundreds of millions of years, stars, and planets. As they merge, their gas clouds will compress, quarks triggering waves of protons and neutrons, the building blocks central of matter. Black holes of the Milky Way. These particles fuse to create the first elements, forming a massive supermassive and a trace of lithium. The resulting
Yet,
galaxy,
for hundreds of
often
thousands
called
of years,
Milkometa,
this primordial soup remained dark and chaotic,
while its
as
spiral
photons
structure
were
will
trapped
disappear.
in a dense fog
Its
of
stars
charged
and planets
particles.
will continue their journeys
The
in a new
universe's
cosmic
first act of
configuration.
clarity came during
We are a
recombination,
product of
when
the Milky Way,
electrons and nuclei paired to
Every
form
atom in
neutral
our
atoms.
bodies was forged in the hearts
This
of
event
ancient
allowed
stars,
light to travel
scattered
freely
across
for
the
the
galaxy
first time,
by their
producing
explosive
the
deaths.
cosmic microwave background.
The Milky
a
Way
relic
is
of
not
the Big
just our
Bang
home,
that still
it is our
whispers the
origin.
story of creation.
For millennia,
Tiny
humanity
fluctuations
has
in
looked at the
density,
Milky Way
left
with
over
wonder.
from the universe's inflationary
Ancient
period,
civilizations
became the
saw it
seeds
as
of
a
galaxies.
celestial river or a bridge
These
to the
ripples,
heavens.
amplified by gravity,
Today,
would
we
eventually
explore it
grow
with
into the
telescopes,
vast cosmic
spacecraft,
structures we see
and
today,
dreams of interstellar
including
travel.
the Milky Way.
The Milky
The Dark
Way story
Ages,
is
a period
intertwined
of
with
silence
ours,
and stillness,
a narrative of
lasted
beginnings,
for hundreds of millions of
transformations,
years.
and infinite possibilities.
Gravity worked tirelessly during
As we
this
gaze
time,
into its vast
pulling hydrogen
expanse,
and
we
helium
are reminded
into
of our
dense
connection
regions,
to the
where
cosmos
dark
and
matter
the cycles
formed
that shape
invisible
existence.
halos. These
The story
halos
of the
provided
Milky
the
Way
framework
began
for the first
13.8
galaxies.
billion years ago with
The
the Big
universe's
Bang,
first
a
stars
moment of
ignited
infinite energy
approximately
and potential.
200 million years after
This
the
was
Big
not
Bang.
merely the birth of matter,
These
but of time and
population
space
pre-stars,
itself.
untainted by
The
heavier
universe
elements,
expanded
burned
rapidly
hot and
during
bright,
inflation,
illuminating the
stretching and
cosmos for the
smoothing its
first time.
fabric while amplifying
But their
quantum
lifetimes were
fluctuations
brief,
into
ending
density
in
variations.
supernova explosions that scattered
These
newly
tiny
formed
irregularities
elements into the
seeded the
surrounding
formation
gas.
of galaxies,
As more
stars,
stars
and
were
planets.
born, they began to cluster
As the
into
universe
proto-galaxies.
cooled, particles coalesced
These
into
small,
protons and
irregular
neutrons,
systems
forming
collided and
hydrogen,
merged,
helium,
growing larger
and traces
and more
of
complex.
lithium, the primordial
The
elements
Milky
that
Way's
would give
earliest
birth to the first
ancestors
stars.
formed during this epoch.
For
A
hundreds of
collection of
thousands of
fledgling
years,
galaxies
the
in a
universe
chaotic
remained
and
dark,
violent universe.
its light trapped within a dense
Over
plasma.
time, the stars in these
This
galaxies
changed
enriched their environments
380,000
with
years
heavier
after
elements.
the Big Bang during
These
recombination.
metals allowed the formation of
Electrons
stars like our
bonded
Sun
with
and
nuclei,
planets like
forming
Earth,
neutral
bridging
atoms,
the gap
and
between
light
the
was
universe's
released,
first light
creating
and
the
the
cosmic
intricate systems
microwave
that would
background,
follow.
a faint glow
The
still
Milky
visible
Way's
today.
history is written in the
This
stars.
light provides
literally.
a map of the infant universe,
Over billions of
capturing
years,
the first
it
hints of
grew
what
by
would become the
consuming
Milky
smaller
Way.
galaxies.
In the silence
These
of the Dark
mergers
Ages,
were not gentle
gravity
but
worked
violent,
quietly,
ripping
pulling
stars and
hydrogen
gas
and
from
helium
smaller
into
systems
dense
and
regions
assimilating
within
them
dark
into the
matter
larger
halos.
galaxy.
These
Evidence
regions
of these
became
ancient
the first stellar
collisions is
nurseries.
visible in stellar streams,
Around
long,
200 million
arcing
years
ribbons of
after the
stars
Big
that
Bang,
trace the remnants
first
of
stars
smaller
ignited.
galaxies.
These
populations
population
are like
pre-stars
fossils,
were massive
preserving
and
the
ephemeral,
story of the
their
Milky
brief
Way's
lifespans
turbulent
ending in
past.
supernovae.
One of the most
These
significant
explosions
mergers in the
enriched the
galaxy's
surrounding
history
gas
occurred
with heavier
around 10
elements,
billion years
paving
ago
the way
with a
for the
massive
formation
galaxy
of more
known
complex
as
stars and
Enceladus.
galaxies.
This collision
Clusters of
reshaped
these
the
stars
Milky Way,
formed
adding
proto-galaxies,
billions of stars
irregular
and creating
and
its
chaotic
thick
structures
disk.
that collided and
The
merged
merger
frequently.
also triggered a burst of
These
star
collisions
formation,
initiated
filling
the
the
process
galaxy
of
with
galaxy
new light and
evolution,
life.
creating ever larger
Even now,
and more
the process
organized
of
systems.
galactic cannibalism
The
continues.
Milky Way emerged as
The
one of these
Sagittarius dwarf
proto-galaxies.
galaxy is being slowly
Over
torn
billions
apart
of years,
by the Milky
it
Way's
grew through
gravity,
mergers and
its
accretion,
stars and gas
evolving
joining
into
the
the grand
larger
spiral
system.
galaxy we know today.
This ongoing growth ensures
The
that
Milky
the
Way's
Milky Way
history
remains
is marked by
dynamic and
cycles of
ever-changing.
creation and destruction.
The Milky Way's
Over
transformation
billions of
into a
years,
spiral
it
galaxy
consumed smaller
began as it
galaxies,
grew larger and
tearing
more
them apart
organized.
with tidal forces
Roughly
and
9
incorporating
billion
their stars,
years ago,
gas,
its stars and
dark
gas
matter
settled
its
into a
structure.
flat, rotating disk
One of the most
shaped by
transformative
gravity
events
and angular
occurred 10
momentum.
billion years ago when the
The
Milky
spiral
Way
arms
collided with
emerged
the
as density
Enceladus
waves,
galaxy.
regions where stars and gas
This
are
merger
compressed as
reshaped
they
the
orbit
galaxy, creating its thick
These
disk and
waves
enriching
act
it
as
with
cosmic
elements
traffic
critical for
jams,
planet
slowing
formation and
material
life.
and creating the perfect
Today,
conditions for
remnants
star
of these
formation.
interactions remain visible
Within
as
these
stellar
arms,
streams,
massive clouds
long,
of gas
arcing
collapse
trails
to
of
form
stars
stars,
left behind by
illuminating the
disrupted
surrounding
galaxies.
space with their brilliance.
These streams
The
are
arms are
celestial
dynamic
fossils,
and ever-evolving,
preserving the memory of the
constantly
Milky
reshaped
Way's
by the motion
dynamic
of stars
evolution.
and the gravitational
The
influence of
Sagittarius
satellite
dwarf
galaxies.
galaxy, currently being
Today,
dismantled
the
by the
Milky
Milky
Way's
Way,
spiral
is a
arms
modern
remain
example
vibrant
of
hubs of
galactic
activity,
cannibalism.
home to young,
Massive
Its stars are being
and the
absorbed
remnants of
into the
older
Milky
stellar
Way's
generations.
halo, illustrating the
At the
ongoing
Milky
cycles
Way's
of growth
heart
and
lies
transformation.
Sagittarius A*,
Approximately
a
9
supermassive
billion
black
years
hole
ago,
with a mass
the Milky
equivalent
Way
to
began
4
to
million
transform
suns.
into a spiral galaxy.
Invisible and enigmatic,
Stars and
its
gas settled
gravitational
into a
pull anchors
rotating
the
disk,
galaxy's core,
flattened by the
shaping the
galaxy's
orbits
angular
of nearby
momentum.
stars.
The spiral
Sagittarius
arms, regions
A*
of enhanced
is
density,
surrounded by a
are
dense
created
cluster
by
of
density
stars,
waves
many
that
of
move
which
through the
move at
galactic
extraordinary
disk.
speeds.
These waves
Observations
compress
of
gas
these
clouds,
orbits provided the
triggering
first
star
direct
formation.
evidence of the black hole's existence
The massive
and allowed
stars born in
astronomers
these
to calculate
regions
its
illuminate
mass.
the arms, lending
While
the Milky Way its
Sagittarius
iconic
A*
appearance.
is relatively quiet now,
These arms
it
are
likely
dynamic,
played a more
not
active
fixed,
role
and
in
are
the past.
shaped by the galaxy's
During its
gravitational
active
interactions
phases,
with
it
its
would have
neighbor,
consumed
such as
enormous
the
amounts of
Magellanic
gas and
clouds.
dust, emitting powerful jets
encounters
of energy
sustain the
that
density
influence the
waves,
distribution of
perpetuating
material
the spiral
in the
structure
galaxy's
and
central
fueling new
regions.
star formation.
The presence of
At the
supermassive
heart of the
black
Milky
holes
Way
in most
lies
large
Sagittarius
galaxies suggests they are a natural
a
part of
supermassive
galactic
black
evolution,
hole with a
but
mass
their
of about
origins
4
remain
million
one of
suns.
astronomy's greatest mysteries.
Invisible yet immensely
In a quiet
influential,
corner
it
of the
governs
Milky
the
Way's
motions of
Orion
stars
arm,
and gas
a cloud
in the
of
central
gas and
bulge.
dust began to collapse about
Astronomers
4.6
discovered
billion years
Sagittarius
ago.
A* by
This
observing
event
the
marked
rapid
the birth
orbits
of our
stars
solar
near
system,
the galactic
a process
center.
that unfolded over
These
millions
stars,
of years.
some traveling at
At
thousands
the
of
center of the
kilometers per
collapsing
second,
cloud, a
revealed
young
the presence
star
of a
ignited,
massive,
the sun.
unseen object.
Around it, the
Though
remaining
dormant
material
today,
flattened into a
Sagittarius
rotating
A*
disk,
likely
where particles
experienced
collided
active
and
phases in the
coalesced into
past,
planetesimals.
consuming vast amounts of material
These small
and
bodies
emitting
grew into
powerful
planets,
jets of energy.
moons, and asteroids,
Such events would
creating
have
the
shaped the
intricate
distribution
system we
of
call
gas
home.
and stars in the
The
galaxy's
Earth,
core.
forming in the Sun's habitable
Supermassive
zone,
black
became
holes
a
like
rocky
Sagittarius
planet capable
A*
of supporting
are
liquid
thought to
water
play a
and,
critical role
eventually,
in the formation
life.
and evolution of
Its
galaxies.
composition reflects the Milky
They
Way's
stabilize
long
their host
history of
galaxies
enrichment,
and regulate
containing
star
elements
formation,
forged in the hearts of
influencing
ancient
the cosmic
stars.
environment on a grand
The Milky
scale.
Way is a colossal structure,
Approximately
stretching over
4.6 billion years
100,000
ago,
light-years and
within one of
containing
the Milky
hundreds of
Way's
billions
spiral
of stars.
a dense cloud of
Its
gas
spiral
and dust
arms
began
are
to
regions of
collapse.
intense activity,
This
where new
marks the
stars
birth of
are
the solar
born from
system.
clouds of gas and dust.
At its center, a
The
young star
galaxy's
ignited,
halo is
the sun
populated by
surrounding it,
ancient
the
stars
remaining
and globular
material
clusters,
flattened into a
remnants
rotating
of its earliest
protoplanetary
days.
disk, where particles
Meanwhile,
collided and
its central
coalesced
bulge
into
is a dense region
planetesimals.
filled with older stars
Over millions of
surrounding
years,
Sagittarius
these
A*.
planetesimals grew into planets,
The Milky Way
moons,
is not
and
isolated.
asteroids.
It is
Earth
part of the
formed in
local
the sun's
group,
habitable
a collection
zone,
of more than
where
50
conditions
galaxies
allowed
bound
liquid water
together
to
by
exist,
gravity.
a key ingredient
Its closest
for life.
companions, the large
Its
and
rocky
small
composition
Magellanic
reflects
clouds,
billions
are
of years
dwarf
of
galaxies
cosmic
that
evolution,
orbit the Milky Way
containing
and
elements
contribute
forged
gas
in
and
ancient
stars to
stars
its
and
structure.
scattered across the galaxy
The
by
Milky Way
supernova
story
explosions.
is far from over.
The Milky
In
Way
about
is a colossal,
4.5 billion
dynamic
years,
system,
it will collide
spanning
with the
over
Andromeda
100,000
galaxy.
light-years and containing
This
hundreds of
slow-motion
billions of
collision will
stars.
unfold over hundreds of
Its
millions of
spiral
years,
arms are
creating
vibrant
a
regions of
spectacular
star
cosmic
formation,
event.
illuminated by young,
During the merger,
massive stars
gas
and
clouds
glowing
will
nebulae.
compress, igniting
The
bursts of
central
star
bulge
formation.
is a dense cluster of older
The central
stars
black
surrounding
holes of the Milky
Sagittarius
Way and
A*.
Andromeda will merge,
Beyond
forming
the
an
visible
even larger
galaxy lies a
supermassive
vast
black
halo
hole.
of dark matter.
The
an
resulting
invisible
galaxy,
framework that holds the
often
Milky
called
Way
Milky
together,
will be an
extends far
elliptical
beyond
system.
its visible edges.
Its spiral structure
The
will
Milky
be
Way
gone,
is part
but
of
its
the local
legacy
group,
will endure,
a gravitationally
carried by the
bound
stars and
collection of
elements that
galaxies
once formed its
includes
majestic
Andromeda and
arms.
more than 50 smaller
Even
systems.
after the merger, the remnants
These
of the Milky Way
interactions
will
shape the
continue
Milky
to drift
Way's
through an
structure and
ever-expanding
its future.
universe, part of the
In
endless cycle of
approximately
cosmic
4.5
creation and
billion
transformation.
years, the Milky Way will
The
collide
universe's
with
beginning
Andromeda,
was marked by
its closest
incredible
large
simplicity
neighbor.
and staggering complexity.
This cosmic event will
In the
unfold
seconds
over hundreds
following
of
the
millions
Big
of
Bang,
years,
fundamental
reshaping
particles
both
and
galaxies.
forces emerged, governed
As
by
they
the newly
emerge, their
unfolding
gas
laws of
clouds
physics.
will compress, igniting
Gravity
waves of
pulled on
star
these
formation.
particles, shaping their motion,
The central
while
black
the
holes
strong
of the
nuclear
Milky Way
force
and
bound
Andromeda
quarks
will
into
eventually
protons
combine,
and neutrons.
forming a massive supermassive
Despite its
black
early
hole
chaos,
at the heart
the
of the new
universe
galaxy.
was remarkably uniform,
The
with
resulting
only tiny
galaxy,
variations
often
in
called
density.
Milky,
will likely be elliptical. Differences, however, while its spiral structure will disappear, creating regions of higher and lower matter density. Their journeys in a new configuration. These denser regions would become the first galaxies of the Milky Way. Though their birth was still hundreds of millions of years away, was forged in the cores of ancient stars and scattered across the galaxy by their explosive helium and trace amounts of lithium. The Milky Way is not just our home, it is our hydrogen, the simplest and lightest element. Humanity has gazed at the Milky Way, making up about 75% of all matter by mass, describing it as a celestial river to modern scientific discoveries unraveling its structure. The galaxy has inspired the building blocks for everything. Stars, the Milky Way's story, and is intertwined with our own. The recombination era marked a place in the universe. A reminder of the cycles of creation, nuclei, transformation, neutral and rebirth. The universe became transparent, allowing light to travel freely. We are reminded of our profound connection to the cosmos and our responsibility to cherish the fragile world through the cosmic microwave background. The story of the Milky Way is a map of the universe's early structure, with regions of higher density marked by brighter spots. Space and as the dark ages drew to a close, gravity began to work its magic, pulling hydrogen and helium expanded exponentially during inflation, smoothing out its structure, influenced by the invisible scaffolding of dark matter, became the cradles of the first stars. Seeded the cosmic web. The first galaxies were not the elegant spirals or massive ellipticals we see today. As the universe they were chaotic and irregular, composed of newly ignited stars and forming the lightest elements. Hydrogen, these galaxies were constantly colliding and merging, exchanging materials of energy, and the universe was a dark, dense plasma, with photons the first stars, in a sea population-free stars, were unlike anything that exists today. 380,000 years after the Big Bang, their formation, when electrons these stars grew to immense sizes, forming neutral burning through their nuclear fuel, light was set free, creating the cosmic microwave background. They exploded a snapshot of the universe, scattering the first heavier elements, the earliest trace carbon, of what would one day become the Milky Way, into space. The Dark Ages these elements enriched the surrounding gas universe was enabling the formation of stars devoid our starlight. As more stars formed, they began to cluster into larger and more organized dense regions within halos of dark matter. These were the earliest precursors to the Milky Way, small collections of stars and gas orbiting within dark matter halos. These population-free stars were enormous, these proto-galaxies collided and composed purely creating larger and more complex structures. Their intense heat and ultraviolet radiation reionized the surrounding over its 13 billion year history. It has consumed countless smaller galaxies. When these stars exploded as supernovae, gas, they scattered and heavier elements, carbon, each merger added new material to the Milky Way, increasing its mass. This enriched gas allowed subsequent generations of collisions were small and relatively minor, adding clusters only of these early stars to the galaxy's first proto-galaxies. Others, like the merger with Gaia Enceladus, were regular structures merged and collided, the Gaia Enceladus merger, building blocks which occurred of larger galaxies, 10 billion years ago, including the young defining moment in the Milky Way's evolution. The Milky Way's history is a tale this of massive growth galaxy collided with the young Milky Way, over billions of years, their stars it absorbed and gas smaller galaxies, the thick disk tearing them apart and integrating their stars, gas, and the event also triggered a burst of star formation, one of the most significant lighting up the galaxy's history newly born 10 billion years ago with the Gaia Enceladus galaxy. The Milky Way continues to grow. This event reshaped the Milky Way, Sagittarius dwarf galaxy, for instance, enriching it with the heavy elements torn apart by the Milky Way's planets, and ultimately, its stars are being stretched into long, stellar streams that wrap around the galaxy, left behind eventually becoming part of the Milky Way's halo. Are evidence of these ancient interactions. The Milky Way's spiral structure began to emerge around 9 billion years ago, revealing the Milky Way's turbulent past and its continued evolution. This disk was shaped by angular momentum, a property inherited from the galaxy's early formation and mergers. Currently being torn apart by the Milky Way's gravity, regions of higher density its stars where stars and gas are compressed as they orbit the galaxy. This process highlights the dynamic, these density waves act like traffic jams, slowing material and creating conditions
ago,
for star
the Milky
formation.
Way began its transformation
Within the spiral
galaxy.
massive clouds of gas
As
collapsed
stars
under
and
their
gas
own
settled
gravity,
into a
forming
rotating
clusters
disk,
of stars.
angular momentum flattened the
The
system
youngest
into a
and
plane.
brightest of these stars
The
illuminate
iconic
the
spiral arms
creating
are
the
not static
patterns we
but
see in
dynamic
photographs
patterns
of the
created
galaxy.
by density waves.
The formation of the
These
spiral
waves
arms
compress
was
gas
influenced by
clouds as they
interactions
move through
with
the
satellite
disk,
galaxies
triggering
and
bursts
other
of
external
star
forces.
formation.
These
Massive,
interactions
luminous
created
stars
ripples
born
in
in
the
these
disk,
regions
which
illuminate
evolved into
the
the
arms,
density waves
giving the
that shape
Milky
the
Way
galaxy
its brilliant
today.
and recognizable structure.
Sagittarius A*,
Within the spiral
supermassive
arms,
black
molecular
hole at
clouds
the Milky
act
Way
as
center
stellar nurseries,
is both a
producing
stabilizing
new
force and a
generations of
source of
stars.
mystery.
These
It is surrounded
regions
by
are
a
shaped
dense
by
cluster of
gravitational
stars,
forces,
many of which orbit
radiation,
at
and
extreme
the
speed
explosive
due
energy
to its
of
immense
supernovae,
gravitational
driving
pull.
the Milky Way's
The
continuous
discovery of
evolution.
Sagittarius A*
The spiral
was a
arms
milestone
are
in
sustained
modern
by
astronomy.
interactions with nearby
By
galaxies,
observing the
such
orbits
as the
of
large
stars
and
near
small
the Galactic
Magellanic
Center,
Clouds,
scientists were able
these
to calculate its
gravitational
mass,
encounters
about
create
4
ripples in
million
the
times
disk,
that of
maintaining
the
the density waves and
Despite
fueling
its
star
size,
formation.
Sagittarius A*
At the heart of
is
the Milky
relatively
Way
quiet
lies
compared to more
Sagittarius
active
A*,
black holes.
a supermassive black
It
hole
occasionally
with a mass of
consumes
about
small
4
amounts of
million
gas
suns.
and dust, emitting brief
Its immense
bursts of
gravity
X-rays
anchors
and
the
other
galaxy's
radiation.
central bulge, influencing
However,
the orbits
during
of
its active
stars and
phases
gas.
in the past, it likely
Astronomers
emitted
discovered
powerful jets of
Sagittarius
energy,
A*,
shaping the
by
central
observing
regions
the
of the
rapid orbits
galaxy.
of stars near the galactic
Supermassive
center.
black holes are thought
These
to
stars
exist
move
at the
at
center of
extraordinary
most large
speeds,
galaxies,
completing their
but their
orbits in
origins
just a
remain
few
a
decades,
subject of intense
revealing
study.
the presence of an invisible
Some
yet
theories
colossal
suggest
object.
they formed from the collapse
Though
of massive
relatively
stars
dormant
in the
now,
early universe,
Sagittarius
while
A*
others propose that
likely
they grew
experienced
by accreting
active
matter
phases
over
in the
billions
past.
of years.
During
The
these
solar
times,
system's
it
formation
consumed
was a
vast
direct
amounts
result
of
of the
material,
Milky
emitting
Way's long
powerful
history
jets of
of
energy
star
that
formation
shaped
and
the central
chemical
regions
enrichment.
of the galaxy.
Around 4.6
Supermassive
billion
black
years
holes
ago,
like
in a
Sagittarius
quiet region
A*
of the
play a
galaxy's
critical
Orion
role
arm,
in
a
galaxy
dense cloud of
evolution.
gas and dust began
They
to
regulate
collapse
star
under its own
formation,
gravity.
stabilize galactic
At the center of this
structures,
collapsing
and shape
cloud,
the distribution
a
of
protostar
matter on
ignited,
cosmic
becoming the
scales.
Sun. The
Approximately
remaining material
4.6
formed a
billion years
rotating
ago,
disk,
within
where
one of the
particles
Milky Way
collided and
spiral
stuck
arms,
together,
a dense
forming
cloud of gas
planetesimals.
and dust began to collapse.
These small bodies grew into
This marked
planets,
the birth
moons,
of the solar system.
and asteroids,
At
creating
its
the
center,
intricate
a
system
young
we know
star
today.
ignited, the Sun.
The Earth,
The
positioned in
remaining
the Sun's
material
habitable
flattened
zone,
into a
became a rocky
protoplanetary
planet
disk,
capable
where
of
particles
supporting liquid
collided
water.
and coalesced into
Its composition
planetesimals.
reflects billions of
Over
years of
millions of
cosmic
years,
evolution.
these small
containing
bodies grew
elements
into
forged in the
planets,
cores of
moons,
ancient stars
and
and scattered
asteroids.
across the galaxy by
Earth,
supernovae.
forming in the Sun's
The
habitable
Milky
zone,
Way is a
retained
living,
liquid
breathing
water,
galaxy,
a key ingredient
constantly
for life.
evolving and changing.
Its rocky
It
composition
spans over
reflects the Milky
100,000
Way's
light
history,
years and contains
containing
hundreds of
elements
billions of
forged in the cores
stars,
of ancient
along
stars
with
and
vast clouds
scattered
of gas
across the
and
galaxy
dust.
by supernova
The spiral
explosions.
arms are regions of
The
intense
Milky
activity
Way is a
where
vast,
new stars
dynamic
are born.
galaxy spanning over
In contrast,
100,000
the
light
central
years.
bulge is a dense collection of
spiral
older stars
arms are vibrant
surrounding the
regions of star
supermassive black
formation,
hole at the
illuminated
galaxy's
by
heart.
luminous young stars and
The
glowing
Milky
nebulae.
Way is surrounded by an
The
invisible
central bulge,
halo of dark
surrounding
matter, which
Sagittarius
provides the
A*,
gravitational
is a
framework
dense
that holds
cluster
it
of older
together.
stars.
Without dark
Beyond the
matter,
visible
the
galaxy lies a
stars
halo
would
of
not
dark
orbit
matter,
fast
an
enough to
invisible
remain
framework
bound to the
that holds
system.
the Milky Way together.
The
and
Milky
extends
Way's
far
story will
beyond its
culminate
edges.
in a spectacular
The
cosmic
Milky
event,
Way is
a
part of the
collision
local
with
group,
the Andromeda
a
galaxy.
gravitationally bound collection
This
of
merger,
over 50
set
galaxies.
to occur in about 4.5
Its closest
billion
neighbor,
years,
the
will
Andromeda
reshape
galaxy,
both galaxies,
is on a collision
creating
course
a new,
that will reshape
larger
their shared
structure.
future.
During the
In
collision,
approximately
gas
4.5
clouds will
billion
compress,
years,
triggering
the Milky
waves
Way
of star
will collide
formation.
with Andromeda,
The
its
central
nearest
black
large
holes
neighbor.
of the Milky Way and
This
Andromeda
cosmic
will
event
merge,
will
forming
unfold
an
over
even
hundreds
larger
of millions of
supermassive
years,
black hole.
resulting in a slow,
The resulting
majestic
galaxy,
transformation.
often called Milkomeda,
As the
will be an
galaxies
elliptical
merge,
system.
their gas clouds will
Though its
compress,
spiral arms
igniting
will be
waves
gone,
of star
its
formation.
legacy will live on through the
The
stars
central
and
black
planets
holes
that
of
once
the Milky
graced its
Way and
disk.
Andromeda will eventually
Even
combine,
after this merger,
forming a
the
massive
Milky
supermassive black hole through an ever-expanding universe. The resulting galaxy
of the endless cycle of cosmic creation will likely be elliptical. The story of the Milky Way begins with the birth of the universe itself. And planets will continue their cosmic journeys within a new galactic known as the Big Bang. We are made of singularity, smaller than the smallest part in our bodies. The cosmos erupted into existence around scattered across the Milky Way years by their explosive deaths. In the first few microseconds, the galaxy is not just our home, dense plasma of energy, filled with particles like quarks humanity and has gazed at the Milky Way as it expanded and drawing inspiration these particles from its combined to form protons and neutrons. The building blocks of atomic saw it as a celestial river, within while minutes, modern science the first reveals its vast complexity and beauty. Hydrogen and the Milky Way story is a reflection of our own, lithium completing the elemental trio, evolution, and these elements would serve as the foundation for everything that followed. Its depths, we are reminded of our place in the cosmos for hundreds of thousands of years of all things. The turning point came during the Milky Way began 13.8 billion years ago with paired with nuclei, forming neutral atoms and allowing photons to travel freely, transforming a singularity into a vast expanse of space, to a clear expanse, and energy, and light from this moment. During the first cosmic microwave inflation caused the universe to expand exponentially, a faint glow of stretching quantum fluctuations into density fluctuations in the density of matter. These minute ripples by the cosmic web began to grow. Structure of galaxies, these denser regions, and dark matter out in the cosmic microwave background became the universe of galaxies, particles the Milky Way protons and neutrons. Gravity acted as the cosmic sculptor, helium, shaping the first structures from the primordial hydrogen. For thousands of years, light was trapped in a dense plasma, the invisible substance that makes up most of the universe's mass. 380,000 years after the creating vast halos where gas and dust joined with nuclei, forming within these halos and light first stars igniting the cosmic microwave. These population 3 stars, this enormous glow still fills almost entirely of hydrogen and of the universe's burned with an intensity foreshadowed the formation of generations like the Milky Way. They lived fast and died followed recombination, their deaths marked by supernova explosions that scattered heavier elements but devoid of stars and light. These enriched gases began to form new generations of stars, clustering into the first dark matter halos. These early galaxies were small, irregular, after the Big chaotic, the first stars determined by the turbulence of their environment. These population 3 stars collisions were immense, and mergers between these galaxies fueled their growth, forming larger and more complex systems, enriching the surrounding gas and enabling the formation of more as a collection of proto-galaxies, clusters of these stars formed proto-galaxies, over billions of collections of stars and gas, merging with other galaxies and gathering these structures that would eventually give rise to precursors of modern galaxies. The Milky Way's growth was fueled by a process both destructive and creative, galactic mergers and accretions. It grew in size and complexity, drawn in by its gravity, over billions of years into a grand spiral galaxy. Their stars and gas adding to the Milky Way's history is a testament to the cycles of creation of these ancient mergers can still be seen today. Over billions of years, it absorbed smaller galaxies, long, arcing trails of stars, gas, are the remnants of smaller galaxies consumed by the Milky Way. One of the most transformative events was the Gaia-Enceladus merger, visible to astronomers, 10 billion years ago, offer a window into the galaxy's This collision past, added billions of stars, enriched the Milky Way's chemical composition. One of the most significant mergers occurred around 10 billion years ago with the Gaia-Enceladus stellar streams, arcing trails of stars that orbit the Milky Way to the Milky Way and created its thick disk, cosmic a layer of stars revealing the galaxy's dynamic evolution. It also enriched the Milky Way with heavier elements, paving the way for the Sagittarius dwarf galaxy, currently being dismantled. The Milky Way continues to grow. The Milky Way's halo. The Sagittarius dwarf interactions highlight the galaxy's ongoing transformation. Its stars gradually joining the Milky Way. The Milky Way began to develop its iconic spiral galaxy's dynamic and ever-changing nature. As stars and gas settled into a rotating disk, the Milky Way's spiral structure began to shape the galaxy around 9 billion years ago, as the galaxy settled into a rotating
regions
disk.
of enhanced density,
Gravity
are created
and
by
angular
density
momentum
waves
play
that
key
propagate
roles
through
in
the
organizing the stars and gas
These waves
into a flat
compress
plane.
gas clouds,
The
triggering
spiral
bursts of
arms,
star
however,
formation.
are not fixed structures.
Massive, luminous
They are
stars
density
illuminate
waves,
the arms,
regions of
lending
higher
the Milky Way
gravitational
its
pull that
breathtaking
compress
beauty.
gas and trigger star
Within
formation
the arms,
as they move
molecular
through the galaxy.
clouds act as stellar nurseries.
These waves create bright,
These
active
dynamic
regions where
regions
young
are
stars
shaped by
illuminate the
gravitational
surrounding
forces,
gas,
radiation,
giving the arms
and
their
the
distinctive
explosive energy of
appearance.
supernovae.
The formation of the
Interactions
spiral
with
arms
nearby
was influenced
galaxies,
by the Milky
such as
Way's
the large and
interactions
small
with
Magellan
smaller
galaxies,
galaxies.
sustain the Milky Way's
These
spiral
encounters
structure.
created ripples in the disk,
These
which
gravitational
evolved into the
encounters
density
generate
waves that
ripples
shape
in
the
the
galaxy
disk,
today.
fueling new waves of
The
star
arms
formation.
are dynamic and ever-changing,
At the center of the
constantly
Milky Way
reshaped by the
lies
motion of stars
Sagittarius
and the
A Asterisks,
gravitational
a
influence of the
supermassive
Milky
black
Way's
hole with a
satellite
mass of about
galaxies.
4 million suns.
Sagittarius A
Its immense gravity
the
anchors the
supermassive black
galaxy's
hole
core,
at the Milky Way's
influencing
center,
the motions
is
of
a
stars and
gravitational
gas in the
powerhouse.
central bulge.
With a mass of around 4
Sagittarius
million
A
suns,
Asterisk is surrounded by
it
a
exerts
dense
profound
cluster of
influence on the
stars,
galaxy's
some
structure
orbiting
and
at extraordinary
dynamics.
speeds.
Sagittarius
Observing
A
these orbits
Asterisk is
revealed
surrounded
the
by a
presence of
dense
the black
cluster
hole,
of stars,
confirming
many
its
of which
colossal
orbit
mass.
at extreme speeds due
Though
to its
dormant
immense
today,
gravitational pull.
Sagittarius A Asterisk
These
likely
orbits provided the
experienced
first
active
direct
phases
evidence
in
of
the
the
past.
black hole's existence.
During these
as astronomers
times,
used
it
them to
consumed
calculate
vast
its
amounts of
mass and
material,
location.
emitting jets of energy
While
that shaped the
Sagittarius
central
A
regions of
Asterisk
the
is
galaxy.
relatively quiet now,
Supermassive black holes like
Sagittarius
Sagittarius
in the
A
past.
Asterisk are essential to
During
galaxy
these periods,
formation.
it consumed large
They
amounts
regulate
of gas
star
and
formation,
dust, emitting
stabilize
powerful jets
structures,
of radiation.
and play a pivotal role
These
in the
bursts of
evolution
activity
of their
may
host
have
galaxies.
shaped the distribution of stars and gas
Approximately
in the galaxy's central
billion
regions.
years ago, within
In
one
a
of the
quiet
Milky
region
Way's
of the
spiral
Milky Way's
arms,
Orion
a dense
arm,
cloud of
a
gas
dense
and
cloud
dust
of gas
began
and
to
dust
collapse.
began to collapse around
This marked the
4.6
birth of
billion
the solar
years ago.
system.
This
At the
marked
center
the birth
of the
of our
collapsing
solar
cloud,
system,
a
a
young
process
star
that
ignited,
would unfold
the
over
sun.
millions of years.
The remaining material
At the center of the
flattened
collapsing
into a rotating
cloud, a protostar
protoplanetary disk,
ignited,
where
becoming the
particles
sun
collided
surrounding
and
it.
coalesced
The
into
remaining material
planetesimals.
flattened into a rotating
These
disk.
planetesimals grew into
Over
the
time,
planets,
particles
moons,
within the
and
disk
asteroids
collided and
that define the
coalesced,
solar
forming
system.
planetesimals,
Earth
the
formed
building
in the
blocks
sun's
of
habitable
planets.
zone, where
The
conditions
Earth
allowed
emerged in
liquid
the inner
water
region
to
of the
exist,
disk, where
a key
rocky
ingredient
planets
for
formed.
life.
Its
Its
position in the
composition
sun's
reflects
habitable
billions
zone
of years
allowed
of
it to
cosmic
retain liquid
evolution,
water,
containing
creating
elements
the conditions
forged in
necessary
ancient
for
stars
life.
and scattered across the
The
galaxy
Milky Way
by
is a
supernova
vast and dynamic
explosions.
system, spanning
The
over
Milky Way is a
100,000
colossal
light-years and
galaxy,
containing hundreds
spanning
of
over
billions of stars.
100,000 light-years and containing
Its spiral
hundreds of
arms are
billions
regions
of
of
stars.
intense activity,
Its
where new
spiral
stars
arms
are
are
born from
vibrant
clouds
regions
of
of
gas
star
and
formation,
dust.
illuminated
The
by young
galaxy's
stars
central
and
bulge
glowing
is a
nebulae.
dense region of older stars,
The central bulge
surrounding
is a dense
Sagittarius
cluster of
A
older
star.
stars, surrounding
Beyond
the
the bulge
supermassive
lies
black
the
hole
halo, a
Sagittarius
sparsely
A star.
populated region filled with
Beyond the
ancient
visible
stars and
galaxy
globular
lies a
clusters.
vast halo of dark matter,
Dark matter,
an invisible
an
framework
invisible
that holds
substance
the
that
Milky
makes
Way
up most
together.
of the galaxy's mass.
The Milky
forms an
Way is
extended
part of the
halo
local
around the
group,
Milky
a
Way.
gravitationally bound
This dark
collection
matter
of over
halo
50
provides the
galaxies.
gravitational framework
Its
that holds
closest
the
neighbor,
galaxy
the
together,
Andromeda
ensuring
galaxy,
the stability
is on
of
a
its
collision
structure.
course, destined
The
to
Milky
merge
Way
with the
story
Milky Way
will
in the
culminate
distant
in an
future.
epic cosmic event,
In
its
approximately
collision with the Andromeda
4.5
galaxy.
billion years, the Milky
This
Way
merger,
will collide
set
with
to
Andromeda.
begin in about 4.5
This
billion
slow,
years,
majestic
will
event
reshape
will
both
reshape both
galaxies,
galaxies
creating a
over
new,
hundreds of
larger
millions of
system.
years.
During
As
the
the
collision,
galaxies
gas
merge,
clouds
their
will
gas
compress,
clouds will
triggering
compress,
bursts of star
igniting
formation.
waves of star formation.
The central black holes
The
of
central
the
black
Milky Way
holes
and
of the
Andromeda
Milky Way
will
and
merge,
Andromeda
forming
will
an even
eventually
larger
combine,
supermassive
forming
black
a massive
hole.
supermassive black
The resulting
hole
galaxy,
at the heart of the new
often
galaxy.
called Milkomeda,
The
will be an
resulting
elliptical
galaxy,
system,
often
marking the
called
next
Milkomeda,
stage in the
will
Milky
likely
Way's
be
evolution.
elliptical.
Though
While
its
its
spiral
spiral
arms
structure
will
will
disappear,
vanish, Its legacy will endure,
will continue
carried
their
by the
cosmic
stars and
journeys
planets
within this
that once
new
orbited
configuration.
within its majestic disk.
We are stardust.
Even after this merger,
Every atom
the
in our
remnants
bodies
of the
was
Milky
forged
Way
in the
will
hearts of
continue
ancient
to drift
stars,
through an expanding
scattered
universe,
across the galaxy
part of the
by their
endless cycle
explosive
of
depths.
cosmic creation and
The
transformation.
Milky Way is not just
The
our
universe
home,
began
it
in a
is our
cataclysmic
origin.
event known as the
For
Big
millennia,
Bang,
humanity
approximately
has gazed at the Milky Way with
years
wonder.
ago.
Ancient
In its first fleeting
civilizations
moments,
saw it as
the
a
universe
celestial
was
river or a
unimaginably
bridge
hot
to
and
the
dense,
heavens.
a seething ocean of
Today,
energy and
we
fundamental
explore its
particles.
structure with telescopes,
As it
satellites,
expanded, it
and
cooled
dreams of
rapidly,
interstellar travel.
setting the stage for the
The
formation of
Milky
matter.
Way's story is
Quarks
intertwined with our
combine
own,
to form
a narrative
protons
of
and
creation,
neutrons,
growth,
the building
and
blocks of
transformation.
atomic nuclei.
As we look to
Within
the stars,
minutes,
we
these
are
nuclei
reminded of our
began
connection to
fusing
the
into
cosmos
the first
and the
elements,
cycles that
hydrogen,
shape existence.
helium, and traces of lithium.
In the earliest
Yet,
moments,
the universe remained
was
dark,
a seething
as
cauldron of
photons,
energy,
the
with
particles of
temperatures
light,
so high
were
that
trapped
even
in the
particles
dense,
like
hot
protons
plasma
and
of charged
neutrons could not
particles.
exist.
This period,
Within a
known
fraction
as the
of a
Dark
second,
Ages,
inflation
persisted
occurred,
for hundreds of
stretching
thousands of
space
years.
faster than the speed of light.
During this time,
This
gravity
expansion
acted on
erased
tiny
any
fluctuations
irregularities
in
on
density,
large scales,
amplifying
while
them and
amplifying
creating the
microscopic
seeds of what
quantum
would become
fluctuations
galaxies.
into the seeds of galaxies.
Eventually, the universe
As
cooled
the
enough
universe
for electrons
cooled,
to combine
protons
with
and
nuclei,
neutrons formed
forming
and combined
neutral
into the
atoms.
first nuclei of
This
hydrogen,
event, called
helium,
recombination,
and lithium.
allowed light to travel
These
freely
elements
for the
made up
first time.
nearly all matter for
The
hundreds of
cosmic
millions of
microwave
years.
background, a faint
For
glow
eons,
visible
the
across
universe
the
was
entire
dark,
sky,
as light
is a
was
relic
trapped
of
in a
this
dense
era,
fog
a
of free
snapshot of the
particles.
universe as it existed
Recombination
380,000 years after the Big Bang. In the darkness
changed
that
everything.
followed recombination,
Neutral
gravity
atoms
began
formed,
its quiet
and
work.
light escaped, flooding the
Hydrogen and
cosmos.
helium gas
This
coalesced into
primordial
enormous
light,
clouds,
now
pulled
observed as
together
the
by
cosmic
dark matter
microwave
halos.
background, reveals a
Within
snapshot
these
of
clouds,
the universe
the
in its
first
infancy,
stars ignited,
a time
ending
before
the
the
Dark
Milky Way
Ages
began
and
to
ushering in the
coalesce.
cosmic dawn.
The Dark Ages
first
followed
stars,
recombination,
known as population
a silent
3
period
stars,
when no
were
stars had
immense,
yet
burning
ignited to
brightly
illuminate
but living
the cosmos.
short lives.
Yet,
These
in the
stars
shadows,
forged the first
gravity was at
heavier
work,
elements,
pulling
which they
hydrogen
released
and
into
helium
space when
gas
they
into
exploded
dense
as
pockets
supernovae.
within vast halos of dark
This
matter.
enrichment of the interstellar
By
medium
200
allowed for
million
the
years
formation
after
of
the
more
Big
complex
Bang,
stars,
the first
and,
stars
eventually,
ignited, their
planets.
intense radiation
As
piercing the
stars
darkness.
formed, they clustered into
These
small,
population
irregular
3 stars were
proto-galaxies.
massive, burning at millions
These
of
early
degrees,
galaxies were
and their
chaotic
violent
and
deaths
unstable,
in supernovae
frequently
seeded
colliding
the
and
universe
merging to
with
form
heavier
larger
elements like
structures.
carbon, oxygen,
The
and
Milky
iron.
Way was born during this
Clusters
era
of
as a
these
collection
stars
of
formed the
proto-galaxies
first
orbiting within a
proto-galaxies,
massive
chaotic
dark matter
assemblies
halo.
of light and matter.
These proto-galaxies
These early
laid the
galaxies
foundation for the
collided
Milky Way,
frequently,
which would
merging into
grow and
larger
evolve over
structures.
billions of years through the
The Milky
accumulation
Way
of
emerged
stars,
during
gas,
this era,
and
a
dark
small
matter.
and humble galaxy
The
in
growth
a
of the
vast,
Milky Way
turbulent
was shaped by
universe.
countless mergers and
Its
collisions.
growth was fueled by mergers,
Smaller
as it absorbed
galaxies,
other
drawn in by its
proto-galaxies and
gravitational
accumulated
pull,
gas.
were torn apart and absorbed,
Dark matter,
their stars
the
and
invisible
gas
scaffolding
becoming
of
part
the
of the
cosmos,
larger system.
played a critical role,
This process,
providing the
known as
gravitational
galactic
glue that
cannibalism,
allowed
was
galaxies
the
to
primary
form and
driver
evolve.
of the Milky Way's evolution.
The Milky Way's evolution
One
has
of the
been
most
shaped by
significant
galactic
mergers
cannibalism,
occurred around
a
10
natural
billion
but
years
violent
ago,
process
when
of
the Milky
survival
Way
and
collided
growth.
with a galaxy known
Over
as
billions of
Enceladus.
years, the Milky Way
This
consumed
event added a
countless
substantial
smaller
number of
galaxies,
stars to the
tearing them
galaxy
apart
and
with its
created its
gravity.
thick disk, a
One of the
population
most
stars
significant
with orbits
mergers in its
distinct from
history
those in
was
a
the
thin
collision
disk.
with the Gaia Enceladus
Stellar
galaxy
streams,
10 billion
long
years
trails
ago.
of stars left behind
This
by
event
disrupted
was transformative,
galaxies, are
reshaping
evidence
the
of
Milky Way and
Way's
creating
violent
its thick
past.
disk.
These streams
Billions of
provide
stars were
astronomers
added
with
to
a
the
unique
galaxy,
opportunity to
enriching
study
it
the
with the
history
heavy
of the
elements
galaxy's
necessary
growth.
for forming rocky planets.
Even now,
and,
the Milky
ultimately,
Way
life.
continues to grow.
Evidence of these
The
ancient
Sagittarius
mergers can
dwarf
still be
galaxy,
seen today
for
in
example,
stellar streams,
is being pulled
graceful
apart,
arcs of
its
stars
stars
that
joining
trace
the
the
Milky
remnants of
Way's
disrupted
halo.
galaxies.
This process
These
ensures that
streams
the
serve
galaxy
as
remains
celestial
dynamic
fossils,
and ever-changing.
preserving the memory of the Milky
The
Way's
Milky Way's
violent
transformation into a spiral
Even
galaxy
now, the
began
Milky
as it
Way
grew larger
continues
and
to
more
grow.
organized.
The
About
Sagittarius
Sagittarius dwarf galaxy,
ago,
currently being dismantled, settled into adding its stars to the galactic halo. Angular
ongoing
interactions
highlight the dynamic,
ever-changing
aligning
nature
the
of our
motions of
galaxy.
stars and gas into a
Around 9 billion years ago, the Milky Way began to
one
take
of the
on
galaxy's
its
most
spiral
iconic
shape.
features, are
As
regions
its
of
stars
higher
and
density
gas settled
within the
into
disk.
a rotating disk,
These
angular
density
momentum
waves
flattened
move
the
through the
system
galaxy,
into a plane,
compressing
laying
gas
the
clouds and
groundwork for its
triggering star
spiral arms.
formation as they pass.
The spiral arms
The
are not
arms are
static
illuminated
structures.
by young,
They are
massive
dynamic
stars,
regions
which
created
burn
by
brightly
density
before
waves.
ending their lives in supernovae.
As these waves move through the
These
galaxy,
stars,
they
along
compress
with the
gas
glowing
clouds,
gas clouds
triggering
surrounding
star
them,
formation.
give the spiral arms
The
their
result
distinctive
is a
appearance.
galaxy alive with activity.
Interactions
its
with
arms
smaller
illuminated
galaxies
by the
have
light
also
of young,
played a role
massive
in shaping
stars.
the Milky Way's spiral
Within
structure.
the spiral arms lie
These
vast
encounters
molecular
create
clouds,
ripples in the
nurseries
disk,
where
which
new
evolve
stars
into the
are born.
density waves that define
These
the arms.
regions are turbulent and
At
chaotic,
the center of the
driven
Milky
by
Way
the
lies
interplay of
Sagittarius
gravity,
A*,
radiation,
a
and magnetic
supermassive black
fields.
hole with a mass equivalent
Interactions
to 4
with
million
nearby
suns.
galaxies, such as the
Although
Magellanic
it is
Clouds,
relatively quiet
also
now,
play a role.
it has likely played a
These
significant
gravitational
role in the
encounters
galaxy's
create
evolution.
ripples in the Milky Way's disk,
Sagittarius
sustaining
A*
the spiral
is
structure
surrounded
and
by a dense
influencing its
cluster of
evolution.
stars, many of which
At the
orbit
center
at
of the
extreme
Milky Way
speeds.
resides Sagittarius
Observations of these orbits
a
provided the
supermassive
first
black
direct
hole
evidence
with a
of the
mass
black
of about
hole's
4
existence
million
and allowed
suns.
astronomers to calculate
Its gravity
mass.
dominates the motions
During
of
its
stars
active
and gas
phases,
in the central
Sagittarius
bulge, anchoring
A*
the galaxy's
likely
core.
consumed large amounts of
Sagittarius
gas and dust,
A*
emitting
is
powerful
surrounded
jets
by
of
a dense
radiation.
cluster of stars,
These
many of
periods
which
of
orbit at
activity would have
extraordinary
influenced the
speeds.
distribution of material
These rapid
in the
orbits
central
were key
regions
to
of the
confirming
galaxy,
the existence
shaping
of the
the
black
orbits
hole
of stars
measuring
and the
its mass.
dynamics of the galactic core.
Though relatively dormant
In
now,
a quiet region of the
Sagittarius
Milky Way's
A*
Orion
likely
arm, a
experienced
dense cloud
active
of gas
phases
and
in the
dust
past.
began to collapse around
During these
4.6
times,
billion years
it
ago.
devoured vast amounts of
At
material,
its center, a
emitting
young
powerful
star
jets
ignited,
of radiation
the sun.
that influenced the
The
galaxy's
remaining
central
material
regions.
formed a rotating disk,
Supermassive
where
black
particles
holes
collided
like
and stuck
Sagittarius
together,
A*
forming
are thought to
planetesimals.
play a critical role in the
Over
formation
time,
and
these
evolution of
planetesimals
galaxies,
grew into the
stabilizing
planets,
their
moons,
structures and
and
regulating star
asteroids that make
formation
up the
through their
solar system.
gravitational and energetic
The
influence.
Earth formed in the inner part of the disk,
About
where
4.6
temperatures were
billion
high
years
enough to
ago,
vaporize
within
lighter
the Milky
elements.
Way's Orion arm.
This
A
region
dense
gave
cloud of
rise
gas
to
and
rocky
dust
planets,
began to
while the
collapse under
colder
its
outer
own
disk
gravity.
produced gas giants
This
like
collapse
Jupiter and
marked the
Saturn.
birth of our solar system.
The solar system's
At
composition
the center
reflects
of the cloud,
the long
a
history
young
of
star
the Milky
ignited,
Way,
becoming
containing
the sun
elements
surrounding
forged
it.
in ancient
The remaining
stars and
material
scattered by
flattened into a
supernovae.
protoplanetary disk.
The Milky
where
Way
particles
is a vast,
collided and
dynamic
coalesced
system
into
spanning over
planetesimals,
100,000
the building
light
blocks of
years.
planets.
Its spiral
Earth formed
arms
in
are
the sun's
active
habitable
regions of
zone,
star
where
formation,
conditions
while
allowed
its
it to
central
retain
bulge is a
liquid water.
dense collection of older stars.
Its rocky composition
The
reflects the
galaxy
Milky
is
Way's
surrounded
history,
by a halo of
enriched
dark
by
matter,
elements
which
forged in
extends
ancient
far beyond
stars
the
and
visible
scattered
stars
across
and
the
gas.
galaxy by supernova
This dark
explosions.
matter halo provides the
The Milky
gravitational
Way
framework
is a colossal
that holds the
galaxy
galaxy together,
spanning over
ensuring its
100,000
stability.
light years and containing
The
hundreds
Milky
of
Way
billions
is
of
part
stars.
of a larger structure known
Its
as the local
spiral
group,
arms are
a
vibrant
collection of
regions
more
of
than
star
50
formation,
galaxies bound
while its
together
central
by
bulge
gravity.
is a dense hub of older
Its
stars
closest
surrounding
companions,
Sagittarius
the
A
large
star.
and small Magellanic Clouds,
The galaxy's
are
halo
dwarf
extends
galaxies
far
that
beyond
orbit
the
the Milky
visible
Way
stars,
and contribute
containing
gas and
globular
stars to its
clusters
structure.
and the remnants of disrupted
The
galaxies.
Milky Way's future is destined
This
to
halo
include a
is also
spectacular
dominated
cosmic
by
event,
dark matter,
its
an
collision with the
invisible
Andromeda
substance that
Galaxy.
provides the gravitational
This
framework
merger,
holding the
set
Milky
to begin
Way
in about
together.
4.5 billion
The Milky
years,
Way
will
is part of
reshape
the
both
local
galaxies.
group, a collection of more than
During
50
the collision,
galaxies.
gas clouds will compress,
Its closest
igniting
companions,
waves of
the
star
Andromeda
formation.
Galaxy in the Magellanic
The central
Clouds,
black holes of the
interact with
Milky
and
Way and
influence its
Andromeda
structure.
will merge, forming
In
a new,
approximately
even
4.5
larger supermassive
billion
black
years,
hole.
the Milky Way will
The
collide with
resulting
the Andromeda
galaxy,
Galaxy.
often referred to as Milky,
This event will be a
an
slow
elliptical
cosmic
system.
dance, unfolding over
Though
hundreds
its
of
spiral
millions
structure
of years.
will be lost, its legacy
As the
will endure
galaxies
through the
merge,
stars and
their
elements
gas
that
clouds
once made
will
up its
compress,
majestic
igniting
arms.
bursts of star formation.
Even after this merger,
The
the
central
Milky Way's
black holes
remnants
of the
will
Milky
continue
Way
to drift
and
through an
Andromeda will
expanding
merge,
universe,
forming
part
a
of the
massive
endless cycle
supermassive
of
black
cosmic
hole
creation
at the
and
heart of the new
transformation.
galaxy. The universe began in an instant of unimaginable energy. Will likely be elliptical fractions of a second,
The Big Bang,
though its
created
spiral
time,
structure will
space,
vanish,
and the fundamental
forces
forces
will
that
continue
govern
their
reality.
journeys through the cosmos.
Gravity emerged to shape the
after this
motion of
merger,
matter.
the
The
remnants
strong
of the
nuclear
Milky
force
Way will
bound
drift
particles
through an
together,
ever-expanding
and
universe,
electromagnetism
a testament
began
to the
to
cycles of
orchestrate
creation
light
and
heat.
transformation that define
In
the
its earliest
cosmos.
moments, the universe
The
was a
Big Bang
chaotic,
was more than an
seething
origin
plasma,
point.
with
It was a
particles
transformation
colliding
from
and annihilating
nothingness
in a
into an
dance of creation
ever-expanding
and destruction.
reality.
As
Time
the
itself
cosmos
began
expanded,
ticking,
it
and the
cooled,
laws of
allowing
physics
quarks
emerged
to
to
combine
govern the
into
birth of
protons
energy
and
and
neutrons.
The
These
universe
particles
expanded
then
at
fused into the
incomprehensible
first
speeds,
atomic nuclei,
an era called
forming
inflation,
hydrogen,
which
helium,
stretched quantum
and traces of
fluctuations
lithium
across
the
vast
primordial
scales.
elements.
These
For hundreds of
fluctuations
thousands of
planted the
years,
seeds of
the
the
universe
cosmic
was a
web,
dark,
a network of
foggy
galaxies
expanse.
and voids that would span
Photons,
billions of light
the particles
years.
of light, were
As
trapped
the
in the dense
universe
plasma,
cooled,
unable
particles
to
formed
travel
into
freely.
protons and neutrons.
This period,
and soon after,
known as the Dark
into
Ages,
the first element,
persisted until
hydrogen,
the universe
helium,
cooled further,
and a trace
allowing
of lithium.
electrons to bond with
For
nuclei
hundreds of
and
thousands
form
of
neutral
years,
atoms.
the universe remained dark
This
and
moment
silent,
of recombination,
shrouded in a
about
plasma of particles.
380,000 years after
Light
the Big
could
Bang,
not escape.
transformed the universe.
But when recombination
light
occurred,
escaped the
electrons
fog,
joined
flooding
nuclei
space
to
and leaving
form
behind
neutral
the
atoms,
cosmic
and
microwave
light was
background,
released into the
a faint
cosmos.
glow that still fills the
This
cosmos
light,
today.
the cosmic microwave
This
background,
radiation carries
is still
within it
visible
the imprint
today,
of the early
a silent
universe,
witness to
a
the
record
dawn
of
of
the tiny
everything.
density variations
The
that
dark
would one
ages
day
of the
grow into
universe were not
galaxies.
devoid of progress.
In the darkness that followed
Gravity began its
recombination,
quiet,
gravity
steady
began
work,
to assert
pulling
its
hydrogen
influence.
and helium into
Tiny
dense regions.
variations in density,
These
seeded
regions
during
grew
the
hotter and
inflationary
denser,
period,
and after
caused some
200
regions of the
million
universe
years,
to
the
attract
first
more
stars
matter than
ignited,
others.
marking the end of darkness.
These regions grew denser over
Population
time,
3
forming
stars
vast
were
clouds
immense,
of gas and
hundreds
dark
of
matter.
times the mass of our sun.
The first
and they
stars
burned with
ignited
ferocity.
roughly 200 million
Their
years
brief
after the
lives
Big Bang.
ended in supernovae.
These
enriching the
population
surrounding
3
gas
stars
with
were
heavier
unlike
elements
anything
like
seen
carbon
today,
and oxygen,
massive,
the building
short-lived,
blocks of life.
and composed almost entirely
Clusters
of
of these
hydrogen
stars
and helium.
formed proto-galaxies.
Their immense
chaotic
heat and
systems
pressure
of light
forged
and
heavier
matter that
elements like
frequently
carbon
collided.
and oxygen, but their
These
lives
early
were
galaxies
fleeting.
were irregular,
When they
small,
exploded
and
as
turbulent,
supernovae,
but they laid the
enriched
groundwork
surrounding
for the cosmic
gas with
giants
these new
to come.
elements.
The Milky
These
Way
first
was
stars
born as one of
clustered
these
together,
proto-galaxies,
forming small,
its early
irregular
form shaped by dark
proto-galaxies.
matter halos.
Over millions
Over
of years,
time,
these
it merged
systems
with other
collided and
proto-galaxies,
merged, growing
growing
larger
in size
and
and
more complex.
complexity.
The Milky Way
Way
began as
story
one of
is
these
one of both
proto-galaxies,
creation and
a
destruction.
small, unremarkable structure
Galactic
in a
cannibalism,
universe filled with
absorbing
similar
smaller
fledgling
galaxies,
systems.
is not a violent
Dark
anomaly,
matter,
but
an
a natural
invisible
part
and
of its
mysterious
evolution.
substance, played a
Over
crucial
billions
role
of years,
in shaping
the
these
Milky
galaxies.
Way has consumed dozens
Its
of smaller
gravitational
galaxies,
pull created
tearing them
halos
apart
that
and
acted as
incorporating
cosmic
their stars,
scaffolding,
gas,
guiding the
and dark
formation
matter.
and growth of galaxies.
The Gaia-Enceladus
The
merger,
Milky Way's
10
growth
billion
was a
years
story
ago,
of destruction
was one of
and
the most
renewal.
transformative events in
Over
the Milky
billions
Way's
of
history.
years, it consumed
It
countless
reshaped
smaller
the galaxy's
galaxies,
disk,
their
added
stars
billions
and
of
gas
stars,
becoming part
and
of its own
enriched the
structure.
interstellar medium with heavy
This process, known as galactic
Today,
cannibalism,
the remnants of
was
these
not unique
mergers
to
are
the Milky
visible as
Way,
stellar
but was
streams,
essential to the
graceful
growth of
arcs of
galaxies
stars
across
that
the
trace
cosmos.
the orbits of once independent
One
galaxies.
of the most dramatic events in the
These
Milky
streams
Way's history
provide
occurred
astronomers
around
with a
10
window
billion
into the
years
Milky
ago,
Way's past,
when it collided with the
revealing the cosmic
Gaia-Enceladus
interactions
galaxy
that shaped its structure.
This merger added billions of
Milky
stars
Way
to
is
the
still
Milky Way
growing.
and created its thick
The
disk,
Sagittarius
a component
dwarf
of the
galaxy,
galaxy distinct
currently
from
being
its thin,
dismantled
more
by the Milky
organized
Way's
disk.
gravity, is
The
contributing
event
stars
also
to the
triggered a
galactic
burst
halo.
of star formation,
This
enriching the
ongoing
galaxy
process
with new
demonstrates
light.
that the Milky Way
The
remains
remnants
an
of these
active
mergers
participant
are
in
still
the cosmic
visible
cycle
today.
of growth.
Stellar
Around
streams,
9 billion
long,
years ago,
thin trails
the
of
Milky
stars
Way began to
arc across
transform
the
into a
Milky
spiral
Way,
galaxy.
remnants of smaller galaxies
Stars
torn
and
apart
gas
by its
settled
gravity.
into a rotating disk,
These
and
streams
angular
are like
momentum flattened
fossils,
the system
preserving
into
the
a plane.
memory of the Milky Way's
This
tumultuous
organization
past.
gave rise to the
Even
iconic
now,
spiral
the
arms,
Milky Way
regions
continues
of
to
higher
grow.
density that form and reform
The
as the
Sagittarius
galaxy
dwarf
evolves.
galaxy, for example,
The spiral
is currently
arms are
being
illuminated
pulled apart,
by the light
its
of young,
stars gradually
massive
joining
stars.
the Milky Way's halo.
These stars, Though
as the Milky
short-lived,
Way grew
shine
larger,
intensely,
it began to
giving
take
the
on
arms
its
their
iconic
brilliant,
spiral shape.
dynamic appearance.
Around 9 billion
Within
years
these
ago,
arms,
the
molecular
galaxy
clouds
stars and
act
gas
as stellar
settled into a
nurseries,
flat,
producing new
rotating
generations
disk,
of stars.
shaped by gravity and angular
The Milky
momentum.
Way's spiral structure
The
is
spiral
not
arms,
static.
however, are not
It is
fixed
constantly
structures.
influenced by
They are
gravitational
patterns
interactions
created
with
by
nearby
density
galaxies,
waves,
such
regions
as the
of higher
large and small
gravitational pull that
Magellanic
compress
clouds.
gas and trigger star
These
formation.
interactions create ripples
These
in the
waves
galactic
move
disk,
through the galaxy
sustaining
like
the
ripples
density
in a
waves
pond,
that shape the
creating the
spiral
bright,
arms.
dynamic arms we
At
see
the heart
today.
of the Milky Way lies
Within the
Sagittarius
arms,
A*,
massive clouds
a
of gas
supermassive
collapse
black
to form
hole
new
with a mass
stars.
of approximately 4
The
million
youngest and
suns.
brightest of these stars
Though
illuminate
invisible,
the arms,
its presence is
creating regions
undeniable,
of intense
as its
activity
gravity
and beauty.
controls the motions of
The
stars and
spiral
gas
structure
in the
is
galactic
constantly
center.
evolving, influenced by
Astronomers
interactions
discovered
with satellite
Sagittarius
galaxies
A*
and the motion
by
of
tracking
stars
the
and
rapid
gas
orbits
within
of
the
stars
disk.
near the center of the
The
galaxy.
spiral arms are also
These
home to
stars,
vast molecular
some moving
clouds,
at thousands
the
of
birthplaces
kilometers
of
per
stars.
second, orbit an unseen
These regions
object,
are rich
a
with
black
complex
hole.
chemistry, producing not only
Sagittarius
simple
A*
molecules
is
like
currently
hydrogen,
quiet,
but
but
also more
evidence
intricate
suggests it
organic
has
compounds
experienced
that
active
hint at
phases.
the possibility of life.
During these times,
At the heart
it
of the
consumed
Milky Way
vast amounts
lies
of
Sagittarius
material, emitting
A*,
jets of energy
a
that
supermassive
influence
black
the surrounding
hole with a
region.
mass equivalent to 4 million
Supermassive
suns.
black holes like
This
Sagittarius
enigmatic
A*
object is
are
surrounded
thought
by
to
a
play an
dense
essential
cluster of
role
stars,
in galaxy
many
evolution.
of which orbit at extraordinary
They regulate
speeds
star
due to its
formation,
immense gravitational
influence
pull.
the distribution of gas,
Sagittarius
and stabilize
A*
their host
likely
galaxies.
formed in the galaxy's earliest
About
days,
4.6
growing as it
billion years
consumed
ago,
gas,
within
dust,
the Milky
and
Way's
stars.
Orion arm, a
During
dense
its
cloud of
active
gas
phases,
and dust
it
began to
emitted
collapse
powerful
under
jets
its
of
own
radiation,
gravity.
shaping the
At its
central
center,
regions
a
of the
young
galaxy
star
and
ignited,
influencing
the
star
sun.
formation.
The remaining
Today,
material flattened
Sagittarius
into a
A*
protoplanetary
is
disk,
relatively
where
quiet,
particles collided
occasionally
and
flaring
coalesced
as it
into
consumes small
planetesimals.
amounts of material.
Over time, these
Despite its current
planetesimals grew
inactivity,
into planets,
it remains a
moons,
dominant force
and
in the
asteroids.
galaxy's dynamics, anchoring the
Earth formed in the
stars and
sun's
gas in the
habitable
central
zone,
bulge.
where conditions allowed liquid water
Supermassive black
to
holes
exist.
are common in large galaxies,
Its composition
but their
reflects the
origins
history
remain
of the
a
Milky
mystery.
Way, containing
Some
elements
theories
forged
suggest
in
they
ancient
formed
stars
from the
and
collapse
scattered
of
across
massive
the
stars
galaxy
in the
by
early
supernova
universe,
explosions.
while others propose they grew
The
by
Milky
merging
Way
with
is a
smaller
sprawling,
black holes over
dynamic
billions of
galaxy,
years.
spanning over 100,000
Approximately
light years.
4.6 billion years ago,
Its spiral
in one of
arms
the
are
Milky
vibrant
Way's
regions
spiral
of star
arms,
formation,
a dense cloud
while
of
its
gas
central
and
bulge
dust
is a
began to
dense
collapse.
cluster of older stars surrounding
This marked the birth
Sagittarius
of the
A
solar
star.
system, a process
Beyond
that
the
would
visible
unfold
stars
over
and
millions
gas
of years.
lies a vast halo of dark
At the
matter,
center of the
an
collapsing
invisible
cloud,
structure
a
that holds the
protostar
galaxy
ignited,
together.
the sun.
This halo
Around
is
it,
also
the
home
remaining
to ancient
material
globular
flattened
clusters
into a
and the
rotating
remnants
disk,
of disrupted
where particles
galaxies.
collided and stuck together.
The Milky Way is
Over
part of
time,
the local group,
these particles
a collection
grew
of
into
over 50
planetesimals,
galaxies
the
bound
building
by
blocks
gravity.
of planets.
Its closest
The Earth formed in the inner
the
part of the
Andromeda
disk,
galaxy
where rocky
and the
planets
Magellanic
emerged.
clouds, influence its
Its
structure
position in
and
the
will play
sun's
a role
habitable
in its
zone
future
allowed it to
evolution.
retain liquid water,
The Milky
creating
Way
the
story
conditions
is far
necessary
from
for
over.
life.
In
The solar
approximately
system's
4
composition reflects
5
billions of
billion
years
years
of cosmic
it will
evolution,
collide with the
containing
Andromeda
elements
galaxy.
forged in the hearts of ancient
This
stars.
cosmic event will be a
The
slow-motion
Milky Way
ballet
is a vast,
lasting hundreds
dynamic
of millions
galaxy,
of years.
spanning over 100,000
As the galaxies
light
merge,
years and
their
containing
gas
hundreds of
clouds
billions
will
of
compress,
stars.
triggering waves of
Its
star
spiral
formation.
arms are regions of intense
The
star
central black
formation,
holes of the
while
Milky
its central
Way
bulge
and
is home
Andromeda
to
will
older
combine,
stars and the
forming an
supermassive
even
black
larger
hole,
supermassive
Sagittarius
black
A
hole.
star.
The
The
resulting
galaxy is surrounded
often
by a
called
halo
Milky
of dark matter,
will likely be
which
elliptical.
extends far beyond the visible
Though its
stars
spiral
and
structure
gas.
will vanish, its
This
stars
halo
and planets
provides
will
the
continue their
gravitational
journeys through
framework
the
that
cosmos.
holds the Milky Way together,
Even after the
ensuring
merger,
its stability
the Milky
and
Way's
structure.
legacy will endure.
The Milky Way
drifting
is
through an
part of a larger
ever-expanding
cosmic
universe.
structure known as the local
This
group,
transformation
a collection
is a
of more than
testament to the
50
cycles of
galaxies
creation,
bound together by
destruction,
gravity.
and rebirth that define
Its
the
closest
cosmos.
companions,
The large and
Big
small
Bang,
Magellanic Clouds,
13.8
are
billion
dwarf
years
galaxies
ago,
that
was
orbit
not a
the Milky
conventional
Way and
explosion,
contribute
but a
gas
sudden,
and stars to its
all-encompassing
structure.
expansion of space
The
itself.
Milky Way's journey is
Within
far
the
from
first
over.
trillionth of a second,
In about
the universe
4.5
expanded
billion
exponentially
years,
during
it
a
will
phase
collide
called
with the
inflation.
Andromeda Galaxy, its
This
nearest
rapid
large
stretching
neighbor.
set the foundation
This
for the
cosmic merger
web,
will
a vast
unfold over
network
hundreds
of
of
galaxies
millions of
connected
years,
by filaments
creating
of
a
dark
spectacular
matter and
transformation.
separated by immense voids.
As the galaxies merge,
As temperatures
gas
fell,
clouds
elementary
will compress,
particles,
triggering
quarks,
waves of star
gluons,
formation.
and leptons,
The central black
coalesced into
holes of the
protons
Milky
and
Way
neutrons.
and Andromeda will combine,
Within minutes,
forming a new,
nuclear fusion
larger
produced the
supermassive
lightest
black
elements,
hole.
hydrogen,
The resulting
helium,
galaxy,
and trace amounts
often
of
referred
lithium.
to as Milkomeda,
These
will likely
primordial
be an
elements
elliptical
dominated
system.
the cosmos for
Though
hundreds
its
of millions
spiral
of
structure
years.
will be gone, its
The
legacy will
universe
live
entered
on
the dark
through the
ages,
stars and
a
planets
period
that
of
once
silence
orbited
and
within its
darkness
majestic
where no
arms.
stars or galaxies existed.
Even after this merger,
Gravity,
the remnants of the
however,
Milky Way
began
will
to
continue to
amplify
drift
tiny
through an
variations
ever-expanding
in
universe,
density left
part
by
of the
inflation,
endless cycle of
drawing
cosmic
matter into
creation and
clumps.
transformation.
These clumps
The
became
story
the
of the Milky
birthplaces
Way
of the
begins
first
at the
stars
moment
and
of the Big
galaxies,
Bang,
and
the
thus,
cataclysmic
the
event that
ancestors of
created
the
time,
Milky Way.
space, and matter
Roughly 200 million years after
ago.
the Big Bang, the
The
first
universe,
stars ignited,
in its infancy,
signaling the
was
end
a
of the
seething
dark
sea
ages.
of energy, expanding
These
faster than the
population
speed of
three
light.
stars, composed
Within
purely
the
of
first
hydrogen and
microseconds,
helium,
the
were
universe
immense and
cooled enough for
short-lived.
fundamental particles,
Their
quarks,
supernovae scattered
leptons,
heavier
and
elements into the
gluons
surrounding
to
gas, enriching it
These
and paving the
particles
way for the
collided and
formation of
combined
more
in a
complex
chaotic
structures.
dance, eventually creating
These stars
protons
clustered
and
together
neutrons,
to
the
form the
building
first
blocks of
proto-galaxies, small and
Within
irregular
minutes,
collections of
nuclear
matter
fusion
held together
began,
by dark
fusing
matter
protons
halos.
and neutrons into the
These
first atomic
proto-galaxies
nuclei.
collided and merged frequently,
Hydrogen and
driven
helium
by
dominated
gravity's
this
relentless
primordial
pull.
mix, with trace
The
amounts
Milky
of
Way
lithium
emerged as
completing
one of
the
these
elemental
early
trio.
proto-galaxies. A
These
model
elements
system
made
that
up the
would
raw
grow through
material
billions
from
of
which
years of
stars and
mergers
galaxies
and
would
accretions.
later form.
Dark matter,
For the next
though invisible,
380,000
played a
years,
crucial role
the
in
universe
this
remained a
growth,
hot,
anchoring the
opaque
galaxy's
plasma,
formation
with
and
photons
providing the
trapped in a dense
gravitational
fog
framework
of free
for its
electrons
evolution.
and nuclei.
The Milky Way's
This era,
growth has been
known as the
fueled by
Dark
destruction.
Ages, ended when the universe
Galactic
cooled enough for
cannibalism,
electrons to
absorbing
combine
smaller
with nuclei,
galaxies,
forming
is not
neutral
an
atoms.
aberration but a natural
This
process
event,
in the
called
life of large
recombination,
galaxies.
transformed the universe,
Over billions
allowing
of
light
years,
to travel
the
freely
Milky
for
Way
the first
consumed
time.
dozens of smaller
This
galaxies,
ancient light, the cosmic
incorporating their
microwave
stars,
background,
gas,
is a
and dark
snapshot
matter.
of the universe as it was at
One
that
of the
moment,
most significant
carrying
events
within it
in
the
its
imprints
history
of the
occurred
tiny
10 billion
fluctuations
years
in
ago,
density that
when the
would grow
Gaia
into
and
galaxies like
galaxy
the Milky
merged
Way.
with the Milky Way.
As the universe
This
expanded
collision
and
added
cooled,
billions of
gravity
stars,
began to shape its
reshaped the
structure.
galaxy's thick disk,
Tiny
and enriched
variations
its chemical
in density,
diversity,
visible in the
enabling
cosmic
the formation
microwave
of planets
background,
and,
caused some
eventually,
regions to
life.
attract more matter.
Even today,
These
the
regions
remnants of
grew
these
into
ancient
vast clouds of
interactions are
hydrogen
visible
and
as
helium
stellar
gas,
streams,
which collapsed under their
curving
own
trails
gravity.
of stars orbiting the
Within
Milky
these
Way.
collapsing clouds,
These
the
streams
first stars
are
were
celestial
born.
fossils, offering
These
a glimpse
population
into the
three
galaxy's
stars were
violent
immense,
past.
burning at incredible
The
temperatures and
Sagittarius
living
dwarf
for only a
galaxy,
few million
currently
years.
being dismantled by the
When
Milky
they
Way's
exploded
gravity,
as supernovae,
is a modern
they enriched
example
the
of this
surrounding
ongoing
gas
process.
with heavier elements, setting
Its
the
stars
stage
are being
for the next
gradually
generation
absorbed,
of stars.
ensuring that the Milky Way
These stars
continues
began
to
to
grow
cluster
and
into
evolve.
proto-galaxies,
Around
chaotic
9
collections
billion
of
years
stars
ago,
and gas
the
held
Milky
together
Way
by
began
gravity.
to transform into a spiral
Over time,
galaxy.
these proto-galaxies
Stars
merged
and gas
collided,
settled into
forming
a rotating
larger and more
disk,
complex
organized
systems.
by the influence of angular
The Milky
momentum.
Way began as one of these
This
early
orderly
proto-galaxies.
rotation flattened the galaxy
It
into
grew
a plane,
through a series
giving
of
rise to
mergers,
its iconic
accumulating
spiral
stars, gas, and
These
dark
spiral
matter.
arms are regions
Dark
of higher
matter,
density,
an invisible
created by
substance that
density
does not
waves
interact
that move
with
through the
light,
galactic
played a
disk.
crucial role in this process.
As these waves
providing
compress
the
gas
gravitational
clouds,
framework
they
that
trigger
shaped
star
the galaxy.
formation, creating
The
clusters
Milky
of young,
Way's growth
massive
was fueled
stars
by a
that
process of
illuminate the
destruction
arms.
and creation.
The arms are not
Over
fixed
billions of
structures,
years,
but dynamic
it
patterns
consumed
that
countless
evolve
smaller
over time.
galaxies, tearing them
Interactions
apart
with smaller
tidal forces
galaxies,
and absorbing
such
their
as the
stars,
large and small
gas, and
Magellanic
dark
Clouds,
matter.
generate
generate ripples.
One
in
of the
Milky
most
Way's
transformative
disk,
events
sustaining
in
the
Milky
density
Way's
waves
history
that
occurred
define
about
its
10
spiral
billion
structure.
years ago, when it collided
at the heart
with
of the Milky Way lies
galaxy.
Sagittarius A*.
This merger added billions of stars to the Milky Way and created its thick disk, a population of stars
though it
with
is
orbits
invisible,
distinct
its
from those in the
gravitational
thin disk.
influence dominates the central
Stellar
bulge,
streams,
shaping
long
the
ribbons
motions
of
of
stars stretching
and gas.
across the sky, are
Sagittarius
the remnants of smaller
A**
galaxies
is surrounded
consumed
by a
the
dense
Milky
cluster
Way.
of stars, many
These
of which
streams
orbit
are
at
visible to
incredible
astronomers,
speeds.
offering a window
Observing
into the
these
galaxy's
orbits has
past
provided
and revealing the
direct
story
evidence
of
of
its
the black
growth
hole's
through mergers.
existence and allowed astronomers
Even
to
today,
measure its
the
mass.
Milky Way continues to
Though
evolve.
relatively quiet now,
The Sagittarius dwarf
A**
galaxy is
likely
currently being
experienced
torn
active
apart by the
phases in
Milky
the
Way's
past.
gravity, its stars
During these
gradually
times,
joining the
it
galaxy's
consumed
halo.
vast amounts of material.
These ongoing
emitting powerful
interactions
jets of
ensure that the
radiation that
Milky Way
influence the
remains a
distribution of
dynamic
gas
and
and
ever-changing
stars in the
system.
galactic center.
The Milky Way's spiral
Supermassive
structure
black
began
holes
to
like
emerge around
Sagittarius
9 billion
A**
years
are
ago.
thought to play a critical
As
role
the galaxy
in galaxy
grew larger,
evolution,
its stars
regulating
and
star
gas settled
formation
into a
and
rotating
contributing to the
disk,
stability of
shaped
their
by the
host
combined
galaxies.
effects of gravity and angular
About
momentum.
4.6 billion
The
years
spiral
ago,
arms,
within
one of the
Milky
galaxy's
Way's
most
spiral
iconic
arms,
features,
a dense
are
cloud
regions
of
of
gas
higher
and
density
dust began
created
to
by
collapse
density
under its
waves.
own gravity.
These waves
At its
move
center,
through the galaxy,
a young star
compressing
ignited,
gas
the
clouds
sun.
and triggering star
The
formation
remaining
as they
material
pass.
formed a protoplanetary
The arms
disk,
are illuminated
where
by
particles
young,
collided and
massive
stuck together,
stars, which
forming
burn brightly but
planetesimals.
live only briefly.
Over millions of
These
years,
stars,
these
along with the
planetesimals
glowing
grew
gas
into the
clouds
planets,
surrounding them,
moons,
give the
and
spiral arms
asteroids
their
of the solar
distinctive
system.
appearance.
Earth,
The formation of the
positioned in the
spiral
sun's
arms was
habitable
influenced
zone,
by
retained
interactions
liquid
with
water,
smaller galaxies,
creating the conditions
which created
necessary
ripples
for
in the
life.
disk that evolved into the
Its
density waves
composition
we see
reflects
today.
the Milky Way's history.
These
containing
interactions
elements
also
forged
helped
in
shape
ancient
the overall
stars and
structure of the
distributed across
galaxy,
the galaxy
creating
by
the
supernovae.
dynamic, ever-changing
The
patterns
Milky
of the
Way
spiral
is a
arms.
colossal structure,
At
spanning
the center
over
of the Milky Way
100,000
lies
light years and
Sagittarius
containing hundreds of
A*,
billions of
a
stars.
supermassive black hole with
Its
a mass
spiral
equivalent
arms
to
are
4
regions of
million
intense
suns.
star formation,
Although it is
illuminated by
invisible,
young,
its
luminous
presence
stars.
is revealed by the rapid
The
orbits
central
of stars
bulge is
near
a
the
dense
galactic
region of
center.
older stars, surrounding the
Sagittarius
supermassive black
A*
hole
likely formed in the
Sagittarius
early
A*.
days of the Milky Way,
Beyond
growing
the
as it
visible
consumed
stars and gas lies
dust,
a vast
and
halo
stars.
of dark matter, an
During its
invisible
active
but dominant
phases,
component
it emitted
that holds the
powerful
galaxy
jets of
together.
energy, influencing
The Milky Way
distribution
is
of
part of the
material
local
in the
group,
central
a
regions
collection
of the
more
galaxy.
than 50 galaxies.
Today,
Its
Sagittarius
closest
A*
neighbors,
is
the
relatively
Andromeda
quiet,
galaxy in the
occasionally
Magellanic
flaring
Clouds,
as it consumes
interact
small
with and
amounts of
influence its
material.
structure.
Despite
In
its current
approximately
inactivity,
4.5
it remains a
billion
dominant
years,
force
the
in the
Milky Way will
dynamics of the
collide with the
galaxy's
Andromeda
core,
galaxy.
anchoring the stars in the central
This
bulge.
event, while dramatic, will
Supermassive
unfold over
black
hundreds
holes
of
are a
millions
common
of
feature
years.
of large galaxies,
As the
but their
galaxies
origins
merge,
remain one
their
of
gas
astronomy's
clouds will
greatest
compress,
mysteries.
triggering bursts of star
Some
formation.
theories suggest they formed from
The
the
central
collapse
black
of
holes
massive
of the
stars
Milky Way
in the early
and Andromeda
universe,
will
while
eventually
others
merge,
propose that
forming
they
a
grew
massive
through mergers and
supermassive
accretion
black
over
hole
billions
at the
of
heart
years.
of the new galaxy.
About
The resulting
4.6 billion
galaxy,
years ago,
often
in
called
a quiet
Milkomeda,
corner of
will
the
likely
Milky
be
Way's
elliptical
Orion
in
arm,
shape.
a dense cloud of
Though its
gas and
spiral
dust
arms
began
will
to collapse
disappear,
under its own
its stars
gravity.
and planets will continue
This
to
marked
orbit
the beginning
in a
of the
new
solar
cosmic
system, a
configuration.
process that would unfold
Even after
over
this
millions
merger,
of years.
the Milky Way's legacy
At the
will
center
endure,
of the collapsing
drifting
cloud,
through an
a
ever-expanding
protostar ignited,
universe.
the Sun.
Its
The
transformation
remaining
is a
material
testament to the
formed a
cycles of
rotating
creation
disk,
and destruction
where
that
particles
define the
collided and
cosmos.
stuck together.
The universe's
Over time,
journey
these
began
particles grew into
13.8 billion years
planetesimals,
ago in a
the
moment
building
of
blocks
infinite
of
density
planets.
and energy.
The Earth
The
formed in
Big
the inner
Bang
part of
marked
the
the
disk,
expansion
where
of
rocky
space and
planets
time
emerged.
itself, birthing the
Its
building blocks
position
of
in the
everything
Sun's
that would
habitable
ever
zone
exist.
allowed it to retain liquid water,
Inflation,
creating
a
the
phenomenon
conditions
occurring in the
necessary
first
for
trillionth
life.
of a second,
The
expanded the
solar
universe
system's composition
exponentially.
reflects the Milky
This
Way's
period
long history
smoothed
of
out
star
large-scale
formation and
structures
chemical
while
enrichment,
amplifying tiny
containing
quantum
elements
fluctuations
forged in the
into
cores of
density
ancient stars
variations.
and scattered by supernovae.
These subtle irregularities
The Milky
became
Way
the
is
seeds
a
for the
vast and
galaxies,
complex system,
stars,
spanning
and
over
planets that would follow.
100,000 light-years and containing
As the
hundreds
universe
of billions
cooled,
of stars.
quarks and gluons formed
Its spiral
protons and
arms are
neutrons.
active regions of star formation,
Within minutes,
while its
nuclear
central bulge
fusion
is a
created
dense
highly
hydrogen and older stars.
The simplest and most abundant elements.
The galaxy is surrounded by a halo of dark
hundreds
matter,
of thousands
which
of
extends
years,
far
the
beyond the
universe
visible
remains
stars
dark,
and gas.
as photons were trapped within
This
a
halo
dense plasma.
provides the gravitational
This
framework
changed
that
with
holds the Milky
recombination
Way together,
380,000
ensuring its stability
years
and
after the
structure.
Big Bang, when
The
electrons
Milky Way
combined
is
with
part of a
nuclei
larger
to
structure
form
known
neutral
as the
atoms.
local group, a collection
Light
of
was
more
free
than
to
50
travel across
galaxies
the
bound
cosmos,
together by
creating
gravity.
the cosmic microwave background.
Its closest
a faint
companions,
glow that
the
still
large and
carries
small
the imprint of the
Magellanic
universe's
Clouds,
earliest
are dwarf
structures.
galaxies that orbit
The
the
Dark
Milky Way
Ages
and
gave way
contribute
to the
gas and
cosmic
stars
dawn,
to its
the
structure.
epoch when gravity sculpted
The
the
Milky
first
Way
stars
story
and galaxies.
will culminate in a dramatic collision
Hydrogen
with the
and
Andromeda
helium,
galaxy,
drawn into dark
its
matter
nearest
halos,
large neighbor.
formed the first dense
This
clouds.
merger, set to begin in
Around
about
200
200 million
years after the Big
will
Bang,
reshape both
the first
galaxies,
stars ignited.
creating a new, larger
These
system.
population 3 stars,
As the galaxies
composed purely
merge,
of hydrogen
gas
and
clouds will
helium,
compress,
were massive,
triggering bursts of
luminous,
star
and
formation.
short-lived.
The central
Their
black
supernovae
holes of the
enriched
Milky
their
Way
surroundings
and
with
Andromeda
heavier
will
elements,
combine,
enabling
forming a
the
massive
formation of more
supermassive
chemically
black hole
complex
at the heart
stars.
of the resulting galaxy.
Clusters of stars
The
became
new galaxy,
proto-galaxies,
often called
chaotic and
Milky,
irregular
will likely
collections
be
of
an
light
elliptical
and matter.
system.
These
Though
early
its spiral
galaxies
structure will be
frequently
lost,
collided and
its
merged,
stars and
driven
planets
by
will carry
gravity's
the
relentless
legacy of the
pull.
Milky Way into the future.
The Milky Way emerged as
Even
one
after
such
this merger,
proto-galaxy,
the remnants
a
of the
humble
Milky
assembly
Way
of
will
stars
continue to
and
drift
gas
through an
surrounded by
ever-expanding
dark
universe, part of the endless
Over
cycle
billions
of
of
cosmic
years,
creation
it
and
absorbed other
transformation.
proto-galaxies,
The Big
growing
Bang
into the
was
grand
not just the
spiral
creation of
galaxy
matter,
we observe
it was
today.
the creation of space
The
and
Milky
time
Way's
itself.
growth is a testament to
From
the
this
cycle of
singularity,
cosmic
the
destruction
universe
and
began
creation.
expanding at an astonishing rate,
Over billions of
undergoing
years,
a brief
it
period of
consumed
inflation
smaller
that stretched it
galaxies,
exponentially.
tearing them apart with tidal
Quantum
forces
fluctuations
and incorporating
within
their
this
stars,
expansion
gas,
left imprints
and
that
dark
would later
matter.
form the vast cosmic
The
structures
Gaian
we see
Enceladus
today.
merger, 10
In
billion
the
years
first
ago,
few seconds,
was a
the
pivotal
universe
event in the
cooled just
Milky
enough
Way's
for
history.
quarks and gluons to
This
combine
collision
into protons
created the
and
thick
neutrons.
disk, enriched the galaxy
This marked
with
the
heavy
beginning of
elements,
baryonic
and
matter,
added billions
the
of
ordinary
stars
matter
to its
that formed
population.
stars, planets, and
Remnants
life.
of these mergers are visible
Nuclear
today as
fusion
stellar
followed,
streams,
creating the
graceful
first
arcs
atomic
of stars
nuclei.
tracing the orbits of
However,
disrupted
the
galaxies.
universe remained too hot
These
for atoms
streams
to
serve
form,
as cosmic
leaving it
fossils,
as a plasma of
preserving
charged
the history
particles and
of the Milky
photons.
Way's interactions.
For hundreds of thousands
The
of years,
Sagittarius dwarf
photons
galaxy,
scattered endlessly,
currently being
unable to
dismantled by the
escape
Milky
the dense
Way,
fog of
is
particles.
a modern example of this
During
ongoing
this period,
process.
known as the Dark Ages,
Its stars are
gravity
gradually
began
becoming
pulling
part of the
matter into
Milky
denser
Way's
regions,
halo,
laying
highlighting
the
the
groundwork
galaxy's
for
dynamic
galaxies.
and ever-changing nature.
When the universe was about
9 billion years
380,000
ago,
years old,
the Milky
it
Way
reached a
began
critical
to take on
threshold,
its spiral structure.
recombination.
Stars and
Electrons
gas
bonded
settled
with
into a
nuclei
rotating
to form
disk,
neutral
and
atoms,
angular
allowing
momentum
light to
flattened the
travel
galaxy
freely for
into
the
a
first
plane.
time.
The
The
spiral
cosmic
arms,
microwave
regions of
background,
enhanced
this
density,
light from the dawn
are
of the
created
universe,
by density
still
waves
fills
that
the
compress
cosmos,
gas
a
clouds.
snapshot of a time when
This
the universe
compression
was just a
triggers
glowing
star
baby.
formation, producing
As the
clusters of
universe
young,
expanded
massive
and cooled,
stars that
the seeds
illuminate
planted
the
by
arms.
inflation grew under
These
the
arms
influence
are
of
home
gravity.
to vast molecular clouds,
Regions of
stellar
slightly higher
nurseries where
density
new stars
attracted
are
more
born.
matter, forming vast
The
clouds of
interplay of
hydrogen
gravity,
and helium
radiation,
gas.
and magnetic
These
fields
clouds
shapes
collapsed
these
to form
regions,
the first
creating a
stars,
cycle
igniting
of
the
birth
cosmic
and death
dawn.
that fuels the galaxy's
These
evolution.
first-generation stars,
Interactions
called
with
population
nearby
3
galaxies,
stars, were
such
immense,
as the large and
burning
small
at millions of
Magellanic
degrees.
Clouds, sustain the Milky
They had
Way's
no
spiral
heavier
structure.
elements, no carbon,
These
no
gravitational
oxygen,
encounters
no iron,
generate ripples
making
in the
them
disk,
unique in the history of
perpetuating
the
the
cosmos.
density waves that define the
Yet they
spiral
played a
arms.
pivotal role, synthesizing
center of
these
the Milky
elements
Way
in their
lies
cores and dispersing
Sagittarius
them into space when they
A
died in
supermassive
cataclysmic
black hole
supernovae.
with a mass of approximately
As more
4
stars
million
formed,
suns.
they began clustering into
Though invisible,
proto-galaxies.
its immense gravitational
These
pull
small,
shapes the
chaotic
motions of
systems
stars and
collided
gas
and
in the
merged
galactic
frequently,
core.
their dynamics driven by the
Astronomers have observed
gravitational
stars
scaffolding
orbiting
of dark matter
Sagittarius
halos.
A* at incredible
Each merger
speeds,
added
some
mass and
completing their
complexity,
orbits in just a
shaping the
few
earliest
decades.
galaxies.
These
The Milky
observations
Way
confirmed
began
the
as one of these
existence of the black hole
proto-galaxies,
and
a
allowed
modest
precise
collection of
measurements of its
stars and
mass.
gas orbiting within a dark matter
Sagittarius
halo. disk is currently dormant. It grew through a series of mergers, becoming the galaxy we recognize today. During these periods,
the history of the Milky Way is written in the stars,
emitting jets of energy that influenced the galaxy's central regions.
It absorbed smaller galaxies in a process
black
known
holes
as
like
galactic
Sagittarius
cannibalism.
A** are thought
This
to play a
relentless
crucial
growth
role
created
in
the
galaxy's
galaxy's
formation
complex
and
structure,
evolution,
diverse stellar
stabilizing their
populations.
host galaxies and
One
regulating
of the
star
largest
formation.
mergers in the Milky Way's history was
Approximately
with Gaia
4.6 billion
a
years
massive
ago,
galaxy
within
that
the Milky
collided with
Way's
it about
Orion
10
arm,
billion
a
years
dense
ago.
cloud of gas and dust
This
began
event
to
left a
collapse
profound
under its own
imprint on the
gravity.
Milky Way,
At
creating
its
its
center,
thick disk
a
and
protostar
populating the
ignited,
halo with
becoming
stars
the
of a
sun.
distinct chemical
The
composition.
remaining material flattened
Astronomers
into
have
a
uncovered
protoplanetary
evidence
disk,
of these
where
ancient
particles
mergers through
collided
stellar
and
streams,
coalesced into
arcing trails of
planetesimals.
stars that were once
These
part of
small
smaller
bodies
galaxies.
grew into the planets, moons,
These streams
and
orbit the
asteroids
Milky
that
Way,
make up the solar
remnants of
system.
past encounters.
Earth formed in
They
the sun's
provide a
habitable
window
zone,
into the
where
galaxy's
conditions
dynamic
allowed
past,
liquid water
revealing
to
the
exist.
violent events that shaped its
Its
present
rocky
form.
composition reflects
The Milky Way's
history,
cannibalistic
enriched
nature
by elements
continues.
forged in ancient
The
stars and
Sagittarius
scattered
dwarf
across the
galaxy
galaxy
is
by
currently being
supernova
torn apart by
explosions.
tidal forces.
The Milky
its stars
Way is a
and gas
dynamic,
gradually
complex
joining the
galaxy,
Milky Way's disk
spanning
and
over
halo.
100,000 light
These
years
ongoing
and
interactions
hundreds of
ensure
billions of
that the
stars.
Milky Way remains a dynamic,
Its spiral arms are
ever-evolving
regions
system.
of active star formation.
The Milky Way's
while its central
transformation
bulge
into
is
a
dense
spiral
cluster of
galaxy
older
began
stars
as its
surrounding
stars and
Sagittarius
gas settled
A**
into a rotating disk around
Beyond the
9
visible
billion
stars
years ago.
and gas lies a vast
This
halo
process
of dark
was driven
matter,
by
an
angular
invisible
momentum,
structure
the
that
natural
holds the
result
galaxy
of
together.
gravitational collapse on a
This
galactic
halo
scale.
is home to ancient globular
The spiral
clusters
arms,
and the
one
remnants
of the
disrupted
galaxy's most striking features, are not
The Milky
fixed
Way
structures
is part
but
of the
density
local
waves.
group, a collection of more
These
than 50
waves move
galaxies
through the
bound
disk,
by gravity.
compressing gas clouds and
Its
triggering
closest
star
neighbors,
formation
the
as they
Andromeda
pass.
Galaxy in the Magellanic
Within the
Clouds,
arms,
interact
massive
with
clouds
and
of
influence its
molecular
structure.
gas act as stellar
In
nurseries,
about
birthing
4.5
new
billion
generations
years,
of stars.
the Milky Way will collide
These
with the
stars
Andromeda
illuminate
Galaxy,
the arms,
its nearest
creating
large
the bright,
neighbor.
intricate patterns
This
visible
cosmic
in
merger
images
will
of
be
the
a
galaxy.
slow, dramatic event,
Interactions
lasting
with
hundreds of
satellite
millions
galaxies
of years.
and other gravitational
As the
disturbances
galaxies
have
merge,
influenced the
their
shape
gas
and
clouds
evolution
will
of the
compress,
Milky Way's
triggering
spiral
bursts
arms.
of star formation.
These interactions
The
create
central black
ripples in the
holes of
disk,
the Milky
which
Way
evolve
and
into the
Andromeda
density
will
waves
combine,
that sustain
forming
the
an
arms.
even larger supermassive
Sagittarius
black hole at the heart of the
A**
new galaxy.
the Milky Way's supermassive
The resulting
black hole
galaxy,
sits at the
often
heart of the
called
galaxy,
Andromeda, will
exerting
likely
a
be
profound
elliptical in
influence
shape.
on its dynamics.
Though its spiral
With a
structure
mass of
will
about
disappear,
4 million
its
suns,
stars and
it is
planets
surrounded
will
by a
continue to
dense
orbit
cluster
within
of
this
stars,
new cosmic
many of which
configuration.
orbit at incredible speeds.
Even after the merger,
The
Milky
discovery of
Way's legacy
Sagittarius
will endure.
A* was a triumph of
It will
modern
drift through an
astronomy.
expanding universe.
Observations of the
transformation
rapid
a testament
orbits of
to the
stars
cycles
near
of
the
creation
galactic
and
center
destruction that
provided
define
direct
the cosmos.
evidence of its existence and
The
allowed
universe
astronomers
began
to calculate its
13.8
mass.
billion years ago in
Though
an event
relatively
known as
quiet
the
now,
Big Bang.
Sagittarius A*
This singularity
likely
was not
experienced
merely the
periods
birth
of
of matter
intense
and
activity
energy,
in
but
the
of
past.
time and space itself.
During these phases,
The cosmos
it consumed
expanded
vast
at an
amounts of gas and
incomprehensible
dust,
speed during
emitting
a period
powerful jets
called
of
inflation
radiation that shaped
stretching
the central
quantum
regions of the
fluctuations
galaxy.
into vast density variations.
Supermassive black holes like
These
Sagittarius
irregularities
A*
became the
are
foundation
thought to
for the
play a key
universe's
role
grand
in the
design.
evolution of galaxies,
In the first
regulating
moments,
star
the
formation
universe
and
was
influencing the
unimaginably
distribution
hot
of
and
matter.
dense.
The Milky
Quarks and
Way's long
gluons
history
combined
of
to
star
form
formation and
protons and
chemical
neutrons,
enrichment set the
which then
stage for the
fused into
birth
the
of the
lightest
solar
elements,
system around
hydrogen,
4.6
helium,
billion years
and
ago.
traces of lithium.
In a quiet region
For the
of
next
the Orion arm, a
380,000
dense
years,
cloud of gas
light
and
was
dust
trapped in a
began to
dense
collapse
fog of
under its own
particles,
gravity.
unable to travel freely.
At the center of the collapsing
This
cloud,
veil lifted
a young
during
star
recombination,
ignited, the
when
sun.
electrons bonded with
Around
nuclei
it,
to
the
form
remaining
neutral
materials
atoms.
formed a rotating disk,
Light was finally
where
set
particles
free,
collided and
flooding
stuck
the
together,
cosmos.
forming planetesimals.
This ancient light,
These
the cosmic
planetesimals
microwave
grew into the
background,
planets,
still
moons,
permeates the
and
universe,
asteroids that
holding
make
a
up the
snapshot
solar
of its
system.
earliest moments.
The
a
Earth
glimpse
formed
into
in
the
the inner
Milky
part of the
Way's
disk,
eventual
where
birth.
rocky planets emerged.
As the universe expanded
Its position
and
in the
cooled,
sun's
gravity
habitable
began
zone
to
allowed
exert
it to
its
retain
influence,
liquid water,
pulling matter
creating
into
the
denser
conditions
regions
necessary
within
for
halos
life
of
to
dark
evolve.
matter. The solar system's composition reflects the Milky Way's history, containing elements forged in the cores of stars and scattered across the galaxy by supernovae. The first stars ignited. The Milky Way is a vast, dynamic galaxy, home to hundreds of billions of stars and countless planetary systems. Their supernova explosions scatter heavier elements regions of surrounding star formation, enriching the primordial gas. Is a dense collection of older stars surrounding the supermassive galaxies, Sagittarius A chaotic systems that frequently collided and is surrounded by an extended halo of dark matter, mark the beginning of galaxy gravitational glue driven by the relentless pull of gravity. Without dark matter, the Milky Way stars would not orbit fast enough to remain bound to the galaxy, gas, and the Milky Way is also part of the local billions of years, a collection of more than 50 galaxies bound by gravity, slowly transforming into the intricate spiral galaxy. The large and small Magellanic Clouds, the Milky Way's galaxies that orbit the Milky Way and contribute gas and stars over billions of years. It consumed dozens of smaller galaxies, culminate in a dramatic merger with the Andromeda Galaxy and dark matter into large structure. This one collision, of the most defining events in its evolution was the Gaia-Enceladus merger, will reshape both galaxies, 10 billion creating a single, massive elliptical galaxy. This collision reshaped the galaxy, as the galaxies merge, and their gas clouds heavy elements necessary, igniting bursts of star formation. Even central black holes of the Milky Way can be observed as stellar streams, forming a new, trails even larger supermassive remnants of disrupted galaxies. Though the resulting galaxy streams are the fossilized evidence of the Milky Way's spiral structure of its predecessors, the process of galactic cannibalism continues of both galaxies into the future. The Sagittarius dwarf galaxy, even after the merger, currently being dismantled by the Milky Way, will continue to contributing stars to the galactic halo, part of the endless cycle of cosmic ongoing interaction exemplifies the natural cycle of cosmic growth. The Big Bang wasn't just the start of matter. Around 9 billion years ago, the Milky Way began to develop its iconic spiral structure, and the universe began expanding at a rate that defies a rotating disk, flattened by the influence of angular period of inflation, where the spiral arms are not fixed but dynamic regions of higher density. In this chaotic but structured environment, move through the galaxy, all cosmic they compress gas clouds, triggering star quantum fluctuations. These regions are illuminated by young, stretched to enormous scales, creating the scaffolding for galaxies and clusters of galaxies. Within the arms lie vast molecular clouds, expanded and where new stars, quarks and gluons began forming. These regions are shaped by gravitational forces, by the radiation, time the universe and supernova explosions, nuclear fusion had a continuous cycle producing hydrogen, helium, the Milky Way's spiral structure is further influenced by interactions with its satellite galaxies, and while the universe was large and small Magellanic Clouds, it was still devoid of light. These gravitational for the next 380,000 waves that the universe remained dark, ensuring the Milky Way's ongoing vibrancy. Photons were trapped in a dense plasma. At the heart of the Milky Way lies Sagittarius A*. A supermassive was already at work, mass of pulling matter into denser regions and laying the groundwork for galaxies. Its presence is felt throughout the galaxy's central cooled enough for its gravity to bond the orbits of stars and transformed. Astronomers discovered Sagittarius flooding the cosmos with light, observing the rapid motion of stars known as recombination. Left behind the cosmic microwave moving at extraordinary speeds that revealed the existence of a massive, unseen object. The era of darkness Sagittarius ended with the first stars, is relatively about 200 million years suggests it experienced active phases. These stars, known as population-free stars, were consumed vast amounts of material with no heavier elements to inhibit their growth. They formed in massive clusters, burning brightly supermassive black holes like Sagittarius. When these stars die, essential to galaxy evolution, enriching their surroundings star with heavier elements like shape carbon, the distribution oxygen, of gas and iron, and contribute to the stability. This process of chemical enrichment was critical. It enabled the formation of more complex 6 billion years planets, and within the Orion arm of the Milky Way, the first galaxies were chaotic assemblies of these early stars, held together by gravity. At its center, these proto-galaxies were small and irregular, constantly colliding and merging to form larger protoplanetary disk. These mergers collided star formation, creating bursts of light that pierced the surrounding darkness. These small bodies grew into the planets. The Milky Way began as one of these early galaxies. Solar system. It started small, forming in the collection of stars and gas bound by the gravitational pull of dark matter for life. Over billions of years, it would grow through years of cosmic evolution, smaller galaxies and accumulating the material needed to evolve distributed across the galaxy by supernova Galactic cannibalism is a defining feature of the Milky Way's growth. Dynamic system. Over billions of years, it has consumed countless smaller galaxies, absorbing their stars, gas, its spiral arms are regions of intense star formation. This process of destruction and assimilation is how galaxies like the Milky Way grow. One of the central significant events in the Milky Way's stars occurred around Sagittarius A star, when it collided with beyond the visible galaxy lies a vast halo of dark matter. This merger was transformative, adding billions of stars and forming the galaxy's thick disk. The Milky Way is part of the period of intense star formation, lighting up galaxies bound by newly-born stars. Its closest evidence of these mergers is still visible today. In the Magellanic Cloud, stellar streams and long trails of stars left behind by disrupted galaxies crisscross the Milky Way. The Milky Way will collide with the Andromeda Galaxy, of ancient collisions, initiating a cosmic event that will reshape both about the galaxy's violent past. This slow-motion merger, even now, the Milky Way continues to grow, will be a spectacular Sagittarius dwarf galaxy. For example, as the galaxies pulled apart, their gas clouds and gas joining the Milky Way's waves of star formation. These ongoing interactions black shores of the Milky Way remains dynamic, will eventually constantly evolving, forming an even larger supermassive 9 billion years ago. The Milky Way began to take on its iconic spiral shape. Will likely as the galaxy grew larger, its stars and gas settled into a rotating disk, stars and shaped by the forces of gravity and angular momentum, orbiting within a new celestial configuration. The spiral arms are regions of higher density. Even after this merger, the Milky Way's legacy will endure. These waves compress gas and trigger star formation as they move through the cycles of creation and transformation. This process is self-sustaining. New stars the Milky Way story begins with the Big Bang, 13.8 billion years ago. In an instant, the universe was born, Milky Way begins not with itself, density, but with the birth of the universe. Inflation, about a period of exponential expansion ago, stretched the fabric of space into existence, smoothing out the cosmos while amplifying minute and the primordial matter that would one day form galaxies. These variations were the seeds of all cosmic structures, including the Milky Way in cooling. As the universe in this early era, quarks coalesced into protons, hydrogen and helium, which then fused into laying the groundwork for cosmic structures and trace amounts of lithium. As gravity began to shape this chaotic environment, pockets of gas and dark matter collapsed into dense regions, that would forming the first stars and galaxies. Light remained trapped in the dense plasma of charged years after the Big Bang. Recombination, the universe entered a period known 80,000 years after the Big Bang. Tiny proto-galaxies formed as gravity pulled together hydrogen to travel freely, creating these clusters of stars were primitive and chaotic compared to modern galaxies. Still observable today, over millions of years, the universe smaller systems collided and merged, growing larger and more galaxies emerged during the cosmic dawn. The Milky Way's earliest 200 million years during this period, starting as small dwarf galaxies rich in dark matter and stars, igniting the first stars. These building blocks known as would eventually come together, shaping the vast spiral galaxy were massive today, luminous, and short-lived. The history of the Milky Way is marked by countless mergers and collisions scattered smaller elements into space, enriching the interstellar medium. These interactions added more complex stars and new stars, and shaped the structure of the Milky Way. Clusters of these early stars formed the remnants of these ancient galaxies are still visible today, which frequently collided stellar streams and globular clusters. These interactions drove the evolution of galaxies. One of the most significant events in the Milky Way's evolution occurred about 10 billion years ago. The Milky Way began as one massive galaxy referred to as a modest assemblage of stars and gas bound by dark matter.
This collision created ripples in the Milky Way structure and enriched it
grew
with
by
new stars
absorbing
and
smaller
heavier elements.
proto-galaxies, laying
The
the
Milky
groundwork
Way's
for its
iconic spiral
transformation
arms
into a
likely
spiral
formed
galaxy.
between 6 and 9 billion
Galactic
years ago.
cannibalism, the process
As the
of larger
galaxy settled
galaxies
into a more
consuming
stable
smaller
configuration,
ones, is a
rotating
defining
gas
feature of the
clouds
Milky
began
Way's
to condense
evolution.
under the influence of
Over
gravity.
billions of years,
These
it has
dense
absorbed
regions
dozens
became
of smaller
star-forming
galaxies,
nurseries,
adding
giving
their
birth to
stars,
millions of
gas,
stars over
and dark
millions of
matter
years.
to its own structure.
The spiral arms are dynamic, constantly reshaped by the motion of stars
was
and
one of the most
interstellar matter.
transformative events in the
They are
Milky
also
Way's
a hub
history.
for new star formation,
This collision
a process
added
that
billions of
continues
stars,
to this day.
enriched the galaxy
At the
with
center
heavier
of the Milky
elements,
Way
and
is
created its
Sagittarius
thick
A
disk.
asterisk, a
Today,
supermassive black
evidence
hole
of
with
these
a mass
mergers can be
equivalent
seen
to
in
4
stellar
million
streams,
suns.
arcing trails of
This black
stars
hole
that trace
likely
the
formed in
remnants
the
of
galaxy's
disrupted
earliest
galaxies.
days, growing as it
These
consumed
streams
gas,
are cosmic
dust,
relics,
and stars
revealing
from its
the Milky
surroundings.
Way's tumultuous
While
past.
it remains dormant for the most
The
part,
Milky Way
Sagittarius
continues to grow.
A asterisk has played a
The
critical
Sagittarius
role in
dwarf
shaping
galaxy,
the galaxy.
currently being pulled
Its
apart
immense
by the Milky
gravitational
Way's
pull
gravity,
influences
is
the
contributing
orbits of
its
stars
to
near
the
the
galactic
galactic
halo.
center and helps regulate
This
star
ongoing
formation.
process exemplifies the
Approximately
constant dynamism of galaxies.
6 billion years
Around
ago,
9
in one
billion
of the
years
Milky
ago,
Way's
the
spiral
Milky Way
arms,
began
a
its
cloud of gas
transformation
and
into a
dust
spiral
collapsed under
galaxy.
gravity.
Stars
This
and
event
gas
marked the
settled
birth
into
of
a
our solar
rotating
system.
disk, organized by
The
the
sun
galaxy's
ignited at the
angular
center,
momentum.
while the remaining
The
material
spiral
coalesced
arms
into
are
planets,
dynamic, not
moons,
fixed.
and asteroids.
Density waves
The
ripple
Milky
through the
Way
disk,
provided the raw
compressing
materials
gas
for
clouds
this
and
process,
triggering star
enriched
formation.
by generations of
These
previous
arms
stars.
are illuminated by young,
Elements
massive
like
stars
carbon,
that burn
oxygen,
brightly
and
but live
iron,
briefly,
essential
lending
for
the
life
Milky
on
Way
Earth,
its striking
were
appearance.
forged in the cores of ancient
The
stars
arms
and
are
spread
also
throughout
stellar
the galaxy
nurseries,
when those
home to
stars
vast
exploded
molecular
as
clouds
supernovae.
where stars are continually
Today,
being born.
the Milky Way spans
This
over
interplay of star
100,000 light
formation
years
and
contains
gravitational
hundreds of
forces
billions of
ensures
stars,
the galaxy's
along with
ongoing
vast clouds
evolution.
of gas and dust.
Interactions
It
with
is
the
home to
Magellanic
diverse
Clouds
celestial
and other
phenomena,
satellite
from
galaxies
newborn
sustain
stars
the
to
density
dying
waves,
supernovae.
maintaining the spiral
The
arm
galaxy
structure
is
and
constantly
activity.
changing, with stars
At the
orbiting
center of the Milky
and
Way
spiral
lies
arms
Sagittarius
slowly
A
evolving.
asterisk, a
The Milky
supermassive
Way
black
also
hole with a
continues
mass
to
of
grow
about 4
as it
million
accretes
suns.
material from smaller
Though
galaxies
invisible,
and intergalactic
its gravity
space.
dominates the motions of
In
stars and
approximately
gas
4.
in the galactic core.
5 billion years,
Astronomers
the
have
Milky Way
observed
will
stars
collide with
orbiting
its nearest large
Sagittarius A
neighbor,
asterisk
the
at
Andromeda
extraordinary
Galaxy.
speeds, some
This
completing their
epic event
circuits
will
in just a
reshape
few
both
years.
galaxies, forming a
These
single,
observations
larger
confirm
structure,
the existence of the
sometimes
black
referred
hole
to
and
as
provided a
Milky.
precise measurement of its
Despite
mass.
the scale of the collision,
While
individual
Sagittarius A
stars are
asterisk is
unlikely to
dormant
collide
today,
due to the
evidence
vast
suggests it
distances
experienced
between them.
active phases in the past.
Instead, the merger will
During
create
these
new regions
periods,
of star
it
formation
consumed
and
vast
likely
amounts of
alter the
material,
central black
emitting
holes of
jets
both
of energy
galaxies.
that influenced the galaxy's
In the
central
vast
regions.
nothingness of pre-existence, there was only a
Supermassive black
singular
holes
point,
like
a realm where
Sagittarius A
time and
asterisk
space
are
had no
thought to
meaning.
play a crucial role in
Then,
galaxy
around
formation and
13.8
evolution,
billion years
regulating
ago,
star
the
formation
Big Bang
and shaping
erupted,
the
an
distribution of
explosion
gas.
of unimaginable energy
Approximately
that marked the birth of the
4.6
universe.
billion years ago,
It was
within
not
one
an
of the
ordinary
Milky Way's
explosion,
spiral
but
arms,
rather the
a
rapid
dense cloud
expansion
of
of
gas
space
and
itself,
dust began to
spreading
collapse.
matter, energy,
At
and
its
time
center,
across an
a
empty
young
void.
star ignited, the
In
sun.
its infancy, the universe
remaining
was a searing
material
hot
formed a
plasma,
protoplanetary
dense and chaotic.
where particles collided
During the
and
first
coalesced
fraction of a
into
second,
planetesimals.
fundamental forces emerged.
Over time,
gravity,
these planetesimals grew
electromagnetism,
into
and the
planets,
nuclear forces,
moons, and
governing
asteroids.
the interactions of particles.
Earth formed in the sun's
As the
habitable
universe
zone,
expanded
where
and
conditions
cooled,
allowed
quarks
liquid
and
water to
gluons
exist.
combined to form protons
Its
and
composition
neutrons,
reflects
the building
billions of
blocks
years of
atoms.
cosmic evolution,
Within
containing
minutes,
elements
the first
forged in
elements,
ancient stars
hydrogen
and
and
scattered
helium,
across the
were
galaxy
forged in
by
a process
supernova
called Big Bang
explosions.
nucleosynthesis.
The Milky Way is a
These
vast,
light elements
complex
became the
system
foundation for
spanning
all
over
future
100,000 light
including
years and
galaxies.
containing hundreds of billions of
For
stars.
the next 380,000
Its spiral
years,
arms
the universe
are vibrant
remained in
regions of
opaque
star
fog,
formation,
where light could
illuminated
not
by
travel
luminous
freely.
young stars and glowing
Then,
clouds of
the
gas.
cosmos experienced a
The central
transformation as
bulge,
electrons
surrounding
and protons
Sagittarius A
combined to form
asterisk,
neutral
is a
atoms,
dense
dense cluster allowing light to travel unimpeded.
Beyond the visible galaxy lies a vast halo of dark matter, the universe's transition to transparency. Holds the Milky Way together.
It was during this time that the first hints of structure began to emerge.
The Milky Way is part of
tiny
the local
fluctations
group,
in the density of matter
collection
amplified
of
by gravity
that includes
created
Andromeda
the seeds
and
of
over
galaxies.
50 smaller systems.
The stage was set for the creation of the
Milky Way's structure.
Roughly 1 billion years after the Big Bang,
in about 4.5 billion years,
known as
the Milky Way
dawn.
will collide with the Andromeda
the
galaxy.
first stars began to shine.
This
piercing
cosmic
through the
event
darkness.
will unfold over hundreds of
These
millions
stars
of
were
years,
unlike the ones we
reshaping
see
both
today,
galaxies into a new,
made almost
larger
entirely
system.
of hydrogen and helium.
As the galaxies merge,
and lived
their
short,
gas clouds will
violet
compress,
lives.
triggering waves
As
of
these
star
early
formation.
stars burned through their fuel,
The central
they created
black holes of
heavier
the Milky
elements,
Way and
carbon,
Andromeda will
oxygen,
combine,
and others,
forming an even
through
larger
nuclear
supermassive black hole at
When
the heart
these
of the new
massive
galaxy.
stars died as supernovae,
The
they
resulting
enriched
galaxy,
the surrounding
often
gas
referred
clouds
to
with
as
these
Milky
elements,
will likely
enabling
be
the formation
elliptical.
of more complex stars
While
and
its spiral
planetary
arms
systems.
will disappear, its
Around
stars
this
and
time,
planets will
gravity
continue their
began
journeys
pulling
in
gas
new
and dark
cosmic
matter together
configuration.
into larger structures.
Even after this merger,
These were
the
the
Milky
first
Way's
galaxies,
legacy will
primitive
endure.
collections of stars and
Its
gas
stars,
that would later merge
planets,
to form
and
larger
remnants
systems.
will drift through an expanding
The
universe,
Milky Way's
a testament
earliest
to the cycles
ancestors
of
were among
creation,
these fledgling
transformation,
galaxies,
and rebirth that define
small,
the cosmos.
irregular, and chaotic.
From the Earth's
they
surface,
were the building blocks
we
of
see
what
only
would
a
become
small
one of the
fraction of
universe's
the Milky
grandest
Way's
structures.
majesty.
The Milky Way
Our
grew
home
not
planet
through
is a
gentle
product of its
accumulation,
history,
but through
a
cosmic
fragment of
violence.
stardust shaped by
Over
billions of years of cosmic evolution.
smaller galaxies collided
As
and
we
merged,
look out into the
feeding
galaxy,
the Milky Way's
we are
growth.
not just observers, but
This
participants
process,
in its
known
story.
as galactic cannibalism,
Our exploration
shaped the
of
galaxy
the Milky
structure
Way
and
through
composition.
telescopes, probes,
Evidence
and
of these
dreams of
ancient
interstellar
collisions
travel
is still visible
connects us
today.
to the vast, intricate
Stellar
systems
streams
that define
made
our
up of
place in the
stars
universe.
ripped from smaller galaxies.
The Milky Way's
orbit the
story
Milky
is our
Way,
story.
like celestial fossils
It is a
of its
narrative of
turbulent
beginnings,
past.
transformations,
These remnants tell the story of countless
endless
mergers,
cycle that
each
invites us
contributing
to
to the
reflect on
galaxy's
our
mass
role in
and
the cosmos
complexity.
and our connection to the stars.
One of the most significant events
The
in the
Milky
Milky
Way's
Way's
story
history
begins in the
occurred around
vastness
10
of
billion
time,
years ago when it
13.8
collided with a
billion years
massive
ago,
galaxy
when the
dubbed
Big Bang marked the
Enceladus.
birth of the universe.
This merger added
In
a
that
large
instant,
population
time
of
and
stars
space
to the Milky
unfolded,
Way and
creating a
ripples in its
canvas for
structure,
everything that would ever
shaping
exist.
its evolution for billions of
The
years.
universe expanded rapidly
As the
during
Milky
a
Way
phase
grew
called
larger,
inflation,
it began to
stretching
take on
its
a more
structure
organized
while
shape.
amplifying quantum fluctuation.
Between 6 and 9 billion
These
years
fluctuations,
ago, it developed
though
the iconic
infinitesimally
spiral
small,
arms we see
became
today.
the seeds of galaxies,
These arms
stars,
are not static,
and planets.
they are regions of higher
As
density,
the universe cooled,
created by
particles
gravitational
formed,
waves
combining
that move through
into
the galaxy
protons,
like ripples
neutrons,
in a pond.
and eventually atomic
Within
nuclei.
these spiral arms, dense
This
clouds
epoch
of gas and dust
nucleosynthesis
collapsed to
forged
form new
hydrogen,
stars.
helium, and lithium,
These stellar
the
nurseries
simplest
are
elements,
regions of
which would
intense
fuel
activity,
the first stars.
where the light of young stars
For
illuminates
hundreds of
the
thousands
surrounding
of years,
gas.
light was trapped
The
in a dense
spiral
plasma.
structure is a dynamic and
This
evolving
era of
feature,
darkness
constantly
ended with
reshaped by the movement
when
of stars
electrons
and
joined
interstellar
with
matter.
nuclei to form neutral
At the heart of
atoms,
the Milky Way
releasing
lies
light
a
across the
supermassive
cosmos.
black hole known as
This
Sagittarius
light,
A star.
now the cosmic microwave
With a
background,
mass equivalent
is
to
a
4
fossil of
million
the
suns,
universe's infancy,
this cosmic
a
giant
glimpse of a
exerts
time
a powerful
before galaxies
influence
like
over
the
the
Milky
galaxy.
Way were born.
Sagittarius
In the quiet
A
of the
asterisk
Dark
likely
Ages,
formed in
gravity
the early
began
days
to
of
shape
the
the
Milky Way,
universe.
growing as it consumed
Dense regions
gas,
within
dust,
dark matter
and even
halos
stars.
grew hotter and denser.
While it
drawing
is
in
relatively
hydrogen and
quiet
helium.
now, it was once
About
much more
200
active,
million
emitting
years
intense
after the Big
radiation
Bang,
as it
the
fed on
first stars
surrounding material.
ignited.
The
These
black hole's
population
gravitational
stars
pull
were
keeps
titanic,
the stars
burning
near the
through their
galactic
nuclear
center
fuel
in tight
in mere
orbits,
millions of
creating
years.
a dense and dynamic
When they
region.
died as supernovae,
Despite
they
its
scattered
destructive
heavier
nature,
elements,
Sagittarius
carbon,
A
oxygen,
asterisk
and
plays a
iron
vital
into
role in
space,
regulating the
enriching
galaxy's
primordial
evolution.
gas.
In a quiet
Clusters
corner
of these
the
stars
Milky Way,
formed
about
proto-galaxies,
4.6
chaotic
billion
systems
years ago,
held together
a
by
dense
dark
cloud
matter.
of gas and dust began
These
to
early
collapse under
galaxies
its own
collided
gravity.
and merged frequently,
This event
exchanging
marked the
stars,
birth of our
gas,
solar system.
and energy.
At the
The
center of
Milky
this
Way was
collapsing
one
cloud,
such
a young
proto-galaxy,
star ignited,
small and
the sun.
unremarkable. Around it,
over
the
billions
remaining
of years,
material
it
formed
grew,
a swirling
absorbing
disk
other
from which
systems
the
and
planets,
accumulating
moons,
gas, and
stars,
asteroids
and
took
dark
shape.
matter. The
This
Earth,
process
our
set
home,
the stage for the creation of one of the universe's most
with
intricate
elements like
and
carbon
majestic
and
structures.
oxygen, forged in the
The
cores of
Milky
ancient
Way's
stars.
growth is a testament to
The
the
Milky
cycles
Way
of
provided
cosmic
the raw
creation and
materials for the
destruction.
solar system, the
Over
result
billions
of
of
years of
it
cosmic
consumed
recycling.
smaller galaxies, tearing
Spanning
them apart
over
with tidal
100,000
forces
light
and
years,
incorporating
the
their
Milky
stars
Way
and
is a
gas
vast
into
and
its
complex
structure.
system, containing
One of the
hundreds
most
of billions of
significant
stars,
events in its
along
history
with gas,
was the Gaian
dust,
Enceladus
and dark
merger,
matter.
10 billion years
Its
ago.
spiral arms,
This
dotted with
collision
regions
added
of
billions
active
of
star
stars to the
formation,
Milky Way
continue
and
to
created
evolve.
its thick disk.
The galaxy
It
is
also
home to a
enriched the
diverse array
galaxy
of
with
celestial
heavier
phenomena,
elements,
from
critical
massive
to the
star
formation of
clusters
rocky
to
planets
enigmatic
like
black
Earth.
holes.
Remnants
It is a
of these
dynamic,
ancient
living
mergers
structure,
are still visible
shaped by
today
gravity,
as stellar
star
streams,
formation,
elongated
and the
arcs of
interactions of
stars
its
orbiting the
components.
Milky Way.
The Milky Way
These
story
streams
is
are
far
the
from over.
fossilized remnants of smaller
In about
galaxies,
4.5
preserving the
billion
memory
years,
of the
it
Milky
will
Way's
collide with
violent
the Andromeda
past.
galaxy, its
Even
nearest
now,
large
the
neighbor.
Milky Way continues
This
to grow.
cosmic event will
The
reshape both
Sagittarius
galaxies,
dwarf galaxy,
creating a new,
currently being
larger
consumed,
structure.
is contributing its
While
stars
this
to the
collision may
galactic
seem
halo.
catastrophic, the
This
vast
ongoing
distances
process
between
is a
stars
reminder
mean
that
that
the
direct
Milky Way
collisions
is
will
not
be
static,
rare.
but a living,
Instead,
evolving
the
system.
galaxies will merge
Around
gracefully,
9 billion
forming
years
new
ago,
regions of
the
star
Milky Way
formation
began
and
to
likely
take on
merging
its
their
iconic
central black
spiral
holes.
shape.
The
Stars
story
and
of the
gas
Milky
settled
Way
into a
begins in the
rotating
earliest
disk
moments of the
organized
universe,
by angular
nearly
momentum.
13.8 billion
The
years
galaxy's
ago,
rotation
with the Big
flattened
Bang.
its structure into a plane,
This monumental
forming the
event was not
foundation
an
for its
explosion
spiral
in
arms.
space, but the rapid
These
expansion of
arms are
space
not
itself.
permanent structures, but patterns
Time,
created
space,
by density
and
waves.
matter came into existence,
As these
marking
waves
the beginning of
propagate through
everything
the
we know.
galaxy, they compress
In the
gas
first
clouds,
few moments
triggering
after the Big
bursts
Bang,
of star
the
formation.
universe was a seething cauldron
Massive,
of energy.
luminous stars
Elementary
illuminate
particles,
these regions,
such as
creating
quarks and
in Milky
electrons,
Way's stunning
formed
visual
and collided
features.
in an unimaginably hot
Within
and
the
dense
spiral
environment.
arms, molecular clouds
Within
act as stellar
microseconds,
nurseries,
quarks combine
producing
to form
new generations
protons
of
and
stars.
neutrons, the building blocks
This
of
dynamic
atomic
process
nuclei.
is sustained by
As the
gravitational
universe
interactions
expanded,
with
it
satellite
began to cool.
galaxies, such as the
After
Magellanic
about 3
Clouds,
minutes,
which create
protons
ripples
and
in the
neutrons
disk and
fused to
maintain the
create the
spiral
first
structure.
atomic nuclei,
At the
hydrogen,
heart of the Milky
helium,
Way
and
lies
traces of
Sagittarius
lithium.
A*.
These
a
were the only
supermassive
elements
black
present
hole
at
with
the
a
dawn
mass
of
of
time,
about 4 million
forming the
suns.
foundation for all future
Though
stars and
invisible,
galaxies.
its immense gravity shapes
For the
the
next
motions of stars and
380,000
gas
years,
in the central
the
bulge.
universe remained a dark,
Astronomers
opaque
have
fog of
observed
ionized
stars
particles.
orbiting Sagittarius
Then
A**
came a
at
crucial
incredible
transformation.
speeds,
Electrons
completing their
combined
circuits
with
in just a
nuclei
few
to form
decades.
neutral atoms,
These
allowing light to
observations
travel freely
confirmed
for
the
the
presence
first time.
of the black hole and
This
provided a
event,
precise
known as
measurement of its
recombination,
mass.
left behind a faint
While
glow
dormant now,
called the cosmic
Sagittarius
microwave
A**
background, a
likely
relic of the Big
experienced
Bang
active
still
phases
visible
in the
today.
past.
The newly
During these
transparent
times,
universe entered a
consumed
phase of
vast
cooling
amounts
and
of
expansion.
material, emitting jets of
Tiny
energy that
fluctuations
influenced
in
the
the density
galaxy's
of
central
matter,
regions.
seeded by quantum mechanics,
Supermassive
began
black
to
holes
grow
like
under the influence
Sagittarius
of gravity.
A** are thought to play
These
a crucial role
fluctuations
in
became the
galaxy formation
scaffolding
and
for the
evolution,
first cosmic structures,
stabilizing their
the
host
ancestors of
galaxies and
galaxies,
regulating star
including
formation.
the Milky Way.
About
As the
4.6
universe
billion
entered its
years
second
ago,
billion years,
within one of the
gravity
Milky Way's
began to
spiral
pull
arms,
gas and dark
a dense
matter
cloud
into
of
dense
gas
clumps.
and dust began to collapse
These
under
regions
its
of
own
concentrated matter gave
gravity.
rise
At
to
its
the
center,
first
a
stars and
protostar
galaxies.
ignited, the Sun.
These early
The
galaxies
remaining
were
material
small and
flattened
irregular,
into a
far less
protoplanetary
organized
disk,
than the
where
spiral and
particles
elliptical
collided
galaxies
and
we
coalesced
see
into
today.
planetesimals.
The first stars,
These small
known as
bodies grew
population
into the
3
planets,
stars,
moons,
were massive and short-lived.
asteroids that make up the solar
Composed
system.
almost entirely of
Earth,
hydrogen and
forming
helium,
in the sun's
they
habitable
burned
zone,
brightly but died
retained
quickly,
liquid water,
often
a
ending their
critical
lives in
ingredient for life.
cataclysmic supernovae.
Its rocky
These
composition
explosions
reflects
scattered
billions of
heavier
years of
elements,
cosmic
like
evolution,
carbon, oxygen,
enriched by
and
elements
iron,
forged in
into the
ancient
surrounding
stars.
space, enriching the
Milky Way
gas
is
clouds.
a grand spiral galaxy.
Over time,
spanning
smaller
over 100,000 light
merged
years
to
and
form
containing
larger
hundreds
systems.
of billions of stars.
The Milky Way's
Its
earliest
spiral
components
arms are
likely
regions of
originated
intense
as
star
small
formation,
clusters of stars and
illuminated
gas,
by young
bound
stars
together
and glowing
by dark
clouds
matter.
of gas.
These
The
fledgling
central
structures
bulge is a
orbited
dense
one
region
another
of
in a
older
cosmic
stars,
dance,
surrounding
gradually
the
coming
supermassive
together
black
to
hole
form the foundation
Sagittarius
of our
A star.
galaxy.
Beyond
The
the
Milky
visible
Way's
galaxy
growth was
lies
neither
a halo
peaceful
of
nor
dark
orderly.
matter, an invisible framework
Instead,
that holds
it was
the
a
Milky
process
Way
of
together
relentless
and extends
mergers and
far
collisions.
beyond its visible edges.
Smaller galaxies,
The Milky Way
drawn
is
in
part
by
of
the
the
Milky
local
Way's
group, a collection
gravitational
of
pull,
more than
were
50
consumed
galaxies,
and incorporated
including
into
the
its
Andromeda
structure.
Galaxy and the
This
Magellanic
violent
Cloud.
process, known as
These
galactic
galaxies
cannibalism,
interact
is a defining
gravitationally,
characteristic of
shaping
galaxy
one another's
formation.
evolution.
One of the
In
most
approximately
significant mergers in the
4.5
Milky Way's
billion
history
years, the
occurred
Milky
about
Way
10
will
billion
collide
years
with the
ago,
Andromeda
when it
Galaxy.
collided with a large galaxy
This
now
event will
known
be a
as
slow,
Gaian
graceful
Enceladus.
dance of gravitational
This
forces,
event added billions of
unfolding over
stars to the
hundreds of
Milky
millions
Way
of
and
years.
created a halo of stars
As the
that surrounds
galaxies
the
merge,
galaxy today.
their gas clouds will
Even
compress,
now,
triggering
remnants of
waves
these
of star
ancient collisions
formation.
can be seen in the form of
The
stellar
central black
streams,
holes of the Milky
elongated
Way
trails
and
of
Andromeda
stars that
will
were once
eventually
part of
merge,
smaller
forming
galaxies.
a massive supermassive
These
black
streams
hole.
serve as cosmic
The
fossils,
resulting galaxy,
preserving the history
often
of the
called
Milky
Milky
Way's growth.
will likely be elliptical.
Around 9 billion years
While
ago,
its spiral
the
structure
Milky Way
will
began
disappear,
to take on its
stars
iconic
and
spiral
planets
shape.
will continue their cosmic
Gravity
journeys
and
in a new
rotational
celestial
forces sculpted
configuration.
the galaxy's stars
The
and
Milky
gas
Way
into a
is
flat,
not just our
disc-like
home,
structure.
it is our origin.
Within this disk,
Every atom in our
density
bodies
waves
was
created
forged in the
regions
heart of
of higher
ancient
and lower
stars,
density,
scattered across
forming
the
the
galaxy
spiral
by
arms.
supernova explosions.
The spiral arms are not
We are
static
made of
structures.
stardust, a
They are
testament to the
constantly
Milky
reshaped
Way's
by the
role
movement
as a
of
cradle
stars
of life.
and gas.
As we
These
gaze up at the
regions are
Milky
fertile
Way on a
grounds for
clear
star
night,
formation,
we are reminded
where
of our
clouds of
connection
gas
to the
and dust
cosmos.
collapse under gravity to
It
create new
inspires
stars.
curiosity,
The
exploration,
birth of these
and a
stars
profound sense
illuminates
of wonder.
the arms, making them
The
some
Milky
of the
Way
brightest
is
and
more
most
than a
dynamic
galaxy.
features of the
It is a
Milky Way.
storyteller, weaving the
At
tale
the
of
center of the
creation,
Milky Way lies a
transformation,
supermassive
and the
black
infinite
hole known as
possibilities of
Sagittarius A
existence.
star.
The Milky
This
Way's
mysterious
journey begins
object, with a
13.8
mass
billion
equivalent
years
to
ago
4
with the
million
Big Bang.
suns, plays a crucial role
This singular
in the
moment
galaxy's
was
evolution.
the origin of everything.
While
Space,
Sagittarius
time,
A
matter,
is
and
relatively inactive now,
The universe
likely much
expanded
more
rapidly
energetic
during
in the
inflation,
past.
smoothing out
In
its
its
fabric
youth,
while
it fed
amplifying
on surrounding
tiny
gas
quantum
and stars,
fluctuations.
emitting powerful jets
These
of energy that
fluctuations
influenced
planted
the
the seeds
galaxy's
for all
growth.
cosmic structures.
Today, its
As the
immense
universe
gravitational
cooled,
pull anchors the
quarks
stars
formed
near the
protons and
galactic
neutrons,
center,
which then
maintaining
fused
the
into
structure of the
hydrogen,
Milky Way.
helium, and trace
About
amounts of lithium.
4.6 billion years
This
ago,
era of
in a quiet region
nucleosynthesis
of the
created
Milky
the
Way,
elemental
a cloud
foundation
of
of
gas
the
and
universe.
dust began to collapse
For
under
hundreds
gravity.
of thousands of years,
This
light
marked
was
the
trapped
beginning
in
of
a
our
dense
solar
plasma
system.
of particles,
At
unable
the
to
center of
travel
the
freely.
collapsing cloud, a young star
Recombination,
ignited,
occurring
the sun.
380,000
Around
years
it,
after
the
the
remaining
Big Bang,
material
changed
formed a
this.
protoplanetary disk,
Neutral
from
atoms
which the
formed,
planets,
allowing
moons,
photons to
and
escape and
asteroids
bathe
were
the
born.
cosmos in light.
The Earth formed
This
as a rocky
ancient light,
planet,
the cosmic
enriched with
microwave
elements
background,
forged in the hearts of
offers a
ancient
snapshot
stars.
of the universe's infancy.
The Sun and its
a
planets
precursor
are
to
part
the
of the
formation
Milky
of
Way's
galaxies
Orion
like the
arm,
Milky Way.
one of its smaller spiral arms.
The Dark Ages followed
Here,
recombination,
far from the
a time
chaotic
of
center,
quiet cosmic
conditions were
evolution
calm
when the
enough to
universe
allow
was
life
filled
to
with
emerge
neutral
and
hydrogen
thrive.
and helium.
The Milky Way
Yet,
is a
gravity
vast,
was already
dynamic
shaping
system,
its destiny,
spanning over
pulling matter into
100,000
dense
light
regions
years
and
and containing
halos of
hundreds
dark
of billions
matter.
of stars.
Roughly 200
Its
million
spiral
years
arms are
after
sites
the
of
Big
active
Bang,
star
the
formation,
first stars
while
ignited,
its central bulge
signaling
is a
the end of
dense
the Dark
region
Ages.
filled with older stars.
These population
The
free
galaxy
stars
also
were massive,
contains vast
luminous,
quantities of
and
dark
short-lived,
matter, an
their
invisible
intense
substance
radiation
that provides the
reionizing the
gravitational
surrounding
glue
gas.
holding it together.
Clusters of these
Surrounding
stars
the
formed
galaxy is a
proto-galaxies,
halo of
chaotic
stars and
systems
globular
held together
clusters,
by dark
remnants
matter.
of the Milky Way's
These early
tumultuous
galaxies
past.
frequently collided
The
and
Milky
merged,
Way's story is
exchanging
far from
energy
over.
and mass.
In about
The Milky
4.5
Way
billion
emerged
years,
as one of these
it will collide with the Andromeda Galaxy, and irregular, its nearest large neighbor. Over billions of years, this cosmic event will reshape both galaxies, evolving into the majestic spiral galaxy we see today. Milky. The Milky Way's
collision will
history
not
is one
result
of
in
growth
catastrophic
through
destruction. Instead,
Over
it will
billions
trigger
of
waves
years,
of star
it
formation
consumed
and lead
smaller
to the merging of
galaxies,
the central
tearing
black
them
holes
apart
of both
with tidal
galaxies.
forces and incorporating
The
their
new
stars,
galaxy will
gas,
be a testament
and
to the
dark
Milky
matter
Way's
into its
enduring
structure.
legacy.
One of
The
the most
universe was
transformative
born in an
events in its
instant of
evolution was the
incomprehensible
Gaia
density and
Enceladus
temperature.
merger, 10 billion years
Imagine
ago.
a space smaller than an
This
atom,
collision
containing
reshaped the
all the
Milky
energy
Way,
that would ever
creating
exist.
its thick disk and adding
In a
billions of
flash,
stars to
this
its
energy
population.
expanded, creating the
Evidence
fabric
of these
space
ancient
and time.
interactions remains
The
visible
Big
today
Bang
in
wasn't
stellar
a typical
streams,
explosion.
long,
It was the
arcing
rapid
trails of
unfolding of
stars
space
tracing
itself,
the orbits of
stretching
disrupted
everything
galaxies.
outward like the surface of a balloon.
These streams are the
In the
fossilized
first fractions
remnants
of a
the Milky
second,
Way's
the universe
turbulent
was
past.
governed by a force we can hardly
Even now,
comprehend.
the Milky
a
Way
unified
continues
field
to
that quickly
grow.
split into the
The
forces of nature we
Sagittarius
know
dwarf
today.
galaxy, currently
Gravity,
being
the
dismantled,
weakest but
is
most
contributing
far-reaching
stars
force,
to the Milky
began
Way's
to
halo.
pull matter together.
These ongoing interactions
Electromagnetism
highlight
governed
the
light and
dynamic
atoms,
nature of
while
galaxies
strong and
the
weak
cosmic
nuclear
dance of
forces
growth
shaped
and
the particles
transformation.
within atomic nuclei.
Around 9 billion years
As the
ago,
universe
the
cooled
Milky
to a
Way
few
began
trillion
its
degrees,
transformation
quarks
into
and
a spiral
gluons
galaxy.
condensed into protons and neutrons.
Stars and gas settled
These
into a
particles
rotating
danced
disk,
in a dense sea
flattened
of
by
photons,
angular momentum.
colliding and interacting
This
in chaotic
organization
harmony.
gave rise to the iconic
Over the next
spiral
3
arms.
minutes, the temperature dropped
These
enough
arms
for
are
these
not
protons
fixed
and
structures,
neutrons
but dynamic
to fuse
patterns
into the first
created by
atomic
density
nuclei.
waves.
This was
As
the
these
beginning of
waves
the cosmic
propagate through the
alchemy that
galaxy,
would eventually
they
lead to
compress
stars,
gas clouds,
planets,
triggering
and life.
bursts of star formation.
For the next 380,000 years,
massive stars
the universe
illuminate
was a
the
hot
arms,
plasma
lending
of
the
charged
Milky
particles.
Way its breathtaking beauty.
Light was trapped,
Within
endlessly
the arms
scattering
lie
in the
vast
opaque
molecular
fog.
clouds,
But
stellar
as
nurseries
temperatures
where
cooled
new
further,
generations of
electrons
stars are
paired
born.
with nuclei to form
These
neutral
regions
atoms.
are shaped by gravitational
Suddenly,
forces,
the universe
radiation,
became transparent,
and supernova
and light from
explosions,
this epoch began its
creating a
long journey
continuous
across
cycle
space.
of birth and death.
This light,
Interactions
stretched
with
by
nearby
billions of
galaxies,
years of expansion,
such as the
became
Magellanic
the cosmic
clouds,
microwave
sustain the
background,
density
a
waves
faint
that define the
afterglow
arms,
of the Big Bang,
ensuring
still
the Milky
visible
Way's
today.
ongoing vibrancy.
This era marked the end
At the
of
center of
chaos
the
and
Milky
the
Way
beginning of
resides
structure.
Sagittarius A*,
Tiny irregularities
a
in the
supermassive
density of
black
matter,
hole with a mass
amplified
of
by
about
gravity,
4 million
created
suns.
regions where galaxies
Its
would
immense
eventually
gravitational pull shapes
The
the
universe
motions of
was now
stars
ready
and
for its
gas
next
in the
chapter.
galactic bulge.
form. As the universe
Astronomers have
expanded,